In an ancient fortress at that moment, several screams echoed tragically. A group of guards lay lifeless on the ground. A beautiful blonde woman panted heavily and softly spoke. How disgusting! The Demon King of Desire is unexpectedly this strong. Not even the 7 sages of the Holy Night united can defeat you. The Demon King replied, You suddenly disturbed my fortress. This is the outcome you must face. However, I, your esteemed king, have a generous heart. If you, the leader of the 7 sages of the Holy Night, the hammer of the Holy Night, Yelena, are willing to become my consort, I can spare your companions. Upon hearing this, Yelena's face turned red, but she spoke sternly. To save my comrades, I can sacrifice myself. But remember, you may take my body, but you can never possess my soul. In the Demon King's eyes, a display of metrics appeared. Name, Yelena. Status, Hammer of the Holy Night of the 7 Sages of the Holy Night. The Demon King continued to persuade. Generally speaking, to harness the highest power, you must undoubtedly transition to become a paladin, then cultivate the Holy Knight's skill to the highest level, and continuously complete missions to increase your favorability. However, there is another less-known roundabout path. That is to make you a pure goddess untouched by worldly dust, utterly subdued beneath my feet 100 times. After a while, under the creaking of the bed, a notification popped up. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared the level. You received the character card Hammer of the Holy Night, Yelena. The Demon King is truly impressive. I really like it. The Demon King, looking quite pleased, said, I'm about to exhaust 100 times my mana, but I still can't continue. In reality, at this moment, a young man was looking at his computer screen and said, At this rate, I'll surely be the first to clear level 100 with the most 5-star characters in the game Eternal Love Across the Multiverse. Eternal Love Across the Multiverse is an online game that has been incredibly popular over the past few years. In the game, not only can players experience a variety of different locations, but moreover, each NPC in the game can also be experienced. What this experience entails, well, you can figure that out for yourself. For someone like him, who understands all kinds of love games and is dubbed the God of Flirting, this game was truly designed just for him. Suddenly, the screen displayed a notification. Congratulations, you've unlocked a unique hidden achievement, successfully charming 105-star characters. The system will grant you a special gift. The young man slightly frowned and said, Why has the screen suddenly gone dark? What kind of weird special gift is this? As soon as the words ended, a space vortex appeared on the screen. Instantly, it sucked Qin Yuan in. Qin Yuan could only shout, Ah! Wait a minute! The vortex vanished and the room became quiet once more. Qin Yuan fell out of the space vortex, shouting loudly. When he opened his eyes, he wondered, Huh? This place looks a bit like the character creation area in Eternal Love Across the Multiverse. Suddenly, a fairy appeared before Qin Yuan, greeting him cheerfully. Hello there, lucky one. Welcome here. I am the fairy of the multiverse. I'm sure you have many questions, right? I can answer them for you one by one. Qin Yuan thought to himself, Multiverse fairy, have I really crossed into a game world? This is so sudden. Seeing Qin Yuan not responding, the fairy interrupted his thoughts. Hey, are you even listening? Qin Yuan then asked, I assume you are something like the Lord God of this game, right? And I have to complete tasks, receive rewards, or return to reality, correct? The fairy looked surprised and asked, How do you know all that? Hey, why aren't you following the script? Qin Yuan disdainfully replied, Shay. The games I play, the novels and comics I have read, none of these plot points are lacking. Right now, I just want to know why I can traverse worlds just from playing a game. Fairy responded, Who told you that Eternal Love Across the Multiverse is just a game? The characters in it all have their own lives. Moreover, your behavior of trapping boys and flirting with 100 girls has made them very angry, causing cracks to appear between the planes of different worlds. Hearing that, Qin Yuan raised his hand, indicating he did not understand. This plot is too complicated. Normally, I would just hit next. You should get straight to the point. Fairy replied, Right now, all the planes are closed. You need to go to the next plane, start over, and make those 100 girls fall in love with you all over again. Qin Yuan confidently responded, This is too simple. My character in Eternal Love Across the Multiverse is very strong. Flirting with them is just a matter of time. Fairy coldly said, After the system was restarted, the character you created was also erased. Now you have to start from scratch. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan became furious. Erased? Do you know how much time and money I spent on that? Do you think I won't sue you? Fairy replied, Suing would be useless. Lord Arata on the continent has said, all accounts belong to the company and are not owned by any individual. Qin Yuan tried to find another way. Wait, Normally speaking, people who travel through time and space have some sort of system, right? For example, pretending to be an idiot or playing dead would immediately grant them a super level system right. Hearing that, Fairy explained, "That's right. To reduce the difficulty of the game, I, Fairy, have specially prepared 5 attribute systems for you, corresponding to the 5 basic attributes of the game. Strength system. It can turn you into a powerful warrior, possessing immense strength enough to overthrow mountains and shatter rocks. Agility system. It helps you have incredible skills, moving as fast as a shadow, capable of becoming invisible and killing within the blink of an eye. Physical system. It transforms you into a man of iron and steel, so tough that nothing can harm you. Mental system. It helps you master every spell, allowing you to obliterate everything with just a wave of your hand." Qin Yuan responded dejectedly. "So what's the use of the charisma system?" "Charisma system. It makes you the most handsome person in the world." Seeing that, Qin Yuan looked down on it. "Becoming handsome? This system is just too ridiculous. My role in the game is a dark mage. Indeed, choosing the mental system is the best choice." But fate had other plans, and Qin Yuan sneezed. "Congratulations, host. You've received the charisma system." Hearing this, Qin Yuan hurriedly said, "Wait, I pressed the wrong button. Let me press again." The fairy shook her head in refusal. "The system has been selected. It cannot be changed. I still hope the host will use the system carefully to complete the tasks. Now, the game begins." After the fairy's kiss, a spatial vortex appeared beneath Qin Yuan's feet. "Hey, what are you doing? Isn't this forcing me to start?" Lingming World, Wenzhou City. At that moment, a delicate hand was holding a hairpin. The owner of that hand was the Wizard of Snow Shadow, Yun Xiuhan. She asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this hairpin?" The shopkeeper, seeing her attire, replied, "Looking at you, miss, you must be a disciple of the Misty Cloud sect, which always stands for justice, eliminating evil, and protecting Wenzhou City. If you like it, I would like to give it to you." Yun Xiuhan gently said that I'm sorry for that. Suddenly, she glanced over and saw a beam of light descending from the sky, accompanied by a horrified scream. With a loud crash, Qin Yuan crashed through the roof and fell down. He whispered in grievance, "Is there no more subtle way to travel through dimensions? Is this what they call a benefit of crossing? Falling straight into the women's bathroom?" Seeing the surrounding scene, Qin Yuan awkwardly said, "This is just a misunderstanding. Ladies, I did not mean to offend. Please ignore me. I will leave right away." But the young ladies, upon seeing Qin Yuan, felt as if they had found a treasure. One girl licked her lips and said, "What a charming man. It's the first time I've seen a man radiating such magnetism in all directions. How could we let you leave?" Another chimed in, "Let's see if this young man is physically developed normally." One person laughed loudly. "Come here, handsome boy. Let us check you out. Don't be shy." Qin Yuan panicked and shouted in despair, "Ah!" As he fled from the shower room, Qin Yuan thought loudly in his mind, "Are all these women out of their minds?" Behind him was a group of soldiers in pursuit, shouting, "Stop! How dare you intrude into the women's shower room in a public place? Surrender now!" As Qin Yuan ran, he thought, "If I'm really caught here, I might be locked up for 2 or 3 years, and if I'm not careful, I could even be exiled. I absolutely cannot be caught." Seeing that Qin Yuan didn't stop, the soldiers shouted even louder, "And he's still brave enough to run. Brothers, hurry and chase him. Let this pervert face the consequences. We cannot let him disturb the peace of Wenzhou City." Hearing this, Qin Yuan felt like crying without tears as he ran and pleaded, "It's all just a misunderstanding. Please let me go." As he dashed through the streets, he inadvertently made all the girls who caught sight of him feel enthralled. "Oh my God, I can't believe there's such a pervert." But strangely, even knowing he was a pervert, everyone still couldn't resist the strange allure he exuded. Underneath a certain building, the group of soldiers continued their relentless search. Damn it, where the hell did that bastard go? He must be nearby. Everyone searched quickly. Seeing the soldiers had moved away, Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems I'm safer now. What a hassle. Why did this suddenly turn out in such a bizarre direction?" A system notification unexpectedly appeared. Eternal love across the multiverse system. Main task, successfully court the target, Wizard of Snow Shadow, Yun Xiuhan. Side task, not yet unlocked. Reward, 1,000 accumulation points for the system. After reading it, Qin Yuan contemplated for a moment. Yun Xiuhan, it seems this place is the Lingming world from the game. It's set in a Xianxia context, and Yun Xiuhan is the disciple of the Misty Cloud sect. This place is identical to the world in the game, just with an added system. First, let's check the attributes. The attribute panel appeared, and Qin Yuan was astonished. "Ah, I see. Because I chose the charm attribute. All attribute points are added to the charm point, right?" Continuing to look at the skills, he noticed a peculiar skill. Evil Charming Smile displays an exceedingly seductive smile capable of increasing the target's favorability towards the skill holder. The effect is influenced by the charm attribute. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. Evil Charming Smile. What kind of bizarre skill is this? What good is a skill like this? Isn't it just about smiling? Suddenly, Qin Yuan was discovered by the guards. Hey, guys, I've found him. He's over here. Qin Yuan was startled. What bad luck. It's over now. Oh well, there's still a chance. I can only give it a try. Watch me. He turned around, flashing a smile that looked very suggestive. 3, 2, 1. Evil Charming Smile. The soldiers immediately screamed in anger. Ah, this smile is so disgusting. As expected, this guy is a pervert. Qin Yuan saw that his skill was ineffective and inwardly cursed. Damn it. Smile a bit too much. He then encouraged himself. Qin Yuan, you can do it. Unleash the charm of a goddess in seduction. He began to activate his skill, Evil Charming Smile, and Qin Yuan donned a wickedly charming smile. One of the soldiers suddenly changed his attitude and murmured, What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel a stir of emotions? Could it be? I have fallen in love at first sight with a guy, even if this is a feeling that goes against moral principles and is despised by everyone. I am willing. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, and the soldier was struck in the face by a brick thrown by Qin Yuan. He casually said, You're not my type. Sorry to lead you on. The system unexpectedly announced, Reminder, your bounty level has increased by 2 stars due to attacking the guard. Seeing this, Qin Yuan became furious. Don't casually set up such weird things, okay? What the hell is this bounty level? The soldiers saw Qin Yuan making a move and shouted loudly. This guy dares to openly attack the troops. He's a dangerous character. Can't be captured alive. Execute him directly. Prepare to shoot arrows. Immediately after, a barrage of arrows was shot towards Qin Yuan. One arrow grazed his shoulder, causing his expression to change. He thought to himself, even this level of attack can't be completely avoided. It seems that the attribute incident all counts towards the charm attribute. The soldiers shouted when they saw him hit by the arrow. This wicked guy has been shot. Brothers, capture him for me. Qin Yuan secretly cursed. Damn it. I absolutely cannot be captured. Then he bolted off. The soldiers behind chased after him, shouting, Still want to run? Catch him. A little later, at Baihe Brothel, where the girls were bustling about preparing, Madame Liu Ruhong stood on the upper floor shouting, My ladies, after resting, get ready to comb your hair and put on makeup. Today, we must continue to strive to earn a fortune from those men. Just as Liu Ruhong, the madame of the Baihe Brothel, with a 2-star rank, finished her words, Qin Yuan, in an attempt to escape the pursuit, unexpectedly burst through the door. As soon as he entered, 2 grapefruits flew straight into his face, leaving Liu Ruhong in shock. She exclaimed, This little brother is really too exciting, but our Baihe Brothel is still not open, so I invite you to leave quickly. If you continue to be disrespectful like this, don't blame me. Qin Yuan weakly said, I'm sorry, the situation is urgent. Could I ask the beautiful lady to help me with something? When she saw Qin Yuan's face, Liu Ruhong was stunned, thinking to herself, He is really incredibly handsome. Our Baihe Brothel has never aided evildoers. However, seeing this little brother so handsome, I will help just this once. The system reminded again. Successfully flirted with Liu Ruhong, received 100 accumulation points. Liu Ruhong turned back and shouted, All my ladies, get ready to welcome guests. Yes! The courtesans of the brothel responded with joy. Not long after, a group of officers arrived, questioning loudly, Did you see a wounded criminal with an injury on his shoulder run in here? The madam replied with a charming smile, Mr. Guan, our Baihe Brothel is merely a group of weak women. How could we dare to hide a criminal? Surely you must have mistaken something. The officer angrily shouted, Stop pretending. Brothers, search for me. On what grounds do you dare to search our Baihe Brothel without any evidence? Seeing the madam blocking him, the officer became furious. You dare to obstruct someone performing their official duties? Do you believe I can shut down Baihe Brothel? Hearing this, Liu Ruhong scoffed and said, Sealed. You magistrates come here more than 10 times a month. If you're not afraid of him blaming you, then go ahead and try. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the tense atmosphere. Mama, don't make it hard for these officials. The soldiers were taken aback upon hearing the speaker. It was Miss Feng, Feng Ling King, the flower of Baihe Brothel, famous for her singing and dancing rather than for anything sexual. Feng Ling King spoke softly. If you all want to search, then let them search. Our Baihe Brothel has done nothing wrong, so why should we be afraid? Feng Ling King, the flower of Baihe Brothel, 4-star level. Meanwhile, Qian Yuan was hiding under the skirt of the flower, his head constantly thinking, "It smells so good." Half an hour later, one soldier reported, "Sir, we have searched from inside to out, but still found no trace of the criminal." Hearing this, Fengling King gently asked, "Then, sir, is there still any doubt?" The soldier stammered, "It seems we made a mistake. We apologize for the trouble." Fengling King smiled and replied, "There's nothing else. Please take your leave. Baiho Brothel is about to open, or if you gentlemen find it hard to leave." The soldier awkwardly cleared his throat. Am. That's not it? Come on, brothers. Let's go. At that moment, Qian Yuan silently cursed. Damn it. My leg is numb. In his haste, he inadvertently grabbed the jade thigh of Fengling King, causing her to let out a soft cry. Ah! The soldier, hearing the sound, turned around and suspiciously asked, "Miss Feng, what's wrong? Are you hiding something?" Fengling King hurriedly waved her hands, nervously saying, "No, it's nothing." Suddenly, a powerful hand appeared to defuse the dangerous situation. A middle-aged woman stepped in, shouting, "It hurts. You shameless man dare to come here. Is there something about me that displeases you?" The soldier quickly explained, "It's not like that, my wife." The woman gritted her teeth. "Get back home at once." The soldier panicked, explaining, "No, my dear, I'm on duty." Seeing this, Fengling King breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. You've stopped moving around." At this moment, Qian Yuan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. She was alarmed. What? What happened? Why did he suddenly faint? A servant standing nearby exclaimed, "Wait, he's injured. He's bleeding too much." Another voice echoed, "Ling King, don't you know medicine? Quickly treat him. Don't let him die here in Baiho Brothel." Upon hearing this, Fengling King quickly tore a piece from her dress to bandage Qian Yuan, while commanding, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry. Prepare hot water medicine, clean the blood, and get a room ready for him to lie down." The young ladies quickly responded, "Ah, all right. In a certain room of Baiho Brothel, a group of beautiful women were watching Qian Yuan. He is indeed so handsome. Let me take care of him. I'm willing to do it for free. If it were me, I'd book all the rooms. I'd pay extra too." One lady stepped forward seriously. "All right, everyone step aside a bit. I just prepared the medicine and need to feed this young master." But another lady questioned, "But this young master is unconscious. How can we feed him?" Another person squinted, suggesting, "It seems that I should feed him mouth to mouth." Hearing this, another lady chimed in, "If that's the case, let me do it." Even the men wouldn't back down, stepping forward to compete. "I've been around for years. My tongue is incredibly agile. Feeding medicine is as easy as turning over the palm." The other young ladies started to murmur, "The madam is too crafty. We all want to feed him too." The madam then raised her voice, "Hey, when it comes to tongue skills, of course, I'm the most suitable. According to me, each person should feed him a bit. No one will be at a loss." At that moment, the system notification rang out, "Seduction successful, earned 30 accumulation points." Seeing this situation, Fengling King spoke up decisively. "Stop bickering. This young master is injured in a critical area. Now is not the time for jokes. Everyone go outside. Let me take care of him." The group of people murmured regretfully, "Oh, come on, is Ling King trying to monopolize him all by herself? Come on. There still are many days ahead. Sooner or later, we'll all get to taste the flavor of this young master." Fengling King found a reason in her mind, encouraging herself, "I'm doing this just to save someone." Turning back, she began to administer medicine to Qian Yuan. Here comes the legendary scene of administering medicine. The system announced again, "Success in seduction, earning 100 accumulation points." But just at that moment, the real drama began. Qian Yuan instinctively pulled Fengling King into an embrace and flipped her over onto the bed. She gasped, exclaiming, "Hey, Yuro, what are you doing? You actually slicked your tongue in." In her mind, there was only that strange sensation with powerless resistance. The system continued to chime in, "Success in seduction, earning 200 accumulation points." Qian Yuan, in a daze, thought, "Where am I? What place is this? Could it be that I've died?" He opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar scene, thinking, "Ha! Slime! Why is it like this? Two slimes, really? Why are they pressing down so tightly?" The next morning, Qian Yuan, with his face buried in the soft cushion, screamed, "Damn! It's slime everywhere. Don't get cocky. I'll bite you to death." Fengling King's voice rang out. Angrily, she shouted, "This lecher, I kindly saved you, and yet, while I was asleep, you turned rogue." Qian Yuan, with a bewildered expression, asked, "What just happened? Why did I get slapped?" At this moment, Madame entered, gently mediating. "Wow, young master, you're finally awake. Don't be nervous. Let me chat with you for a while." After a long explanation, Qian Yuan finally understood. He lowered his head and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you all for your help. Qin Yuan is extremely grateful." Madame smiled and spoke directly. "Then I won't beat around the bush with you, young master. Now you have two choices. The first is to stay here and work to repay your debt." Qin Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this, exclaiming, "This is just forcing me to work in a brothel, right? Absolutely not. I am a man of dignity. How could I lose my face like this? I choose the second option." Li Ruhang said, a bit regretfully, "The second option is that you can only be taken to the government. As of now, you are wanted, and the bounty isn't small. We treated you and the medical expenses, and last night you, with our Ling King." Hearing this, Qin Yuan snorted coldly. He replied with resolute words, "I will repay my benefactors. From today onward, I, Qin Yuan, am a part of Bai He brothel." "Oh, now that's more like it. Yes, we hope Sister Feng will take care of us in the future." Thus I began to work as a servant at Bai He brothel to make a living. When I was tired, there was always a group of beautiful women surrounding me. "Brother Qin, let me wipe the sweat off for you." "Brother Qin, I'll bring you some water." "Brother Qin, you must be really tired. It breaks my heart. Why not come to my room so I can help relieve your fatigue?" The system constantly announced, "Successful charm, receive 30 accumulation points. Successful charm, receive 40 accumulation points. Successful charm, receive 50 accumulation points." Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, I never expected that just by making a good impression on these women, I could earn accumulation points. It seems this system isn't too bad." At night, in his room, Qin Yuan was overjoyed. "In the past few days, I've managed to earn 1,000 accumulation points. Being a place with many women truly speeds up the accumulation of points. Let's see what I can exchange for that can enhance my strength." He scrolled through the system and paused at an item. Unlimited charming technique. The effect can improve one's cultivation level through contact with the opposite sex, as well as cultivation methods and degree of affection. This is a legendary technique left behind by the charming demon lord from 1,000 years ago. But one must be cautious when cultivating if their appearance is not sufficient. This technique is indeed suitable for my system of perseverance. As long as I flirt with girls, my cultivation will automatically increase. Let me see how many accumulation points I need. He sighed. "What? 100,000 accumulation points? Are you kidding me? I have barely scraped by earning 1,000 points in days, and yet this item to level up is asking for a price 100 times that. It's more expensive than the fruit vendors at the market." At the same time, in another dimension, Fairy Multiverse sighed softly. "Oh my, I didn't expect that he would take an interest in such an intriguing item. It would be a real shame if he couldn't exchange for it due to insufficient points. All right, I'll consider it a gift for him, a new player benefit. Just this once, no more chances after this." System notification. For the first time receiving a benefit to exchange for an item. To encourage the host, purchasing the first item in the store will receive a 100% discount. The offer is valid for 10 minutes. Act quickly, or you'll miss out. Qin Yuan exclaimed, "This is the first purchase benefit? Then let's seize the opportunity to buy." As soon as he pressed the purchase button, a stream of seductive purple light entered his body. System notification. You have successfully learned Unlimited Charming Technique. Unlimited Charming Technique level 1, along with gaining a charm attribute of plus 10. You currently have 60. Now back to our group of beautiful women. Young Master Qin looks remarkably handsome today. What a pity. If only he were a guest. Even just serving tea emits such charm. Qin Yuan was politely serving tea, saying, "Honored guest, please enjoy the tea." With a loud break, the guest grabbed the teapot and smashed it. He angrily shouted, "What the hell? I'm here to spend money to see beautiful women, and yet all the ladies here are looking at you. Do you want to steal the spotlight from me?" Qin Yuan calmly replied, "What are you talking about, honored guest? If possible, I hope I could have no presents like you." Hearing this, the man was furious. "What? You little brat, are you insulting me?" Qin Yuan responded provocatively, "I didn't say such a thing at all. You really are tired of living. How dare you provoke a powerful person like me? Then let me show you the swordsmanship of Misty Cloud Sect." At that moment, Ling King stepped in to defuse the situation. "Young Master Gao, I apologize on his behalf. He is still new and doesn't understand the rules, so I hope you won't hold it against him." Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Gabajian changed his tone. "Since Miss Feng is here to speak on his behalf, then it's easy. Just drink this cup of wine, and I will spare his life." Ling King softly replied, "Thank you, young Master Gao, for your generosity. I will toast to you with this cup." Gabajian nodded and smiled. To maintain Miss Feng's dignity, of course, I wouldn't want to ruin it. But I must ask, how much gold would it take for one night with you? Upon hearing this, she responded, "Feng Ling King only sings and dances. I don't do such things. Young Master Gao surely knows this, and I hope you will abandon this thought. Gao Jian thought to himself, humph, after drinking my ecstasy-inducing harmony potion, tonight you will be mine. 15 minutes later, in Fang Ling King's bedroom. How strange. Wasn't it just one glass of wine? Why do I feel so hot? Could it be that he put something in the wine? The harmony potion was now taking effect, causing the springtime beauty of Fang Ling King to be revealed. At the same time, Qin Yuan also approached and knocked on the door. Miss Ling King, thank you for helping me earlier. I've cooked some detox soup and will drink it right away. But before he could finish his sentence, a stunning sight appeared before him, causing Qin Yuan to immediately turn away. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I'm leaving now. Fang Ling King quickly called out, wait, can't you help me with something? What does Miss Ling King need my help with? Gao Jian has drugged the wine. If I can't extinguish this burning desire, I will be tortured by cravings. I can only rely on you. Every time she trembled, the experience points of the unlimited charming technique were leveled up. At that moment, Gao Jian, drunk, had entered the wrong room. He secretly rejoiced in his mind. The drug must have taken effect by now. My love, I will help you extinguish the fire of passion. But in the room, the beautiful and muscular young woman welcomed him. Oh wow, little brother arrives just in time. I've been feeling down because of the long, lonely night, tossing and turning without sleep. Seeing this, Gao Jian's face was filled with fear as he shouted, Ah, no, this big sister, I must have entered the wrong room. I'll take my leave. Don't be shy, little brother. Since you're here, I won't let you run away. Please don't. Save me. In the end, the room was filled only with the joyous screams of Gao Jian. Downstairs, someone exclaimed, Ah, why did dust suddenly fall from the ceiling? Or is there a rat running around? Madam, hearing this, blushed deeply and said with double meaning, That's right, indeed a clever little rat, definitely having a fierce chase inside. Ah, young people have such good energy. So it turns out the falling dust is from the two of them exercising rhythmically. After a while, Qin Yuan, dressed again, was lost in thought. What on earth did I just do? In order to ease the awkwardness for both of them, Ling King said, You don't have to feel guilty. I'm just a girl from a brothel. Such things happen all the time. I won't mind. Qin Yuan retorted, Why do you have to act so worldly? Just now, your demeanor was clearly very mischievous, and besides, you were bleeding. It's obvious it was your first time. Before Qin Yuan finished speaking, he was hit by a pillow, accompanied by an angry voice. Get out. Fine. I'm leaving. Clearly taking advantage of others, yet still calling me sneaky. Qin Yuan lowered his head and walked out into the hallway, contemplating. However, that feeling just now was a bit too real, completely unlike the feeling of playing a game. That is. At that moment, Gao Jian, with a haggard face, said, I will never forget the humiliation I suffered today. Passers-by saw his appearance and began discussing. Hey, seems like you got completely drained, huh? Spitsk, if your body isn't fine, you shouldn't come to places like this. How embarrassing. Gao Jian turned around, saw Qin Yuan, and pointed angrily, saying, Hey, it's you. It must be you, you bastard, pulling tricks. Damn it. I will definitely get my revenge for this. Qin Yuan thought silently. Oh, without this bastard, Miss Fang wouldn't have been affected by the drug. But that hug with Miss Fang was a perfect opportunity to cultivate the unlimited charming technique. I can't let this opportunity slip away. System notification. Unlimited charming technique has leveled up to level 2. The system interface appeared with the following information. Unlimited charming technique level 2. Charm has reached full capacity. New skill. Charm mind control. Effect. Enemies hit will become flushed and unable to restrain themselves. Introduction. The charming demon lord and the skilled Japanese warrior Gato, after a duel, managed to master this skill with the intention of controlling the enemy without harming the body. Yet they can still learn new skills. However, this type of control is truly strange. We should try it out first to see what effect it has. Qin Yuan immediately picked up a nearby cat to experiment. Charm mind control. The nearby cat immediately ran over and rubbed against him. Seeing this, Qin Yuan shamelessly thought, if it works on a male cat, wouldn't it if I changed to a human? Ha 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 ha. A few days later, Qin Yuan was at a market. Today was payday, and he decided to buy Miss Fang a little gift. As Qin Yuan was walking, he noticed a beautiful young lady inquiring about the price of a hairpin. The young lady asked, Shopkeeper, how much is this jade hairpin? The shopkeeper replied, You have a good eye, miss. This is a premium jadeite. If you want it, I'll take a loss and give you a 20% discount. It's only 800 coins. This hairpin was indeed beautifully crafted, and buying it for 800 coins wasn't too expensive. However, the young lady thought for a moment and said, "But my father has instructed me not to be overly extravagant and wasteful in going out." Suddenly, at that moment, Qin Yuan approached and asked, "Excuse me, shopkeeper, may I ask how much this hairpin is?" The shop owner looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Does this young master also want to buy? Well, just like this young lady, I'll give a 20% discount, so it will be 800 coins. Qin Yuan was astonished and said, "A 20% discount, yet it's still 800 coins. What is this hairpin made of that? It's so expensive." The shop owner irritably replied, "Young master, just look at how rare this kind of top quality hairpin is. All my hairpins are made from the finest jadeite, and you're complaining about the price? I find it laughable." Hearing this, Qin Yuan achieved his goal. He asked, "Oh, is this jade hairpin of yours really genuine?" The shop owner angrily replied, "I run a jewelry shop. How could I sell fake items? Do you even want to buy it or not?" Qin Yuan responded, "Fine, if this hairpin of yours is genuine, of course, I want to buy it. But clearly, this hairpin is fake, made from low-quality jade. Young lady, you should be cautious and inspect the quality before purchasing from him." Young Xu Han, realizing she had been deceived, angrily said, "This cunning vendor dares to sell counterfeit goods. Don't you have any conscience?" Seeing himself exposed, the vendor turned to Qin Yuan and snarled, "You Gannett dare to break my hairpin? Guards, teach this little brat a lesson." Immediately, two burly men stepped out from the crowd and arrogantly said, "Is someone causing trouble? Are you deliberately looking for faults? You trash, do you want to die?" Young Xu Han frowned and said, "Deceiving customers is one thing, but you even want to resort to violence. You cannot be forgiven for this." Seeing that Young Xu Han was about to strike, Qin Yuan quickly intervened. "Wait, my lady, I can handle these weaklings." One of the burly men angrily shouted, "You little brat, think we are just ordinary thugs. We are professional rogues, graduates of Liu Yishan Academy." Then the three of them struck a superhero pose and yelled, "Rat, go die." Noticing that the opponents had some cultivation, Young Xu Han reminded, "Although they are a bit foolish, they clearly possess some skills. At the very least, they are not ordinary. Brother, don't be overly confident and underestimate them." Qin Yuan replied confidently, "If not being confident is called youth, then what is?" Upon hearing this, Young Xu Han was taken aback. "What is happening? Clearly, we're just chatting casually. But why is my heart racing when I see him?" Before Young Xu Han could finish her thoughts, the thugs charged at them. "Ah, still pretending to be ignorant? Taste my punch." As one of them dashed forward, he fell victim to charm mind control. From being a fierce man, he instantly became pliable, sitting on the ground and exclaiming, "So refreshing, so comfortable." The younger brothers were worried when they saw this. "And boss, what's wrong with you? What kind of sorcery did that brat use?" Qin Yuan smirked slyly at the other two. "Next, it's your turn." Once again, it was the charm mind control skill. The two followed in their big brother's footsteps, uttering cheesy lines. "Suddenly want to be loved so much, please show some love for your little brother." "Big brother, maybe it's better if I go instead." "Mommy, what are those three doing?" "Don't look, it might hurt your eyes." A merchant, seeing this, became furious. "What the hell are you three doing? Our honor has been tarnished because of you." Seeing the scene of the three, Young Xu Han curiously asked, "Hero, this technique of yours is quite strange. I wonder which sect it belongs to." Qin Yuan awkwardly replied, "Ha ha, I'm not from any sect. I just learned this massage skill from my master in the village." Qin Yuan doesn't know how to address the young lady properly. Young Xu Han smiled and replied, "I am a disciple of the Misty Cloud sect, Young Xu Han." Qin Yuan exclaimed, "So it's the Misty Cloud sect. I've admired you for a long time, and now getting to see you is truly a blessing for me." Seeing this, Young Xu Han immediately said, "In a few days there will be the selection d'Ahoy for the 13th generation disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. Mr. Qin, if you are interested, why not come and give it a try?" Suddenly, Gao Jian stepped in from somewhere, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Junior sister Yun, I have been looking for you for a long time. It turns out you are here." Hearing this, Young Xu Han felt a bit angry and said, "See your brother Gao, where I am seems to have nothing to do with you, so please don't say that. Seeing Gao Jian arrive, Qin Yuan couldn't help but mock him. "Oh wow, isn't this Mr. Gao Jian? Why haven't I seen you at Bai Hall Brothel these days? Or is it that your body hasn't recovered yet?" Upon hearing this, Young Xu Han became even more angry and said, "Why, you actually went to that lowly place. Where have you put the reputation of the Misty Cloud sect?" Seeing his junior sister even more enraged, Gao Jian began to make excuses. "Don't listen to this bad person. He is just a servant. A person of such a lowly status cannot speak any good words." Qin Yuan responded with a smile. "Ah, that's right. I am indeed a servant of Bai Hall Brothel. It seems you care a lot about Bai Hall Brothel since you still remember me. Hearing Qin Yuan say this, Gao Jian's face changed color and he explained, Junior sister, let me explain. Young Su Han interrupted. There's no need to explain this to me. You should go back to the sect and explain it to the master yourself. After saying that, young Su Han immediately turned around and left. Gao Jian hurriedly called after her, Wait, junior sister. Before he could chase after his junior sister, Gao Jian did not forget to threaten Qin Yuan. You bastard, you've crossed me multiple times. Just wait, I will deal with you. Qin Yuan glanced at him mockingly. Ha ha, looking forward to your next visit. Miss Yu said she misses you and wants to enjoy a spring night with you. Bai Ho brothel at night. In Feng Ling King's room at this moment, it felt strange. For the past few days, why has the image of that brat been lingering in her mind? She gently touched the hairpin on the table, thinking back, Miss Ling King, this is a gift I want to give you. Do you like it? If you want to hear my honest opinion, this hairpin is of poor quality and crudely made. Compared to the jewelry I have, this one would be considered the worst. Hearing that, Qin Yuan smiled and replied, Well, there's nothing I can do then. My salary is just that much, so this hairpin can't beat your taste. But I really like it. When Feng Ling King said that, Qin Yuan became very happy. Really? It's great that you like it. Then you should go rest now. I'll get back to work. Oh, your handkerchief has fallen. Qin Yuan immediately bent down to pick it up. Suddenly, a delicate foot reached out, lifting his chin. Don't go to work anymore. You don't need to work all night. I, your lady here, will take care of you for an entire night. Are you going to support me? My price is quite high. Don't underestimate me. I am the beauty of Bai Ho Brothel. I earn quite a bit. Name your price. How much do you want to offer? Out of nowhere, Qin Yuan kissed her, making Ling King unable to react in time, shifting from a passive to an active role. He said, A kiss is enough. Let me serve you carefully. Dear sister, then let tonight make me forget everything. After a brief struggle, the system announced, the experience points of unlimited charming technique have been upgraded. The next morning, at Bai Hall Brothel, Qin Yuan woke up and said, Sorry, Miss Ling King, I overslept. Now I'll go prepare breakfast. Not seeing Ling King anywhere, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. What's this? He opened it and found that it was a letter from Ling King. When you see this letter, I will have already gone far away. Qin Yuan, the feelings and joy you have given me, I will engrave them in my heart. Although I may be foolish, I can also sense that your heart does not belong to this place, just as mine does not belong here. Therefore, I have decided to leave this place. I hope you will not worry about me, and that you can continue on your chosen path, doing the things you desire and fulfilling the dreams you have nurtured. To have met my true love in you, how could I not feel joy? If the fate between us does not get exhausted, I hope that we can be again in the future. Ting. Congratulations, you have successfully conquered and unlocked the character Feng Ling King. Accompanying skill, eyes as mesmerizing as silk. Use your enchanting gaze to allure a chosen target, which will increase that target's intimacy towards you, influenced by charm attribute. Qin Yuan did not expect that the first character card would unlock like this. Feng Ling King, then if we are destined, we shall meet again. Qin Yuan went to see Madame. What do you mean? This morning, Feng Ling King just redeemed herself, and now you want to leave as well. That's right, I have matters to attend to. No feast in this world lasts forever. The affection that the young ladies have for me, I will certainly remember it deeply. If you have significant tasks to accomplish, then of course I will not hold you back. But I cannot let you leave so easily, my beloved children. Hurry up. Upon finishing his words, a group of young ladies surrounded Qin Yuan. Oh no, don't go, Qin Yu, little brother. That's right, are we not attractive enough for you? We know everything that you want. Qin Yuan smiled and replied, Well then, if you don't let me leave easily, I won't hold back either. Prepare to witness my charm mind control technique. After that, the system notifications rang out continuously. Charm successful, gain 20 accumulation points. Charm successful, gain 30 accumulation points. Charm successful, gain 40 accumulation points. Qin Yuan said with a smile, Well then, ladies, let's meet again when the opportunity arises. And so, Qin Yuan left with the demeanor of a bad boy. Somewhere else in the city, Hey, junior sister Yun, I received a message from our master saying we need to return to the sect today to help prepare for the initiation ceremony of the new disciples. Junior sister Yun, you've been stubbornly refusing to go back to the sect. Is there something you're hiding? Upon hearing this, Yun Su-Han replied, This place is not far from the sect. If soaring on a sword returns, it won't take more than an hour, so why the rush? Oh, what a coincidence. Miss Yun is also here, just when I wanted to find you. You want to find me? What's the matter? If you can help me, just say it directly. Actually, I want to go to Misty Cloud Sect to pay respects and learn skills, but I'm terrible with directions and worry about wasting time trying to find it. So could I ask Miss Yun to take me there? Yun Xiuhan immediately replied, "This is not difficult at all. We are currently on our way back to the sect. I can take you with me using soaring on a sword." Gao Jian, seeing this, quickly intervened. "Wait a minute. Men and women should maintain a strict distance from each other. Junior sister, how can you go with him? Let me accompany him instead. It just so happens that I'm looking for an opportunity to take revenge on this little brat. Once we're on the road, I'll just toss him out." Qin Yuan couldn't agree to go with Gao Jian, especially with a chance to be with a beautiful girl. "Thank you for your kind offer, but the body odor coming from you is really overwhelming. If I accidentally breathe it in, I might faint from the stench and fall from the sky." Gao Jian immediately shouted, "You're the one who smells, you stinky brat. Do you believe I'll kill you?" Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Yun Xiuhan couldn't help but chuckle. Gao Jian then explained, "Junior sister Yun, don't listen to this nonsense. I do not have. What does whether you do or not have to do with me? You don't need to explain anything to me." "Oh, right, Mr. Qin. What's up, Miss Yun? The sky is high and the wind is strong, so remember to hold on tight to me. We'll be soaring on a sword." Qin Yuan casually replied, "I understand." In a certain high mountain range, two streaks of light glided across the sky. It turned out to be several people with Qin Yuan soaring on their swords. "How is it, Mr. Qin? Is it tense flying on a sword for the first time? You must hold on tight to me, so I may be a bit rude then." Qin Yuan sniffed lightly in praise. "It smells so good, Miss Yun. Two cultivators like you usually have such a pleasant fragrance. Stop talking nonsense. I don't smell good at all. Really, if I trick you, I'll fall." Gao Jian, who was following behind, felt jealousy rising and thought, "This brat dares to get familiar with my junior sister Yun. This damned bastard. How dare you provoke me? I swear I won't be a human if I don't kill you. Originally, I was waiting for another opportunity, but now that you wish to die like this, I shall fulfill your wish right now." Gao Jian then used the crane needle to send Qin Yuan on his way. "The crane needle is poison. Just getting hit by one needle can take your life. Go die, brat. Shoot." A sound echoed as the needle was shot out towards Qin Yuan. This sound made Yun Xiuhan only have time to cry out, "Be careful." She looked in astonishment at Gao Jian and said, "Gao Jian, why is this happening?" Seeing her like this, Gao Jian panicked and explained, "Junior sister Yun, it's not like that. I just wanted to deal with that brat." After that, the poison needle began to take effect. Both Qin Yuan and Yun Xiuhan fell down. Fortunately, they fell into the lake below. Gao Jian worriedly shouted, "Junior sister Yun, damn it. Why did it turn out like this? How am I supposed to report this to the sect? Both of them have been hit by my crane needle, but the water of Shegu Lake is extremely cold. I can't. Wait, even if I dive down to save junior sister Yun, she would report this to the sect and the sect might not spare me. It's better to just let things be. It will become an unproven death after all. Right? I have no other choice. What happened can only be endured. If junior sister Yun wants to blame someone, then she should blame herself. She shouldn't have saved that brat." Under the water, Yun Xiuhan, having been poisoned, felt herself drifting into unconsciousness and thought, "It's so cold, I can hardly breathe. I'm losing my clarity." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her. "Who is it?" It turned out to be Qin Yuan, trying to pull Yun Xiuhan up from the surface of the water. "Qin Yuan, I'm in trouble." Then came the scene of Qin Yuan providing her with breath. Suddenly, a sword came from somewhere and approached. It was Yun Xiuhan's sword. Could it possibly have a will of its own? Coming here to save its master? If that's the case, I can only rely on you now. Take us away from here. Moments later, on the still surface of the lake, something leaped out, shattering the tranquility. It was Qin Yuan holding the flying sword, soaring straight out of the water, continuously shouting in excitement. "Ha ha, I'm flying, ha ha." Reaching the nearby forest, Qin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like I've temporarily escaped danger." Just then, something approached. Finding himself surrounded by a pack of wolves, Qin Yuan couldn't help but self-deprecate. "Hey now, I just escaped danger. Can't you let me rest a bit?" System notification. Bloodlust Wolf 2 stars has appeared. He sighed. "Well, looks like I have to fight. It wasn't easy to escape death. I can't let myself be killed here again." The Bloodlust Wolf let out a loud howl and charged forward. System notification. Item purchased. Yun Lai Swordsmanship. Effect. Each time you successfully hit a target, it will enhance the user's agility attribute. This secret technique costs 500 accumulation points. With a smoosh, blood splattered, and Qin Yuan executed a strike. White Cloud Strike. The Bloodlust Wolf fell to the ground. You have killed the target, received 50 accumulation points. Killing monsters also gives accumulation points. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Leveling up by slaying monsters already seems a bit off, right everyone? Then, a series of techniques resonated. The wind is blowing, changes in the wind and clouds, limitless technique. You have killed the target, receive 50 accumulation points. You have killed the target, receive 50 accumulation points. You have killed the target, receive 50 accumulation points. After a flurry of slashing, Qin Yuan was exhausted, breathing heavily. Why are there more and more wolves appearing as I kill him? Damn it, my current combat capability is too low. If I keep depleting my energy like this, it won't end well. Growl, growl several times. A massive beast appeared behind Qin Yuan. The owner of that roar was a giant bear. The system immediately displayed the information, Giant Demon Bear, level 4 SAO. Seeing the information about the giant demon bear, Qin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Are you kidding me? Where did this level 4 monster come from? If we fight, I'll definitely die again. I can only catch it in a bag. Qin Yuan then raised his finger to cast the newly learned skill. I say this, giant demon bear, befriend me. Suddenly, the giant bear let out a loud roar and charged at Qin Yuan, making him panic. I'm doomed, the charm doesn't work. Could it be because this monster's level is too high? The reality was different from what Qin Yuan thought. The giant bear acted like a playful puppy, licking him. When it saw the wolves still targeting Qin Yuan, the giant bear got angry and began to attack the pack of wolves. With just a few swipes, it sent the wolves howling and flying away. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the wolves quickly retreated. Seeing this, the giant bear roared in celebration of its victory. At this point, night had fallen, and in a certain cave, Qin Yuan and the giant bear were sitting by a campfire, grilling fish. Hey, giant demon bear, you not only helped us out, but also provided us with food and a place to stay. I really appreciate it. Ah ha ha. All right. You beat first? I still have some things to take care of. We can play later. Qin Yuan then walked over to Yun Shu Han. Miss Yun, I've thought about it for a while. Although I can't be sure if it will work, right now the only way is to suck the toxins out of your body. I can only trouble you this time. As he took off his shirt, a deep purple bruise from the poison needle appeared on Yun Shu Han's arm. Qin Yuan said while he began to suck out the poison, I'll begin sucking now, okay? As the poison was being drawn out, Yun Shu Han instinctively let out a soft, charming cry. Just by having it in my mouth, I can already feel the toxin penetrating into my bloodstream and spreading. This stuff is indeed extremely toxic, but it's not enough to just suck it out. We need to work hard to clean the wound as well. Qin Yuan continued to suck the poison out, and Yun Shu Han let out more sounds of discomfort. The next morning, the first rays of sunshine streamed into the cave. This was also when Yun Shu Han opened her eyes and woke up. She hesitantly wondered, what happened? That's blood, and my clothes are. She looked at the blood on the ground and thought, could it be? She immediately blushed at the thought of that scene. Miss Yun, let me enjoy a bit. Just then, Qin Yuan returned and saw Yun Shu Han waking up. Miss Yun, it's great that you're finally awake. But greeting him was a sword. Qin Yuan yelled out, Ah, you. What do you want? Bastard. You dare to take advantage of me while I was unconscious? Now I'll kill you, and then I'll take my own life. Qin Yuan, both terrified and explaining. You misunderstand me, Miss Yun. Wait a moment. The sword was just an inch away from Qin Yuan's neck when it suddenly stopped. Shu Han, a bit puzzled, asked, Milok to you, are you going against me? Don't you want me to kill him? Did he do anything bad to me? Suddenly, Qin Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yun Shu Han worriedly asked, You, what's wrong with you? Qin Yuan weakly replied, My cultivation is low. Because Miss Yun sucked the poison out, I accidentally got poisoned and I might not live much longer. However, I harmed Miss Yun's purity, which makes my death somewhat meaningful. Yun Shu Han was stunned. You sucked out the toxin to save me? Qin Yuan's mind was racing. Ha ha! Just right after returning, I hadn't finished eating the wild fruits I found on the way. Oh, that's right. I remember that Gavanjian ambushed you before, and you were also hit by a needle. How come nothing happened to you? Qin Yuan continued speaking. In the past, I had a friend who gifted me a maple leaf jade pendant when we parted ways. I kept it with me, and it saved my life. Young Shu Han was astonished. So that's how it is. I should be grateful for your saving grace. However, my body is currently weak as well. You seem to be only slightly poisoned, but I am unable to use my internal energy to help you detoxify. I can only pass on to you the Zhen Ji, Radiant Snow technique for our Misty Cloud sect. After that, you must exert your own effort to expel the poison from your body. Are you willing to learn? Qin Yuan promptly declined. I am not a member of Misty Cloud sect. Practicing the Genji technique may not be suitable for me. Young Shu-Han insisted, "You saved my life, so what does that count for? Moreover, you have the intention of becoming a disciple of Misty Cloud sect. We have relied on you twice to assist me, and the sect will certainly agree to this. Thus, it is only a matter of time before you learn. You must learn." Qin Yuan thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, if that's the case, thank you, Miss Yun. Wait, why call you Miss Yun? We should change how we address each other." Yun Shu-Han happily said, "Ah, thank you, Yun Senior Sister, that works. Now I will teach you the first level of the technique." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a hidden joy in his heart. Originally, I just wanted to deceive her to clear up the misunderstanding, but I didn't expect to also learn the Radiant Snow technique. This is an extremely advanced technique. Ah, what a great deal. At Misty Cloud Sect at this moment, the sect leader, Wen Zhongyan, was extremely angry. "What did you say? Hanner has fallen into Shegu Lake. It's all a fault of the disciples for being negligent. Although the disciples were secretly observing that little brat has no small ambitions. He used the excuse of wanting to be a disciple to enchant my junior sister, so my junior sister intended to personally soar on a sword to bring him back. On the way back, he secretly planned to ambush my junior sister, but was discovered by the disciples. Seeing there was no way out, he risked everything, dragging my junior sister down into Shegu Lake. I am untalented, please punish me, master." Hearing this, the sect leader immediately commanded, "Disciples, listen to my order. Immediately go look near Shegu Lake. Live to see the person, die to see the corpse." The disciples shouted loudly, "Obey the command." Gao Jian also immediately requested to follow. "Master, please allow me to go find my junior sister to redeem my guilt." Wen Zhongyan immediately responded, "That's fine. Gao Jian, this is not your fault, so there's no need to blame yourself too much. I believe that Hanner, being a good person, will certainly be protected by divine providence, and nothing will happen to her. You must also do your best to help search for Hanner. Disciple, I command you to obey." "Oh, Gao Jian, are you heading out again? Just in time. Your master had just refined a new medicinal pill that can enhance your strength for a period of time. Take it with you for your own protection." Gao Sheng, the head of the alchemy department of Misty Cloud Sect, and also the father of Gao Jian, said, "Thank you, father. I will definitely find junior sister Yun. We cannot delay any longer. Jiner takes my leave now." Seeing Gao Jian leave, Gao Sheng then spoke to comfort the sect master. "Sect master, you don't need to worry like this. Our Misty Cloud sect still needs you to take charge and manage things." The sect master sighed in response. "How can I not worry? After all, Hanner is my own daughter. I certainly can't remain calm like you can." Gao Sheng then advised, "Why do you speak like that? Senior brother, Hanner and Jiner have been a couple since they were young, and they will surely become husband and wife in the future. If something happens to my future daughter-in-law, how can I not be worried?" Seeing this, the sect master turned away and said, "You've mentioned that this matter should wait until Jiner is capable of taking on the responsibilities and can assume the position of sect leader of Misty Cloud Sect. Furthermore, I want to remind you of one thing. Don't focus solely on alchemy. Cultivating the Tao, nurturing the heart, and refining one's character are the true paths." Gao Sheng replied, "You speak rightly, brother." Though Gao Sheng said this, his heart felt otherwise. The Misty Cloud Sect will sooner or later fall into the hands of the Gao family. What is the true path worth? Just wait and see. At the same time, Qin Yuan was pondering while fishing. Fishing is indeed too difficult, but if I return empty-handed, Miss Yun and the big bear will have to go hungry. If I don't catch anything, they will mock me mercilessly. Humph, what good is high charm value anyway? Being handsome won't fill the stomach. Suddenly, the fishing float began to stir. A group of fish in the pond leaped towards Qin Yuan. Seeing these fish, Qin Yuan couldn't help but think, "These fish, could it be they are attracted by my charm?" It turns out that having a handsome face can actually earn a living. At that moment, a few cultivators flew by overhead. Could it be that the cultivators from Misty Cloud Sect are here to look for young Shu-Han? In any case, I should hurry back and let Miss Yun know. In the temporary cave, young Shu-Han was cultivating to recover from her injuries. The poison had been completely eliminated, but she still needed to restore her strength. It was estimated that it would take another 2 to 3 days. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance, causing young Shu-Han to cheer up and exclaim, "Qin Yuan, you're back." But the person young Shu-Han did not want to see appeared instead. What's this? Calling his name so affectionately. It seems their relationship has indeed progressed very quickly. Seeing that it was Gao Jian who had arrived, young Shu-Han was immediately enraged and shouted, "Gao Jian, you used a hidden weapon to harm me. I will report this to the sect master. You can wait to be punished. Don't you know how the two of us managed to survive after being hit by the hidden weapon?" Gao Jian replied, "But I never intended to harm you. However, since things have come to this, you shouldn't live any longer." Seeing Gao Jian's murderous intent, young Xu Han quickly tried to dissuade him. "What do you mean by that?" "Gao Jian, this situation is not irredeemable. I advise you not to act impulsively." Gao Jian seemed to have gone mad and shouted, "I have loved you for all these years, yet you have always acted so coldly, not even giving me a glance. Now you're being so intimate with a weakling you've only known for a few days. Why should I hold on to a woman like you? If I can't have you, then I will destroy you. With the elixir my father gave me, will surely be no match for me. I will cut off your hands and feet, forcing you to kneel and lick my feet." Seeing Gao Jian's momentum, young Xu Han was also astonished. His inner energy suddenly became so strong. Is it due to that pill? Gao Jian suddenly shouted, his inner energy condensing around him. Young Xu Han, filled with worry, thought, "With such strong inner energy and my current body, I fear." Gao Jian grimly said, "Farewell to you." Before his move could be executed, Gao Jian was hit right in the face by a fish. "Who is it?" Qin Yuan responded, "Looks like we meet again. It seems I had to return too late." Young Xu Han cautiously said, "Qin Yuan, be careful. Gao Jian is here to take our lives." Qin Yuan replied, "If that's the case, then it saves me the trouble of searching. Let me take care of you two here." At that moment, the system notification appeared, "Side quest, defeat Gao Jian. Reward, 500 accumulation points." Qin Yuan was overjoyed. "So this is a side quest? Perfect timing, Miss Yun. Lend me your sword." Young Xu Han said with concern, "Qin Yuan, be careful." As soon as the sword was in hand, Qin Yuan immediately slashed towards Gao Jian. After a few exchanges, although Qin Yuan had managed to injure Gao Jian, he was still looked down upon. Well, no matter how skilled you are or how formidable your swordsmanship is, you are just a mere mortal without any cultivation. Gao Jian immediately unleashed his sword ki, aiming to strike Qin Yuan, leaving him no time to react, forcing him to defend. The impact knocked Qin Yuan back several meters. Struggling against the pain, Qin Yuan attempted to rise. Before he could fully stand, Gao Jian seized him. "Get up for me, you worthless piece of trash. I will torment you until you are on the brink of death, then stand before you and take your junior sister, sending both of you to hell, with no hope of redemption." Seeing this, Qin Yuan gleefully retorted, "You've fallen into my trap, you fool." The charm mind control spell struck Gao Jian, causing him to become dazed, appearing as if he were under the influence of drugs. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan summoned his flying sword. "Come to me!" With the sword in hand, he swung it dramatically, executing the Yun Lai Heavenly Sword Art instant kill move. Gao Jian's arm severed from his body. My arm." Realizing the situation was dire, he turned to flee, but not before yelling back, "You just wait. I will find my father." In a rush, Gao Jian was suddenly blocked. He exclaimed in panic, "Ah, you, what are you again?" The giant demon bear approached him with the Shadow Lord's fist. Gao Jian screamed in terror, "No, please, eh." The tragic cries of Gao Jian echoed through the forest. Mission accomplished. Defeat Gao Jian, receive 500 accumulated points. At Misty Cloud Sect, Young Xu Han and the others were reporting. The events unfolded roughly like this. In short, Gao Jian not only used hidden weapons to harm me, but also wanted to kill me to silence me. Fortunately, this young hero saved my life, so nothing serious happened. Upon hearing this, Gao Sheng could only sigh. "Oh dear Jiner, why did you?" The sect master made a decision. Conspiring against a fellow disciple, according to the sect's rules, must be punished with death, considering our relationship as brothers and disciples. Gao Jian has been severely injured. I will spare his life, but you must keep a close watch on him. If such an incident occurs again, it will be unforgivable. Do you have any objections? Gao Sheng replied, "Thank you, sect master. The mercy shown by my elder brother is due to my lax management. He did not voice any complaints. I will take this rebellious child home." As Gao Sheng left, the sect master expressed his gratitude to Qin Yuan. "Mr. Qin, the young hero saved my daughter. I will surely repay you. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I will never refuse." Qin Yuan humbly said, "I have no intention of claiming credit for rewards. I have long admired the Misty Cloud sect. This time I came here to join the sect as a disciple. If I can be accepted as a disciple by Misty Cloud sect, it would be the greatest wish of my life." The sect master responded, "You are a noble young man who saved my daughter. If you wish to join our sect, I would certainly welcome you. However, this year there are 2 main people participating in our sect. In order to assess the abilities of the newcomers, we elders discussed together a few days ago and decided that this year joining our sect will require an entrance examination." Seeing the sect master politely decline Qin Yuan's request, young Xu Han immediately interceded. Father, Mr. Qin saved my life. Why can't you make an exception for him? Young Su-Han didn't need to. I understood that Sect Master is a principled person, fair in public and private matters. How could he break the rules for me? But I will participate in the selection competition, and then I will join the Misty Cloud sect openly and honorably. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, the Sect Master looked satisfied and said, The young hero has great national spirit. He's truly a man worthy of the admiration of my daughter. Su-Han, upon hearing this, naively thought that her father had no other intentions, but somehow it felt quite strange. Well then, Mr. Qin, follow me. I will take you around Misty Cloud sect. Qin Yuan readily agreed. When they reached a certain peak of Misty Cloud sect, Qin Yuan inadvertently exclaimed, The scenery here is truly spectacular. It's so beautiful. Seeing that Qin Yuan was so inexperienced, she happily introduced, This place is the concentrating heart top of Misty Cloud. It's not a place that just anyone can access. That's right, don't waste any more time. Quickly take off your clothes. Upon hearing that, Qin Yuan perked up. Huh? Take off my clothes? Why so suddenly? Isn't this a bit too fast? Noticing Qin Yuan's inappropriate thoughts, Young Su-Han immediately blushed and cried out, What are you thinking? I brought you here to help you cultivate the Radiant Snow technique. Qin Yuan was taken aback and said, Oh, it's for cultivation? The Radiant Snow technique has a total of 6 levels to cultivate. Each time one cultivates a level, a kind of solar power subtly permeates the body. During cultivation, the body becomes extremely hot and uncomfortable. Now that I have reached the 2nd level, I definitely need to go to an extremely cold place to bear my body to continue my cultivation, and I will be here to assist you in your training. Once you reach the 3rd level, participating in the selection tournament will no longer be difficult. As Qin Yuan practiced for a while, the system notified him. The level of Radiant Snow technique has increased to level 3. Radiant Snow technique level 3, accompanying attribute with attack power 60, currently at 70. It seemed that Qin Yuan had broken through to the 3rd stage. However, an incident suddenly occurred. Qin Yuan cried out in pain, his veins bulging all over his body. Young Su-Han was also startled. Why is the temperature of his body still rising? Blood vessels are appearing. This clearly indicates he is about to break through the 3rd stage. How could this happen? Qin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, screaming, Too hot! Young Su-Han pondered how to resolve the situation. The cold energy from concentrating heart top is unable to suppress the yang energy in Qin Yuan, huh? Right. I remember there's a rumor that if someone experiences a flare-up while cultivating and cannot suppress it, they can simply release the yang energy to be safe. Young Su-Han's eyes unconsciously lowered as she thought of a way to relieve Qin Yuan's yang energy. She then shyly shook her head. No. There must be a distance between men and women. Moreover, clearly, this sort of thing is filthy. Qin Yuan moaned at this moment. Ah, too hot. Seeing Qin Yuan's current situation, Young Su-Han began to struggle with her thoughts. If this goes on, he won't be able to endure it, but how can I touch that thing? It's disgusting. To save his life, I have no other choice. Young Su-Han slowly lifted her foot and moved it towards Qin Yuan. The scene was something that brothers would understand. As soon as Young Su-Han's foot made contact, Qin Yuan let out a satisfied moan. Seeing Qin Yuan showing signs of decline, she continued to massage that area for him, feeling embarrassed while listening to his groans. After about an hour, Qin Yuan slowly regained consciousness. You're awake. Qin Yuan hazily asked Young Su-Han. What happened? What was going on just now? Upon hearing Qin Yuan's question, she shyly replied to brush it off. No, nothing happened. Don't you remember? You almost fell into a state of madness, and I used my internal energy to help you suppress it, and then you fainted. Qin Yuan expressed his gratitude. Oh, is that so? Thank you, Yunsi, your sister, for your help. But why have you been acting so strangely since earlier? Your face is all flushed. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just a bit tired. Qin Yuan immediately looked into the system and thought to himself. However, he truly did not expect that during a single training session, he could increase his level by as much as 4 tiers. The air energy in his body seemed to be much more abundant than before. Radiant Snow technique leveled up to level 4 with the following attributes. Strength plus 80, currently at 90. Accompanying skill, Yang Energy Paralysis. Yang Energy Paralysis effect increases the speed of inner energy circulation within the body for a short time, enhancing strength. Introduction. After usage, it is necessary to release inner energy outward. Otherwise, it has the potential to cause physical damage. At this moment, a mutation occurred. There's killing intent. Who is it? The attacker, seeing this, rushed forward, shouting loudly, Die. He unleashed a palm strike towards Qin Yuan. The two palms collided, and the sound of the palm force resounded everywhere. Through one exchange of strikes, the attacker was sent flying back. Seeing this, Qin Yuan looked down upon him and said, "Ha ha, no wonder you resorted to ambushing us. It turns out your strength is only this much." But at this moment, Qin Yuan's arm was frozen, and the ice rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Seeing this, Yan Shuhan, filled with worry, shouted loudly, "Qin Yuan." In her mind, a thought suddenly appeared. That is freezing palm strike. The attacker continued to rush toward her. It's over. I had just recovered a little, and now I have helped Qin Yuan channel energy. The situation now is basically, Su-Han took a palm strike from the attacker. Looking at your technique, you are definitely a disciple of our sect, so why are you attacking me and Qin Yuan? Crack, crack. Several sounds of ice on Qin Yuan began to fracture. Don't underestimate me. Qin Yuan shouted, Yang energy paralysis. I can't be bothered to care about the motives behind these supporting actions for the plot. Everywhere are NPCs. Just obediently be a stepping stone for me, and that's enough. Qin Yuan leaped up and launched a palm strike that tore the attacker's clothes, revealing a beautifully shaped, plump soul. Upon seeing this, Qin Yuan was astonished. It's a woman. Hey, stop right there. Seeing the figure run away, Yan Shuhan immediately said, Qin Yuan, don't let her escape. Hearing that, Qin Yuan quickly explained, you were also hit by a strike from that villain. Get up, let me treat your injuries first. Freezing palm strike has many methods of inflicting damage. The strike except introduced cold energy into my body, which will gradually spread throughout. Where were you hit? Now I will use inner energy to dissolve it for you. Shuhan hesitated a bit, pointing at that part of herself and saying, it's here. Qin Yuan, seeing this, became flustered. All right, here, huh? Yun's senior sister, I might have offended you. This was not the moment to feel shy about male-female interactions. I say that, but I think in his heart, he must be quite pleased with this, he continued. Shuhan shyly responded, I understand. Then I'll have to trouble you. After saying this, Qin Yuan placed his hands in front of her chest, causing her to jump and exclaim, why suddenly? Yun senior sister, get ready. I'm about to transfer inner energy here. Young Shuhan bashfully let out a small sound. Aha! The system notification appeared once more. Experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. Experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. Experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. In the midst of this awkward situation, young Shuhan unexpectedly asked a sensitive question. However, why do your hands keep moving around like that? Qin Yuan, without hesitation, replied, is that even a question? Who wouldn't take the chance when it comes? If you don't seize the opportunity, then what's the point? Young Shuhan skeptically said, really, while receiving inner energy, she couldn't help but think. Although it feels a bit awkward, it's truly warm. So comfortable. It's like a warm current dissolving the coldness on my body. An hour later, Qin Yuan said, Young senior sister, the coldness on you should be completely resolved by now. Shuhan, hearing this, complained, you clearly could have resolved all the coldness in half an hour, but why did you keep massaging for another half hour? Qin Yuan replied, because I was being cautious, wanting to ensure that all the coldness on you was eliminated. He wanted to say that, but in his head he thought differently. Oh no, I got too carried away and didn't realize I touched for a bit longer. I hope she isn't angry. Shuhan snorted. Humph, do you think I'm really an idiot? Well, considering you saved me this time, I won't hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity. Then if that's the case, how about we practice again tomorrow to prevent the coldness from recurring? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan encountered the fierce gaze of Yan Shuhan. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Immediately after, she changed the subject. By the way, who was that person in black earlier? Judging by her moves, she must be my sex disciple. I wonder how we can capture her now. Yan Shuhan reassured. It's all right, my last strike must have left a wound on her chest. If she stays in our sect for the next few days, she should be careful. I'm sure we'll find some clues. Meanwhile, in some forest, the female assassin knelt on the ground and cursed. Damn it, just a little bit more, that man had the audacity to ruin my good work. A voice suddenly echoed. How tragic. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The female assassin was startled and shouted, Who is it? The voice replied, It's me, Gao Sheng. What do you want? Gao Sheng, with a crafty expression, said, Don't worry, we now share a common enemy. As long as you help me, not only will I help you keep your secret, but I can also help you erase that wound. This healing potion was personally crafted by me, and it can fade your scar, preventing any potential exposure. Seeing Gao Sheng's sincerity, the assassin agreed. So that's how it is. All right, I'll cooperate with you this once. A few days later, in front of the square of Misty Cloud sect, many people had gathered. Qin Yuan sighed. It's so lively. Misty Cloud sect really is a prominent sect. It turns out so many people are here to be inducted. Young Su-Han replied arrogantly, Of course, you have to perform well in there. If you can't get through, then I won't be able to save you. Then, a beautiful woman appeared. Elder sister, junior sister Yun, this must be Mr. Qin, whom you've been mentioning these past few days, right? My name is Mo Ning Shuang, a disciple of Misty Cloud sect with a rank of 4 stars. Upon hearing this, Young Su-Han became embarrassed and shyly said, Mo senior sister, don't speak nonsense. I haven't been mentioning him at all. Mo Ning Shuang then started to introduce herself. Hello, Qin Yuan. I am Mo Ning Shuang. A few days ago, I bothered you to take care of junior sister Yun. I had no idea that Young Su-Han had such a beautiful senior sister. Qin Yuan was about to sweet talk and flirt when he suddenly received a playful poke. Ouch, that hurts. A voice rang out. I warn you, don't lay your hands on my senior sister. Charm successful. Gain 40 accumulation points. Charm successful. Gain 40 accumulation points. Charm successful. Gain 40 accumulation points. The female candidates participating in the selection were all enchanted by Qin Yuan's charm. This young hero is really handsome. Could it be that he is also here to participate in the disciple selection? For his sake, I must work hard to get in. As for the group of men, they expressed jealousy, which was infuriating. That treacherous scoundrel is too arrogant. He actually managed to garner the affection of 2 beautiful women from Misty Cloud sect. Once the competition begins, I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. At this moment, the sect master of Misty Cloud sect stepped forward to announce, Everyone can come here to participate in the selection competition for disciples of Misty Cloud sect. I am very pleased. The first round of the test is extremely simple. This kind of mystical herb is called Yun Yin grass, which can only grow on the peak of Yun Yin mountain. The test duration is 3 hours. Those who can collect 10 pieces of this grass will move on to the next round. Upon hearing this, several contestants below confidently exclaimed, This level of the test seems to suggest that Misty Cloud sect is not all that impressive. I am certain of passing this round. Just finding a few pieces of grass, huh? This shouldn't be too difficult. The sect master continued. Additionally, I must make one thing clear. This is the first selection event that our sect has organized. The difficulty level of the tests may not be 100% professional. There may also be dangers involved. If anyone feels that their own strength is insufficient, they may leave to avoid encountering unforeseen dangers during the event. The time limit is 3 hours, and now I declare the test to begin. The opening voice of the sect master rang out, and the crowd rushed away in a flurry, leaving only Qin Yuan standing alone. Young Su-Han noticed this and curiously approached to ask, Hey, why haven't you left yet? The Yun Yin grass is very hard to collect 10 stalks of. Qin Yuan cryptically replied, There's no rush, let the bullet fly for a while first. Young Su-Han, even more puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? What is that? In the forest of Misty Cloud sect at that moment, the 2 young ladies participating in the exam were complaining, Don't mention it, this Yun Yin grass is really harder to find than we thought. Exactly, it took us half a day to find 3 or 4 stalks. Luckily, there's still plenty of time. We should have enough to make it to the next round. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the 2. Wait a minute, that's so beautiful, right? I don't know why, just looking at it makes me feel so uplifted. Could it be the fairy of the hot spring? It turned out to be Qin Yuan. He was currently using the skill Evil Charming Smile. Qin Yuan looked at the 2 ladies and said, Dear fairy sisters, encountering each other is fated. The hot spring is so warm and refreshing right now. Why not bathe together? Young Su-Han shyly replied, Why do I sense a bad boy vibe from you? Both young ladies seemed a bit shy and hesitated to say, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to act like this when we just met? That's right, we can't be so casual, they added. Just then, the short-haired girl made a different move. Then why have you stripped completely? The younger girl earnestly said, I can only reluctantly accept it. The other girl wouldn't back down either. How can you enjoy this alone? I have to join too. System notification. Charm successful. Gained 50 accumulation points. Charm successful. Gained 50 accumulation points. If we could all become disciples under young Master Qin, that we could be together every day. Indeed, joining the Misty Cloud sect would be wonderful. Hearing this, Qin Yuan pretended to be troubled and said, Unfortunately, my strength is not enough. It's hard for me to gather 10 fairy herbs to become disciples with the 2 of you. Don't worry, young Master Qin, we will help you. Just wait here and we will gather the 10 fairy herbs for you. Qin Yuan, with a troubled expression, said, I'm afraid it's not very good. It's okay. To be able to become companions with young Master Qin, this small matter is nothing. That's right, we are more than willing to help young Master Qin, so just wait for us here. Watching the two walk away, Qin Yuan sighed. No wonder so many people like to be Gyolos. Looking off others is quite enjoyable. Maybe I also want to pretend like this forever. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the lake. The two annoying women have finally left. A beautiful figure appeared. She continued, I have never encountered a handsome young master like you. I wonder if I could have the honor to spend a delightful night with you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan replied, to have the pleasure of spending time with a beauty is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. However, I'm afraid, Miss Flower Monster, that you might want to drain all my vitality. Seeing her intent revealed, a flower monster unveiled her true form and sighed softly. Why can't you just obediently listen? I don't like to resort to force. She then took action, launching grasping roots. Countless vines surged up around Qin Yuan, wrapping tightly around him. She approached, licking her fingers, and said, Young master, you really become more handsome the more I look at you. Don't worry, I'll only absorb your nutrients, and I won't harm your life. Seeing her so confident, Qin Yuan stopped pretending and said, Who consumes food is yet to be known. How? What is it? Qin Yuan then used his newly learned skill, Yang Energy Paralysis. The Yang energy radiating from Qin Yuan made the flower monster cry out. It's hot, it's really hot. Realizing she was no match for him, she pleaded, Qin Yuan, I was wrong. Considering I have never harmed anyone's life, I beg you to spare me. Qin Yuan coldly replied, This position is inviting me to take advantage of the situation. With a tone full of righteousness, Qin Yuan said, The death penalty can be weighed, but the life penalty is hard to forgive. I will seek justice for those men whose life energy you have drained. The flower monster's face turned slightly red, her gaze dreamy as she replied, Well, that's quite something. After a while of training with the flower monster, the system displayed, Notification, experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. Once finished, Qin Yuan put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Thank you for the nourishment, flower monster miss. Your potential is not bad. You should focus on your training and don't take any more detours. The flower monster looked at Qin Yuan with deep longing and said, Thank you for your guidance, Qin Yuan. From now on, Yao Yao will absolutely focus and devote herself to training. I hope that by then, Qin Yuan can. In a certain part of the forest, the sound of a cry for help echoed. Help. Save me. The one calling for help was one of the two women who had been enchanted by Qin Yuan. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, Why is there a tree monster protecting the Yunyin grass? Is this what they call danger? The two seemed powerless as they spoke to one another. The tree monster in front of them looked incredibly sinister. When it saw its branches stabbing towards them, the girl screamed in panic, Don't! Please don't! At that moment, Qin Yuan appeared and immediately unleashed his move, Supreme Heavenly Dragon. When the tree monster was struck by Qin Yuan's attack and had its branch severed, it let out a painful cry. Qin Yuan then put on an incredibly cool expression and said, I'm sorry, but I cannot let you harm the beautiful senior martial sisters and junior martial sisters of my future. The girl saw this and became enchanted. He is so handsome. Young Master Qin has come to save me. Young Master Qin, be careful. Don't get hurt. At that moment, the system announced, Charm successful. You have received 70 accumulation points. Hearing the announcement, Qin Yuan's confidence soared. Don't worry, I will definitely save everyone. The tree monster, unable to endure the sight of Qin Yuan's display, attacked again. However, every branch that was hurled was chopped down. Yet during the battle, one branch managed to lightly injure Qin Yuan. He seriously told himself, Well, even a broken branch must be handled carefully or else it could cut me. It seems I need to be even more cautious in dealing with this. Seeing Qin Yuan injured, the women became furious. Dare to hurt the handsome face of young Master Qin. Damn you, tree monster, we will never forgive you. A crime that cannot be forgiven, sisters charge in. This scene left the tree monster stunned. The women unleashed a series of attacks, leaving Qin Yuan astonished. During this time, he was inadvertently drawn to an object. Oh, isn't that Yunyin grass? It seems this type of grass appears near this tree monster. Since I can't intervene in this battle anymore, I might as well focus on my own work. A few minutes later, the tree monster was cut down to the roots. The young ladies proudly announced, We did it! How dare it injure Qin Yuan like this, so wicked? It truly is a villain that deserves punishment. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, How strange, where is young Master Qin? He was clearly right here a moment ago. At that moment, Qin Yuan was walking and thinking, I don't understand why I've come this far. It took forever to find 6 of these. It really isn't easy to find. Suddenly, an ambusher appeared from behind, attacking Qin Yuan. However, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and easily dodged. Hey, big brothers, why are you lying in wait for me instead of gathering Yunyin grass? That's not very good. The bald man with a vicious appearance said, You understand. We came here for this type of grass. It's too hard to find. Each person only has one stalk. So instead of searching, we thought it would be quicker to just steal it. I advise you to hand over the Yun Yin grass. It would save everyone the trouble of taking action. Qin Yuan was slightly surprised. Hey, are you all only each carrying one stalk? Seeing this, the group looked at Qin Yuan in confusion. After being beaten by Qin Yuan for a bit, they became much more honest. That's right, you shouldn't have said earlier that you were only missing 4 stalks. Here, take these and let's get this over with. It also saves us bothering you. It's a coincidence that we can help you gather the full 10 stalks as well. Qin Yuan sneered disdainfully. Thank you all for your assistance. 3 seconds later, at the Grand Martial Arts Arena, there were only a few scattered spectators. The sect master of Misty Cloud Sect announced, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. The one at the top of the ranking will become an official disciple." Qin Yuan modestly replied, "I am untalented and fortunate to have achieved the top rank. I hope that the senior martial sisters and junior martial sisters will not be discouraged and will continue to strive for excellence." Young Shu-Han was about to step forward to congratulate him. "Qin Yuan, congratulations. The system notification rang seduction successful, gaining 60 accumulation points, but the other women were quicker. Junior martial brother Qin, congratulations. I knew you would definitely pass. You truly deserve the title of brother. The male dormitory is too cramped. How about you come over to our female dormitory, and we can discuss dual cultivation together?" Seeing this scene, young Shu-Han felt a bit lost. So, he is so well-liked by everyone? She wandered alone, lost in thought, approaching the concentrating hearttop. How strange Qin Yuan could enter the sect. I should be happy about it, right? Well, why do I feel a little emptiness inside? Suddenly, a voice cut through her reverie. "I found you." Young Shu-Han was a bit surprised. "Qin Yuan?" Qin Yuan held an umbrella over young Shu-Han and said, "I knew you'd be here." She looked at him with a contemptuous expression. "Ha! What are you doing here? Should you be enjoying the joy of success with your senior martial sisters and junior martial sisters now?" Qin Yuan smiled. "Because of this joy, I wanted to share it with you first." Young Shu-Han replied, "In the end, it's I who taught you this. I told you before, the strange feeling in your heart was actually because the disciple hadn't shared the achievements with the master." She suddenly remembered something and said, "All right, tonight is the Jingling Night, a monthly event. All the female disciples of the sect will go to the hot springs to cleanse themselves and wash away their grievances. The person who ambushed us last time will definitely come. Everyone will undress in front of each other, and her wound on the chest certainly won't be able to hide." Hearing that, Qin Yuan instructed, "You must pay attention to your safety. Don't let the bad guys harm you." Young Shu-Han reassured him, "Don't worry, there will be a lot of people from the sect present at that time. She won't dare to act recklessly." As night fell at the hot spring, the voices of the young ladies echoed. "Junior martial sister, have you grown a little taller again?" "Not at all." "Older sister, you just want to tease me again." "I really want to bathe with junior martial brother Qin Tild." Seeing this, young Shu-Han found it strange. "That's odd. Why haven't I seen anyone with a chest wound?" In Qin Yuan's room, he lay on the bed, thinking to himself, "I wonder how things are going on Shu-Han's side. It's a bit worrying to think she is acting alone." Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared around him, startling him to exclaim, "Ah, what is this?" The smoke increased, spreading throughout the room. Fairy Multiverse appeared and said, "If you are worried, why not go check it out yourself?" Qin Yuan was taken aback upon seeing Fairy Multiverse appear. "You? Why are you here?" The fairy replied, "As an observer, I can naturally enter any plane at will. However, I cannot influence the surrounding environment, and others cannot know of my existence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan helplessly said, "You want me to go see for myself? But a group of women soaking in a hot spring, if I go, even if I don't get beaten to death, I will definitely be expelled from the sect." Fairy chuckled, "Well, that's simple. You just need to transform into a girl." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's face turned pale. "You? What do you mean by that?" "I warned you, don't play tricks. I don't want to pay such a high price." Seeing Qin Yuan's expression, Fairy was amused. "Just kidding, you silly. The system shop definitely has a skill to disguise yourself as a girl." Qin Yuan looked into the system and exclaimed, "Oh, there really is such a skill." The system shop displayed illusionary body magic. Effect: cast an illusion to transform into the designated character's appearance. The outward appearance can be perfectly mimicked. The higher the charm points, the lower the chance of being exposed. Accumulation points, 1,000. Qin Yuan curiously asked, "Well, why did you remind me? Isn't that cheating?" Fairy Multiverse smirked. "This is just a reminder from the game, and why am I helping you? Because doing so will definitely be quite interesting, won't it? So, Hurry up and transform into a girl for me to see. Qin Yuan smiled triumphantly and said, transforming into a girl, huh? All right, then I'll show you. After that, Qin Yuan used illusionary body magic to transform. His body began to change in shape, hair, and every intricate detail. Finally, he completed his transformation into Fairy Multiverse. Seeing this, Fairy Multiverse was both surprised and embarrassed as she exclaimed, "You, why did you transform into my appearance?" Qin Yuan turned towards her and calmly replied, "To me, your appearance is the only one that matters. Of course, I base my transformation on how you look." He smiled and added, "Though there's still one thing missing." With that, Qin Yuan enlarged his chest. Looking at his current figure, he nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this is acceptable." Fairy Multiverse angrily yelled, "Humph, you transform into someone else and still have standards to choose from, you idiot." At the hot spring, young Su-Han was sitting in a corner, observing. "Still can't see the person with the wound on the chest." She murmured, "Indeed, it's a bit difficult to observe alone." Suddenly, a hand lightly touched her, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Young Senior Marshal's sister, are you facing any trouble? I'm here to help you." Young Su-Han asked in surprise. "Oh, you are." Qin Yuan raised her hand to signal, lowering her voice. "Sho, I am Qin Yuan." Young Su-Han was astonished, exclaiming, You are actually a girl?" Qin Yuan quickly explained, "Oh no, this is just a disguise." Young Su-Han's face turned slightly red. "A disguise? If that's the case, you were originally a man, so you shouldn't be able to come here." Qin Yuan calmly replied, "That remark from Young Senior Marshal's sister is not correct. This is a matter concerning your life, and you should not be stubborn about it at this time." Just as the two were conversing, a voice interrupted. "Junior Marshal's sister Van, the young lady beside you seems a bit unfamiliar." Seeing that it was moaning Shuang who had arrived, she immediately said, "Actually, Junior Marshal's sister, let me tell you, this is..." Noticing that she was on the verge of being exposed, Qin Yuan quickly interrupted. "My name is Qin Yuan. I just joined the sect. I hope Mo Senior Marshal's sister can take good care of me." Moaning Shuang asked suspiciously, "Oh, you even know about me?" Qin Yuan cleverly responded, "Young Senior Marshal's sister and Mo Senior Marshal's sister are known as two beauties. In this world, everyone knows about it. It's only natural that I know too." Hearing this, moaning Shuang laughed. "Your words are quite sweet. Well then, you girls continue your conversation. I won't disturb you any longer." After moaning Shuang left, Yun Su-Han curiously asked, "Qin Yuan, why did you hide that from Senior Marshal's sister just now?" Qin Yuan's face turned serious. "Have you observed whether there's any wound on Mo Senior Marshal's sister's chest?" Young Su-Han immediately replied, "No, but Mo Senior Marshal's sister doesn't need to be checked anyway. She has treated me like a biological sister for so many years, gentle and trustworthy." Qin Yuan frowned upon hearing this. "But the other girls have already checked, and there are hardly any left. Isn't that suspicious?" Young Su-Han questioned back, "So what do you plan to do?" Qin Yuan reassured her, "You don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me." Suddenly, Qin Yuan stood up and shouted, "This is not good. Senior Marshal sisters, be careful. There's a water snake in the spring. Be careful not to let it wheel around." Upon hearing this, the group became flustered. "Ah, there's a water snake? Where is it? I'm most afraid of snakes. It can't be that it's already crawled into some strange place, right? What if the water snake goes over to Mo Senior Marshal's sister?" Qin Yuan took the opportunity to run closer to Mo Ning Shuang and shouted, "The water snake must have crawled into your towel. Mo Senior Marshal's sister, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you." After saying that, he pulled away Mo Ning Shuang's towel. What appeared before him was a completely white scene. What could the brothers have expected? There was nothing to see. Ha ha! Seeing the whole picture, Qin Yuan silently praised himself. Truly, so smooth. Was I thinking too much? Suddenly, Mo Ning Shuang hugged Qin Yuan and screamed in fear, "Where is the water snake? Where is it? Hurry and catch it." But suddenly, Qin Yuan's body began to change. He was taken aback. "Ha! What's happening? My transformation spell seems to be wearing off." The system immediately reminded him. The transformation spell only lasts for a limited time. If the user is in an excited state, it will be dispelled. Qin Yuan panicked. "What? There's such a thing. If the fact that I disguise myself as a woman gets exposed," he envisioned the scenario of being found out. "I was wrong about you, Junior Marshal Brother Qin. He is a pervert. Quickly expel him from the sect." Mo Ning Shuang suddenly asked in surprise, "Wait a minute. I think I've seen that water snake before." She reached her hand into the water and shouted, "Let me catch it." This action startled Qin Yuan. Mo Ning Shuang mumbled, "How strange. Why is this water snake so stiff? Could it be dead? I wonder if everyone else has thought about where it might be." Seeing Qin Yuan's true form, she was astonished. Wait a minute, you are Qin Yuan. What's going on here? The nearby junior marshal sisters asked with concern, Most senior marshal sister, are you okay? Have you caught the water snake yet? Mo Ning Shuang reassured them. Not yet. This water snake is incredibly cunning. You girls quickly leave here. Just leave this place to us. As she spoke, she pushed Qin Yuan's head into her chest. All right, then Ning Shuang's sister will be careful. How strange. Why is the girl in your embrace so tall? With the junior marshal sisters left, Mo Ning Shuang turned to Qin Yuan and said, Junior marshal brother Qin, now that they've gone, you quickly explain. What the heck is going on? Qin Yuan glanced at Mo Ning Shuang's body and said, Mo senior marshal sister, could you please let me put on my clothes first? Then I will explain everything to you. In a courtyard somewhere in Yun Yin Mountain, Yun Xu Han and the others were sitting together, explaining the whole situation. So that's how it is. You all suspected me of being the culprit who attacked you, which led to the chaotic situation just now. Young Xu Han felt a bit awkward and spoke up. It was because the perpetrator had injuries on him. That's why I suspected Mo senior marshal sister. If senior marshal sister wants to blame someone, then blame me. Mo Ning Shuan replied calmly, Why should I blame you? On the contrary, if junior marshal brother Qin wants to prove his innocence, would you like to confirm it once more? Hearing this, Qin Yuan became excited, his eyes darting towards Mo Ning Shuan. If senior marshal sister agrees, then I... Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yuan was interrupted by a punch from Yun Xu Han. Seeing this scene, Mo Ning Shuan couldn't help, but let out a slightly exasperated chuckle and said, The feelings between the two of you are quite good. Young Xu Han hurriedly shouted, her face flushed, not at all. Senior marshal sister, don't say nonsense. Mo Ning Shuan turned to continue, All right, I won't disturb you two any longer. However, the matter of you being attacked at Concentrating Hearttop is of great importance. It would be best to report it to the sect to resolve it as soon as possible. Yun Xu Han smiled and replied, Yes, thank you, senior marshal sister, for your help. Goodbye, senior sister. Watching Mo Ning Shuang's figure gradually fade away, Qin Yuan suddenly became serious, lost in his own thoughts. At the pill refining room of Misty Cloud sect, Young Xu Han and Qin Yuan have started to suspect me. It seems this matter won't be kept hidden for long. In another corner, Gao Sheng was preparing medicinal materials, calmly stating, I understand. Don't worry. In a few days, once I refine the spirit enhancement pill, unmatched power will be in my hands. Mo Ning Shuang advised, Master, that spirit enhancement pill is a forbidden technique. Could it be that you... Gao Sheng interrupted, pausing his movements. You don't need to worry about this. Right now, we are on the same side. Just help me keep those two in check, and Gianter, I will take revenge for you. Since losing his arm, Gao Jian had gone mad, constantly murmuring, My Yun Jr., my Yun Jr. At the training ground of Misty Cloud sect, a crowd was gathered around one person, Qin Yuan, who had successfully executed Yang energy paralysis. His palm strike shattered the ice block in front of him, causing cold air and ice shards to scatter everywhere. As the ice block vanished, Qin Yuan withdrew his technique. The sect master, seeing this, couldn't help but praise, Not bad, not bad. In a short time, you have cultivated to the 5th level of the Radiant Snow technique. Truly, a remarkable talent. In Qin Yuan's mind, he thought to himself, Of course, during this time, I have used all my points to increase my strength. Qin Yuan humbly replied, Everything is thanks to the master's meticulous guidance, which has allowed me to progress rapidly. However, the technique only records the method for the 5th level, so I still need the master's instruction to cultivate the final level. The sect master nodded and then said seriously, The final level of this technique cannot be cultivated alone. It requires a male and a female to practice the Radiant Snow technique together, harmonizing yin and yang. Only then can one break its shackles. Qin Yuan was astonished. Co-cultivation? Then that means... The sect master continued, That's right, this may harm the purity of a female disciple. I fear it will be difficult for you to find someone willing. Just as he finished speaking, a group of female disciples joyfully exclaimed, I am willing. The system immediately announced, Seduction successful. Received 100 accumulated points. Seeing this scene, the sect master could only shake his head in helplessness. What is this? How can it be like this? This is such a disgrace. Never mind, I guess I just don't understand the youth nowadays anymore. You handle this yourself. I'm leaving now, said the sect master as he left reluctantly. Qin Yuan turned to Yun Xu Han and asked, Senior sister, I wonder if you would agree. Yun Xu Han's face turned bright red, hesitantly saying loudly, such things. How can I agree to that without any hesitation? I don't want to. Qin Yuan's expression then revealed a wickedness. If Sister Xu Han doesn't agree, then I'll just have to find another way. What do you want to do? Heh, you'll find out when the time comes, sister. In Qin Yuan's room. Qin Yuan posted a recruitment notice for dual cultivation in front of his door, publicly inviting people to dual cultivate with him. A female senior martial sister stood outside and gently said, Junior martial brother Qin, remember to be gentle with her. Qin Yuan maintained his bad boy demeanor and gave a faint smile. Well, that's not allowed. My testing method is quite brutal. As he finished speaking, the door to the room slammed shut. Inside, the notification system announced the experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. The experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. From inside the room came the moans of the girl. There, junior brother, stop it. The notifications rang out continuously. Enchanting success gained 80 cumulative points. Enchanting success gained 70 cumulative points. Enchanting success gained 90 cumulative points. Outside, a group of people anxiously waited for their turn. They were discussing, what on earth are they doing in there? Why does it feel so unusual? One person snapped, how annoying. The senior martial sister is enjoying herself alone. I wonder when it will be my turn. I wonder if Qin Yuan Sr. will still have the stamina by then. Standing not far away, Young Su Han observed with embarrassment. What is this idea doing? Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Qin Yuan stepped out, saying, Unfortunately, senior martial sister seems to be a bit unsuitable. The senior martial sister, her clothes disheveled and her expression dazed, stepped out and softly said, It's fine. Anyway, I'm done. The next person, hurry in. Time is limited, don't waste it, everyone. A crowd of women jostled to move forward. Let me go in first. I'm the next one in line. According to the order, who cares about that? Whoever comes first goes first. An hour later, young Su-Han arrived, a bit surprised by the scene she witnessed. What is this? A bunch of senior martial sisters and junior martial sisters lying sprawled out in the corridor, as if all their energy has been drained, still praising. Junior martial brother Qin is really amazing. I'm completely exhausted now, so satisfied. Young Su-Han pushed the door open and shouted, Qin Yuan, what have you done to the senior martial sisters? Qin Yuan sat calmly on the bed and replied, Young senior martial sister, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Young Su-Han blushed and stuttered. What do you mean? You knew I would come. Qin Yuan chuckled softly, because I know that young senior martial sister is the most suitable person to partner with me. If there were no ulterior motives, you wouldn't have come to find me. Young Su-Han heard this and curiously asked, So what exactly did you do to those senior sisters? Qin Yuan, with a sly expression, replied, Well, let me show you, young sister. A moment later, Yu Su-Han lay on the bed, moaning softly in comfort. Behind her, there was a damp patch already. It turned out that Qin Yuan was massaging Yu Su-Han's feet. In my opinion, any foot massage that leads to such a state must be quite extraordinary. Qin Yuan thought to himself, I never expected that using mind control techniques just for a foot massage would be so effective. Yu Su-Han, lying on the bed, covered her blushing face and murmured, It's done. After this, I definitely won't be able to get married. Qin Yuan, drenched in sweat, said, Oh, indeed, young senior sister is the only one to pass the test. Then we must not delay this important matter. Let's begin cultivating together. A soft voice from within the room echoed out, All right, let you rest for a moment. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Young senior sister, we should hasten to cultivate. Wait a moment. Monet Shuang, standing on the floor above, had witnessed everything. Immediately after, the pill refining room, Gao Sheng appeared a bit surprised and asked, What did you say? Yu Su-Han and Qin Yuan have already begun cultivating together? Monet Shuang continued to speak. If we allow them to continue their cultivation, their strength will increase rapidly. I am afraid our plan will be exposed before it even begins. Gao Sheng sighed and replied, We must find a way to deal with them. This is the energy conversion pill. You need to figure out how to get them to consume it. It will temporarily halt their cultivation process. Modi Shuang took the energy conversion pill, puzzled, and asked, Why do you only want to stop their cultivation and not directly kill them? Letting them die so easily would indeed be too merciful for them. We need to make that Qin Yuan witness my son and Yu Su-Han's wedding night with his own eyes. Modi Shuang softly agreed. A few days later, in the room of Qin Yuan and Yu Su-Han during their dual cultivation, Yu Su-Han, drenched in sweat, said, All right, let's take a break for a moment. Your Radiant Snow technique must have reached the 6th level by now. When she opened her eyes to look at Qin Yuan, she was a bit surprised. You, why have you changed to this appearance? Qin Yuan, also surprised, touched his hair. Oh, really? That's strange. Why has my hair turned white? Yu Xiuhan pondered for a moment and said, Ah, that's right. I remember my father once mentioned. The radiant snow technique, when cultivated to its highest level, will alter the exterior appearance of the practitioner, but it won't pose any significant hindrance. Qin Yuan, hearing this, replied smugly, Oh, so this current look of yours, big sister, do you like it or not? Yu Xiuhan stammered, What do you mean? I never said I liked you, okay? Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Junior Yun, Junior Qin, are you in there? Upon hearing Mo Ning Shuang's voice, Yu Xiuhan became flustered and urged, You idiot, quickly put on some proper clothes. Seeing Mo Ning Shuang arriving, Qin Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. Why is it her? Yu Xiuhan smiled and opened the door. Mo Senior, why have you come here? Mo Ning Shuang, holding a tray, said, I came to bring chicken soup for everyone. I know you two have been cultivating quite hard together, so I made a pot of chicken soup for you to replenish your energy. Noticing some changes in Qin Yuan's appearance, Mo Ning Shuang was slightly surprised and asked, Is this Junior Qin? Have you changed your appearance after not seeing you for a few days? I see that the senior sister is bringing me chicken soup. Yu Xiuhan's face beamed radiantly as she said, Thank you, Mo Senior, for your concern. Even from here, this chicken soup already smells delightful. Mo Ning Shuang's expression was serene as she replied, This soup is made by simmering black snow chickens. It's very nutritious. You two should eat it while it's still hot. Seeing Mo Ning Shuang was scooping soup for him, Qin Yuan immediately intervened. Mo Senior, we dare not drink this chicken soup. Who knows if it contains poison? Mo Ning Shuang appeared weak and innocent as she said, Junior Qin, if you dislike me, just speak plainly. Why must you accuse me so unjustly? Suddenly, Qin Yuan transformed into a detective, reasoning, Mo Senior, you act well, but the truth is undeniable. The last time I was ambushed, the culprit was none other than Mo Senior. Upon hearing this, Mo Ning Shuang's face showed beads of sweat from fear as she said, What are you talking about? My chest is not injured. Did you not verify this already? Yu Xiuhan didn't believe it either and stepped in to explain. Mo Senior has been close to me since childhood, like a sister. How could she possibly harm me multiple times? Qin Yuan, with a wise expression on his face, said, Mo Senior, indeed there are no wounds on your body. I do not know what method you used to conceal them. However, this shows that you were quite well prepared. As you mentioned that day, it has inadvertently revealed your own position. I only mentioned an ambush, but how did you know it was on concentrating heart top? Mo Ning Shuang, recalling the events of that day, silently thought to herself, Oh no, this is bad. She still tried to prove her innocence. That was merely your speculation. Just words without any solid evidence, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan seemed to have achieved his goal, and he said, If you are truly innocent and this soup has no issues, then drink this chicken soup for me, and I will believe what you say. At this moment, Mo Ning Shuang was constantly thinking of ways. If I don't drink it, I will definitely be suspected. After all, this soup only contains energy conversion pill, which will temporarily suppress my abilities, but I will endure a bit and trick them into their own trap. She then made her decision. All right, to prove my innocence, I will drink this chicken soup. After saying that, she drank the entire bowl of chicken soup. So, do you believe me now? Qin Yuan then suspiciously continued, Did she really drink it? Could it be that I guessed wrong? No, I can't rule out the possibility that she had already prepared an antidote in advance. At this moment, the girl Yu Xiuhan had already drunk from the bowl of soup. This bowl of soup is indeed very delicious. Senior sister, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Seeing this, Qin Yuan panicked and shouted desperately, What are you doing? Why did you drink it? Yu Xiuhan confidently replied, Senior sister has already drunk it. There's nothing wrong, right? So don't tell me anymore. If you want to drink, then go ahead. Right after that, the effects of the medicine in the soup began to take effect, and Yu Xiuhan's body weakened a little. Why is my body suddenly so hot? My head hurts so much. In an instant, the bowl containing the chicken soup suddenly fell and shattered. Mo Ning Shuang felt her body weaken, and she said while feeling hot all over, What's going on? Did that Gao Sheng trick me? Inside this is not the energy conversion pill. But we return to the pill refining room with Gao Sheng. The effects of the ecstasy-inducing harmony potion have likely taken effect. This is the version I have revised. When a man uses it, his internal organs will immediately heat up, and he will become a cripple. After a woman uses it, she will feel hot all over her body. It's as if she has gone insane, wanting to possess a man. Jiener, your dream is to possess that woman Yu Xiuhan. Now let me, your father, fulfill this dream for you. She has destroyed one of my sons, so I will make her compensate with another. Gao Sheng looked into the alchemy furnace and said, The spirit enhancement pill is almost complete. The effects of this pill are immensely powerful, but it lacks a catalyst, which is the heart of a loved one. As Gao Sheng drew the sword from within himself, he said, Jianer, if you have now become a foolish cripple, let me help you find release. Also to establish a new heir for the Gao family bloodline. Before he could make a move, he was stabbed in the back. He exclaimed in shock, Crane Needle. Jianer, why you? It turns out that all this time, Gao Jing'an had been pretending to be foolish, waiting for this moment. Indeed, a scheming man. Father, I have been waiting for many years to reach this moment. I already know what is missing from the spirit enhancement pill. Gao Sheng crawled back while pleading, Jianer, please don't be impulsive. We may not even be a match for those guys. Gao Jian replied coldly, as long as there is the spirit enhancement pill, I can recover my flirting. The one born to me is already disabled. This guiding medicine, you must obtain it. He returned a filial duty towards your father. If my father is not merciful, why should I be filial? Gao Sheng, seeing this, cried out in fear, Jianer, don't, no. After that, all sounds fell silent and ceased. Moni Shuang and Xu Han were panting heavily, their bodies heated and restless due to the effect of the medicine. Qin Yuan watched and swallowed continuously. His mind was still thinking. This situation is very similar to when Feng Ling King was poisoned by Gao Jian last time. But Gao Jian has been crippled. The one standing behind is truly another talent. The two senior sisters leaned closer to Qin Yuan. Wait, you two. Young Xu Han and Moaning Shuang enticingly said, Qin Yuan, the cultivation has not finished yet. Junior Qin, it is the senior sister's fault. You must save the senior sister. The senior sister will listen to you. Wait a minute. 2 against 1. That's not fair. If possible, let each person take their turn. But Qin Yuan had no option. Don't, young senior sister. Wait a moment. Young Xu Han and Moaning Shuan were already prepared, just waiting for Qin Yuan to step forward. What are you still waiting for? Saving people is the most important thing. After a few rounds of fighting, Qin Yuan was considering retreating when a hand pulled him back. Come back. The system then announced Unlimited Charming Technique has been upgraded to the 4th level, receiving the skill Illusionary Shadow Technique. Unlimited Charming Technique level 4, attributes included. Charm plus 120, currently at 150, Illusionary Shadow Technique. Effect, performs Transformation Technique, causing the target to experience hallucinations. The higher the charm points of the user, the higher the success rate, and the longer the duration. Introduction, it is a transformation technique of Japanese ninjas. Previously, it required a special bloodline to use. Later, it was changed so that ordinary people could also utilize it. Yu Xu Han and Moaning Shuang, after using Qin Yuan as the antidote, gradually began to awaken. The poison was finally completely extracted. Moaning Shuang gently comforted Qin Yuan. Junior Qin, you've worked hard. Qin Yuan had become thin and gaunt, as if he had just survived a great ordeal, saying, I thought I was going to die. Moaning Shuang blushed and said, I didn't expect that I would do something so outrageous. Yet Junior Qin still agreed to become the antidote for me. Oh, if it were me, I would also agree to be the antidote. Don't you think so, brothers? Qin Yuan immediately stood up and responded, Enough, it was me who was at fault. If you want to express gratitude, you should thank Yu Xu Han instead. Moaning Shuang looked like a child caught in wrongdoing, her head lowered, her body slightly curled up. Junior Yun, I was blinded in our competition and foolishly harmed you under Gao Sheng's influence. Now I realize how foolish I have been. I'm sorry, junior sister. No matter how you want to punish me, I will accept it. Yu Xu Han squinted one eye, letting it pass. Senior Mo, I have regarded you as my own older sister since childhood. As long as you can change, I am willing to let it go. Seizing the opportunity, Moaning Shuang said to Qin Yuan, For punishment, I asked Junior Qin to step on me day and night. Junior Qin, please don't go easy on me just because I am a weak woman. I will take my leave now. I must be bleeding from this embarrassment. Yu Xu Han's face turned scarlet as she yelled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Both of you separate right now, and besides, this isn't a punishment at all. Moaning Shuang at this moment tidied herself up a bit and changed the subject, saying, All right, now is not the time for jokes. Gao Sheng is preparing spirit enhancement pills in order to take revenge on you all. If we do not intervene in time, it will surely lead to great disaster. Qin Yuan, filled with doubt, asked, Spirit enhancement pill, such a sinister name. What exactly is it? The spirit enhancement pill is a banned drug of the Misty Cloud sect, which can rapidly increase the cultivation level of the user, but it causes them to lose their sanity, so its production is forbidden. Qin Yuan then understood. So that's how it is. Senior Yun, given your current depleted strength, you two should stay here and wait while I go to deal with the Gaba family father and son. Yu Xu Han immediately interrupted, Wait, take this with you. This sword is a treasure of the Yun family named Feng Shu. It contains a special spirit, and ordinary people cannot wield it and may even suffer injury from it. Only those who have cultivated the Radiant Snow technique to the highest level can use it. Qin Yuan drew the sword to inspect it. It is indeed a fine sword. Thank you, senior sister. The system interface appeared. Feng Shu rank, Divine Artifact. Effect 1 when attacking, it comes with fire damage. 2. Enhances fire skill effects by 30%. 3. Must be unlocked. If I remember correctly, Feng Shu has a very heavy yang energy, so women cannot use it, and it has always been passed down to Sanzin law, unless the junior sister has decided with junior kin. Yu Xiu Han still stubbornly replied, No way, I just temporarily lent it to him for a while. It must be returned later. Qin Yuan, feeling something, shouted loudly, Be careful, my energy is too strong. Suddenly, the whole room collapsed. A figure slowly appeared from the bright panel amidst the dust, having protected by the barrier that Qin Yuan created to shield everyone. He looked up to the sky, angrily shouted, It is the person. It turned out to be the despicable Gao Jian, who sneered and said, That's right, it's me, Qin Yuan, Yu Xiu Han. I've come to collect a debt from you. Seeing Gao Jian, Yu Xiu Han was astonished and asked, Impossible, you clearly had your arm chopped off. Shouldn't you have been completely destroyed? Gao Jian's deep voice said, My father, using his life as a catalyst, has forged the spirit enhancement pill, restoring my crippled hand, allowing me to pursue my desires once more. Qin Yuan, I will make you pay blood for blood. Qin Yuan sneered contemptuously, Oh, those who do evil will receive evil in return. The crimes of you and your father are heinous. Death is what you deserve. Now I will ensure that you both reunite. Saying this, Qin Yuan raised his sword and slashed towards Gao Jian, exclaiming, Watch me now. Gao Jian's body was like metal. He easily caught the sword with his hand. He triumphantly shouted, Ha ha, my current strength has surpassed your imagination. Ordinary weapons can't hurt me at all. Is that so? But the sword I possess is called Feng Shu, imbued with fiery power. So go ahead and touch it. Are you really not afraid of getting hurt? With a loud bang, Feng Shu's passive skill was activated, flames bursting forth from it, surprising Gao Jian. What? With his smoking arm, he stepped back, pondering, So it's Feng Shu. Damn it, it actually injured my arm. Qin Yuan mockingly responded, What a pity. It's really not easy to have your arm restored intact, and now it's about to become barbecued ribs. Seeing Qin Yuan's smugness, Gao Jian laughed and raised his arm, saying, Just kidding, my body is now unable to die. It is fundamentally impossible to hurt me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and with the flying sword technique, several flying swords pierced right through Gao Jian. It turned out that Moaning Xuan had led a group of disciples to come to the rescue, saying, Junior Qin, we've come to help. Gao Jian glanced at them with disdain, saying, Skay, you guys intend to help him? No matter how many, they are all just trash. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Qin Yuan hurriedly advised, Seniors and juniors, you are no match for him. Quickly leave here. Moni Shuang and the others firmly refused, stating, Even if so, give me a chance to redeem myself. They then formed seals to create a formation. Sisters formed the formation. Gao Jian looked at the sword formation with some fear. You guys have actually learned this trick. Thousands of swords surrounded Gao Jian, forming a sword dance formation. With a loud bang, the sword formation activated, and the flying swords simultaneously thrust toward Gao Jian. Countless sword tips pierced through Gao Jian's body, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the group cheered, saying, Great, our swords have succeeded. However, they hadn't had time to rejoice when Gao Jian opened his mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha. Then he stopped with a villainous expression on his face. It seems that my immortal body is even stronger than I thought. Now I am absolutely certain that no technique can harm me. He shouted loudly, I return this to you. After that, countless swords centered around Gao Jian shot toward everyone. Moding Shuang anxiously shouted, Junior sister. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her throat, lifting her up. Gao Jian was squeezing her neck as he soared into the air, angrily saying, Moaning Shuang, you stand with him. I now give you one last chance. If you submit to me now and let me take the position of sectmaster, I might still appoint you as an elder. Moaning Shuang, her face full of anger, said, Junior Qin and you are worlds apart. After I met him, I finally understood the truth of life. Even being a concubine or a slave by his side is 100 times better than being your subordinate. At this point in Moaning Shuang's dialogue, AD now realizes that Qin Yuan is not only a skilled plumber, but also capable of brainwashing others. Gao Jian clenched his right fist, exerting force. If you don't listen to me, fine, I will kill you now, and you'll become friends with that guy in hell. In a moment of crisis, Qin Yuan leaped up and severed Gao Jian's arm, shouting, Shu Han, catch him. Young Shu Han flew up to support. I can catch Mo Sr., but you should be careful yourself. Gao Jian's severed arm regrew as he said, That's fine. I will stand in front of these women and humiliate you, so they know who the true powerhouse really is. At that moment, a system notification appeared indicating the main quest. Defeat Gao Jian. Quest reward 2,000 accumulated points. Qin Yuan, standing below, chuckled softly and said, It seems you still don't understand. They like me not because I'm stronger than you, but simply because I am more charming than you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan swung his weapon at Gao Jian. As the sword struck Gao Jian, blood splattered everywhere, sending him flying for a distance. Yet Gao Jian didn't seem hurt at all. Instead, he let out a wicked laugh, saying, Are you an idiot? I told you my body can regenerate infinitely. No matter how many times you cut me, I won't be harmed at all. Qin Yuan said seriously, Are you sure that's the case? Gao Jian looked at the wound in astonishment and said, The injury isn't healing, it's only spreading. How can that be? I used my fire energy through the sword to inject it into your body with my radiant snow technique. Let me see whether your body heals faster or my flames burn faster. Qin Yuan repeatedly used the Yun Lai sword technique to slash at Gao Jian's body. The Yun Lai sword technique, the secret of the upper copper cloud layer, slashed. After multiple sword strikes, Gao Jian's body continuously bled from the wounds. Because his body wasn't healing faster than the damage Qin Yuan inflicted, Gao Jian was burnt to a crisp. Then he fell from the sky like a shooting star. Qin Yuan landed with his sword in hand. When he hit the ground, Gao Jian had turned into a massive inferno. Qin Yuan muttered to himself, Evil begets evil. You get what you deserve. Young Shu Han hurriedly ran over to ask, Qin Yuan, are you okay? Qin Yuan, in a calm stance, reassured her, Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Suddenly, as if young Shu Han saw something terrifying, she screamed, Qin Yuan, watch out behind you. The flames behind Qin Yuan flickered, revealing a shadowy figure. It turned out to be Gao Jian. He had fused with the flames. It was truly astonishing. The fire that burned me continuously is healing my body. I didn't expect to be able to merge into one. This indestructible fire energy has become mine to wield. Qin Yuan charged forward, unable to believe it, shouting, Stop pretending and face me. Gao Jian unleashed a strike at Qin Yuan. His palm force transformed into a gigantic hand, slamming into Qin Yuan with a shocking sound. Qin Yuan was knocked far away, crashing down onto the ground. Yun, Shu Han, and Mo Ning Shuang managed to catch him. Qin Yuan, how are you? They asked. Mo Ning Shuang sighed softly. This guy is transformed into a monster, nothing less. Seeing this scene, Gao Jian became furious. Young Junior, why are you protecting him? Can't you see? He's just a dog being beaten. At that moment, Qin Yuan struggled to get up, saying, It seems I've found a way to defeat him. Qin Yuan formed seals and executed the skill, illusionary body magic. Gao Jian saw that Qin Yuan was still resisting, so he scolded, You foolish idiot, your techniques cannot harm my immortal body. Before he could finish his words, his eyes were met with the scene of his crush lying on another man's bed. Qin Jr. hello. Behind her was Mo Ning Shuang, who was also taken by the guy he hated. Shu Han and I are already with Qin Jr. now. Gao Jian was so furious that his head felt hot, cursing, Damn it. Young Jr. is mine. You are not allowed to touch her. The dream continued to play out. Who is this guy? Oh, he has always been trailing me, just a worthless mutt. Gao Jian couldn't suppress his anger and shouted, Shut up. My love, don't pay any attention to that ugly guy. Let's continue. Hey, Gao Jian, you need to open your eyes and look. After all, it's rare to see the girl you love for so long having fun with someone else right in front of you. Opportunities like this don't come easily. Hearing that, Gao Jian went berserk. No, I won't. I don't want to look. That's right, I won't look. As long as I have no eyes, I won't see anymore. The notification system announced the completion of the task, defeating Gao Jian and awarded 2,000 accumulation points. Gao Jian lay there, wondering, why? Why is this happening? Clearly, I no longer have eyes, yet I can still see. I don't want to see. I don't want to look at all. Qin Yuan approached to explain to him, It's truly pitiful. This type of illusion has directly manifested in his mind. Don't say he gouged out his own eyes. Even if all 5 senses were to vanish, he would still perceive it vividly. Young Shu Han, slightly confused, asked, What happened to Gao Jian? Why did he suddenly go crazy? Moreover, isn't his body able to regenerate and heal itself? How come his eyes had recovered? Qin Yuan then explained to her, It's likely that his inner self has rejected the healing of his eyes, because I have cast an illusion on him. He fears that once he opens his eyes, he will see something utterly despairing. Young Shu-Han grew curious. What could be so awful that it causes such fear? Ah, what is it? Qin Yuan hesitated to answer, but Gao Jian exposed him. Young Junior, how could you ever go and lick something so filthy, and even put it in your mouth? Just kill me already. Qin Yuan immediately wanted to justify himself. Wait, hold on, let me explain. 3 days later in the prison, Gao Jian's cries echoed everywhere. Dope, please, I don't want to see. The master of Yun Sect sighed. I never thought that this father and son pair would take advantage of my closed-door cultivation to commit such a rebellious act. Gao Jian, your remaining life will be spent here. He then turned to Qin Yuan and said, Qin Yuan, your current strength is already incredibly powerful. You have also made great contributions. I am considering passing the position of Sect Master to you. I hope that in the future you can take good care of Misty Cloud Sect and my daughter. Are you willing? Yu Shu-Han blushed and replied, I don't need him to take care of me. Qin Yuan politely declined. Thank you for the Sect Master's kindness. However, I still have a mission to fulfill, and I fear I must leave tomorrow. It would be better for Yunsi, your sister, to take on the position of Sect Master. Besides, with long hair, she should go to the store to buy a new hairstyle. Hearing this, Yu Shu-Han was surprised. Hey, you really have to leave. Qin Yuan replied, That's right. I still have matters I must attend to. I apologize, Yunsi, your sister. I hope you can understand. Yu Shu-Han, still trying to maintain her composure, said, Oh dear, of course, I can understand you. You can go ahead and take care of your own business. There's no need to worry about this place. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave to pack my things first. Then I'll come to bid farewell to everyone. The sect master immediately intervened. Wait, Qin Yuan, you are a disciple of my sect. Now that you have something to do, I won't hold you back. Moreover, I hope that you can succeed. It's just that being rejected feels quite uncomfortable. I must kick you once before letting you go. Qin Yuan groaned, I'm going to die. That night, in Qin Yuan's room, Yu Shu-Han hesitated, standing there. Should I go in and say goodbye to him? Sounds from inside the room could be heard. Junior Qin, push a little harder. Mo Senior Sister, it's too tight, I can't get in. Why not? Just use your hands to pry it open. See for yourself. All right, let me persist a little longer. I'll try using force. Really, it's so big. Yu Shu-Han's face turned red as she thought to herself, This truly is. She opened the door and entered. You two stop right there. Qin Yuan and Mo Ning-Shuang immediately fell silent and stopped. After a moment of explanation, Mo Ning-Shuang chuckled softly. I didn't expect that Junior Yun would think of that. You're quite adorable yourself. Yu Shu-Han sulked. You two saying those things, it's perfectly normal for me to misunderstand. All right then, see your Yun and see your sister Mo. Tomorrow I will be leaving this place. I toast to both of you. Mo Ning-Shuang, with an alluring expression, said, Oh, Qin Jr., after drinking this cup of wine, do you feel your whole body heating up, your desires burning like fire? Qin Yuan replied tiredly, Strangely enough, suddenly hearing you say that, I do actually feel a bit. Actually, the alchemy room of Gao Sheng is already under my management. Today I found some ecstasy-inducing harmony potion that poses no harm to the body, and I poured it all into Junior Qin's wine. This night is extremely precious, Junior Yun. Tomorrow, Qin Yuan has to leave. Today, let's... Mo Ning-Shuang embraced Yu Shu-Han and continued, There are still some important matters left unfinished. You cannot rest yet. Is that okay? Junior sister, just let his body remember you. Sooner or later, there will be a day when he will return here. Yu Shu-Han, feeling shy, said, Qin Jr., please don't forget me. After a fierce battle, the system displayed a notification. Experience points for unlimited charming technique have increased. Character Yu Shu-Han unlocked 5 stars. Bonus, all sword damage increased by 30%. Character Mo Ning-Shuang unlocked 4 stars. Bonus, ice fragment technique 4-star level effect. When attacking the opponent, it deals additional ice damage with a chance to freeze the opponent. The next morning in Qin Yuan's room, Mo Ning-Shuang rubbed her eyes and woke up. Oh, Qin Jr. Yu Shu-Han immediately answered her question. He has already left. Junior Yun, don't be too sad. As long as there is fate, one day you will be able to meet again. In the Qin Yuan space system and the multiverse ferry, the scene unfolded. What's wrong? Could it be that in the end, you're regretting not being able to get involved in this kind of affair? Or is it because of something lingering in your heart? The separation after successfully flirting might happen a lot in the future. Qin Yuan lied to himself, saying, What kind of joke is that? I am an emotionless flirting machine. The love God in my heart has no women. The multiverse fairy quickly shifted the topic. In this instance, you must have gained quite a few accumulation points, right? So, do you want to experience another function of the system? Qin Yuan was a bit surprised. Besides getting accumulation points to exchange for items, the system has other functions. Yes, it's called the homegrown system. Simply put, it allows you to use accumulation points to build your own personal refuge space, transforming the host domain space into a unique secluded paradise in the outside world. Isn't this just a trick from Crichton Golder? Are you trying to make me work hard to earn accumulation points only for me to waste them on something useless to slow down my progress? I'm telling you, don't think you can deceive me. The fairy quickly retorted, no, that's not useless at all. A forge can create weapons, an alchemy furnace can produce medicines, and fields can grow various fruits and vegetables. It's incredibly useful. Moreover, don't you find this space boring? There's not a hint of fun at all. Qin Yuan opened the system to review. I see that it is clearly due to your feelings of boredom in this place, wanting me to use the accumulated points to improve the environment here. He looked at the price list in surprise. Oh, the prices are indeed very low. Although it requires relying on the mechanism and it will take some time to profit, the homegrown system, level 1 alchemy furnace, 100 points, level 1 forge, 100 points, level 1 celestial farmland, 100 points, level 1 hot spring, 100 points. However, since this is your request, I cannot refuse. The system notified, one level 1 forge effect can periodically produce weapons and equipment. The quality of the equipment will correspond to the level of the forge. Level 1 alchemy furnace effect can periodically create potions, the quality corresponding to the level of the furnace. Qin Yuan exclaimed proudly, "What do you think? Isn't it completely transformed now?" Multiverse Fairy joyfully kissed him and said, "Well done. If it continues like this, I won't be bored anymore." However, the shameless look on Qin Yuan's face turned a bit shy. But there are no people to work in the forge, alchemy lab, or the celestial farmland. Are they going to be produced automatically? I have already prepared the workforce. Come out here. She snapped her fingers and a group of adorable creatures appeared. These characters could autonomously work and could be considered a bonus from the system. They would complete all the tasks within the host domain space. By the way, when will the next instance's mission open? According to the rules, the system won't force the mission to open. You can start anytime you want. Qin Yuan's face displayed cunning, thinking that he could just slowly train and gather resources in this divine domain space and wait until he became the world champion before moving on to the next instance. Multiverse Fairy scoff, "That won't work. Do you think it's a buff flaw? However, in the host domain space, time and otherworld planes will still flow normally. If the targets you need to flirt with encounter any issues, such as dying, going missing, or getting married, then you won't be able to flirt with them anymore." Qin Yuan curiously asked, "Why can't someone who's married flirt? Do you underestimate my abilities? As long as I have perseverance, I'm not afraid of anything. The goal of being married means flirting is not permitted. This system follows the principle of pure and faithful love, and whether from the nature of the game or from a moral standpoint, it does not allow for such behavior." Seeing that he couldn't play with this buff, Qin Yuan accepted his fate. "I was just joking. I'll rest here for a few days and then I'll start on the next quest." That's still acceptable. He took out the 3 character cards he had received and contemplated. If they could be here in such a beautiful place, that would be wonderful. Noticing the use option behind them, Qin Yuan felt a bit curious. Use? How do you use these character cards? Let's try it out. Then Qin Yuan pressed on one of them. A light shimmered from the card. Ah, here it is. The 3 individuals, Yu Xiu-Han, Feng Ling King, and Mo Ning Shuang, appeared in the host domain space. Feng Ling King, slightly surprised, asked Qin Yuan, "What is going on?" Yu Xiu-Han, on the other hand, displayed a completely different reaction. "Qin Yuan, you need to explain quickly. What is happening here? And why is there a naked woman here?" "Ah, this matter." Mo Ning Shuang mockingly said, "It seems everything has become completely interesting now." After a moment, she added, "Please enjoy your tea." The 3 girls each looked at Qin Yuan as if wanting an explanation. What on earth has happened? Why are they appearing in this host domain space? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, if you use the character card, it means summoning those characters to appear beside you. Qin Yuan angrily retorted, "You should have told me this earlier. I thought those were just some buff styles." Young Xiu-Han broke the silence. "Hey, Junior Qin, aren't you going to explain a bit? What exactly is happening now?" "Oh, I mean, since it has come to this, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, my true identity is that of a divine being." "Oh, this is beyond imagination." Qin Yuan started lying again. "It's just that I made a mistake, offended the divine king, and was cast down to a mortal. I need to go through 100 rounds of plundering beauty. This is the reason why everywhere you go, there seems to be a mess. You debauched divine being. I can't take it anymore. First, let go of me. Multiverse Fairy looked at Qin Yuan with disdain and thought, this guy can manage to come up with such ridiculous excuses without even blushing or having a racing heart. It's truly pathetic. Qin Yuan then introduced everything around him with admiration for Multiverse Fairy, and this place here is the celestial paradise that I created using my energy. As for this fairy, she is actually my servant and knows a bit of magic, for example. She can change size at will, which is extremely convenient. Hey, just a moment ago I spent a ton of points to renovate this place for you, so now I need you to cooperate a bit. That's not too much to ask, is it? Multiverse Fairy, feeling helpless, replied, fine. I believe in Junior Qin's words. If you are not a divine being, how could you possibly be so outstanding and possess so many supreme skills? Moreover, if that's the case, we can continue to accompany Junior Qin and experience a life without any hesitation. The two, Yuxiu Han and Feng Ling King, who had sensitive faces, became bashful upon hearing this. These are ethereal beings. They can help you transcend into your own worlds and this celestial paradise, so you ladies can visit Qin Yuan anytime. Yuxiu Han, sulking, turned her head and said, Who wants to visit him? I am now the sect master of the Misty Cloud sect, usually very busy. Let me try using this to see if I can go directly to Junior Qin's room. Hearing Mo Ning Shuang say that, Yuxiu Han pouted, Mo Senior, you're being too thick-skinned. Oh my. So the junior sister is also concerned about this. Didn't you say you were very busy? That night at the hot spring within Qin Yuan's space, Feng Ling King sat by the water, lost in thought. Qin Yuan, how many secrets are there about you? Qin Yuan's sudden appearance startled her. I found you, Sister Feng, she stammered. Why aren't you out having fun with those two beauties? Why did you come looking for me? I thought that day we would part ways forever. I didn't expect we would meet again. After leaving Bai Ho Brothel, where did you go? What have you been through? After leaving Bai Ho Brothel, I wanted to become a musician, so I traveled everywhere and unexpectedly met a certain esteemed person. She was not only well-versed in musical instruments, but her cultivation was also extraordinary. She taught you the way to become a musician. You actually had such a miraculous encounter. So what kind of musical instrument are you practicing, Sister Feng? Is it the guzheng? Feng Ling King took out a flute and said, This is the jade flute. My master taught me the piece Demonic Sound Ensnares Soul, which allows me to pour my true energy into the music, disturbing the minds of others. Thanks to my master's love, I managed to learn a bit of it the opposite way. Qin Yuan pointed at himself. It sounds incredibly powerful, so go ahead and give it a try on me. Don't joke around. That piece, Demonic Sound Ensnares Soul, can drive someone mad. If it's more serious, it can even lead to absolute insanity. How can you use it so casually? Qin Yuan had a confident expression on his face. Don't worry, you just began your training not long ago. It would be strange if you could disturb my mind. Feng Ling King glanced at him with displeasure. How dare you underestimate me? Fine, I will show you my skill. With that, she began to play the piece Demonic Sound Ensnares Soul. As Qin Yuan listened to the sound of the flute, he suddenly became still. After a while, she stopped playing. That's enough. I didn't expect you to be unaffected. It seems my cultivation truly isn't enough yet. Suddenly, Qin Yuan pressed her down. Oh, what are you doing? I've been thrown into disarray by Sister Feng's flute music, causing my wild side to erupt. I can't control myself anymore. I must do something bad with Sister Feng now. Feng Ling King felt embarrassed. You were lying. You're still aware, after all. Sister Feng, please play more of your flute for me. All she could do was respond bashfully. You sweet-talking jerk. Knowing that Qin Yuan was just teasing, she still willingly went along. The system announced that the experience points for the unlimited charming technique had been upgraded. 2 days later, at Celestial Paradise, the beings of the Multiverse Fairy brought some water for the sapling. Qin Yuan was conversing with the Multiverse Fairy. All right, are you all ready? We're about to set off to the next plane. Qin Yuan then made a request. I understand, but this time, can you let me travel through time and space normally? I don't want to fall into the bathroom again, only to be considered a pervert. Multiverse Fairy appeared with an air of authority. Your initial identity and point of arrival were completely random. This is something even I cannot control. Just follow your destiny, start your journey through time and space. Oh wait, are you trying to tease me again? Now let's invite everyone to log into the new server with Qin Yuan. In the world of Gaia, Hadusai City, Slave Auction House. Ha. Qin Yuan is starting to face challenges at the nightmare difficulty level. Qin Yuan slowly started to wake up. Where is this? As soon as he woke up, he was startled, feeling 4 pairs of eyes watching him. His eyes filled with killing intent as he turned. Who goes there? It was 4 extremely sexy beast women. One blonde girl stepped forward and asked, Are you all right? Without knowing where he was or what the situation was, Qin Yuan reached out to touch the beast ear first. These are beast ears. They feel incredibly real. They're so soft and warm. The beast girl quickly covered her ears. Please don't pinch my ears. That spot is very sensitive. Qin Yuan gasped in amazement. Wait a minute, those ears are real. So does that mean you all are human? The girl with breasts like a dairy cow replied, What's so strange about this? We are all part of the demi-human clan, captured and brought here as slaves. Have you been sleeping so much that you've lost your mind? You're still a demon, whose level is even lower than that of the demi-human clan. I invite you all to the introduction of a new server. The Gaia continent is a remarkably prosperous nation. Throughout history, it has gathered numerous races, including the demi-human clan and the demon clan, living together. The different races have collaborated to promote the development of this nation. Until 500 years ago, a sudden war broke out between humans and demons, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In the end, with the guidance of the Holy Light Society, humans emerged victorious. After that, the Holy Light Society declared the rules of humanity and divine light. From then on, humans became the rulers of this continent. All other races were deemed inferior. The demon clan, the adversaries of humanity, became the lowest existence. Humans forbade them from possessing any power at all. Over time, the demons have completely turned into commodities and playthings for humans. Qin Yuan gradually remembered. So I, as a member of the demon race, was captured and brought here as a slave. But you girls are not of the demon race. Why were you captured? The golden-haired half-elf explained. Humans have dominated the continent for so long. They have changed significantly, become incredibly arrogant. They can arbitrarily capture us simply by fabricating some crimes to attach to us, like the ones who took me. The justification for capturing people is often that the residents do not have the right to legal residency, and humans often exploit this to detain us. My name is Ali. I originally belonged to the fox race from deep in the distant mountains, and I had little to do with those humans. But our village was invaded by them, and many of our people were captured. To my right is Shi Wai from the draconic human race, in the middle is Wai Za from the horned race, and lastly, Xiao Ruan from the Sulai Mo race. Their plight is quite similar to ours. Let me explain to you all, the Sulai Mo race is indeed the smile. Qin Yuan, with a look of confusion, inquired, I can understand the purpose behind humans imprisoning your girls, but as a boy, what purpose could I serve? Because you are one of the members of the seductive race of the demon clan, humans know that the seductive race, regardless of gender, is skilled in the art of seduction. In particular, it is rumored that male members of your race are even more alluring than female members. So male members of the seductive race in the auction market are anything but cheap, and often bought by wealthy noblewomen to serve as sexual slaves. Thinking of that prospect, Qin Yuan satisfiedly stroked his chin. But if I could be bought by some beautiful rich lady, that wouldn't be so bad, right? Shi Wai immediately shattered his dream. Don't be so naive. Those who buy are usually perverts with weird tastes. The slaves that get bought usually don't end up in a good situation. Besides, you could end up being bought by a man. If Qin Yuan were bought by a man, it would be something like this. Don't come near me. Qin Yuan's expression darkened at the thought. That's quite terrifying. Isn't human trafficking illegal? Why do these perverts still act so arrogantly? I already told you the law in the real world is just a formality. In short, the law is made by people. Human trafficking, don't even mention that it's illegal. It's practically become a business for a long time. Qin Yuan slightly sulked. I understand now. Don't worry. After that, I immediately used my charming full power to console them. I will take you all away from this strange place. Successfully enchanting them earned me 90 accumulation points. The four girls blushed a bit and asked, Do you really have a way to get us out of here? What are you doing, Shi Wai? Shi Wai is sharpening her teeth. Are you planning to break out? I'm already mentally prepared for battle. Qin Yuan calmly explained, You are not familiar with this environment. Recklessly escaping is very dangerous, but I have thought of a way to avoid getting hurt. At this moment, the auction room was packed, and several guests were chatting below. I heard you bought a bunny girl with ears last time. How was it? Quite fresh, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to play, so I fed her to the dogs. I heard there are quite a few good items today. The host continued to introduce esteemed guests. The next item is item number 7, a cat-eared girl, 18 years old, 1.6 meters tall, weighing 47 kilograms, with no injuries or illnesses. The crowd below erupted 3 million, 3.5 million, 6 million. I bid 9 million. Sorry everyone, but I still want to add a few more items to my cat collection. The auctioneer started to finalize the order for customer number 599. 9 million for the first time, 9 million for the second time, 9 million for the third time. The deal is made. The little cat that listens well today will become your pet. The customer quickly pulled the beast woman away, saying, I'm tired of waiting. Come with me. I will treat you well. No, please don't. She transformed and bit the man. Ah, trash, how dare you. Then she ran away. No, I don't want to become a pet. I want to go home. The host glanced disdainfully. Stupid trash. Then you pressed a button under the table. The collar of the beast woman began to blink continuously, faster and faster. With a bang, the collar exploded along with the life of that girl. The customer was still furious. You dirty smoke, how dare a slave harm humanity? Seeing that scene, Qin Yuan was astonished. Why didn't they have to kill her directly? There were clearly other ways to keep her. Ali's face showed a hint of sadness. Slaves harm humanity just like a dog biting a person. They must die. This is also the rule in this slave market. Qin Yuan couldn't suppress his anger. Even though I always tell myself that this is just a game and it can't be taken seriously, I still can't completely ignore the reality of it. These people are the real scum. Whether it's to keep my mood light and enjoyable or whatever, I will definitely make them pay a heavy price. The auction floor resumed. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the little unexpected incident earlier. Please don't mind it, because the next item we present is the most spectacular of the night. That is, the succubus race, and specifically a male from a demon clan with an extremely scarce population, starting bid at 10 million. As Qin Yuan took the stage, he immediately activated his skill, Evil Charming Smile. Dear esteemed buyers, can anyone take me home? The notification popped up. Charm successful, gaining 60 accumulation points. Charm successful, gaining 60 accumulation points. The women in the audience were completely entranced. Is this truly a succubus? Oh my heart is pounding wildly. A male succubus is truly extraordinary. I want to devour you whole. I like you already. Hurry and jump into my arms. He continued, ladies and gentlemen, I have a small request. If you wish to buy me, you must purchase all 4 remaining slaves behind this curtain as well. The auctioneer shouted, you are just a slave. What right do you have to make demands? If you want something, shut your mouth. The auctioneer was taken aback while Qin Yuan shot a sharp gaze at him. Shut your mouth, you fool. This place should be left for the masters to decide. If there happens to be a master in the audience who wants to buy them all, what then? Are you trying to ruin the mood for the masters? Qin Yuan then demonstrated his illusionary shadow technique and added, right? Masters, I guarantee that I and the other slaves behind will serve you well. The crowd of women below was in a frenzy. Is this truly the enchanting tribe from the south? Just a single glance has made us so captivated. As long as I can have him, even if I go bankrupt, I would be willing. Then the auction room erupted. I bid 70 million for him and the other slaves. I bid 72 million, he must belong to me. 80 million. 85 million, no one else can snatch him away from me. A middle-aged man looked down on everyone, saying, these people, to be so frantic over a mere item, truly pathetic. I offer 150 million. Today I have discovered that what I actually like is a man, and I must have him. Ha ha, he thought he was something special, but it turns out this old man is just the same. Suddenly, number 69 bid 500 million. It was a girl with exquisite legs. Sorry, I'm not interested in shopping that wastes my time. The crowd immediately went silent. Wow, that price. Where does she come from to have so much money? He really is worth that price. It's just a pity. I don't have enough money. How frustrating. The host was overjoyed. Miss Carrion, your bid is indeed generous. If that's the case, then this male demon and the other 4 slaves now belong to you. Qin Yuan was also taken aback. 500 million? Is my race worth that much? Seems like this gamble is not bad. Seeing that I've bought Qin Yuan, she was pleased, finally finding a suitable candidate. That night in a mansion. Next, please take a shower and change your clothes. The clothes are in the wardrobe. Feel free to choose. The master will arrive shortly. Qin Yuan approached the maid closely. Don't worry. I will definitely make my master as comfortable as possible. But could you help me by revealing what kind of person Miss Care is? System notification. System notification. Enchantment successful. Earn 120 accumulation points. She was shy and couldn't face Qin Yuan. I can't disclose that. In short, the master is incredibly impressive. You should try your best. Qin Yuan still maintained that confident expression. Okay, just wait and see. As long as she is a woman, I can enchant her to the point of fainting. So now it's time to change clothes. As he opened the wardrobe, Qin Yuan was even more surprised. Oh wow, this Care really knows how to have fun. There's nothing to be done. 500 million cannot be wasted like that. Today, let her enjoy an unforgettable night. Care pushed the door open, and this time, there would be no white light. Does the outfit she wears suit the taste of the brothers? Qin Yuan, with her enchanting demeanor, stood there. Finally, you've arrived. Tonight, I belong only to you. Oh, why are you wearing that outfit? The system announced. Name, Care. Identity, unknown. Rank, 5 stars. Qin Yuan seductively said, "You want to seek excitement? Let's just go all the way." She slowly approached Qin Yuan. "You are quite mischievous, but I really like it." Then she gently pushed Qin Yuan down. "Have we already gone this far so quickly? The night is still long. How about we first talk about life and ideals?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yuan found herself restrained. It turned out she also enjoyed this kind of play. "It's fine. I'll indulge her until the end. I hope you won't feel pity for me just because I'm a fragile flower." Kara then shifted to the main topic. "The game's time has ended here. We should discuss something more important." Qin Yuan didn't understand. "Am I not doing something important right now?" Kara explained to him, "Did you really think I spent 500 million to buy a toy to satisfy myself? In reality, you and I are quite similar. We are both succubi from the demon race." She then revealed her true form. Surprised, Qin Yuan was taken aback at this moment. "So you are also a succubus? I've heard that male succubi are extremely rare. Is your purpose in bringing me here really to use me as a breeding tool?" In his mind, he envisioned the scene. A male succubus. "Finally, I can become a mother. I can't wait any longer." Kara teased Qin Yuan. "The goal for tonight is to reach 100 people. You can't rest until the mission is complete, so dream on. I'll keep it brief. Actually, I am a subordinate of the Demon Lord, was sealed hundreds of years ago. For the past few years, I've been looking for a way to break the seal on the Demon Lord. During the war years ago, there was a human organization called the Holy Light Society, and within it was a group named the Seven Sages of Holy Light. It was this organization that ultimately sealed the heart of the great Demon Lord within the Hammer of Holy Light. Since then, the Hammer of Holy Light has continuously sealed the Demon Lord's heart, and no one has been able to break that seal. Your task is to break the seal on the Demon Lord's heart so that I can revive the great Demon Lord." Qin Yuan saw the inconsistency. "Didn't you say that any demon race that touches the Hammer of Holy Light would simply disintegrate? If that's the case, I will have no way at all. Do you want me to act as a sacrificial pawn?" She continued explaining, "Rest assured, I have found a way to break the seal, and this method can only be carried out by a human. The Seven Sages of Holy Light are the 7 most powerful individuals in the Holy Light Society, and among them is someone named Ye Lei Na, the Hammer of Light. She is the heir to the Hammer of Holy Light from years ago. As long as we can make Ye Lei Na fall into depravity and become corrupted, the seal on the Hammer of Holy Light will automatically shatter. For generations, the Hammer of Light has been wielded by pure and innocent saints and saintesses. If someone can make Ye Lei Na fall in love with you, a demon, and make her willingly give herself to you, the seal on the Demon King's heart will surely be broken." Qin Yu immediately refused. "I'm sorry, but I must decline. What are you saying? Am I hearing you correctly? Are you asking me to do that?" Qin Yuan feigned seriousness. "Regardless of the reason, I will not harm the heart of an innocent girl. Therefore, I will not agree to this. Unless, let's not even bring that up. I don't recall granting you the right to negotiate conditions with me, so if you do not comply with the rules, then I am sorry." Qin Yuan was immediately frightened and said, "What? What do you want to do? Can't we negotiate something, or if not, that's fine too." No matter how tough Tuan Than Nan was, she softened at the sight of a knife. Care then proposed a different solution. "As long as we cut off your source of magical power and then graft it into someone else's body, we can change the person who's doing the mission. Don't worry, my knife is quick. You won't feel much pain. Say goodbye, your other half." Then the knife plunged down. Qin Yuan, full of fear, shouted, "Activate skill, adamantine body." As the knife struck down towards Qin Yuan, it broke in two. Here comes the 72 Shaolin techniques, adamantine body. Yang energy rose from that part of Qin Yuan, making the female succubus shiver in fear. Is this the legendary colossal golden weapon? Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Sigh! That was close. Good thing I had exchanged for adamantine body beforehand. Otherwise, I would have." The system introduced adamantine body, quality 4 stars. After use can make oneself become tough. Always winning. Introduction not yet available. Taking advantage of the still effective public law, Qin Yuan broke the cups and escaped. Care, filled with astonishment and suspicion, asked, "Isn't this the magic of a succubus? Who exactly are you?" Qin Yuan, with a face strikingly similar to Dio Brando, replied, "I am merely a rather sturdy succubus. For those who are unfamiliar, you can look up Dio Brando the movie JoJo. I'm sorry, Miss Care, but to restrain a man like me, mere iron cuffs are simply not enough." Though he said that, his thoughts were different. This is also a 5-star character. I need to figure out how to charm her. She remained calm, as if she had Qin Yuan under her thumb. "Even if you possess mysterious powers that exceed those of normal succubi, you cannot resist me. This 500 million I cannot squander. If you try to flee, I will not spare those 4 slaves. Then if you have anything else you need me help with, As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I can do anything. She exuded an aura of seduction. Then let's start with an experience to see if you are truly worth the 500 million I am paying. Miss Care, rest assured tonight, I will repay you both the principal and interest of 500 million. She flew out with a provocative posture, saying, I've heard that the bodies of your male succubi recover very quickly, and it seems that it's nothing serious for you. Still, Miss Care, I'm here to assess your precious goods, and yet you managed to leave me momentarily stunned. Then the system notification appeared, indicating that the experience points of unlimited charming technique had leveled up. After that came the foreplay, which made Care slightly falter. Huff, I actually underestimated this succubus. Let's see how long you can act so arrogantly. The room transmitted many loud noises to the outside. Ali, who was cleaning outside, curiously asked, What is that noise? Shi Wai and Wai Zell looked worried. Could it be that Qin Yuan is in there? When can we meet him? Is Miss Care bullying him? I don't know, but for now, we should trust Qin Yuan. Nothing bad will happen. The next day, at the same manner, Qin Yuan pulled back the curtains to greet the morning. Good morning, my master. Care, with her hot figure, woke up. Last night was really intense. It seems there's a reason why succubi rarely live together. Indeed, but I didn't expect that would be your first time. She still had that enchanting face and said, So, in your eyes, do I resemble a woman with rich experience? Qin Yuan felt very confused. Very strange. So it's the first time. But it's incredibly proficient. Very much like. Innately skilled at this. As she lifted the hem of her nightgown while talking, she said, The succubus is indeed such a creature. Originally, I intended to keep my body pure. Then I wanted to offer myself to the Demon King after that day of resurrection. But in order to resurrect him, I could only. Qin Yuan made his stance clear. What do you mean? As surely mentioned before, I will help you carry out the resurrection plan for the Demon King. Care's abdomen then revealed a seal. Succubus women can use virgin's blood to perform a single virgin's blood magic, which can only be used once in a lifetime. As long as this connection of virgin's blood is severed, both you and I will die together. If you do not agree to my request, I will immediately cut this connection. Before Qin Yuan, a connection appeared that startled him back. What? What is it? Haha. Qin Yuan thought he would enjoy a delicious meal, but turned out to be the tasty dish. Hey, don't tell me you're just toying with me. I don't believe you would use magic related to your own life to threaten me. To resurrect the great Demon King, I am willing to sacrifice everything, including my own life. If you do not believe me. After saying that, she slightly pulled the chain. A wave of pain surged through Qin Yuan. It hurts so much. Is it really true? This move had led Qin Yuan astray. After making Qin Yuan taste a bit of suffering, Care moved on to the sweet part. As long as you obediently help me, when the great Demon King is resurrected, not only will I dissolve the virgin's blood link, but I will also grant you a great reward. So what? You want to think about it now? Reluctantly, Qin Yuan had to agree. Humph, it's not that I am not afraid of death. It's just that I can't withstand the Dan ones from the Holy Light Society. Always looking down on others, pretending to be superior. Just a holy light hammer of yours. No more than a month. I will definitely charm her. Qin Yuan, full of calculations. In short, it's still about protecting my life. For now, I'll just follow along. Then think of another way. Care immediately handed something to Qin Yuan. All right, this is a record of the journey of the Holy Light Hammer Yimlei Na. As for how to bring her down, that will depend on your methods. Qin Yuan also made a request. While I am on my mission, I still hope that the Death Book Care can take good care of my 4 friends. Furthermore, if there's an opportunity, I still hope to meet you and connect once more. 3 days later, in a dense forest, a resounding shout echoed, Holy Hammer, purified. The Bullman was sent flying into the sky. Let's meet Yai Lei from the first part again. At this rate, the church's mission will be accomplished. Justice will surely prevail. The Bullman must die. A look of determination and deep faith appeared on her face. Holy Light, devout believers, today they are also working hard to pursue justice. Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out, Help! Is anyone there to save me? Yai Lei turned in surprise toward the source of the sound. A young man with white hair was surrounded by a group of undead. You guys don't come near. The ferocious goblins charged in to attack him. So it turns out that it was Qin Yuan. He cried out in fear. Help! Save me! Helena then jumped in. Hero saves the beautiful man. Don't even think about harming others. Watch me. After that, she slammed a mace down to the ground. A resounding explosion echoed along with the shattering of the earth. It turns out to be a bunch of goblins. The goblins were swiftly wiped out by her. Qin Yuan had disguised himself as a priest, seizing the opportunity to get acquainted. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Qin Yuan. I am a priest from the chapel in the nearby village. She introduced herself as well. My name is Yai Lai Na. I am a holy knight of the Holy Light Society. As a priest, you're very vulnerable. It's dangerous to come alone to this remote mountainous area. Qin Yuan pretended to be helpless. I know, but there's a girl in the village who has been taken by goblins up in the mountains. No one in the village is willing to volunteer to take the risk to save her. I had to come here alone to see if I could find her. Yelena asked Qin Yuan, that girl, is she your friend? Or your lover? No, we are just villagers. You are a priest. You hardly have any fighting strength whatsoever. Why would you risk your life for someone who is not related to you? Qin Yuan immediately showed a righteous expression. You and I are the same. We are both followers of the Holy Light. One of the followers of the Holy Light Society. It is our duty to uphold justice. Therefore, even if it costs me my life, I must protect what is right. Protect justice. Yilei now was a bit moved. I don't know why my heart is suddenly beating so fast. Then, as if she had found a kindred spirit, she grasped Qin Yuan's hand. Leave it to me. If you are also someone who supports justice, then let's work together to eliminate those goblins. Let's rescue that girl. Thank you, my Lord Ye Lai Na. I hope that the Holy Light will protect you. Qin Yuan had taken the first step. Sure enough, this girl is still truly naive and incredibly innocent. She wholeheartedly believes in justice. As long as I can display my kindness and sense of justice, I can continually increase Yelena's affection for me. It seems that courting her won't be too difficult. Yelena transformed into a champion of justice. All right, let's not hesitate any longer. We should immediately find the goblin's lair. Let's rescue the poor victim. She cast the skill Evil Detection. It made Qin Yuan curious. What is this? This is the Holy Light magic. It can detect all demonic creatures and demon races nearby. Look over there. There's a stream of black energy coming from that direction. That's demonic aura. The goblin's lair is over there. Let's go. We're going to deal with those dark monsters. Suddenly, something surprised Yelena. There was also a stream of black aura coming from Qin Yuan. Hey, priest, why is there that on you? Qin Yuan became flustered. I'm not. In his mind, he cursed. This is bad. How does she know this kind of magic? Right now, I'm a demon. I'm definitely doomed this time. Yelena replied, I see now. You must have been infected with demonic aura when that goblin attacked you. What a knave girl. If she had a lover, she would be tricked many times. Yes, that must be it. Good thing this woman isn't very smart. Thus, Qin Yuan escaped a crisis. Qin Yuan curiously asked, but don't you suspect that I might be a demon? Of course not. How could a demon believe in holy light? Right now, I am the hammer of holy light and the 7 sages of holy light. I will absolutely not spare any demon. Let's go back 5 years. Search carefully. Do not allow any demon race to survive. Search every corner for me. Anyone from the demon race that is discovered must be killed. In a corner of the room, 2 small goblins were huddling together. Don't come here. Standing before them was Yai Lai Na. Guess whether Yai Lai Na will kill or spare them. A soldier was reporting to her. My lady, you've worked hard. I will check this area carefully. The house behind you don't need to search it. I just inspected it. The luck is not bad. I discovered 2 demon race hiding in there. I have killed them. A moment before, a room was enveloped in light. This is the Holy Light's veil. It can temporarily hide your demonic aura. For now, stay hidden here. Wait until this search is over, then run away. From these scenes, I see that Yai Lai Na is not too foolish. It seems she was affected by the protagonist aura of Qin Yuan, causing her IQ to drop a bit. Let's return to reality. In a cave, 2 figures appeared. After walking for a while, Yai Lai Na felt strange. Why is it so hot in here? Qin Yuan began to explain. Goblins like to live in hot and humid places. This is a volcanic mine, so the temperature in the cave is elevated. Miss Yilei Na, of course, in armor, you would feel hot. Oh, well, now I understand. If that's the case, then I'll just take off my clothes. Qin Yuan's face turned red. I'm begging you. There should be limits to your innocence. After taking off her armor, she happily replied, Hey, now it's much more comfortable. The girl Lena really is too carefree. Qin Yuan awkwardly complimented. I had no idea Miss Yi Lena had such a beautiful figure. Her face broke into a satisfied smile. If you say beautiful, it's better to say strong. That's more accurate. I have always been very persistent in my training. Qin Yuan quickly understood. This is a perfect opportunity to increase my favorability. Sorry about this. Activating skill. Evil charming smile. Indeed, as expected of Miss Yi Lena. Her beautiful and strong figure truly captivates me. In response, Qin Yuan heard, Time is tight. Let's not stop. We should continue. Qin Yuan was also at a loss. I'm saying this. The silly girl. At least she should listen to what others say. Ha ha! It was the first time Abanes saw Qin Yuan being ignored, plus his skill had missed. Suddenly, Yelena stepped on a wet spot on the ground. Qin Yuan was startled and shouted, "Be careful." The ground cracked open, creating a hole. She could only shout, "R!" Yelena cursed internally. Damn it. I didn't pay attention in. That pink substance was sticking around her. What is this? Sticky and disgusting. Qin Yuan shouted in fear from above. "Come up here quickly." That's slime. It will dissolve your body. As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes began to be corroded. Qin Yuan quickly acted. "I've got your hand now. I will pull you up." Right after that, Yelena with her corroded clothes came up. I can feel it. This slime is starting to eat away at my skin. She began to use magic. Holy light cleanse. But if it could cleanse, then where would we get the hot scene to watch? Strange. Why can't my cleansing spell make this substance disappear? Qin Yuan said calmly, "This slime is not something filthy at all, and the holy light spell won't do anything to it. To make it disappear, there is only one thing we can use." Yili now quickly asked, "What do we need to use? Hurry and tell me." The answer is saliva from the opposite sex. This young man truly was an opportunist. Although Yelena felt a bit embarrassed, she still asked innocently, do you need to spit on someone?" Even though it felt a little strange, the current situation didn't allow for much thought. "Just do it." Qin Yuan, unfazed, replied, "No, it has to be fresh saliva. In other words, I have to use my tongue. I need to suck up all this slime." Even someone as carefree as her hesitated. Isn't that really weird? We've only just met once. Qin Yuan acted immediately. He took her leg and Yelena, startled, said, "What do you want to do?" "If this continues, the skin of Yelena-sama will definitely be corroded." "Don't worry, after I help you dissolve the slime, I will commit suicide. I absolutely won't let the purity of the holy light hammer be tainted." "Lady Yelena, please lift your leg." She moaned in a daze. Please be a little gentler." I have never been touched before." Qin Yuan smiled warmly. "I will be extremely gentle." The system displayed a notification. The experience points of Unlimited Charming Technique have increased. Unlimited Charming Technique has leveled up to level 5. Supplementary attributes. Charm plus 150. Currently, it stands at 180. Skill attained, Divine Tongue. Effect, your tongue will become incredibly agile. No one can resist its allure. Description, your tongue is incredibly flexible. It can even weave through the throat like knitting. Here lies the tongue that countless brothers envy. With it, countless sisters would be infatuated. An hour later, everything was done. Her clothes had been completely eroded. "First, put this on for now. Yili never received the garment. Thank you." About what just happened. Qin Yuan picked up a stone. "I understand. Lady Yelena, you can rest assured. What I say, I will do. For your purity, I am willing to commit suicide." Yelena hurriedly interrupted. Wait. Don't be impulsive. You are my benefactor. How can I let you die for this? There's also..." Qin Yuan saw that the humiliation plan had succeeded, so he immediately threw the stone away. "Okay, is that it?" she asked. "Is there anything else?" Lena shyly turned her head away. "No, there's nothing else. We need to hurry and save the person. Other matters can wait until after we rescue them." Suddenly, a cry echoed from the far end of the cave. A pitiful girl, tied up in a manner typically seen in Japanese films, lay on the ground. "Please don't hurt me." The lecherous goblins laughed as they looked at her. Ha ha ha. Just then, a large mace slammed down onto the ground and a hot, mature woman appeared. "You foolish perverts. I told you to go capture strong, white human men. What have you brought here? Can't you even tell the difference between male and female?" One of them pointed at the cage. "This one. Strong and fat are two different things. What I need are elite genes. Only then can we produce strong descendants." The other pointed to the next cage. "What about this one? This one doesn't even fit the species. Besides, how can I bear with this race?" Here comes the next cage. "This person is too old. Normally speaking, they would no longer have reproductive capacity. That girl, the statement is incorrect. I feel that I can still exert myself for a while. Adonis thinks this old man is just like Muten Roshi. The goat blood is the same." The girl immediately replied sadly, "No, I refuse." At that moment, the shouts of several soldiers echoed back, "Hey, where did you come from? Stop right there." She furrowed her brows in anger. Who dares to be so bold as to intrude on this old lady's territory? Qin Yuan and Yelena slowly approached. So it turns out to be a special variant of those goblins. The Goblin Queen, no wonder the magic aura is so strong. Qin Yuan joyfully exclaimed from behind, "Found it. The missing villagers are indeed here. upon seeing Qin Yuan's body. Wait a minute, this is. The heart of this woman has been slowed by him. Do you want to do it? Qin Yuan in the imagination of the Goblin Queen would look like this, my friends. Her eyes sparkled, her face flushed. She secretly thought, this must definitely be the gift that heaven has bestowed upon me. Yelena immediately opened with her familiar lines. That wicked monster. Release the innocent civilians at once. The Goblin Queen responded cheerfully. All right then. The unexpected answer left Yelena bewildered. Then the queen set a condition. But I want you to trade him for me. Qin Yuan pointed at himself, confused. Me? Yelena became slightly cautious. What do you need him for? The queen licked her lips. Of course, I want to eat him. This eating was meant in a metaphorical sense, just so you know. Still, Yelena innocently replied, and yet you want to eat my friend. Truly, you have the audacity of a mountain. Since that is the case, I can only use force to uphold justice. Qin Yuan seemed to accept his fate, saying, Yelena, don't take action. To save these poor victims, I volunteer as an exchange. Yelena turned to him, filled with admiration. It's impressive that he would willingly sacrifice himself to save others. He truly deserves to be called a believer of the holy light, a messenger of justice. The Goblin Queen raised her hand in reply, I am not negotiating with you. No matter what, I must have a man like this. The Goblin Queen then snapped her fingers. Callous cracks appeared beneath Yelena's feet. Then Yelena fell into a pit once more. She barely had time to scream. Qin Yuan. After a while, Yelena also fell to the bottom. She slowly got up and looked around. In her mind, she thought, is this the underground maze? These monsters are truly very cunning. At the same time, at Goblin Queen's place. Welcome to my palace. The Goblin Queen's posture was quite pleasing to the eyes. Qin Yuan knelt down, curious. Aren't you going to eat me? This doesn't look like a kitchen. She clicked her tongue. I have no habit of eating humans. Then why do you capture so many villagers? She walked over to Qin Yuan. Because I want to find a male creature with excellent genetic traits. Only then can I give birth to the most outstanding goblin warrior. The male creature you mentioned, could it be me? That's right, it's you. Don't worry, I only need your genes. Cooperate obediently, and afterward, I will let you and the villagers leave safely. Qin Yuan made a request. I can agree to your request, but you must also agree to one of mine. No problem, but I should warn you, goblin methods might be a bit rough. You have to bear with it. Come here, I will untie you. Qin Yuan immediately responded with his actions. No need, I can do it myself. He stepped closer and said, on the contrary, I want to see just how rough you can be. Then Qin Yuan roughly tore apart the pieces of green fabric. The Goblin Queen lay on the bed, satisfied. He picked up the large club in suspicion. You? Surely you don't want to. As soon as it made contact, the queen cried out in pleasure. Qin Yuan then continued to pummel with the club. System notification. The experience of unlimited charming technique has leveled up. After many strikes with the club, Qin Yuan finally took a break. The queen seemed rejuvenated, seizing the opportunity to catch her breath before he resumed his beating. Yelena was wandering around, searching for a way out of the maze. Suddenly, she looked up. It seems I can faintly hear the voice of the Goblin Queen from above. What on earth is happening? Has Qin Yuan been eaten? Ha ha! Your Qin Yuan is more likely to be doing the eating. So what now? I can't find a way out at all. The magical energy here is so dense that even evil detection is ineffective. All right, since I can't find a way out. A loud sound echoed as a hole was drilled into the maze wall. Yelena decided to simplify the complex. Then I will open a way out myself. After a period of continuous hard work, Qin Yuan finally stopped. This is a secret between us. It's best not to tell the other monsters. Also, when you meet Yelena later, you must follow what I told you. Do you understand? The Goblin Queen obediently replied, Got it, I'll listen to you. The wall next to them suddenly revealed a crack like a centipede. Qin Yuan was surprised. Wow, I didn't expect that to be so quick. With a loud crash, the wall collapsed, bringing along dust and debris. Yelena emerged from the rubble, calling out anxiously, Qin Yuan, where are you? I'm here to rescue you. But what greeted her was a different scene. This is Qin Yuan pretending to show off. This is holy light. The holy light will guide you on your path ahead. The Goblin Queen also cooperated with him. Dear priest, I understand now. I will definitely change my ways and make a fresh start. Yelena glanced at Qin Yuan. What exactly is going on? I just told her about the teachings of the holy light. Now she has abandoned her wickedness and wants to follow the righteous path of the holy light. Lord Yelena, please give her a chance to change. But the evil deeds she has committed in the past, kidnapping villagers, are they just to be overlooked? The Goblin Queen jumped up, resolving the misunderstanding. Oh no, you have it wrong. I never harmed them. Moreover, I even provided them with food and drink. Just a moment ago, I ordered all of them to be released. They should be back in the village by now. If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly believe you this time. If I discover that you do anything wrong again, I will not spare you. Qin Yuan stepped in to conclude the matter. Thank you for voluntarily trusting me. Lord Yilei Na, it's getting late. Please allow me to take you back to the village to rest for a bit. Breaking through the wall to escape was quite tiring. If that's the case, then I trouble you. The Goblin Queen suddenly stopped him. Lord Qin Yuan, if there's a chance, please enlighten me once again. I also have many monster sisters who hope to receive your guidance. After I've rested, I will come to discuss the righteous path of the holy light with them. Yelena stood aside like a silly girl who did not understand what was happening. A while later in Exaimu village, Qin Yuan invited Yelena on a tour of the village. This is Exaimu village. I serve here as a priest. It truly is a rustic village. In front of her appeared a flock of chicks. She knelt down to pet them. The chicks are so cute. Seeing this, Qin Yuan hurriedly intervened. Wait, remember that the first rule in Exaimu village is absolutely no touching the chickens here. Otherwise, some undesirable things may happen. What will happen? Qin Yuan did not explain, merely leaving her with a sentence. You'll find out when the time comes. Here, even in the game world, when I first played this game, I accidentally stepped on a chicken and was chased out of the whole village. He recalled that scene. Was it really necessary to react like that over one chicken? A little later, the villagers welcomed the two of them. Here, priest, you have returned. Dear priest, are you hurt anywhere? Thank you, dear priest, for bringing my daughter back. This time we could save the villagers thanks to the great Yelena of the Holy Light Church. If you want to express gratitude, it should be directed at her. Yelena seemed a little flustered. No, it's nothing. It's the Holy Light Hammer. Protecting the people is my responsibility. The children, curious about the stranger, gathered around. Big sister is so beautiful. Could she be the priest's girlfriend? She hesitated slightly to explain. Well, actually, I am. Qin Yuan stepped in to rescue her. Don't bully big sister Yelena. We're just friends. Yelena felt a bit disappointed. It's strange. I don't understand why I feel a little disappointed. That night, in Qin Yuan's bedroom. I'm sorry there's no one in the village, so we can only make do with you sleeping in the same room as me. I hope you don't mind. As a Holy Light Hammer, I wouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Moreover, being in the village, you are very much respected by everyone, so I trust you won't do anything wick. That's great, then get some good rest. Good night. Yelena felt her cheeks slightly heat up, while her heart was in turmoil. What should I do? It's the first time sleeping in the same room with a man. What do I do now? In the dark night with the moonlight shining in Qin Yuan's bedroom, he was mentally preparing to map out a plan. It seems I've successfully won Yelena's favor. Next, I just need to follow through with the plan. A thin wisp of red smoke rose from Qin Yuan's body. It turned out to be the succubus Care. I forgot to tell you, if you don't communicate with me often, the Virgin's blood link will make you suffer greatly. Seeing Care, Qin Yuan panicked. What are you doing here? And don't cause a disturbance. Yelena is right next to us. It's fine. I've cast an invisibility spell. She won't be able to hear my voice or see me at all. She leaned closer to Qin Yuan. So even if you scream, it won't matter. I can't wait for the moment the Holy Saintess is defiled by our hands. Yelena heard something and woke up. Hey, an earthquake. No, it must just be my unstable emotions. I wonder if Qin Yuan is asleep. I want to look back at him. But behind her was a different world. Care was squatting with Qin Yuan, the magical energy within their bodies swirling powerfully. Care was so excited that he couldn't help but drool everywhere. Unfortunately, it landed on Yelena's face. This is a particular sharp sensation on my skin. It's the saliva of a demon race. She hurriedly woke up and reminded, be careful. There have been demons around lately. Qin Yuan pretended to be clueless. Ha! How could that be? There's only me here. The Oscar this year should definitely go to Qin Yuan, bro. Yelena explained seriously. Can't be mistaken. My body has gone through the holy light baptism, making me extremely sensitive to demons. Just now, there was definitely a demon appearing in this room, and it's probably hiding here now. Qin Yuan wanted to dispel her doubts. In such a small room, how could a demon hide? Miss Yelena, you must be. Yelena noticed his slightly flushed face and curiously asked, What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. In his mind, he cursed Care incessantly. This succubus, what foolishness is she doing in here? Almost getting me exposed. 10 minutes later, the room had been turned upside down by Yelena. Qin Yuan wanted to soothe her suspicions. Miss Yelena, I think this is probably just because you were scared. With you here, how could any demonic creature dare to come near? No, that's not possible. The aura of the demon race is so strong. It must be hiding somewhere in this room. I swear on my holy light hammer. Suddenly, under the blanket, Qin Yuan stirred. Yelena immediately walked over and flipped the blanket up. It turned out you were hiding here. You get well. Qin Yuan panicked and shouted, "Wait, don't lift it up!" Oh. Qin Yuan's body and a 20 centimeters long weapon came into her view. Yelena started to justify. "See, it seems there really are no demon creatures. We should hurry and go to sleep." Care outside lamented, "Is this really a male succubus? Truly mesmerizing. After this mission is over, I'll just take him for myself." Yelena lay on the bed, but her mind was with Qin Yuan. It seemed she had underestimated him. She couldn't go against the teachings of the Holy Light Church. No, she couldn't darken it. Let's sleep quickly. Let's sleep quickly. When she opened her eyes, she was very surprised. She suddenly found herself in the cathedral. This is the Cathedral of the Holy Light. Qin Yuan turned to her and asked, "Yelena, you have successfully passed the test. Are you ready to welcome the Holy Light baptism from the Pope?" She was a little taken aback. "Your Holiness, the power of the Holy Light is overwhelming." "Yelena, is this all the faith you have in the Holy Light? You must fill your body with the power of the Holy Light." Lena suddenly woke up. I can't pretend any longer." Yelena saw the familiar surroundings around her and sighed. "Hey, it turns out it was just a dream. How strange, why did I dream like that? Holy Light, please forgive the dream of your child, Yelena." Qin Yuan pushed the door and entered. "Yelena, breakfast is ready. I'll be there right away." She thought to herself, why did Qin Yuan turn into the Pope in my dream? Could it be a sign of something? Everyone has their part. There's no need to fight over it. Seeing that scene, she felt a bit regretful. Not only does he have a sense of justice and is loved by the villagers, but even the children adore him so much. It would be wonderful if Qin Yuan could officially join the Holy Light Church. But in Qin Yuan's eyes, it was different. The allure was successful. He received 10 accumulation points. These children were truly his source of points. A knight on horseback entered the village. The villagers around immediately knelt down to welcome him. "Greetings, Sir Knight. We are not sure what brings you here." He expressed disdain for this place. As one of the 7 sages of Holy Light, Sword of Light, Lai Shiki, this desolate and impoverished place is indeed filthy. My armor has just been polished. His face soured. "I ask you, have any women from the Holy Light Church passed through here recently? Her name is Yelena." A chick waddled over and defecated on his shoe. He cursed. "Damn it, how dare you dirty my shoe? That damn thing." He then raised his foot to stomp down. The villagers grew furious. "You dare kill Aggie? Do you have any idea how much joy Aggie brought us? Aggie died a miserable death. Oh, Aggie." "Huh? Did it have to come to this? It's just a chicken. How much money do I need to pay you to make it right?" The villagers began to get angry upon hearing this. "Even the Holy Light Church cannot harm Aggie. Apologize for Aggie's death, or else we won't forgive you. Aggie is our lucky charm in Atsamu village." Lai Shiki looked at them with disdain. "Are you joking? I am the Sword of Light. How can I apologize to a mere chicken? What can you, a bunch of mountain peasants, do?" With a sudden thump, Lai Shiki found himself covered in excrement. "How dare you look down on others? Fine, we will avenge Aggie. Don't underestimate us villagers." The villagers threw more filth at Lai Shiki, covering him completely. He kept retreating while cursing. "Damn it. I am a knight of the Holy Light Church. I cannot casually strike against common folk. If not." While backing up too far, he missed his footing and fell into a hole behind him. It turned out to be a manure pit. How foul. Why is there a manure pit here? He was unable to contain himself as he reached for his sword, then shouted, "How dare you throw such filth at the Sword of Light? I will not let you get away with this. Hey, Lai Shiki, what are you doing here?" Yelena exclaimed in surprise. Lai Shiki sat below and replied, "Yelena, so you are here. I was very worried about your safety, so I intentionally came here to find you. Do you know, every day you leave, I miss you a lot." Yelena looked at him with disgust. "What are you doing in the cesspool?" Yelena said, "Listen to my explanation. It's all because of those unreasonable villagers that I ended up in such a predicament. It was because he killed Aggie first and he bullied others. Isn't just because it's the Holy Light Church that they can bully the common people." Qin Yuan also explained to Yelena, Aggie was the lucky charm of Xaimu village. For many years, he had worked diligently, energizing Xaimu village, Mr. Lai Shiki. If we don't give everyone a satisfactory explanation, then they won't stop. Lai Shiki, at a loss for words, had to concede. "I apologize, everyone. Please accept my apology. I will give everyone 100 gold coins as compensation. No matter what, I must maintain a good image in front of Yelena." An hour later at the bathhouse. Finally cleaned up. "Yelena, if the mission here is finished, then we should leave and return to the Holy Light Church." Qin Yuan bid farewell to her. Miss Yi Lei Na, it's a pleasure to meet you. I believe that with your strength and righteousness, you will definitely achieve great success. Then I suppose we part ways here. Lena said, please, please come with us. I want to invite you to join the Holy Light Church. He pretended to decline. How could that be? I am just a priest in a village. What qualifications do I have to join the Holy Light Church? In his mind, he laughed heartily. Gotcha. It seems my plan is proceeding quite smoothly. Lai Shikini, standing by, immediately blocked Yai Lai Na. The Holy Light Church is not a place where just anyone can join. Moreover, he is merely a rural priest of lowly origin. The villagers around here voiced their opposition. Qin Yuan is not a lowly priest. He is the pride of Xi Mu village. Indeed, Lady Yai Lai Na, please allow Qin Yuan to join the Holy Light Church. He is the most qualified among us. Under the light of the Holy Light, everyone is equal. As long as one can pass the examination of the Holy Light, anyone can join the Holy Light Church. I will vouch for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, just follow me. Your goodness and righteousness should be used to bless many more people. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. I understand now. For Miss Yi Lei Na, I will absolutely do my best to pass the examination. In his mind, Qin Yuan was filled with joy. Haha, the plan is going smoothly. Lai Shiki reluctantly agreed alongside Yai Lei Na. If that's the case, then let's set off. Yet in his heart, he looked down on Qin Yuan, thinking, this pumpkin has no way to pass the Holy Light Church's examination. Just consider it as making Yai Lei Na happy. Lai Shiki said, from what I can see here, apart from the horse I'm riding, there is only one horse over there. Why don't we ride together and let Qin Yuan take that horse? Yi Lei Na dismissed him. I prefer to ride the same horse as Qin Yuan. Lai Shiki secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, I can't believe I lost face like this in front of Yai Lei Na. I worked so hard to build up a perfect image. With a loud crash, Lai Shiki's horse suddenly collapsed and started frothing at the mouth. Hey, what's wrong with my horse? Qin Yuan chimed in from the side, teasing him. Maybe it's because you smell so bad that the horse couldn't stand it and died. Lai Shiki objected. How could this be? Yi Lei Na immediately stepped ahead of Lai Shiki. We'll go ahead a bit. See you at the Holy Light Church. Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Then farewell, Mr. Lai Shiki. Lai Shiki was determined in his heart. This vile person dares to look down on me. Just wait, even if I have to wager my sword of light, I will stop you from joining the church. Yi Lei Na and Qin Yuan were slowly making their way. Yi Lei Na concernedly reminded Qin Yuan, it's your first time riding a horse. If you're scared, you can hold on tight. Qin Yuan readily replied, okay, I feel like this scene is a bit familiar. Qin Yuan thought to himself, let's see how you handle this. Qin Yuan used the skill Illusionary Body Magic, a spell of Itachi, and then placed Yai Lei Na into an illusion to act. Yai Lei Na was startled. What are you doing? She turned around, embarrassed, still wanting to refuse. No, my pure body. If it gets tainted then. Qin Yuan took out a sedative. It's okay. This is just a dream. It won't tarnish your purity. Yai Lei Na still maintained her steadfast faith. One cannot go against the teachings of the Holy Light. Suddenly she woke up, shouting loudly, no. Qin Yuan, as if nothing had happened, asked Yai Lei Na, what's wrong with you? Yi Lei Na casually replied, it's nothing. I just accidentally dozed off and had a nightmare. She was full of suspicion. Is it strange that I'm so tired? How could I fall asleep on horseback and have such a dream? Yi Lei Na thought to herself, oh, Holy Light, please forgive the poor Yai Lei Na. To be able to sleep on a horse, you are truly remarkable. However, during the time she slept and already arrived at their destination, a vast city appeared before the two of them. This city was called Elfenbein. Yai Lei Na walked while introducing to Qin Yuan. This is the holy city Elfenbein, one of the most prosperous cities in the Gaia continent, and also the home of the Holy Light Jiaoting. Qin Yuan was astonished. Oh, how bustling it is. So when can I participate in the Holy Light's entry examination? Yi Lei Na promptly replied, I still need to go to the church to inquire a bit. The examination might start in about 3 days. Qin Yuan said, if that's the case, I will find an inn to rest and wait. Yi Lei Na extended an invitation. How could I let a guest go to an inn? If you don't mind, you can come to my house to rest temporarily. Would it be too much trouble to go to your place? Yi Lei Na generously replied, it's no problem. My house is quite spacious. I welcome you to my home. After playing, you can rest as long as you like. 10 minutes later, Qin Yuan raised his voice. I say, Yai Lei Na, do you really call this a house? A spacious noble villa came into view before him. Qin Yuan had to rethink about this little wealthy lady. He didn't expect Yai Lei Na to be a grand young lady. She shared. These are all the legacies left to me by my parents. When I was young, my parents died due to the ambush by the demon race seeking revenge. At that time, a demon intended to kill me, exterminating all living beings. Even if I go to hell, I will not let you go. At that moment of danger, a voice rang out. The righteous judgment, and the demon was immediately knocked away. Little Eli Langaness sat there dazed. A brew with a style exactly like hers now appeared. Don't be afraid, little girl. The holy light will protect you. At that time, I was saved by the holy light hammer from the previous term. Since then, I have joined the Holy Light Church, and one day I will cleanse all evil from this world, so that tragedies like this will never happen again. Qin Yuan forced a comforting smile. I support you, Yelena. He lamented internally. I'm doomed. If she finds out I'm a demon, I'm done for. Yelena's steward welcomed them. Miss, you're back. Have you brought a guest this time? She began to introduce, this is Steward Sebastian. After my parents passed away, he has always helped manage the family affairs. You could say our relationship is like that of family. Nice to meet you, I'm Qin Yuan. The steward, seeing the young lady bringing a man home for the first time, was overjoyed to the point of tears. Oh my, master and madam, are you watching from heaven? Finally, the young lady has a boyfriend. Yelena quickly explained, it's not a boyfriend. Qin Yuan is just my friend. He will be staying here for a few days to prepare for the Holy Light Church admission exam. Please arrange a room for him. Of course, that's no problem at all. By the way, miss, while you've been away, I've hired 2 Asian maids to come and prepare clothing and take care of Mr. Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan exclaimed about life. No wonder he is a tycoon. Even the guests have their own maids. Hello, Miss Yelena, young Master Qin Yuan. Suddenly appearing, he didn't expect that the 2 of them were acquaintances. Hello to both of you. Qin Yuan was surprised and thoughtful. Ali and Xiao Ruan, why are you here? Please, young Master Qin Yuan, come into the room with us first. Oh, all right. Ali immediately gestured, inviting young Master Qin Yuan. This will be your room. Qin Yuan glanced at the 2 girls. All right, now that there are no other people around, stop pretending. Tell me, why are you here? The 2 answered honestly. It was Lord Care who arranged for us to come here. We want to help you complete the mission. Xiao Ruan will also assist. Qin Yuan sighed. Care has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Well then, with you 2 here with me, it might help a bit. You can stay here. The 2 people were kept by Qin Yuan, happily expressing their gratitude. Great, Xiao Ruan will definitely do her best. Brothers, do you see this? This is the most luxurious and noble single bath that Adonis has ever seen. Qin Yuan soaked in the tub, relaxing his body. From morning until evening, he had to wear that strange priestly robe, completely exhausted. Finally, he could take a bath. After a few splashes, a figure approached the bath. Ali and Xiao Ruan enter, wrapped in towels. I have to come in here and bother you. Qin Yuan, bewildered, asked, What are you doing? Ali immediately explained for both of them. You not only saved us, but you also provided us with a place to stay. So we have to repay you a little, and definitely don't refuse us. The 2 girls cornered Qin Yuan with their charming behavior. First, let's help you relieve your fatigue. Ali slowly approached, extending her 2 hands forward. Xiao Ruan was submerged in a look of astonishment from Qin Yuan. Xiao Ruan, what are you doing? With a splash, she emerged from beneath the water, causing Qin Yuan to scream. Leave it to me. Xiao Ruan, embodying the characteristics of a smile, absorbed the water in the tub, transforming into a sultry, feminine figure. Qin Yuan curiously asked Ali, why has Xiao Ruan become like this? Xiao Ruan is a smile race. As long as she comes into contact with liquid, her body's properties will change. Now her body is liquid, so it doesn't matter how you play with it. Is that true? She can actually flow inside. He immediately tried to touch her, which made her feel stimulated. When Xiao Ruan was stimulated, she said, Please do not casually put your hand inside. Otherwise, Xiao Ruan will be unable to resist and suck you in. Before he could react, Qin Yuan was pulled inside. The system displayed a notification. System notification. The experience points of unlimited charming technique have been upgraded. Inside, Qin Yuan was lost in thought. The sensation of being completely rubbed was truly comfortable, as if being massaged by girls in a parlor. At that moment, Xiao Ruan reached her peak and was able to fully envelop her master within her body. Xiao Ruan felt very happy. One could say she was happy to the point of bursting. Then the liquid from her body sprayed everywhere, flooding the shore. Qin Yuan, supported by Ali from behind, was worried. Xiao Ruan, are you all right? He curiously looked into the bathtub. This is. Xiao Ruan was separated into 4 parts. Master, we accidentally got separated. Ali began to explain. Don't worry, the Smile Clan itself can separate and regenerate, but even so, their senses will still be linked with each other. Qin Yuan smiled wickedly. Is that so? Then I want to see for myself. System notification. Experience points for unlimited charming technique leveled up. Experience points for unlimited charming technique leveled up. Let's make a glass of fresh orange juice together. Returning to Yaelena at this moment. Sebastian, your squeezed orange juice is still as delicious as ever. The old butler shifted to another topic. Miss, if I am not mistaken, you are probably thinking about young Master Qin Yuan right now. I'm not. She blushed like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. The old butler looked at her family portrait and offered some advice. If you like him, then be bold and pursue it. In the past, the madam often said so. The master also succumbed to the madam's passionate advances. I still remember the master said he liked the madam's innocent and enthusiastic personality, always having a look of fondness on his face. So, young lady, at this point, Yaelena had already slipped away. Thank you for the juice, but I have to leave now. The old butler could only sigh. Master, it seems that the lady and your little princess have finally reached the age of love. After being tormented by Qin Yuan for a while, Xiao Ruan, exhausted, fell asleep, mumbling in her dreams, I've been dyed a different color by my master. Qin Yuan lounged on Ali's lap, full of self-satisfaction. Good thing I'm a succubus. If it were someone else, they would have turned into a dry husk by now. Are you still talking? Xiao Ruan has already been worked to death by you. She pouted in reproach. The system displayed a notification. System notification. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the character card for Ali, strategic level, 4 stars, capable of transforming into a fox clan. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the character card for Xiao Ruan, strategic level, 4 stars, capable of transforming into a slime tribe. Ali pondered to herself, but he really is quite powerful. It seems that next time I should let the other 2 sisters have a little experience. Yelena was knocking on the door, wanting to come in. Qin Yuan, are you asleep? I have something important to discuss with you. Qin Yuan was startled awake and sat up. Is it Yaelena? Why are you here again? You're not asleep yet, right? Then I'll come in. With a click, she entered wearing a purple dress. Qin Yuan sat on the bed and successfully disguised the 2 girls. Miss Yaelena, is there something you need? She noticed 2 creatures on Qin Yuan's body and was somewhat surprised. Why are there a fox and a slime in your room? Qin Yuan felt a bit flustered and looked for an excuse. They might have run out from the nearby forest. I fed them a bit, so they wouldn't leave. You're very kind. My choice was indeed not wrong, Qin Yuan. I came to find you because I want to conduct special training with you. It's for the trials of the Holy Light Church that we will undergo special training to prepare for the challenges. If it's special combat training, I'm afraid I can't manage it. If I reveal my true abilities, my disguise will be exposed. She began to introduce the trial. The challenge of the Holy Light Church is controlled by the Holy Light Hammer. She specializes in creating illusions to expose the weaknesses of the one being tested, such as gluttony, greed, lust, pride, envy, and laziness. As long as there's one area that doesn't meet the standard, one will be eliminated. Qin Yuan, filled with righteous determination, promised, I believe that with my will, I can definitely overcome this challenge. Yelena then voiced her concerns. As for other kinds of resentment, I believe you will have no problem at all, but it's the desire for sensuality that worries me. I'm afraid you being young might not be able to withstand it. Qin Yuan understood the issue. So that's what it is. Your concern is indeed reasonable, but how should we train for something like this? Yelena then took off her dress. You must be intending to use your body for training. Qin Yuan and Xiao Ruan both turned red and were completely taken aback. What are you doing? I'll use my body to train you against your desires. If you can resist my allure, then you will definitely pass the test. Qin Yuan expressed different emotions, but he asked, what if I can't resist your allure? What will happen then? Yelena was putting herself in a risky situation. If you can't resist my tempting seduction, then this will be the consequence. Hu, my pure body, holy light, I will no longer be pure. She slightly jolted and shook her head. No, you're the one I've set my sights on. You definitely won't let me down. Qin Yuan brought things back on track. Even if you say that, how exactly should the special training to resist lust be done? Yelena took out a stone and began to transform. Then focus on my body. It turned out she was playing the role of a form-fitting black outfit, which looked quite beautiful. Qin Yuan looked at her with confusion. Is it really just a stare like this? It doesn't seem that difficult. Yelena was slightly surprised mixed with embarrassment. Staring at my alluring outfit, you have no reaction at all? Qin Yuan said without a care. As long as my mind maintains its purity, then nothing in this world can awaken any impure thoughts in me. The truth in Qin Yuan's mind was different. I was just drained of energy by those 2 girls, and now, just as he was resting and stabilizing himself after the battle, of course, it wasn't easy to rise up. Yelena still had other tricks up her sleeves, so what about this? After that, she immediately used her chest to rub his back. Qin Yuan's mouth was very stubborn. I don't feel anything, but my mind is shattered. It's over. How could it be so fast? This is the physique of a succubus. Honestly, who wouldn't be affected like this? How could anyone resist such stimulation? Haha, so strange. Why is it that I can't? Yelena, you must hold on. Yelena seemed bold, but she was just like any other girl. An hour later, she acted like a rich woman having a one-night stand, leaving Qin Yuan behind. I didn't expect you to be able to hold on, not being enchanted. The test tomorrow should be no problem at all. I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. In the end, Qin Yuan was left alone in the room. Xiao Ruan and Ali reverted to their original forms, curiously asking, "So, master, you really could withstand such a strong temptation?" Qin Yuan turned his head with a pale face full of restraint. "My holy light, the power of the succubus is about to erupt. You two quickly help me calm down." The two obediently responded, "Okay." The next morning, still at Yelena's villa. "Qin Yuan, good morning, let's go." Qin Yuan pushed the door open and stepped outside. "Hey, your face didn't sleep well last night. Nervous, huh?" "Yeah, let's say that." He responded with a face like someone drained of strength by beauty. A while later, at the headquarters of the Holy Light Church, Qin Yuan and Yelena were striding into the chapel. In front of the chapel, a female monk stood there with a scepter, as if waiting for them. She turned around and introduced herself. "I am the Holy Light Hammer from the 7 Sages of Holy Light. Franca, this youth must be the one Yelena introduced, right?" Qin Yuan politely introduced himself. "I am Qin Yuan." That damn annoying lie Psyche interrupted. "A lowly priest hailing from a deserted village. I advise you to give up as soon as possible." Qin Yuan was taken aback. "Oh, it's you." Franca on the side also urged. "That's right, if your resolve is not strong enough, participating in the exam is very likely to leave you permanently damaged mentally. I hope you think it over carefully." Qin Yuan responded, "No need to think, joining the Holy Light Church has been my lifelong dream. Moreover, I cannot let Yelena down." The system announced, "Mesmerization successful, received 20 accumulation points." Yelena looked at him gently. "It turns out that he cares for me so much. Since that's the case, if you are ready, then please enter this room to take the assessment." Franca began to lead the way. Qin Yuan cautiously asked Yelena, "Miss Franca seems quite gentle. The assessment shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Yelena replied, "Don't be fooled by Franca's appearance. The 7 Sages of Holy Light, this title is based on the divine weapons they wield. Specifically, they are divided into hammer, sword, rod, shield, spear, axe, and bow. Each person has their unique sacred weapon. Franca's Holy Light Rod is called the Torture Angel. No matter how cruel an evil being may be, they cannot withstand her interrogation." Qin Yuan opened the door to the assessment room. "My Lady Franca, I am ready." She removed the blindfold and said, "All right, then let's proceed with the assessment. The method is very simple. You just need to look into my eyes. This face, combined with those eyes, deserves to be an angel. This is Adonis's favorite. As for my brother's favorite character, feel free to comment below." Looking into her eyes, Qin Yuan wondered, "Lady Franca, your eyes are." Franca replied, "I'm just someone who was injured while fighting against a monster. Though I can no longer see, the holy light allows me to see through everything, for example, seeing into people's hearts." She immediately used the illusion holy light spell, beginning to delve deep into Qin Yuan's inner self. "This is your inner world. Let me see the depths of your heart." A voice echoed, "Lady Franca, welcome to my inner world. It seems like a master facing a challenge. This skill is undoubtedly superior to my brother's." Franca was puzzled in her mind. Why is this man's inner world so strange? Qin Yuan then spoke up, "Lady Franca, if you want to explore my inner self more deeply, why not come in here and sit down? What do you think?" "If that's the case, I accept your invitation." In her heart, she looked down on him. "Oh, doing this in front of me, you were truly flaunting your darkness. Let me see what tricks you were up to." Qin Yuan poured a glass of Romani Conti 1945 red wine. He sat opposite and offered Franca a glass. "Lady Franca, please have a drink." Franca immediately refused. "As a holy light rod, I must adhere to the teachings. I cannot drink alcohol." Qin Yuan began to twist the truth, bending reality. "But this is not reality. It is the inner world of my mind. If you truly wish to understand my inner self, you should try the taste of this wine, and you will understand a part of my soul, won't you?" Franca picked up the glass of wine, and as he said made sense. She took a sip. 2 hours later, several bottles had been emptied. Franca was completely drunk, now transformed into a tipsy person. More wine, more wine. Qin Yuan helplessly exclaimed, "Lady Franca is drunk." He sighed inwardly. "This girl drinks so much, it's really something else. Her tolerance is no less than usual." You all know many people start to ramble when they drink, and so does Franca. I am not guilty. You are the ones who are guilty. I will punish you sinners in the name of the holy light. Qin Yuan immediately took her hand, Lady Franca, and began to approach her closely. Actually, you are very lonely, aren't you? Franca finally reacted. How could it be? I am a servant of the holy light. Do not underestimate my faith. Qin Yuan seemed to dive deep into her inner world. Although you are one of the 7 sages of the holy light in the eyes of many, you are merely a pitiful girl. Lady Franca is indeed pitiful, a servant of the holy light, yet will never truly see the holy light. What a satire! Still, you can only rely on interrogating those evildoers and monsters to relieve the suffering in your heart. When her secret was exposed, she began to evade. You can't say such things. With her weakness in hand, Qin Yuan pressed on. The important thing is clearly being young and beautiful like this and having never done such things. Tonight, how about... Qin Yuan snapped his fingers and the scene transformed into a love hotel. Franca was bewildered. Where is this? Qin Yuan smiled. Lady Franca, let me take you to find joy beyond the holy light. Franca remained skeptical. No, the holy light won't allow me to do that. He continued to entice her. It's fine, as I said. This is not the real world. You can indulge however you wish. Franca felt something was off. Why am I the one being tested? Let the holy light go beat the devil. Franca began to waver slightly. Qin Yuan grasped the holy light rod. Lady Franca, let your holy light rod merge with me into one entity. Qin Yuan filled in the gaps of what he lacked with his excess. She endured the pain as this was her first time. The system announced, unlocking character card Franca. Franca level 4 stars, accompanying skill holy light magic. Don't, Franca exclaimed, her eyes flying open. She sighed in relief. Fortunately, these things only happen in the illusion. But life is not a dream. The illusion turned out to be the truth. What on earth is this? Didn't these things only happen in the illusion? Qin Yuan woke up, mocking her. Whether it's an illusion or reality, just now you were thoroughly enjoying yourself. Franca's face was filled with fear as she asked, who exactly are you? Why are you doing this? Qin Yuan replied, I'm just a priest from the land of the holy light faith. Lady Franca, you wouldn't want this matter to be known by others, would you? She spoke plainly. What do you want? Qin Yuan presented his condition. I only wish to join the Holy Light Church. As long as I can pass the examination, I will absolutely not speak of this to anyone. Franca thought to herself, you, who always threaten others, never expected to be threatened in return. It's quite amusing. Suddenly she realized, wait a minute, I can see everything in reality again. When did my vision return? As Qin Yuan prepared to leave, he said, you became blind because you didn't want to face your own thoughts, your reality. Now that you have faced your desires honestly, your vision can naturally return. Lady Franca, of course, the faith of the holy light is not wrong, but one should also have control over their own life, shouldn't they? Coldly, Qin Yuan turned around and left. Franca wondered, why am I seeing the light on this man? Seeing 2 people come out of the examination room, Yang Lynette anxiously asked, the exam is over. How did it go? Lai Shiki mockingly chimed in, if you didn't pass, it's no big deal. I can sponsor your travel expenses to go home. Franca boldly declared, Qin Yuan is steadfast in his belief in the holy light. I have never met anyone as pure as him. I declare in the name of the holy light rod that Qin Yuan has passed the exam. Yi Li Na beamed with pride. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. I knew you could definitely do it. Lai Shiki's expression darkened. I really can't believe it. This lowly person has actually stepped onto the holy light church, equating himself with the divine. Yi Li Na noticed Franca. Franca, have your eyes recovered? Franca looked a bit worried. That's because, oh no, I can't say that she did something like that to recover. Qin Yuan stepped in to ease the situation for her. It must be that the sincerity of Lady Franca moved the holy light, and that's why the holy light bestowed upon her sight. Isn't that right, Lady Franca? Surely the recovery of her sight is due to the pure liquid gifted by Qin Yuan. Don't you think, my brothers? Franca, in a difficult situation, reluctantly joined Qin Yuan in saying, that's right, you are not wrong. My body has been restored once again thanks to the energy bestowed by the holy light. He Lei now was overjoyed. To celebrate your successful passing of the test, why not take some time to relax within the city today? Qin Yuan complied with her. Then I thank you. Lady Ye Lei Na. Suddenly, Franca interrupted the two. Wait a moment, Qin Yuan. You have just joined the Holy Light Church and need to attend the church frequently to absorb its teachings. Do you understand? Qin Yuan, serious and with hidden meanings, replied. That sounds wonderful. I also hope to engage in deeper communication with you, Lady Franca. Gazing at Qin Yuan's back, Lai Shiki had bad premonition. This wicked guy emanates a malevolent aura all around. I won't let you continue to bask in your triumph like this. He turned to Franca. I still don't believe that guy could pass the test. You two perhaps make some deal that others aren't allowed to see. Franca showed a dissatisfied expression. Sir Lai Shike, I fully recognize your contributions to the Holy Light Church, but the examination process for joining is my responsibility, so please do not interfere. Yelena took Qin Yuan to have 100% pure fresh milk from the dairy cow, followed by the legendary stuffed toy claw machine game, which about 80% of couples participate in. Finally, they went shopping. This is my favorite clothing shop. Come with me to see if there are any new outfits. Qin Yuan complimented without thinking. If it's Yelena, she would look cute in anything. The shop owner greeted the two with a sweet demeanor. Isn't this Miss Yelena? Long time no see. Oh, is this young man your boyfriend? Truly handsome. Yelena hurriedly explained, Shop owner, don't say such things. We are just friends. The shop owner smiled knowingly. I understand. Many couples don't start from a friendship. I won't say much more. You two go ahead and pick something in the store. As soon as Qin Yuan entered, the shop owner reminded him, I have seen Yelena grow up. She is a good girl. Don't let her down. A moment later, Yelena peeked her head out from the fitting room. Qin Yuan, come here for a moment. Is there a problem? She shyly said. I can't pull up the zipper in the back. It's the same size, and clearly, it fit me just fine last year. Could it be that I've gained weight? Qin Yuan looked at the two perfectly round spheres and sighed softly. Isn't the reason still not clear enough? He replied with utmost seriousness. Then shall I pull it up? She gently agreed. Aha! Qin Yuan focused his key. Determined not to hurt her feelings, he had to pull it up at one go. Gathering his key in his hands, he swiftly yanked upwards. Due to a bit too much force, the dress tore, and Yelena was exposed. Seeing the two spheres, he instantly changed color. Yelena's face turned bright red as she shouted, Pervert! At the estate of the young wealthy lady Yelena, Qin Yuan, I am really sorry, are you okay? With a slap on his face, Qin Yuan responded, I'm fine. Yelena, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, I just acted reflexively in my awareness, so I'm not really angry. Huh? What are you talking about? Qin Yuan asked in confusion. Yelena, fearing exposure, quickly denied. It's nothing. We had a lot of fun today, so rest up, sleep well. Okay. His mind was still racing. If Yelena were to discover my true identity, she might just kill me. 3 days later in the examination room, the system announced achieved 100 accumulated points. Franca was in agony, caught between feelings of pain, sweetness, and elation. Qin Yuan was preparing to leave at that moment. Lady Franca, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Holy Light faith. Franca, looking enchanting, wanting to keep Qin Yuan there to make up for that night. Qin Yuan, with a slightly cheeky demeanor, asked, What's wrong? Does the Holy Light Rod want to keep me here? I'm scared. But her response shattered his beautiful dream. I just wanted to remind you about Lai Saiki. It seems he has some ill intentions towards you. I don't know the specifics, but I've witnessed his cruel tactics against the demon race. If he has his eye on you, you should be cautious. Qin Yuan nodded. I understand. Don't worry. Even for the sake of continuing to receive the cleansing ritual from Lady Franca, I can't just go away easily. Hearing that gave her a bit more reassurance. But under the holy light, could this merely be a haunting thought? What was it really? Now Qin Yuan was walking down an alley, guided by the moonlight. He paused and said, I've noticed you all following me for a while now. If you're not going to make a move, I'm heading home. Qin Yuan looked back and saw several figures appearing. In total, there were 5 of them, led by a bald man who said, Just a weak priest, but not too slow. Qin Yuan scoffed at them and replied, Looking at your outfits, you must be mercenaries, right? If you want to do something, hurry up. It won't be convenient for your heads to scatter when I chop them off later. The bald man fumed with anger. What? Our mission is to take your head. Then let me have some fun with you guys first. This will be my first move. He spoke with the flair of a game master, then drew a card. Guess whether it's a dark sorceress or a trap card. A special summoning portal appeared under the drawn card, summoning a 5-star monster, Yun Shu Han. Yun Shu Han appeared and immediately scolded Qin Yuan. Who are you calling a monster? Sorry, I got a bit excited, Qin Yuan said. Yun Shu Han asked, Why did I end up here? What's going on with you? Qin Yuan explained, I'm being hunted by this guy, so I summoned you to help me fight back against the enemies. After all, I'm just a weak priest. The group frowned, saying, We never expected this priest of summoning, but that summoned beast is impressive. Let's enjoy it a bit before we kill it. Young Shu Han heard this and her expression turned serious. Are you calling me a summoned beast? Hey, Qin Yuan, do you want me to deal with these trash? Qin Yuan replied gently, Yes. Even though they are murderers and thieves, I hope you'll go easy on them. Young Su-han nodded and immediately took action. This might be a bit difficult. Seeing their insult, the bald leader prepared to strike back. How dare you look down on us? Kill them so they can feel the power of the all-dead mercenary group. The purple-robed wizard began casting a fireball spell, but was instantly cut in half by Young Su-han. Then she attacked the other two. Young Su-han's strikes had no openings. Damn it, why have I never seen such strange swordsmanship before? Qin Yuan watched and praised. It seems senior sister Yun has improved a lot during this time. Suddenly, Qin Yuan felt a sharp pain as a 20 centimeters dagger stabbed him from behind. The assassin lurking behind revealed himself as a threat, a summoned beast. If the summoned beast body dies, the summoner cannot maintain it. With a sudden flash, Qin Yuan transformed into a cloud of smoke. The assassin barely had time to react. This has to be the body replacement technique, everyone thought. Qin Yuan appeared behind him and started to lecture. I'm not that knave. A famous swordsman from Japan once said, a wound to the back is a disgrace for a swordsman. The assassin charged at him. So what? You're just a mage. Qin Yuan smirked. For the moment you let me get close, you lost. My body may be weak, but if you think I'm just a mage, then perhaps I'm a melee mage. The assassin took a punch full of power from Mage Qin Yuan. One hit, first achievement for Qin Yuan. Earned 300 gold for Qin Yuan. The assassin lost consciousness in disbelief. And there's love behind my punch. Qin Yuan smiled, adding Itaki's illusion technique. Now you have to willingly drown in my enchanting illusion. The other three were also taken down expertly by Yun Shu-han, lying on the ground, unclear if they were alive or dead. She brushed off her hands and said, Be careful, you might end up killed by me. Sorry, you might not be the mastermind behind this. Qin Yuan didn't care much and replied, It's fine, I can guess anyway. Then thank you, senior sister Yun, for your help. I'll take you back now. He pulled out a card to cancel the summon. Yun Shu-han stopped him, saying, What do you take me for? A tool you call when you need and send away when you don't. Qin Yuan quickly defended himself. No, I absolutely don't think that way. I'm just worried that you might not like it. So, what do you want, senior sister Yun? Young Shu-han shyly said, What do I want? I want you to keep me here for a night. When a girl is this forward, it means she really wants it, Qin Yuan thought. In a hotel somewhere, Qin Yuan took Young Shu-han to rent a room. The hotel had many special rooms prepared for couples. May I ask if you have any specific needs? The clerk inquired. Qin Yuan smiled and replied, Of course, I like the most exciting room you have. Young Shu-han, slightly named behind him, asked, What's so strange about a hotel in this world? What does most exciting mean? Qin Yuan laughed and said, You'll find out when we get there. It's much more thrilling than the hotels you're used to. I can teach you some new skills in our hotel room. In the hotel room, Young Shu-han opened the cupboard. Inside were various plant-like toys. She curiously picked one up to examine it. What is this creature? I've never seen anything like it before. It looks very strange. Ha ha! First it's strange, then it's familiar. Qin Yuan would definitely use it soon enough. She pressed the button and it started to vibrate. Young Shu-han blushed, surprised, and asked, What on earth is this? Qin Yuan wrapped his arms around her from behind and explained, Senior sister, I can see you don't quite understand. Don't worry, we can take our time to figure out how to use these things. Young Shu-han sat on the bed, her eyes filled with affection as she asked, What do you want to do? Qin Yuan smiled and replied, It's nothing, just wanted you to experience a bit of cultural difference. The noises from the two of them reached the reception hall, leaving the receptionist to misunderstand and think there was an earthquake. Could it be that beastmen are here in our room today? The next day, at the Grand Holy Light Temple, 3 people, Yi Lei Na, Qin Yuan, and Lai Sai-ki, were gathered there. Qin Yuan yawned, clearly tired. Yi Lei Na asked with concern, Are you okay? Did you not get enough sleep last night? Qin Yuan replied, Yeah, I had to study some things last night, so I went to bed a bit late. Lai Sai-ki took the chance to tease Qin Yuan right away. Today is the day we meet the High Priest. Your current state is disrespectful to the Holy Light. Qin Yuan immediately retorted, Bringing that foul odor to meet the great High Priest is truly disrespectful. Lai Sai-ki grew angry. What did you say? Qin Yuan replied, It's you who is at fault. From the very first time I met you, I could smell that low and disgusting odor that resembles the stench of the demon clan. Qin Yuan felt a bit startled, but still sneered. You're just a child throwing insults. I won't bother with you. He thought to himself, How does he know this? Does this guy have some extraordinary intuition? Just then, the door blew open and the great high priest stepped in. A tall, middle-aged man with a commanding presence looked at Qin Yuan and said, This must be the newcomer introduced by Yele Na, right? Qin Yuan bowed his head. I pay my respects to the great high priest. Inside, Qin Yuan marveled. The divine aura is so strong. He truly is the great high priest. The high priest spoke gently. You and I are both followers of the holy light. There's no need for such formality. Recently, the demon clan has been growing increasingly audacious. I have 3 missions to assign to you. Lai Saiki, your mission is to eliminate the demon clan squad outside the city. Lai Saiki responded reverently. I will definitely eliminate the demon clan and not tarnish the name of the holy light. The high priest continued. Recently, there have been reports of some demon clan members appearing in the city. Yelena, your mission is to capture the hidden demon clan members within the city. Yelena responded to the order. Understood, high priest. The high priest then turned to Qin Yuan. Your mission is to go to the main headquarters of Hong Yuyi. Qin Yuan replied immediately. I understand, I will go. But then he suddenly realized, wait, the Yusei headquarters? The high priest nodded. That's right. Recently, the church received intelligence that the Hong Yuyi headquarters seems to be planning to sell a group of demon clan slaves. Your mission is to stop this transaction to prevent the demon clan from entering our great holy city. Yelena questioned on Qin Yuan's behalf. Isn't this mission a bit difficult for Qin Yuan? The high priest chuckled lightly and drew out a provocation. The Holy Light Church does not need useless people. Yelena, do you not trust the person you chose? Qin Yuan knew he couldn't avoid it, so he agreed. I understand now. Thank you, high priest. To prove that Yelena's choice was not wrong, I accept this mission. Yelena felt deeply moved. Qin Yuan, are you really taking on such a difficult task for my sake? I need to find a way to help him. Here, take this money, she said, offering him a stack of cash. Qin Yuan looked at her, puzzled. Why are you giving me so much money? He asked. The Hong Yuyi Association had a powerful background. It was practically impossible to take their slaves by force. The only current option was to buy them back with money. Qin Yuan sighed helplessly. Ah, you really are a rich girl, thinking of that solution. He politely refused her offer. Thank you for your kindness, but I've already figured out how to complete the mission. Plus, the price for the Met Clan slaves is really high. We should save our money. Helena looked at him with curiosity. What do you have in mind? Qin Yuan smiled softly. Hey, I have a clever plan. That night, near a certain clubhouse, a carriage was stopped. Clear the way. Don't block Lord Weston's path. It turned out a weak girl was sitting there crying. The driver, seeing she wouldn't move, shouted angrily. Get out of the way, you filthy woman. Who do you think you are blocking the master's fun at the main event? Do you really think you can make up for this? A fat man stepped out of the carriage and asked, What's going on here? The woman finally spoke up. I'm sorry. I accidentally fell and can't get up. Then she used her skill, evil charming smile, and illusionary body magic. At this point, you probably know who she is. The blonde nobleman was instantly enchanted and said, It's okay. Let me help you along a bit. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Hong Yuyi Association and the driver felt something was off. That's strange, it's been a while. Usually the master only takes about 2 minutes. After that, Qin Yuan disguised himself as this nobleman and went inside. The lady is still resting in the carriage. Don't open the door until I return, understood? Yes, sir, understood. Qin Yuan walked confidently into the association. This skill is really effective. Everyone around thinks he is Wanstone. This identity is just a temporary disguise for a while, while the real person was crying silently in the carriage. The receptionist saw him and greeted him warmly. Oh, isn't this Mr. Wanstone? What can I do for you today? Same as usual. Qin Yuan began to play his part. Yes, same as usual. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I need to perform this perfectly. I can't let anything slip. It turned out that same as usual meant lying in bed waiting for someone to come. 2 women in the group were flattering him. Wanstone, we miss you so much. You still look so handsome and charming. They began whispering among themselves, It's just like before. It'll be over in a few minutes. This fat guy really makes it easy to earn money. Qin Yuan heard this and replied with disdain, You won't be making money that easily today. A notification popped up saying that the experience points for the unlimited charming technique had leveled up. The receptionist approached politely and asked, May I help you with anything, Mr. Wanstone? Qin Yuan glanced at the 2 girls lounging on the bed and asked, I heard you have a new shipment in. Do you have anything a little stronger? The receptionist put on a professional demeanor and said, Our goal is to satisfy all our customers' needs. We actually just got a new shipment of premium merchandise. Please follow me. Inside a slave-holding area, there were 3 beautiful, flawless demon slaves imprisoned there. The receptionist introduced them. These 3 demon slaves are rare sisters, and they have untouched bodies. Which one would Mr. Wanstone like to enjoy? Qin Yuan quietly thought, Indeed, these guys are trafficking enslaved demons. Then he pretended to speak like Wanstone, saying, A newly chosen child? Of course I'll take them all. I'll buy all 3. Really? This is a big deal. Mr. Wanstone, may I ask if you'll be using cash or a check? This is a check. Write whatever amount you want. My father is wealthy in this city. I have nothing but money, he thought casually, since it's not my money anyway. Seeing this, she showcased her enticing quality to Qin Yun. Mr. Wanstone, you're truly a VIP client. Why not buy me too? Next time, I promise I'll let them go first, and then I'll prepare some clean clothes. I'll only take them home right away. He chuckled bitterly to himself. After transforming, his allure probably wasn't that high. It seems the value of money is on par with my own appeal. I'll let them go now. You can take the opportunity to bond with them a bit while I go grab some things. Qin Yun, with Wanstone's face, smiled kindly and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt you. First, I'll free you from these binds. The girls looked at Qin Yun with a mix of fear and skepticism. Qin Yun then transformed into his true form and said, I'm sorry, I forgot to change back. Don't be scared, I'm just like you, a member of the Demon Clan. I'm the one who saved you. The system notified him that the charm had worked successfully, granting him 80 accumulation points. The girls saw a handsome guy and realized they were of the same clan, so they began to move closer. Indeed, members of the Demon Clan were all very good-looking. Is this really the guy for me? They were told not to get overly excited. I'll get you out of here, just don't let anything go wrong. Qin Yun added with a wry smile. Your attitudes changed quickly. This world really does judge by appearances. Just then, the attendant brought over some clothing, and everything was ready. Oh, who are you? Qin Yun used Shuai Lai Nagan to create an illusion. I'm your master, you're my pet. You remember me? The girl was enchanted by the illusion and froze for a moment before being transformed into an adorable little dog. Yes, master, I'm your dog. Qin Yun looked at Wanstone's appearance and decided to continue with his plan. After changing his clothes, he said, You have to follow me, and you need to look as natural as possible. The people outside saw Wanstone impersonating him along with 3 sisters, and they were in awe. No wonder he's Wanstone, pulling off something so big like this with triplets. Impressive. When you have money, you can do anything. Wanstone was strutting ahead, barking. What are you looking at? How did you ever seen anything like this? The 4 of them managed to slip out the door. Qin Yun thought, it seems safe here, so you all need to leave quickly. Just then, the real Wanstone appeared at the door with the receptionist. Hurry, catch the imposter. Someone, get those 3 slaves. Qin Yun realized he couldn't pretend anymore. His identity had been exposed. There's no other choice, he thought, pulling the 3 girls along as he shouted, Quick, follow me. Behind him, a crowd was chasing, yelling, Stop right there. Qin Yun silently cursed, Damn it, running like this isn't a solution. But if I fight back, I'll reveal who I really am. At that moment, Yai Lai Na appeared. Qin Yun, what are you doing here? Qin Yun felt like he had found a lifeline and shouted, Yai Lai Na, you came at the perfect time. There's no time to explain. Help me deal with the bad guys behind us. She immediately responded, No problem. Just trust me to handle this. I'll take care of it. Elena stepped forward to use her holy light barrier. The group was furious, shouting, What is this? Let us through right now. 30 minutes later, at Yelena's estate, the 3 demon girls looked a bit scared, glancing at her with uncertainty. Qin Yun explained, The mission of the High Priestess is to kill these demon slaves. What do you mean by bringing them here? I want to spare them, Yelena said, feeling helpless. But they are demons. Qin Yun began his persuasion. I know they are demons. So what? Demons and humans are the same, both capable of good and evil. If humans do not distinguish themselves, enslaving and killing demons, then how are humans and demons any different? Helena sighed, I can help you hide this, but you can't keep them here. I previously saved up to buy some teleportation stones, which can send them to a safe place, away from humans for good. Then he used a teleportation stone. A teleportation array appeared under the feet of the 3 girls. With a whoosh, the 3 girls were transported to a lake. They were astonished and asked, Where is this? Moding Shuang and Feng Ling King appeared above the lake. Feng Ling King said, Miss Feng King, look, it's the new harem of Qin Yun. It seems there are a few new girls here. Moding Shuang replied, It's clear that we are already here. I absolutely won't forgive that annoying guy next time. It turned out this was Qin Yun's space where he had transported these 3 girls to increase the number of his harem. Moding Shuang smirked and said, Don't be so angry, you scared the girls. Feng Ling King retorted, Actually, you're the one who scared them. The 3 girls, frightened, begged, Please don't eat us. We aren't tasty at all. If you want to eat someone, go ahead. I have plenty of meat up front. Moding Shuang proudly showed off her curves, more than I have. The 3 girls blushed and stared in awe. One of them exclaimed, So beautiful. She's definitely bigger than us. Big sister, are you a succubus too? She mischievously licked her lips. That you three should call me big sister, and I'll teach you how to survive. Feng Ling King looked around and felt a bit anxious. Mo Ning Shuang truly was intimidating. Then they saw a young girl from the demon race tied up in a Japanese style. With a scary expression, Mo Ning Shuang said, "I've taken care of one of them. Who's next to be taught a lesson?" The other two looked a little embarrassed. We really don't want to. It's strange seeing you like this, sister. You won't let us escape. If we don't train properly, we won't please that guy, you know." Feng Ling King noticed the odd ties and felt herself blush. Sister Mo usually seems indifferent, but I think she's actually jealous. I feel like she's taking her frustration out on these guys. Mo Ning Shuang shifted her focus to Feng Ling King. "Junior Feng, you should join in too. This is a rare opportunity." Feng Ling King stepped back. "No, I won't. Don't bring me into this, please." Meanwhile, back at the Holy Light Society's chapel, the devoted members were praying earnestly. Qin Yuan was sitting in a room when he sneezed as if someone was scolding him from behind. He smugly muttered, "Ha, I wonder who's thinking about me. Being this handsome is such a hassle." Franca immediately cut him off, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. You let the demon clan go on your own. This mission has failed, and you might face punishment for it." Qin Yuan started pleading. "That's why I'm here to help you, Sister Franca. You're so kind that you surely wouldn't want to see me punished, right? Please help me see if there's a way to reconcile with the high priest." Franca replied, "Lucky for you, the church just received a request for help. A girl, the daughter of one of the wealthy families, has been kidnapped by an underground gang in the city. If you can rescue her, it will be a great achievement." Qin Yuan perked up. "Really? Quickly, tell me more details so I can go save her right now." Franca held out her foot to stop him, saying, "Hold on." She implied that you can't expect something for nothing. If you want information, you'll have to trade for it. You're really something. Qin Yuan took her foot in his hands, grinning proudly. "Hey, so I see you're all set. When it comes to foot massages, I'm a professional." Franca's moans echoed throughout the church. What was that sound? It seems like it came from Lady Franca. A nearby voice chimed in. "This must be the great Franca punishing the evil cult. She's only trying to protect our safety. Long live the great Franca." The others agreed, nodding along. Yes, that's definitely it. Long live the great Franca. Long live the great Franca. Meanwhile, their great Franca was trying to silence all the noise. Qin Yuan heard the commotion outside and teased. "Looks like in the eyes of her followers, you're still the most honest Holy Light staff." She shyly replied, "My faith in the Holy Light has weakened because you showed me something deeper. Deeper still. This is going to be tough. Do you guys think the same?" Qin Yuan brought the conversation back to the point. "So, what's the lead on this assignment? Can you share it with me? I can use a mind-checking spell to find out where the kidnapped person is. The underground gang that took her is called the Razor Gang. How do we plan to rescue her?" In front of them stood the headquarters of the Razor Gang. Qin Yuan was hiding in a nearby bush, starting to observe the situation. The Razor Gang, their leader is named Jamie, known as Razor, who has some serious skills, but is a bit of a womanizer. Qin Yuan immediately made a plan. Boom! He transformed in a cloud of smoke and walked up to the Razor Gang's entrance to ask about it. He inquired, "Is this the Razor Gang?" He had taken on the form of an alluring red-haired girl. The doorman quickly replied, "That's right, miss. What can I do for you?" Qin Yuan said, "Of course your boss is looking for me. As for the reason, shouldn't you know your boss better than I do?" The doorman's expression turned serious at this. He said, "The boss went out looking for girls and has never brought one back before. Are you up to something?" Qin Yuan used a seductive tone and replied, "How could that be? I'm just a girl who'd struggled to even break a branch. The guards were charmed by her skillful allure. She has a point. We should let her in." Qin Yuan cheerfully walked inside, saying, "Thank you so much." Once inside, he admired. "Wow, I didn't expect it to be this spacious inside. The decor is quite lavish. These gangsters really have money." At the end of the hallway, there was a room with two big intimidating guides. They were chatting, "Head, it's just two women. Do we really need to keep such a close watch?" "You don't understand," one of them replied. "The father of that young lady has nothing but money. This is a big deal." Qin Yuan walked over, and the two men seemed bored with their task. "If you want to come over and have a little fun," he offered with an inviting gesture. The two lustful guys fell into the trap. "Sure, we could use a break." One of them responded. With a couple of grunts, Qin Yuan took down the two of them. "Sorry, this fun might be a bit much for you," he said hurriedly as he pushed the door open. "Miss, are you in here? I'm here to save you," he called out. Before him appeared two women. On the right was a beautiful blonde, and on the left was a slightly unattractive girl with black hair. Guess which one Qin Yuan will choose. The girl with black hair looked like she had seen her savior and teared up. Qin Yuan picked the stunning blonde first. "There's no need to be afraid. I'll rescue the young miss right away." The blonde shouted, "Quick, save her first." Qin Yuan smiled gently. I understand. Don't worry. I'll get your maid out. Just hang tight. The blonde girl exclaimed in shock. But she's a young lady. Qin Yuan's face instantly turned pale. Is that so? Ha ha. How funny. All that effort to win her over, and now it's all gone to waste. He started to untie the young lady. Just as he removed the cloth from her mouth, she immediately scolded him, You jerk. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one who should inherit my father's legacy. I'm the one who's stunning, not some unrefined person like you. Qin Yuan skillfully eased the awkward situation with his handsome face and an apology. Sorry, young lady, I must be blind. But this proud young lady was so bold. Why did his heart race? System notification. Charm successful. Receive 100 accumulation points. Forget it, ignorance isn't a crime. Let's just get out of here. She initially wanted to keep scolding him, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Really, it's all about being captivated by a guy. Girls' moods are indeed hard to predict. Qin Yuan started finding excuses to comfort himself. I get it. You're truly a beauty, right? You must have been mistreated by those wicked people to end up like this. Wait, no, I can't hear because he cut her off. It's okay. Just leave it to me. After that, Qin Yuan quickly exchanged one of his skills in the store and pulled the young lady closer. He performed a complete makeover, restoring her beauty. The maid turned pale with fear and shouted, Miss. After a moment, Qin Yuan was satisfied with his work. All right, it's done. You transformed from an ugly girl into a goddess. Wow, that's strange. I don't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, my face feels beautiful. The maid exclaimed in amazement. I really have turned into a beauty? What? Are you saying I was ugly before? The young lady reacted. I didn't mean it that way, miss, the maid stammered. A round of applause suddenly interrupted their conversation. A bald but impressive-looking man appeared, daring to come in and kidnap my hostages. I see you don't think much of the boss of the Razor Gang. Qin Yuan stepped in front of the two girls, furious. Damn it, picking on two girls, what kind of person does that make you? If you're tough, come at me one-on-one. The bald man, speaking with disdain, replied, Are you really that good at fighting? What does it matter if you can fight? To get ahead, you need strength and connections. What's your background? Qin Yuan confidently declared his backing. I am from the Holy Light Society, and my boss is the Grand Priest, the chief of our sect. The bald man remained unyielding. No matter who's protecting you, kid, if you dare act recklessly in my territory, I won't let you off the hook. He immediately gave the order saying, Huff, catch that brat for me. A girl with red hair, fully dressed and wielding a whip, stepped forward. Understood. Leave him to me. I'll make sure to clean this up. She responded eagerly, Don't worry, boss. I'll make him completely disappear. Then she said teasingly while licking her lips, Of course, I'll have my fun with him first. Her name was Max. Qin Yuan replied, You're clearly a beauty. Why would you do such dirty work for him? Hey, is that a paradox? Just because I'm beautiful doesn't mean I can't do a bit of killing, right, Qin Yuan? She retorted, swinging her whip toward him. As a player skilled in illusion magic, Qin Yuan used Shai Lei Nagan, or illusionary body magic, to create an illusionary scene. Oh, what's this? Qin Yuan appeared like a deity, welcoming you to my channel. She looked down her nose and said, Is this an illusion? Listen, kid, this kind of trick won't work on someone like me. With that, she found herself tied up with ropes and started struggling to break free. Let me go. I absolutely don't find you cute at all. Moments later, a whip struck her, leaving her body in pain. Ah, this is strange. If it's all an illusion, why does the pain feel so real? Qin Yuan mocked, holding the whip smugly. Then I'll make sure you cry out for your mommy and daddy. She shut her mouth defiantly. Huff, don't underestimate me. Even in this little illusion, no matter how much you whip me, I won't beg for your mercy. 2 hours later, she was out of breath, filled with a mix of pain and exhaustion. Can't handle just 3,000 lashes already. The system announced, noting the experience points for the unlimited charming technique had leveled up. A bald man lounging comfortably with his legs crossed looked up when the girl returned. Why so slow? With that outfit of yours, it looks like you had a lot of fun with that kid. You finished him off right. She stood at the door, expressionless, and replied, Of course, my master. The bald guy was very surprised. Master, this is the first time you've called me that. Looks like you haven't had enough fun yet. What's up? You want me to keep playing with you? She stepped behind him. He spoke gently. That's right. Then please close your eyes. The bald guy obediently closed his eyes, wondering what game they were going to play next. Oh no, this is it for me. This game was a matter of life and death for him. The rope started to take away his breath bit by bit. He struggled and shouted, What are you doing? Ah, the mastermind pushed the door open and walked in. You're really despicable, but you've made a fatal mistake. You shouldn't have let this woman deal with me, Qin Yuan said with a somewhat villainous air. The bald guy continued to struggle defiantly. At that moment, he just wanted to grab Qin Yuan and take him away. But what was meant to happen would happen. In the end, he lost his life regretfully at the hands of a close subordinate. Qin Yuan began to plan how to clean up the aftermath. Max, you have dry explosives in your central headquarters. After that, he disguised himself as a bald man and instructed his underlings, we need to go deliver the hostage. You all stay alert at the headquarters and don't leave until I get back. Do you understand? Got it, boss. He casually left with 3 others, receiving respectful nods from his subordinates. A few minutes later, bombs were set up everywhere. The underlings, curious about the strange objects, gathered around. Hey, is there something on the door? Yeah, it's weird. Is that a clock? But why is there a clock hanging here? Right? Ha, those 3 fools are going to explode and die laughing. Outside the gang's headquarters, the lights shone brightly. With a loud bang, flames erupted, filling the area with smoke and spreading the sound of explosions across several blocks. It became the brightest house of the night. Qin Yuan and the 3 others discreetly withdrew, hiding their identities and appearances. Under the light of the explosion, Qin Yuan's face looked like that of a crime lord. The 3 girls watching were captivated by Qin Yuan, all thinking the same thing. He's truly impressive. Notification system activated successfully, earning 100 accumulation points. In the mansion of the young lady, her family's butler was receiving guests. I'm glad you're okay. The old master just received the news and is on his way back now. She turned to Qin Yuan and said, wait until my father comes back. I'll make sure he rewards you. Qin Yuan thought to himself, there's no need to be so polite, but deep down she worried. With such a change in her, would her father even recognize her? Wanstone hurried over, daughter, you're back. It turns out you know this person. Qin Yuan found herself face to face with Wanstone, the victim from the incident involving the 3 demon girls. How could it be him? What followed was a touching reunion between father and daughter. With his precious daughter safe, Wanstone exclaimed, thank goodness. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to your late mother? Father should think twice. Wanstone reminded himself, how will I even explain this at the ball? Unable to contain her curiosity, Qin Yuan intruded on this emotional moment. Mr. Wanstone, she asked, don't you want to confirm whether this is really your daughter? Wanstone looked at Qin Yuan as if she were foolish. What are you talking about? My daughter has always been this beautiful. Besides, our family has had the same birthmark for generations. There's absolutely no way I could mistake her. Qin Yuan felt a bit helpless. So you guys just casually use someone else's identity, but isn't that a problem? Wanstone looked puzzled, moved closer to Qin Yuan and said, but why do I feel like I've seen you before? Have we met somewhere? Qin Yuan quickly denied it. Maybe you're mistaken. You're so famous that it's natural for regular people to have seen you many times. Running into someone who looks similar is pretty common. The young lady spoke up. If the 2 of you have met, then that's great. Qin Yuan, you worked hard to save me, so we should thank him a little. Yeah, that makes sense. To celebrate my daughter's safe return, I've decided to throw a big party. You, as her benefactor, absolutely must come. I'll give you a big gift at the party. Okay, I can't refuse that. Qin Yuan replied with a slightly resigned expression. After all, this guy isn't the best of people, but he does have a lot of money. It's best not to waste it. The next day in the basement of Lai Saiki's house, Lai Saiki, here's today's report. Please take a look. His eyes were immediately drawn to Qin Yuan, who had made the front page thanks to the rescue mission yesterday. Lai Saiki read the article and couldn't contain his anger. Damn it. How can a backward, smelly guy represent the Holy Light Society like this? It's a huge disgrace. He took up his whip, unleashing his fury on the female slaves nearby. Spare me! Please give me a little. Shut up. You despicable creatures of the undead, you don't even deserve to live in this world. You should be grateful to be my slaves now, do you understand? The maid watching this was the succubus Care, who held a mirror as if to record the scene. When Qin Yuan returned to his room, he hurriedly looked for someone. Ali Xiao Ruan, I'm back. I'm so tired. Could you help me prepare? Instead, Why Zat and Shi Wai appeared. Long time no see. Hello, master. He was surprised and asked, what are you doing here? Shi Wai sat on the bed and explained, just like Ali and the others got in, we wanted to help you too. Wai Zat interrupted her, his long tail flicking. Your movements are so graceful. Seems like someone saw them. Shi Wai was messing with Wai Zat's chest as a way to get back at her. What do you think you're doing? Clearly, it's you who's not acting like a lady, Qin Yuan thought, his face turning red. Is this really the Horn Tribe? Seeing Qin Yuan's expression, Shi Wai smiled knowingly. Good food only needs the simplest preparation. At that moment, Qin Yuan was daydreaming about the beach, enjoying a sweet coconut drink with the ocean breeze. He was soaking in the bathtub, feeling like he was sipping coconut water on the beach. The fight scenes between Qin Yuan and the 2 girls were edited out at this part of the story. Sorry, everyone. System notification. Unlock character card Yza, 4-star level, skill, Bull Rush. Unlock character card Shi Y, 4-star level, skill, Dragon Transformation. Shi Y suddenly remembered something while lying on the bed. Right, Lord Care told you to use the magic mirror to contact her tonight. Be careful, don't let anyone else find out. Where's the magic mirror? Oh, I have to hide it in the toilet because I need to change clothes. It's an emergency. Toilet? Qin Yuan couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked again. As soon as he entered the restroom, he felt slightly lightheaded. This situation was a bit strange. Care's image appeared in the mirror. It had been a long time since Qin Yuan last saw her. I am Care, Qin Yuan said teasingly. I never expected to run into you here. But then again, it's not surprising. A low-level succubus like you has probably never encountered a mystical artifact like this magical mirror. Oh, really? Do mystical artifacts like this actually get used? Qin Yuan felt the placement of the magical mirror was just so-so. Care, not understanding the situation, asked, "What are you talking about?" That's not true. But hey, why the rush? He couldn't help but feel bitter. If she knew his face appeared in this position, she would definitely kill him on the spot. Care then continued, a few days ago, a small guerrilla team was ambushed. Except for the female demons, the whole unit was wiped out. According to reports from within the city, they were captured by the Holy Light Sword. Qin Yuan asked, are you saying that Lai Seki captured the surviving demons? Why would he do that? Exactly. That's why a few days ago I sneaked into the Holy Light Sword's base and found out that he was imprisoning the demons. Moreover, he's been causing trouble for you. I will continue to monitor him for a while longer. Qin Yuan felt a bit grateful towards her. Thank you, Care. That guy seems a bit sensitive to the presence of demons. You need to be careful. Humph, let a newcomer like you worry about me. Oh, did I interrupt something? Then the connection was cut off. The old butler behind him looked surprised. Young Master Qin, what are you doing? Qin Yuan quickly replied, oh, it's nothing, just a normal conversation. Normal? Oh wait, that was the wrong thing to say. 3 days later, at the Wanstone estate, Qin Yuan was grumbling. Wanstone is really showing off. A place this luxurious makes me feel a bit restricted. Yelena approached from behind. It's okay. With me here, you don't need to be tense. Qin Yuan casually responded, all right, sounds good. Lai Seki saw Yelena coming and instantly complimented her. Yelena, you look beautiful tonight. Yelena graciously replied, thank you for the compliment, Lai Seki. Your presence is also quite impressive tonight. He started rambling. I don't really like parties like this because it's easy to become the center of attention, but as the Holy Light Sword, I can't turn it down. The group of women behind him were clamoring, is that handsome guy from the Holy Light Society? He's so good-looking, just like the center of this party. Hearing this, he felt even more pleased with himself. Everyone, please don't crowd around me or fall in love with me. My heart can only hold the holy light and justice. But it's embarrassing that the one getting all the attention, the highlight of the event, is Qin Yuan. Can you give me your autograph? Let's dance together. What's your name again? Countless questions arose from the crowd. This spectacle stirred up feelings of envy and resentment in Lai Seki. Here was that repulsive name again, but no worries, she would soon take back what belonged to her. In the bathroom, Qin Yuan was washing his hands and sighed. Sometimes having too much charm isn't a good thing. I really should be a little more humble. Care suddenly appeared behind him. Looks like you know danger is approaching. Care, why are you here? What danger are you talking about? She explained the Holy Light Sword that Lai Seki mentioned has gathered evidence from before, and it might be revealed soon. You probably won't be able to hide your succubus identity for much longer. Qin Yuan asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, why did you wait until now to tell me something so important? She signaled that there was no need to worry. Don't worry, you're an important ally of mine. I've come up with a plan to help you get through this tough challenge. Not only that, but it could also turn the tables on him. Qin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good to hear. Care seriously handed Qin Yuan another bomb. However, Lai Seki was preparing to check the valuable items that had the breath of the demon race, so he could easily detect your disguise. Qin Yuan looked sadly at Care. If you're saying that, I guess you have a plan to solve this, right? Care pulled Qin Yuan into the nearby restroom. Come with me. Yes, for the moment, I will absorb the breath of the demon race from you. Qin Yuan was slightly skeptical and asked, can that really be absorbed? How will you do that? Care replied, of course, I'll use a vacuum machine powered by rice from the carrion brand to suck out all the old residue, then replace it with new stuff so it won't be exposed. Qin Yuan fell silent, quietly agreeing with Care's plan. Just then, Lai Seki walked into the restroom to wash his hands, feeling quite pleased. Just wait, in a few minutes, I will peel off your true face and we'll see how you handle that. Strange sounds were coming from the bathroom in the back, catching Lai Seki's attention. He turned and shouted, "Who's in there? Get out here right now." Qin Yuan emerged, clapping his hands as he said, "Mr. Lai Sai-ki, your plan is truly perfect." Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Lai Sai-ki's expression instantly soured. He scoffed, "So it's you." "Humph, even if you know, it doesn't matter. I'm going to expose your true self soon anyway." Qin Yuan paused at the door and replied calmly, "Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. On the contrary, Mr. Lai Sai-ki, you should be a bit more cautious." Inside the room, the Care oil pump secretly wished Qin Yuan good luck, saying, "Now it's all up to you. Don't let me down." During the party, everyone was mingling and chatting happily. The host, Wanstone, began to settle everyone down to proceed with the main topic of the night. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "please listen to me for a moment. This time, thanks to Mr. Qin Yuan from the Holy Light Society, my daughter is safe and sound. I want to thank our esteemed leader for attending this party." Lai Sai-ki seized this opportunity to begin his plan, causing a bit of trouble. Mr. Wanstone asked, "Lord Lai Sai-ki, is something the matter?" Lai Sai-ki replied, "I want to tell you all that you have been fooled." He pointed at Qin Yuan and continued, "This Qin Yuan is actually a demon. He sneaked into the Holy Light Society, and he must have some agenda that he can't reveal to others." As a staunch fan of Qin Yuan, Yelena immediately stepped up to protest. "Lai Sai-ki, are you joking? Qin Yuan has passed the Holy Light staff's trial, clearly showing that he is a kind-hearted believer in the Holy Light. Qin Yuan also started his secret plan. It's fine. Yelena actually want to see just what evidence Mr. Lai Sai-ki has to make such a claim." Lai Sai-ki produced a crystal ball and explained, "Of course, I have solid evidence. This image-retaining crystal shows the scene from that day when you betrayed during the transaction underground." Then, he confidently used the image-retaining crystal and said, "Now I'm going to show everyone the true face of this guy." The scene projected in front of everyone was blinding. One person in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my, what is this? Why are we being shown this stuff?" Qin Yuan happily teased, "Looks like you're really messed up." Yelena next to him couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Holy Light, how twisted is this? It's hard to comprehend." Something fell off. The scene playing out showed him having fun with a female demon, and he was the one getting hit. He shouted in frustration, "What is this? Why is it like this? This isn't right. It must be this guy. What did you do to the image-retained crystal?" Qin Yuan glanced at him as if he were an idiot. "What nonsense are you talking about? You clearly chose to show everyone this, but doing this with a demon, do you even deserve to wield the Holy Light sword? You might as well hand it over to me." Lai Sai-ki was extremely angry and shouted, "What are you saying?" The voice of the high priest boomed, "All right, we are all followers of the Holy Light. What kind of reputation do we have if we argue like this? Since things have come to this, I can't just pretend I haven't seen it. While I can't be sure about the authenticity of this scene, the honor of the Holy Light sword cannot be tarnished like this. Lai Sai-ki, Qin Yuan, you both should duel right here, and now to see who truly deserves the Holy Light sword." On the surface, it seemed fair, but everyone understood that this old man was clearly favoring Lai Sai-ki. Qin Yuan also sensed the bias towards Lai Sai-ki. This old man is letting the soldier and the pastor fight it out, obviously siding with that guy, he thought. Yelena stepped in to defend Qin Yuan, saying, "Your Holiness, I feel this isn't right. Qin Yuan just joined the church not long ago. How could he possibly be a match for Lai Sai-ki?" Qin Yuan showed his pride, responding, "It's fine. I'm willing to accept the challenge from your Holiness. I believe the Holy Light will always stand for justice." All the guests made space for the two to face off. Lai Sai-ki, acting noble, asked, "Where's your weapon?" "I don't want to fight someone weak without a weapon." Qin Yuan shot him a disdainful look and replied, "It's all right. To deal with a scoundrel like you, the Holy Light is the best weapon I could have." Lai Sai-ki charged in first, yelling, "Shut up. The Holy Light is not something people like you can just throw around." He unleashed his attack, Sacred Light Slash, and Qin Yuan quickly jumped aside to dodge it. Lai Sai-ki felt pleased. "Humph, the first move was just a feint to make you jump into the air to avoid it. This next move is the real killing blow." Qin Yuan, a clever character himself, suspected as much. He pulled out a glass sphere and activated the Holy Light Jade. The light from his eyes was blinding, temporarily stunning Lai Sai-ki. Yelena was shocked and thought, "Qin Yuan, you've only just joined the church, but you're using that Holy Light artifact so skillfully." Noticing the other girls nearby weren't shielding their eyes, she reminded them, "Hey, why aren't you closing your eyes? That level of light can really blind you." But one of them responded with a reason that seemed absurd, yet convincing. "I want to close my eyes, but I can't bear to look away from Qin Yuan, even for a second." Is that really true? Yelena was left speechless. Back in the fight, Qin Yuan was gathering his strength. "Now's the time. Wise it out, lend me your power." He then rushed straight at Lai Sai-ki. With every burst of speed, Explosive sounds echoed, and Lai Saiki was struck by the full force of the bull rush, skill along with the shockwaves, sending him flying like a streak of light. Qin Yuan had just finished using his skill when he muttered under his breath, "Wow, my head is spinning, and the rebound is a bit too strong." The dust slowly cleared away due to the aftershocks of the battle. Lai Saiki stepped out from the smoke like a proud figure. He said, "I didn't want you to lose so miserably, but since you've been so unreasonable, I won't hold back any longer." Immediately, Lai Saiki activated his holy armor skill, raising a holy light sword to protect himself. Qin Yuan sensed a dangerous aura. The pressure was truly overwhelming. He wondered, what in the world is this armor? Lai Saiki smugly replied, "Each holy artifact in the 7 sages has a release state that can unleash hidden divine power. I've now stepped into the realm of a god." He then accelerated and lunged at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was taken aback, thinking, "So fast! A strike at this speed is impossible to dodge. I have used Smile head-on to deflect it." However, he knew he would still have to take the hit. Blood sprayed from his hand. Realizing the situation was dire, Qin Yuan quickly pulled back. Strangely enough, he found that he couldn't use Smile. Lai Saiki had caught on to the exchange, noticing that you weren't using any evasive maneuvers. "Perhaps you were relying on some skills from the demon race to counter my attacks. But let me tell you, once the holy artifact is unleashed, it may be impossible to control its power. All of your demon skills will become ineffective before me. Prepare to face punishment, filthy demon creature." He unleashed another strike with double the force. Yelena, watching from below, shouted in concern, "Qin Yuan, be careful." In this critical moment, Qin Yuan pulled out a sword and managed to block that terrifying strike. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was fortunate that the strength from a replica wouldn't be affected by the holy light. Lai Saiki was even more surprised. "What is that? I've never seen a frozen sword with such strange power before." But he shrugged it off, saying, "In this duel of swordsmanship, you're still no match for me." After exchanging several blows, Qin Yuan felt overwhelmed. It was true, this guy's swordsmanship was incredibly strong and his own physical attributes were quite weak. "I need to come up with a strategy," Qin Yuan thought as he began to provoke his opponent. "Yeah, you're just relying on the holy light sword being stronger than everyone else's weapon, aren't you?" Lai Saiki mocked with a sneer. "Are you saying I depend on weapon strength?" After that, he used his arm to block one of Qin Yuan's sword strikes. Qin Yuan felt a bit flustered and thought, "What could possibly block my sword attack like that? Do they really think they can withstand my strikes? Even without my sword, your attack can't even leave a scratch on me." Qin Yuan cursed inwardly. What is going on? This guy's armor really is against the rules. While distracted, Qin Yuan took a punch. Lai Saiki countered the attack. At first, when Qin Yuan struck him, he felt confident, saying, "This is the difference between us. You filthy loser, just accept your fate to me." Qin Yuan was seriously injured and was gasping for breath as he tried to stand up. The system announced, "Charm successful. Earn 110 accumulation points. Earn 130 accumulation points." The girls that Qin Yuan had enchanted were furious, shouting, "Qin Yuan, don't fight that despicable guy anymore. In our hearts, you will always be the true champion." "Yes, yes," they chimed in unison. Hearing this, Lai Saiki above was agitated, saying, "What are you all doing? Clearly, I'm stronger. You should be cheering for me instead." After speaking, he was immediately met with a barrage of criticism. "You only rely on the power of the holy light sword to act arrogantly. Lord Qin Yuan is actually showing leniency because of the church, so he's holding back against you." "That's right, you're the one who's out of line. Even if you win, so what? Qin Yuan is working really hard. Do you even realize that? You're nothing compared to him. Without the holy light sword, you're just a nobody. You're arrogant, self-absorbed, and you've even hurt Qin Yuan." The avalanche of criticism weighed heavily on Lai Saiki. "Stop talking, shut up. Everyone be quiet." Then, his armor suddenly began to dissipate. As the armor fell apart, he realized something. Why was his armor? Qin Yuan smirked slightly. He had indeed guessed correctly. It seemed that showing off to the bystanders was really effective. Lai Saiki wanted to control the power of the holy light sword, and it was likely tied to his unwavering belief in the holy light. Right now, Lai Saiki's mental strength was nearly shattered. He simply could not withstand the greater power of the holy light sword. Qin Yuan stood up confidently and said, "Mr. Lai Saiki, I think this match may not need to continue any longer." "What did you say?" After those words, he grabbed the holy light sword and began his attack. "I won't lose to a filthy scum like you." The sound echoed as Lai Saiki's holy light sword was knocked away by something. A blonde girl holding a bow appeared and said, "The holy light sword has abandoned you, Lai Saiki. As a man, don't embarrass yourself like this. Furious, his face twisted in anger, he turned and shouted, Lucia, you damned witch! I am the one chosen by the Holy Light. How can the Holy Light Sword abandon me? Suddenly, the Holy Light Sword lit up, flew away, and ultimately landed in Qin Yuan's hands as he summoned it. Qin Yuan, clearly enjoying the moment, began to provoke, Wow, it's so bright. What's going on here? How does this involve me? Lai Sanqi glared at Qin Yuan, thinking to himself, How can this be? The Holy Light Sword is now yours. The Grand Priest expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, Let's end this here. The winner has been decided. Starting today, Qin Yuan will be promoted to one of the 7 stages of Holy Light, holding the Holy Light Sword. Lai Sanqi, with his sinister nature, could only endure the humiliation from the Holy Light. I declare you are expelled from the Holy Light Society. The system announced, acquired the Sword of Light, rank 5 stars. Effect 1. When attacking, there's an additional damage attribute against evil creatures, boosting damage by 100%. Effect 2. Grants the Holy Light Armor, which can be transformed into Holy Light Armor when needed, offering great defense but consuming a lot of energy. Qin Yuan soon got to know Lucia. She was Lady Lucia from the Holy Light Bow of the 7 Sages of Holy Light, the one who had just helped him. Lucia was a bit unconventional. She pinned his hands down with her 2 hills and teased him, If you want to thank me, how about showing a bit of sincerity and coming over to my place tonight? Yi Lei, standing nearby, immediately stepped in to stop her. Lucia, Qin Yuan just joined the church. He doesn't know everyone yet. Don't mess with him. Lucia provocatively replied, What's the matter? Are you protecting your meal? Or are you two in a relationship or something? Yelena blushed and shouted, No, it's not like that. Qin Yuan and I are just Momo friends. She felt a twinge of disappointment as she said that. So it turns out Lady Yelena only sees me as a Momo friend, he said with a downcast expression. Feeling challenged by Qin Yuan, Yelena responded, Well, it's not just friendship, but what do you want me to say? Qin Yuan smirked and joked, I'm just kidding around. She angrily retorted, You little rascal. Lucia stood nearby, thinking about Yelena. It seemed like Yelena was facing some challenges, and Lucia hoped that the man wouldn't let her down. Raising their glasses, Qin Yuan and Ain began to toast. She cheerfully said, Congratulations on truly becoming the Holy Light Sword. From now on, we can contribute to the Holy Light together. I owe you a debt of gratitude, but is it really okay to drink this much? Your tolerance for alcohol doesn't seem that great. It's fine, he replied. Since my tolerance is low, all the drinks are mixed by Sebastian. He never prepares strong drinks for me. At Yelena's house, Sebastian had a different perspective. He thought, today, the young lady said there was something big to celebrate, so I specially prepared strong drinks for her. I wonder how this will turn out. It's okay, he continued. After all, we're drinking at home, so even if we get a little tipsy, it shouldn't matter. Mr. Qin Yuan is an upright person. If fortune smiles upon us, maybe next year I can take care of the young master or young mistress. Elena, having drunk too much strong alcohol, was now tipsy to the point of losing control. Let me tell you, she said, I have never been this drunk since I was a child. Qin Yuan was at a loss for words as he looked at her. You've had too much to drink. All right. Let me help you to your bedroom so you can rest. No, you're not stepping into my bedroom. I want to take a shower, so help me to the bathroom. Yelena's alluring voice came from inside the bathroom. Qin Yuan, do you want to shower together? Qin Yuan glanced at the bathroom and hesitantly replied, That doesn't seem like a good idea. Suddenly, a terrified scream from Yelena echoed from the bathroom. Qin Yuan turned sharply. What's going on? Then the bathroom door swung open. Qin Yuan was stunned as she grabbed him by his shirt collar. You've been tricked, she said, kissing Qin Yuan in his shock. Elena was in the bathtub, looking up at him. Honestly, I've made my intentions clear. Now it's your turn. Qin Yuan still protested. Elena, didn't you say that your pure body shouldn't be tainted? You've already received the endorsement of the Holy Light Sword. As the heir of the Holy Light, our union won't cause any pollution. Qin Yuan added, If I were a human but truly part of the demon tribe, would you still love me? Desperate, Yelena replied, Then you would be a demon recognized by the Holy Light. If you're the Holy Light, I can walk into paradise with you. If you're an evil demon, I will still enter hell with you. No regrets. Since it's like this, let me test the power of the Holy Light Sword. Qin Yuan initiated combat. As Yelena tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she felt blissfully lost. She was enveloped in holy light. The system announced that Yelena's character card was unlocked. Yelena was now a 5-star level with the skill Heavenly Judge. Meanwhile, at Lai Saiki's home, 2 cult members stood guard at the door. When Lai Saiki returned and saw them, he was furious. What are you doing at my door? Let me in. One of the cult members replied with a punch, Don't be disrespectful. You've lost your identity as the Holy Light Sword. According to the church's rules, all your possessions belong to the church now. Got it? Lai Seiki sat on the ground like a beaten dog, howling. Are you kidding me? When I was rich, you all surrounded me like dogs. Now do you treat me like this? How much have I sacrificed for the church? Ha! The other person added, now look at the damage you've done to the church's honor. It's already very merciful of them to just kick you out. As night fell, Lai Seiki had nowhere to go and wandered aimlessly. Damn it, just wait. Sooner or later, I will reclaim what I've lost. Suddenly, he spotted two men approaching him from a distance. They were two strong members of the demon race. Isn't that Holy Light Sword Lai Seiki? One of them asked. Although a bit uneasy, Lai Seiki pushed back, saying, what do you demons want? The two men grinned and replied, what do you want? Don't you know in your heart, you've harmed many of my kind, and it's time for you to pay. Hearing this, Lai Seiki turned and ran. Stay away from me. Get lost. But as he turned back, he saw two more closing in behind him. He could no longer maintain his previous arrogance and screamed in panic, stay away from me. Don't come any closer. No, don't. His terrified screams echoed all around. The next morning, at the home of the wealthy lady Yailei Na, she continued to sleep, still feeling the lingering effects of her training with Qin Yuan the night before. Care pushed the door open and walked in to meet Qin Yuan. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You completed your mission exceptionally well, Qin Yuan said, immediately getting to the main issue. The seal on the Demon King's heart has been broken, right? Care closed his eyes to feel. I can sense the Demon King's power rushing toward us. Next, we just need to wait. Hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a weight lift from her heart. If that's the case, then you should break the blood bond on me as well. I don't want anyone else holding my life in their hands. Care held the chain that connected them and calmly replied, I want to break it too, but unfortunately I can't. Qin Yuan's face showed surprise. You can't break it? What do you mean? Are you kidding me? She stepped forward with determination. You foolish child, the blood bond can't be cut. Your fate is tied to mine. This is an honor that many demons would envy, she explained. Qin Yuan's expression turned devious. That's true. If you can use the blood bond to threaten me, then I can use it to kill you, right? With that, Qin Yuan grabbed the connecting chain. The sudden situation made her jump. What do you want to do? Care, I already helped you a lot. Don't you think you should give me something in return? Hearing that, Care felt relieved. I thought it was something else. What do you want? No problem, I'll give you as many chances as you want. Just remember, I'm a succubus. This time is different. This time you have to win me over like a pet, serving me like a slave. Qin Yuan started giving orders. So, what are you waiting for? Kneeling down, the blood-red chain that begins from now on is something you'll have to understand for yourselves. He saw the look on Care's face and couldn't help but tease her. It seems someone was secretly enjoying this. System notification. Congratulations, a host has unlocked the character card for Care. Care's level, strategy, skills, and singing voice of a succubus. It was dark somewhere in the city where two demons were chatting on the street. Remember, even though we humiliated him today, we shouldn't show off. I know, it's just that seeing someone who was once the Holy Light Sword now reduced to a pitiful insect, left at the mercy of others, is hard not to find amusing. Lai Seiki was beaten and lay on the ground, cursing his fate. Damn it! The two demon creatures that had attacked him earlier were suddenly sliced in half by something. Lai Seiki, lying on the ground in shock, wondered what just happened. Then a shadow appeared before him. It was the high priest. With a terrifying expression, he spoke, My poor child, the Holy Light has not abandoned you. It only wishes to test you. That is why you have been through so much hardship. I ask you, do you want revenge? After enduring humiliation for so long, hearing those words felt like a ray of hope for Lai Seiki. Yes, no matter how much I have to suffer, I want to take revenge on Qin Yuan. He has taken everything from me. The high priest saw that he had achieved his goal. Very well, come with me. I have a gift for you. The high priest led Lai Seiki into a spiraling staircase that descended deep into the earth of the church. After what felt like a long journey, they finally arrived. We're here. Before them stood a massive dark blade, emanating a sinister aura as it was embedded in a pedestal. Seeing it, Lai Seiki was stunned, his mouth agape. Is this the heart of the demon lord? A heart embedded right in the sword to serve as its core. The high priest became serious. That's right. Actually, after the demon lord died all those years ago, the church conveniently studied his heart and fused it with his sword. Now the purity of the Holy Light Hammer is gone. After that, I ordered the demon lord's heart to be moved here for the fusion. Now this dark sword possesses the most terrifying power in the world. Lai Seiki was still in shock. Is this the gift you mentioned? But this is the power of the demon race, a power that isn't pure. The high priest then began to reshape Lai Seiki's thinking. Foolish. Power is divided into right or wrong. As long as you can wield it for good, then it is righteous power. Lai Saiki, almost entranced, moved closer to the sword. Yes, that's true. The high priest is right. His face twisted as he looked at the dark sword. I've endured such suffering. I can definitely control the power of this dark sword. Qin Yuan, I want to use it to behead you. Lai Saiki reached for the dark sword. Dark energy surged into his body. It invaded every part of him, making him scream uncontrollably. His back began to contort as if something was trying to break free. A pair of blood-red wings pierced through his flesh, and Lai Saiki screamed in deep, desperate agony. The Grand Priest watched in unrestrained joy as he witnessed this kind of power. Is this the strength of the Demon Lord? To control such immense power means that the glory of the Holy Light Society will surely illuminate the entire world. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the air, interrupting the Grand Priest's words literally. Fresh blood dripped down from the Grand Priest as he was struck by the demonic sword. Lai Saiki had lost control of the sword's power and had now become the biggest boss in this server. Blood. I need blood. Yulei Na had just woken up and said, "Good morning, Qin Yuan." Qin Yuan looked like a zombie as he replied, "Good morning, Yulei Na." She noticed he looked more haggard than usual, a bit startled, and asked, "What's wrong with you? You look awful." He wearily answered, "It's nothing, just a little insomnia." Suddenly, A rushed in through the door, anxious. This is bad. The Holy Light Society is in trouble. Lai Saiki. The town was now in chaos because of Lai Saiki. Everyone run. That shadow is definitely the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has appeared again. Help. Lai Saiki stood in the sky and shouted, "Shut up. Silence for me. Become my servants." He took his sword and cut open his palm, letting blood drip everywhere. Countless people below were splattered with his blood and felt a deep discomfort. Finally, those touched by the blood transformed into monstrous beings, frantically biting each other. A lucky child managed to escape the chaos but found herself trapped among the crazed crowd, crying out, "Mommy, oh no, I want my mom." One of the monsters noticed the girl and was about to attack her. Just then, a swift slash echoed as it was cut in half by something. It was Qin Yuan, wielding the Holy Light Sword, who had come to save the girl. He coldly glared at Lai Saiki. Yulei Na arrived just in time. "I'm here, Qin Yuan." "Is that Lai Saiki?" "That's right," Qin Yuan replied. Lai Saiki in the sky began to show off his power. "Qin Yuan, I have now acquired the strength of the Demon King. Your day of death has come. Yulei Na, you have been deceived by this wicked creature. I acknowledge your abilities. Join me and use the power of the Holy Light to create a new world." Qin Yuan sneered. "You talk about looking down on the demon race, yet you've fallen into the demon path yourself. You really are pathetic." Angered, Lai Saiki responded with force, shouting, "Shut your mouth." A burst of purple light shot from his mouth. Qin Yuan was taken aback by this attack. Its power was incredible. What had this guy been through? He considered dodging the attack, but if he did, the nearby civilians would be in danger. Suddenly, a girl appeared right in front of Qin Yuan. She held a shield and blocked Lai Saiki's attack. She introduced herself, "I am Carter, the shield of light from Holy Light, your help." Behind her, Holy Light Bow Lucia and Holy Light Staff Franca had also arrived. "Qin Yuan, we're here to assist you," they said. Elena was thrilled to see reinforcements. "Great, everyone's here now." Franca attempted to salvage the situation, saying, "Lai Saiki, you've been corrupted by the Demon Lord's influence. There's still a chance for you to be saved." Lai Saiki found the situation laughable. He said, "You are the ones who don't understand. I offered you all the chance to join me in creating a new world, but you cling to the filthy races of this world. You're truly foolish." He ordered the army behind him. "Then you all should just disappear together." On the Qin Yuan side, Lucia took the lead in combat and declared, "You're the one who should disappear." A flurry of light burst from her arrows, all striking the monsters charging forward. Franca realized that persuading with words wouldn't work, so she resorted to force. "It looks like you can't turn back now." She unleashed a wide-range spell that wiped out a group of soldiers, sending countless bursts of light piercing through the flying dark creatures. Noticing her appearance, it seemed she was one of the 7 sages of Holy Light. Introducing herself, she said, "If we're going to fight, let me join the Divine Radiant Force. I'm Vanessa." The final member of the 7 sages of Holy Light had appeared, and with a powerful wind down, she cleared a path. "Holy Light Spear, Trosi here," she said. "It's quite surprising to find a beastman among the 7 sages of Holy Light." Lai Saiki, observing from above, felt a bit annoyed. "Humph, they're all as bothersome as insects." In the blink of an eye, he found himself between the Holy Light Spear and the Divine Radiant Force. "Do you really think you're worthy to stand alongside me?" With a swift swing of his sword, Lai Saiki rendered both opponents powerless, sending them flying several meters away. They were taken aback by the sheer strength he possessed. This guy had become so powerful, relying solely on the might of the Demon King. Taking the opportunity, Lucia launched an arrow at him, but it was completely ineffective. Lai Saiki effortlessly dodged and caught the arrow barehanded. Seeing this, Lucia was filled with panic. What? You can purify the breath of the demon race yet remain unaffected by the Demon King's power? Now serious, Lai Saiki responded. I've grown tired of your pathetic tricks. Now it's my turn. His power enveloped the entire demon world, spreading rapidly and exploding around him. Yelena, caught in the barrier, silently lamented, "Is this the legendary barrier?" It felt like a suffocating darkness was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, they felt uncomfortable, as if their strength was being gradually drained from their bodies. Feeling the surge of power, Lai Saiki was pleased with himself. In the great demon realm, the strength of other races would be diluted by darkness and then provided to the demon race. I don't even need to do anything. They've already died from their drained lifeblood. So that's how it is. I thought to myself, why does the power in my body keep rising? Didn't you say I'm a demon? I almost forgot. Let the wind roar and the storm rage. Qin Yuan unleashed the first breath of the sun, sending a massive fireball toward Lai Saiki, but he sliced it in half while cursing. What a fool. Of course I haven't forgotten. But do you really think a lowly demon soldier like you is the limit of the Demon King's power? Below, Yelena was shocked by the revelation. Qin Yuan is really a demon. Use your life to expand your understanding of the Demon King's strength. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as he released a massive wave of energy from his hands. In this critical moment, Carter raised his shield just in time to block a strike, sending him flying like a star, finally crashing to the ground with Yelena screaming in terror. Carter! Yelena cried out. Carter sat up and signaled, "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Yelena, feeling both anxious and confused, asked, "With your shield, being able to block Lai Saiki now is way too dangerous. You just met Qin Yuan, and he's a demon. Why would you?" Cuddle leaned forward and scolded her. "You fool. No matter if Qin Yuan is a demon or something else, right now, all I see is him standing in front of me, doing his best to protect the people of this world. So there's really no need to overthink it. Isn't that right?" Yelena was also shaken while Lai Saiki in the air scoffed. "Huff, there are many insects, but in the end, they are just insects. This time, I won't care how many people come here. If you want to resist, then come at me." Yelena shouted from below, "Qin Yuan, in this barrier, you are the only one with the power to fight back. We will use the connection between the Holy Light weapons to channel the remaining strength into your Holy Light sword. Use it to fight. This power is passed down through the Holy Light sword and is starting to manifest. However, those who don't recognize their limitations, unlike the wise, unleash similar but darker skills." In the darkness of the field, Qin Yuan suddenly erupted, saying, "I have received your strength." A few loud explosions rang out, and smoke filled the sky. In the midst of the dust and smoke, a figure gradually emerged. It was Qin Yuan, who wielded the shield of light to block the incoming attack. Lai Saiki frowned, feeling puzzled. The shield of light, revived by the gathering of holy power, combined the forces of the demon tribe and the power of holy light, and in this instance, it had fully gathered enough energy. Lai Saiki didn't understand and exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. What kind of strange stuff is this? Are you out of your mind? You don't need to understand. Just know that I can clearly feel the power in my body is stronger than ever before." Qin Yuan transformed the shield of light into the holy light spear. Lai Saiki noticed this change and thought about the holy light spear. Qin Yuan then used the skill The Wind is Falling, causing Lai Saiki to lose several health points. What? This shocking reality made him suspicious. Qin Yuan's divine radiant force felt like a manifestation of Yi Tu, expertly shifting from spear to fist. With a powerful punch, Lai Saiki cried out in pain. Unable to endure any longer, Lai Saiki resorted to a delaying tactic. "Stop. Don't try to fight back against me. Right now, I am wielding the power of the Demon Lord." He realized he couldn't take them on alone, so he decided to gang up on them. He declared, "Come out, my minions from Earth, Succubi. Come here." So Qin Yuan, do you have the power to protect everyone on the surface from my minions? Eliminate them for me. Qin Yuan pulled out the Holy Light Staff and looked at him with disdain. He always bragged about his Demon Lord powers, but he could only summon a few weak spells. It was honestly pretty pathetic. The system announced that the Holy Light Spear had a special effect. All psychic skills against evil beings were increased by 100%. The enchanting barrier began to spread with Qin Yuan at its center. The summoned demons started to be purified when they touched the Holy Light. Qin Yuan turned and said, "Lovely ladies, you don't need to join in anymore. Please feel free to disperse." "Yes, master," the ladies replied. As Qin Yuan began to disperse them, the demons were getting purified. But Lai Saiki screamed, "Damn it! I still have other tricks up my sleeve. You Seeing him babble so much, Qin Yuan shot an arrow into his hand and said, "Sorry, I don't want your weak tricks wasting my time." Qin Yuan held the holy light hammer and unleashed a powerful strike. The force of his attack sent Lai Sai Ki soaring into the sky, and then he gathered all his strength for one final blow. The hammer in his hand transformed into a sword, and wings sprouted from his back, representing the demon race. He stood proudly in the sky, ready to take down Lai Sai Ki with this powerful strike. All the strength of Qin Yuan and the 7 sages of holy light channeled into this one attack. Ruby Divine Sword slashed through the air, a beam of sword light like the sun, heading straight for Lai Sai Ki. Inside this radiant light, Lai Sai Ki was burned and continuously disintegrated, ultimately collapsing and falling from the sky. Qin Yuan, exhausted, gasped for breath below. The system notified him. Mission to defeat Lai Sai Ki completed. Reward, 3,000 accumulated points. Do you want to exit the instance? Lilina joyfully exclaimed, "Qin Yuan did it." Qin Yuan, puzzled, responded, "It's strange that Lai Sai Ki is dead, but why hasn't the demon realm vanished?" Kerr appeared, explaining his doubts. "I initially thought that finding it would allow us to secure the Demon Lord's heart, but I had no idea it would activate like this. In this situation, it has exceeded my expectations. With the Demon Lord's heart in activated state, even I cannot control it. However, it's not entirely without a solution, though it is very dangerous." Qin Yuan felt a bit anxious. "What do you mean? What would he need to do?" Kerr continued, "We need someone with holy light power to seal the Demon Lord's heart with their own body. But what will happen if we do that?" Qin Yuan realized that the sealing was indeed a possibility. Was Kerr suggesting he should do it? Yelena was also uncertain. "I'm not really sure. Historically, no one has ever tried it. After all, it's very rare to find someone capable of withstanding such immense power in this world." Qin Yuan, deep in thought, outwardly showed that he had completed his task. "Can I withdraw from the instance now?" But seeing the state of those around him, he asked worriedly, "Vanessa, how are you holding up?" Her body seemed to be weakening, and Qin Yuan decided to select no on the prompt. With determination, Qin Yuan walked forward confidently. "So it's the Demon Lord, right?" He grabbed the demon sword, saying, "I actually want to see how strong you are." This unbearable feeling, the power of the Demon Lord, was courting him from within. Overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure of that power, Qin Yuan coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Helena looked at him with a pained expression. Qin Yuan, Franca, standing nearby, urged, "He's fighting against the Demon Lord's power within him. We can't help." Kerr approached the group. "No, you can help. In fact, the more the better. We can extract the Demon Lord's power from his body and share it among ourselves. Let me try first." She began casting a spell, crafting a temporary magical structure. Qin Yuan lay on the bed, struggling in pain against that power. Kerr stepped forward. "All right, let me go first." Yelena felt a bit worried. "Even though I don't know who you are, Qin Yuan is very strong. Are you sure you can handle this?" Kerr smiled charmingly. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a succubus." An hour later, Yelena and Franca stood outside, hearing a loud noise coming from inside the room, making their faces turn red. "What are they doing in there that's so noisy?" Yelena wondered. "We don't know." Kerr panted as he pushed the door open to step out. It seemed he had underestimated him. Going in solo was clearly too much. A single person was fundamentally no match for him. "From now on, I have to rely on all of you." Yelena glanced meaningfully at Franca. "Franca, I didn't expect you to be involved in this too." Yelena said. Franca, feeling embarrassed as she was caught off guard, replied, I was just lending some holy light." 2 hours later, both women were exhausted. "Is there anyone else available?" Franca asked. "We've hit our limit," she replied. Now it was the turn of the 4 beast women. "Let's do this together." 3 hours later, the 4 beast women were also drained. "Sorry, we've given it our all," they said in unison. This time, the master is really impressive. Yelena anxiously looked at Kerr for advice. "What now? We don't have enough energy to recover, but there's still dark energy left in Qin Yuan's body that hasn't been purified." Kerr was at a loss. "Honestly, we might just have to take a risk and push through. I really underestimated the power of the Demon King. With just us, it's definitely proving to be quite the challenge. But based on the principle of the main character cannot die, a few shadowy figures appeared. Is Lord Qin Yuan inside? If so, let us help. The Dark Fiends showed a willingness to lend a hand. Kerr was slightly surprised by their appearance. "You all are the demon tribe that Qin Yuan has purified." "That's right. He has cleansed our souls and bodies, giving us new forms. Now is the time for us to repay him. Moreover, we have great numbers." Kerr's pressure had been relieved at this moment. "Well, you came just in time. We'll be relying on you now." The notification system for the unlimited charming technique leveled up, followed by numerous notifications like it. The ground shook violently in the astonishment of everyone. What's happening? An earthquake? Helena looked up at the sky and noticed something was off. No, look over there, the Holy Light Society. A gigantic figure was approaching. It was a statue representing the Holy Light Society. The puppet master was the high priest. He laughed triumphantly and said, "Ha ha, Lai Sai-Ki, you are truly foolish. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, how could I let my plan be exposed to you? In the end, you weren't just my pawn. My ultimate goal is to merge the Holy Light and the demon realm, to combine demonic energy and create an unparalleled power. I am fully prepared now." Then the high priest moved closer. "As soon as I absorb the power of a demon king from Qin Yuan, I will become the most complete being." He commanded the puppet to draw its sword and swing it at Qin Yuan's house, which was still in ruins. "You are the scoundrels who defile the holy light." A loud explosion echoed. The sword struck down, destroying the house and sending smoke and flames everywhere. Yi Lai-na, outside, screamed in fear. Qin Yuan, seeing this, Karen handed her a calming potion, saying, "Don't worry, they're just demons. I can sense there's something interesting coming." The system announced, "Main mission, defeat the high priest. Mission reward, 5,000 accumulated points." Qin Yuan had successfully harnessed the power of the Demon King and was now in a Demon King transformation state. With just a gentle movement of his hand, he caught the sword. With a slight squeeze, a cracking sound filled the air as he easily crushed the sword to pieces. The high priest, both angry and astonished, asked, "How can this be? Such power! How can a mere mortal like you possibly control it?" "I will destroy you and reclaim the strength that rightfully belongs to me." The divine light from the hands of the statue gradually gathered. Qin Yuan, however, had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. "The power in my body is getting quite hot, so I don't have time to spar with you." "Sorry." Qin Yuan unleashed Goku's ultimate move. Kamehameha! Energy shot from his hands straight towards the high priest, creating a fiery storm that engulfed the surroundings. The high priest was caught in this inferno. Why is it so hot in winter? Soon he began to disintegrate into dust along with the flames. A system notification chimed. "Mission accomplished. You earned 8,000 accumulated points." After the battle, all the houses nearby lay in ruins. Qin Yuan was slowly reverting from his demon lord form. Indeed, the demon lord's power is still too much for me to handle. Exhausted, he collapsed. Elena rushed to support him. Worry etched on her face. "Qin Yuan, are you okay? Wake up." A voice rang out. "We'll handle the next steps." The three, Yun Shu Han, Feng Ling King, and Mo Ning Xuang, led the way and said, "Looks like this guy is causing quite a bit of trouble, huh?" Elena, on alert, turned to them and asked, "Your outfits are quite strange. Who are you? What's your connection to Qin Yuan? Why do you want me to hand him over to you?" Mo Ning Xuang explained, "Us? We are all part of Qin Yuan's harem." Feng Ling King, still feeling a bit shy, added, "Don't say things like that. He'll give others the wrong impression." Young Shu Han offered Ye Lainet a choice. "Come with us. You'll learn all of this man's secrets." Meanwhile, in the system space, Qin Yuan suddenly woke up, looking around and asking, "Is this the host domain space? Is anyone here? Can someone tell me what's going on right now?" In response, something whizzed toward his face. Thud! The head of the Holy Light Hammer slammed into him. It turned out that Yun Shu Han and Yi Lei Nao were outside sparring with each other. "With skills like that, you'll never beat me." One of them taunted. Yi Lei Nao felt a bit guilty and said, Qin Yuan, is that you? Are you okay?" "I'm sorry. We were just fighting to learn from each other. I didn't expect you to suddenly show up." "Really? I'm truly sorry. Hey, you actually look better like this." With a battered face, Qin Yuan felt disheartened and wanted to say something. Yi Lei Nao raised an important question. "But Qin Yuan, with your current strength, how could you get hurt like this? You clearly have the power of a demon king." A voice rang out, "Don't worry, he just absorbed the demon king's heart. Using it once consumed too much of the power of a demon king, which caused his strength to be temporarily sealed." Qin Yuan, curious, said, "Let's put that aside for now. Why is Kara here too?" Kara confidently replied, "The power of a demon king has been absorbed by you. You are the new demon king, and I just want to serve you, my lord. No matter who the demon king is, it doesn't matter to me." Qin Yuan turned to Yi Lei Na and asked, "I can understand what Kara is saying, but why are you here? What's going to happen to the Holy Light Society?" Yi Lei Na hesitated, saying, "Because the actions of the High Priest have caused the Holy Light Society's reputation to plummet. Moreover, the power of the 7 sages of Holy Light has been absorbed by you, making the disappearance of the Holy Light Society inevitable." "That's right. Because of you, we lost our jobs, so of course we have to rely on you now. I've decided to stay. After all, it's livelier here, Ali said, appearing and hugging Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, Ali will forever serve our master. Wherever you go, we'll go with you. Qin Yuan was a bit surprised and touched. The three people in robes had similar thoughts. Of course we feel the same way. Don't think about abandoning us. Qin Yuan started to boast again. No problem. No matter how many knots there are, I can handle them all. Moding Shuang playfully replied, you said that, but taking care of everyone here isn't as simple as you think. Young Xuhan shot a glare at Qin Yuan in anger. Sister, please don't say anything that might lead everyone to misunderstand. I want to tell you that our sister means that many people will be following you back this time. He looked at young Xuhan with confusion. Huh? Who else is there? Why don't I remember anything? A group of female villains responded. Hello, Master. It's us. We are all the ones who played a big role in helping you break the power of a demon king. There are about 200 of us, and from now on, we'll all depend on you. He rubbed his head. Okay, I understand now. I, Qin Yuan, am not the kind of man who is irresponsible and runs off after having my fill. However, this place isn't for idle people. Let me check the architectural system for my residence. First, you spent 1,000 accumulated points to exchange for the Flower Palace. The system announced, Flower Palace costs 1,000 points, can accommodate 500 people, has complete infrastructure, and you can spend accumulated points to improve facilities, training fields, and the accumulation points will increase the training efficiency in this area by 50%. The blacksmith's shop increased to level 5 to 400 accumulated points. The alchemy room increased to level 5 to 400 accumulated points. The spirit field increased to level 5 to 400 accumulated points. The hot spring increased to level 5 to 400 accumulated points. Qin Yuan seemed to be addicted to shopping. Buy, buy, buy. I want everything. Fairy Multiverse flew in to remind him. Hey, you need to plan a bit. Don't shop impulsively like that. Don't worry, they'll follow me. Of course, I want them to have even better lives. I have points, I can control myself. When Qin Yuan saw the goal, he happily exclaimed, oh, something this good. I never noticed it before. Then he pressed the button to purchase this structure. It appeared in his space, a twin cultivation room that cost 1,000 points, increasing the efficiency of twin cultivation in the area by 50%. Elena looked at the room and felt something was off. The room looked very strange. Is this a bit? Elena blushed as she opened the door. Care and Mo Ning Shuang both chuckled, please. Mo Ning Shuang and I really make a great pair. With this room, we're going to let you experience a whole new world. A moment later, Qin Yuan found himself tied up. Care and Mo Ning Shuang laid him on the bed. All right, let Big Sister see if you've gotten any stronger after your recovery. Qin Yuan was also stuck with tape over his mouth, so he could only watch and think. I didn't expect Care to be this skilled. Mo Ning Shuang grabbed Care's tail and said, what a pity. Is this really a weakness of our demon? Care shivered and shouted, please don't. At that moment, Qin Yuan lay unconscious, groaning on the bed. A beautiful hand held a smoking pipe and blew out a puff of smoke. Mo Ning Shuang marveled, the yin-yang dual cultivation definitely lives up to its reputation. I can feel my cultivation progressing significantly. Care, standing nearby, agreed, feeling quite impressed. Even though I don't know the reason, my power has increased quite a bit. Could this be due to that mysterious Eastern strength? With a body as dry as a corpse, Qin Yuan weakly remarked, sure, this dual cultivation can quickly enhance your abilities, but you all are being too harsh on me. Yelena stood awkwardly outside the door. This room was definitely not pure, while young Su Han was trying to convince herself using this method to improve cultivation is clearly a demonic path. Mo Ning Shuang glanced at Su Han and quickly understood her thoughts. Junior Su Han, aren't you tempted to give it a try? Qin Yuan couldn't catch a break. He had to endure the torment of these two girls again. Hey, can you let me rest a bit? He pleaded, looking desperate. Do you even understand? 3 days later, Fairy Multiverse woke him up. Get up, you lazy bum. The new dungeon has opened. Startled, Qin Yuan quickly sat up, cleared his throat, and replied, she. He forced a smile despite looking worn out. Heh. Finally, the new dungeon has begun. Just don't let the girls hear about it. Or before we even leave. They'll drag me into training again. Fairy Multiverse sneered, you think anyone dreams of this kind of thing? You're not dreaming, but you're still getting tormented and tied up, huh? Qin Yuan had his own struggles. It's because my charm level is way too high. You might not get it, but if I don't have the right physical attributes, how can I keep enduring it over and over? Fairy Multiverse clearly didn't believe him. Stop bragging. This dungeon is different from the last one. You need to be careful. It's fine though, even if my power isn't fully restored, I always relied on my looks to get by. Just interacting with people can draw them in closer. The fairy multiverse smiled smugly and said, at this moment, you probably can't communicate with anyone. Qin Yuan questioned, what do you mean by that? Stop talking nonsense. With that, she initiated the teleport to the instance, cutting off Qin Yuan's confusion. He had no choice but to accept, saying, oh, we won't discuss that before the dramatic reveal. I understand, see you later. This line really confused me, no joke. The scenery around began to change, transforming into towering skyscrapers. This had to be the modern world. Welcome gamers of the old server to the new server with a patch of Qin Yuan. The patch had already stitched together over 200 girls. Seeing the surroundings, he secretly sighed. This time the instance actually takes place in the modern world. A news broadcast displayed on the screen announced that there had been several attacks in the city recently, believed to be linked to special infectious diseases. Citizens were advised to take protective measures. Qin Yuan, unsure of what to do, hesitated on the street. This familiar environment means I could rest for a few days and explore. Suddenly, a girl stumbled towards him, exclaiming, ah, a man. Then she rushed to hug Qin Yuan, declaring, I want a man. Qin Yuan felt emotional. Hey, while I do have a high charm factor, there's no need to pounce on me like that. The woman turned her face up, startling him. A man. Then he quickly reacted and shouted, damn it, what is this? A figure lunged out and kicked the zombie, saying, get back. She landed gracefully like a true Black Panther. Qin Yuan was filled with questions. What is happening? The woman said, you're just an ordinary man. What are you doing out here alone? Don't you want to live? He stood there puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. She was a short-haired beauty. Was he really that scared, or was he pretending not to know she was a zombie? Qin Yuan was processing this in his mind, a zombie. No surprise, she said, I can't communicate with others. She introduced herself, I'm Jack Shu, a member of a special rescue team. It's very dangerous for someone like you to be wandering the streets. Come with me, and I'll take you to safety. He questioned further, what does a man like me mean in all of this? It seems you really have no idea. I don't care where you came from, but you need to understand that this zombie virus is incredibly dangerous and very specific. Men will die quickly after being infected, while women will turn into zombies and become highly sensitive to the scent of men. They will hunt men down and then kill them through rape. Moreover, the more handsome and masculine a man is, the more attractive he becomes to them. The author truly created a remarkable plot here. Qin Yuan said with a hint of pride, so that's it. Being as handsome as I am is a curse, but all he received in return was Jiaxu's disdain. Stop kidding yourself. Give me your name and identity, then follow me to the shelter. Qin Yuan hesitated. My name is Qin Yuan, and my identity is... Suddenly, she noticed something attacking and violently pushed Qin Yuan away with her legs. Watch out. It was a zombie perched on a power pole, with a series of tendrils behind it. It was a Class C zombie. Jiaxu shouted anxiously, you better run. I'll hold it off. Without hesitation, she opened fire. Damn it, this thing's defense is too strong. The bullets feel like rubber. After that, a tentacle lashed out and knocked the gun from Jiaxu's hand. Qin Yuan reached out and caught the gun, saying, if my power is sealed, then I'll temporarily borrow the strength of modern weapons. Jiaxu was both frustrated and angry, yelling, you fool! You can only deal damage by targeting its weak points. An untrained civilian like you can't fight it. Qin Yuan then adjusted the weapon system and switched to a new passive skill, Wild Nobita Marksmanship. This skill allowed him to shoot like Nobita. Description: integrates with useless losers, granting a unique talent, Qin Yuan thought to himself. After changing his combat skill, he tried the gun. The game was on. Bang! His first shot kicked back wildly, but it hit the weak spot of a level C zombie. He acted like Lucky Luke with the gun, saying, ha, shooting is really easy. I must be a genius, he said, feeling quite proud. Jiaxu sensed trouble and pulled him away. Stop being so cocky. We need to run. Behind us is a horde of zombies. Qin Yuan had never been chased like this before. He saw the zombies pursuing him, as if they were following an idol, shouting, why are there so many of them? Is my charm really that powerful? Jiaxu got into the car and said, drive fast. My hand is hurt. You need to take the wheel. She began giving Qin Yuan directions. According to the map, they had to get to the hospital, but the road was filled with zombies and obstacles. Can you handle driving through that? Qin Yuan confidently replied, don't worry, I'm a real racing driver. He stepped on the gas and the car shot forward like an arrow, the tires screeching against the pavement and creating clouds of smoke, just like in a Fast and Furious movie. Unfortunately, a horde of zombies blocked their path, and each one looked just as intense as the last. Jiaxu panicked at the sight. Watch out ahead, a wave of zombies is coming. Qin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, embodying the tough guy attitude of Dominic Toretto, who always talks about family. I have a way north that can steer us clear of the zombies. His expression became serious as he turned the steering wheel sharply. The wind blowing for the mountains will blow them all away. After seeing that line, Qin Yuan swerved the car, drifting around and tossing several zombies aside. He noticed a female zombie trying to grab onto the car and couldn't help but exclaim, "If I can't see your face, you must surely be a beauty." The two of them had escaped the zombie horde and were running down the road to the hospital. Jack Shu felt a mix of pain and amazement, surprised at how good his driving skills were. "Where did you learn to drive like that?" Qin Yuan signaled with his hand, showing off his confidence. "Mario Olympic Racer, it's a popular game in China, ma'am." A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the People's Hospital. "We made it." Qin Yuan and Jack Shu walked inside, but he felt a bit odd. Why was there not a single person here? As they reached a junction, a zombie suddenly appeared, blocking their path. With his irresistible charm, Qin Yuan immediately became the target of the female zombie. He heard a loud crash as metal met flesh, and the zombie barely had time to gasp. Just then, a sexy nurse in fishnet stockings appeared and took care of the zombie. "Are you guys okay?" Qin Yuan was impressed. "Awesome. You're incredible. Who are you?" The nurse introduced herself. "I'm Lin Lai, head of the surgery department at this hospital." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt something was off. Was there really a doctor who could fight like that? Lin Lai replied, "As a doctor, knowing how to use a surgical knife is just part of the job." Jack Shu, in pain, interrupted the conversation, saying, "Hey, you two introduce yourselves first, then we can talk." It was just then that Qin Yuan remembered. "Oh, I almost forgot. Doctor, could you please help her? She was hurt by a zombie, and I don't know if she can be saved. Please take her to the surgery room." Dr. Lin Lai turned to lead the way. As they walked, he curiously asked about the situation at the hospital. "Dr. Lin, what's going on with the hospital? Why is there no one around?" Dr. Lin came up with a convincing excuse. "Oh, I was too lazy and took a nap in the morgue. By the time I woke up, everything was like this. When everyone else evacuated, they didn't even bother to call me." Qin Yuan, following behind, muttered angrily, "Who would think of someone taking a nap in a morgue?" In the surgery room, Dr. Lin Lai instructed Qin Yuan, "I need to prepare some things, so if you help her take off her clothes." He approached her with practiced ease. "I'm sorry, but I have to do this." Jake Shu felt a wave of embarrassment overshadowing her pain and softly responded with a hum. Just 2 seconds later, she found herself stripped down and placed on the operating table by Qin Yuan. He seriously examined the wound. The edges of the injury had spread, and she had a beautiful figure. It would truly be a shame if she turned into a zombie. Dr. Lin Lai appeared, interrupting his daydream. She emphasized, "Let me be clear, you best not move your little buddy. Transmitting too could lead to infection." Feeling embarrassed after Dr. Lin pierced his fantasy, he replied, "I understand, my mind is clear." After a moment, Dr. Lin Lai began checking the heart first. Qin Yuan, who was nearby, anxiously asked, "Dr. Lin, how is she doing?" "Right now, she's been given a virus vaccine, so the infection rate isn't too concerning. But since there's no medication, you need to come with me to the drugstore to get some," Dr. Lin responded. After leaving the room, he asked Dr. Lin about the virus. "Dr. Lin, what is this virus exactly? Why do women turn into zombies after being infected, while men just die?" She casually lit a cigarette. No one knew the specifics of the current situation, but it seemed the virus specifically chose women as hosts. The reason was likely because they could reproduce, making men mere tools that would be discarded once they were no longer useful. As Qin Yuan passed by the window, he heard a sound that caught his attention. "Help! There's someone outside being chased by zombies." A young man was shouting for help, pursued closely by 4 or 5 female zombies. Dr. Lin, witnessing the scene, advised him, "Don't act. There's no way to save him now." Moments later, the young man cried out, "No, please don't." Qin Yuan felt pity for the young man. He was truly unfortunate. Having seen too many life and death situations, Dr. Lin coldly remarked, "You should reconsider the distinction between pity and not. Ultimately, it's just the feelings of the observers." Even though he still felt sorrow for the young man, seeing his body crushed before his eyes made Qin Yuan shudder. When he looked at the man's face, he was startled to see that he was smiling. This was the effect of the zombie virus, which robbed the man of his humanity, sending him into a state of euphoria as he eventually merged with the female zombies until he exhausted himself to death. In fact, before dying, they even experienced overwhelming pleasure. On another side, there was a guy seeking thrills who decided to tease the group of female zombies, saying, "Let me experience your power." With her expression still blank, she turned to Qin Yuan and asked, "So, do you want to try poking a dog?" Qin Yuan shouted back, "Who wants to poke a dog?" That's how Qin Yuan ended up letting the admin lead him to poke a dog. After poking a dog, he realized it was actually fun, like a sport that should be in the Olympics. After their chat, the two finally arrived at the medicine room. It seems like those who backed out earlier took a fair amount of the medicine with them. Let's split up to find the antiviral drugs. It's best if we don't stray too far from each other, since this isn't a safe place. The longer we take, the faster the infection spreads with that girl. So, we need to be quick and use all our abilities. Suddenly, there was a noise. A zombie lunged out from a locker right next to Dr. Lin. Watch out. Qin Yuan quickly pushed her aside and took the hit himself. He got bitten on the arm, blood spraying out. Dr. Lin reacted immediately and stabbed the zombie in the head with a surgical knife. They both paused for a moment to regain their composure. Dr. Lin was no longer as indifferent as before. She worriedly asked, "Hey, you got bitten. Are you feeling anything strange? Like, are you feeling excited?" Qin Yuan looked at the wound in confusion, feeling strangely numb. Was what she said earlier just a trick to fool a child? She picked up a vial of medicine and said, "This is an antiviral drug. You should try it first. Everyone's body is different. Maybe the virus is just hiding temporarily." Qin Yuan's sewing machine began to hum again as she joked, "If I've been bitten, I might as well enjoy the happiness of my last moments. It's a shame there are no female zombies around here. If there were, Dr. Lin, would you do me the favor of letting me experience some joy before I go?" "Just wait until you're dead to say that." Dr. Lin sighed inwardly. In men, the chance of survival after being infected is almost non-existent. "Sorry, but I'm afraid you won't live much longer." Meanwhile, Jiaxu was struggling against the virus, and Dr. Lin quickly gave her an injection with a new serum they had just acquired. Seeing how simple the treatment was for Jiaxu, he asked, "Is that it? She won't suffer any side effects, right?" "One of the results in half an hour," Dr. Lin said, hesitating as if delivering bad news to a patient. "But there is something I should mention to you." Qin Yuan, like a cosmic oracle, said, "I don't have much time left, do I?" I understood deep down. He thought back to the moment he exchanged medication at the systems shop. Even though Thuong Than could buy the virus antidote, it was too expensive. He was waiting for the right moment to consider the exchange. "Hey, do you have any wishes?" "You can tell me, even if it won't matter here," Qin Yuan said with a satisfied expression. In truth, he didn't have any special wishes, but having a stunning beauty like Dr. Lin by his side was the greatest happiness he could feel before death. Nothing to regret. Dr. Lin asked him one question, "Are you serious?" Looking at her serious face made him laugh. "Haha, sorry, I'm just good with what I have." He got it. That was her straightforward style of not saying much. She smiled back at him. Qin Yuan was taken aback. "Oh, are you serious?" He was surprised to see her take off her lab coat, revealing a perfectly curvy figure. Dr. Lin explained, "Don't misunderstand. It's because of me that you got hurt. If this is your wish, I can make it come true for you." Qin Yuan moved closer and turned on the sewing machine. "This truly is my honor," he said. Dr. Lin maintained her usual stern expression, reminding him, "You need to be careful and keep your voice down, or you'll attract the zombies." Dr. Lin always managed to come off as rude and arrogant, no matter the situation. She poked at Qin Yuan, saying, "Stop moving around so much, otherwise the machine will jam up again." Qin Yuan calmly replied, "I'll sacrifice all my remaining life force for you." The experience points for his unlimited charming technique leveled up, and he began an intense kiss with Dr. Lin while his hands explored her curves. After a while, he lay back on the bed, drenched in sweat and exhausted. "Wow, this feels like something I've never experienced before." Dr. Lin immediately shot back, "Don't think just because I'm easy, you can demand more. If you have the energy for that, you should focus on surviving instead." After saying that, she looked at Qin Yuan in surprise. The sewing machine was pretending to be out of order in a dramatic display. She looked at him, her eyes softening a bit. "It seems I'm taking a part of you," she said. "Just keep pushing through." She slowly pulled the white cloth away from his face. A tightness gripped her heart as she wondered, "Why do I feel a little pain?" She was clearly used to seeing those around her who had died right before her eyes. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's hand twitched and lunged at Dr. Lin. "Ah, I'm a zombie. I want to drain you dry." Dr. Lin responded with a kick to his face. Qin Yuan was sent flying a good distance, crashing into a cabinet. Instinctively, she picked up a wooden chair, ready to strike. Qin Yuan, now frightened, pleaded, Wait a minute. I was just joking. Just joking." She shot him an annoyed look. "Seriously, men don't turn into zombies. Why aren't you dead?" Qin Yuan rubbed his face and said, "I don't know. Anyway, I don't feel anything weird at all. But why are you so strong? Could it be that you're a zombie in disguise?" Dr. Lin was equally puzzled. "No, that was just my reflex. I clearly wasn't this strong before. Did I really just get stronger when I was with you?" "No, That doesn't make sense at all. Qin Yuan shifted her thoughts in a different direction. I feel like this zombie virus is much stranger. The system notified. Unlocked character card Lin Lai, 4-star power level. Accompanying skill is advanced healing ability. She lit a cigarette and added, but why do you not react to the virus? This really surprised me. That's clearly a good thing. Why do you make me feel chills down my spine? Dr. Lin Lai exuded a sense of malevolence. I pondered, if we dissect you and study what's in your body, we might discover something historic. Come on, I'm a living person. A few coughs interrupted our conversation. Jack Xu in the bed next to us was slowly sitting up. She had an extremely pale complexion, with silver hair motionless as she sat on her bed. Qin Yuan hurriedly pulled back the curtain. You're awake? I didn't expect the medication to. When she saw a guy, Jack Xu yelled and lunged at her. Qin Yuan quickly dodged. Dr. Lin Lai warned, be careful. It seems like she's been taken over by the virus. We'd better run before things get worse. But I don't want to leave her like that. She already said it. Maybe my body can be immune to the zombie virus. That's just a guess. Who won't know for sure how your body really is until we perform an autopsy? Lin Lai still wanted to dissect Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan got ready to take off his shirt to prove it. Then let's use practice to show it. He threw his shirt towards Jiang Xu, who was in the midst of turning into a zombie. He struck a pose to attract her attention. Come here, the man you want is right here. Go ahead and eat me up. Eat it all. She approached and pushed Qin Yuan down to the ground. He lay on his back, indifferent. Yes. I'll let you have your fun, no need to be polite. Just as he was about to lie back and enjoy it, eat of us nothing was happening. What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Seeing her dazed expression, he shouted, what are you doing? Are you spaced out? Are you going to eat any more? Dr. Lin Lai, a bit flushed, shared her theory. Zombies act based on the instincts of their hosts. If a zombie was once a girl who had no experience and didn't even understand that side of things, then when she turns into a zombie, she wouldn't know what to do next. He was a bit taken aback. I didn't expect there to be such an innocent girl around. Zombie Jake Xu, feeling proud, sat down and started to cry. Qin Yuan, annoyed by this, spoke up, hey, why are you falling apart? Get back your dignity as a zombie. Qin Yuan sighed and rubbed her back to comfort her. Saying this, her transformation into a zombie didn't seem too dangerous after all. But as for curing her, let me guide you through the next steps. Guided by a 20-centimeter stick, she regained her composure as a zombie. Just eat already, I'll take you and devour everything. The usually indifferent Dr. Lin Li couldn't help but say, from victim to hunter, our innocent zombie can make that transition right away. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? The system notified, unlocking character card Jiang Xu, combat power level 5 stars, skill included is zombie transformation. A few hours later, Jiang Xu gradually woke up with her hair turning white. It was as if she had a nightmare, crying out, no, I won't turn into a zombie. Both Qin Yuan and Dr. Lin Lai expressed their concern, asking, oh, you're finally awake. Don't worry, you won't turn into a zombie. Jiang Xu still couldn't believe her eyes. I really didn't turn into a zombie. But before I lost consciousness, I clearly remember the wound spreading wide. Dr. Lin delivered some shocking news. This might be because you just transformed into a zombie and lost control too. Jiang Xu suddenly thought of Qin Yuan. Hearing this, her face turned bright red. I seem to remember that, she stammered. At that time, I really did attack him. The Oscar-winning actor Qin Yuan was even involved. Who doesn't know my fate? This pain is something only I have to bear. Unable to hold back, Jiang Xu grabbed Qin Yuan's collar. Don't talk like you're the one suffering. That was my first time. Qin Yuan, sensing the situation getting tense, took a step back and said, don't get worked up. I was just joking. What happened between us was just a matter of necessity. Suddenly, Jiang Xu started to shake uncontrollably. My arm feels so uncomfortable. It won't obey me. She felt as if she was paralyzed. Her limbs trembled beyond her control. Her hand began to move instinctively, and to the astonishment of both of them, it ended up grabbing Qin Yuan's gun. Qin Yuan felt a bit shy and said, What do you mean by that? Jiang Xu's face turned bright red as she explained, it's strange. I didn't do anything. My left hand just moved on its own. Dr. Lin stepped forward to take her hand and checked it. It seems like your left hand still has some residual zombie virus that hasn't been cleared out completely. Qin Yuan suggested, There's still virus residue. If that's the case, I have a way to cure it. Come with me. What do you want to do? Why do you want me to take off my clothes? Jiang Xu asked, looking worried. Wait a minute. What is this? I don't want to. No matter what, I won't wear it. Dr. Lin outside heard this and looked helpless, thinking to himself what in the world they were doing inside. Qin Yuan confidently opened the door and said, Okay, it's done. What's done? What are you trying to turn her into? Jiaxu, dressed in a tight outfit, looked embarrassed. What kind of costume is this? It's so humiliating. Qin Yuan explained to both of them, this is a battle suit I prepared just for you. Your body has been infected by the zombie virus, so it has been enhanced. This robotic arm will help suppress the effects of the virus. Dr. Lin was completely astonished and said, who exactly are you? How do you have equipment like this? Qin Yuan started to brag, I'm just a very ordinary scientist with a hobby of researching machinery. Dr. Lin looked at him skeptically. Can a machine scientist really create something like this lingering? It's so thin. What good is it? Qin Yuan aimed a gun at Jiaxu and said, just try it and you'll see. Jiaxu, feeling anxious, pleaded, wait, that's a real gun. And that's not the point. We need to focus on the experiment. With a bang, Qin Yuan pulled the trigger and the bullet hit her, only causing a light sting. He stood there, watching intently and praised his product. See, its durability is impressive. Plus, your body has been enhanced. A regular bullet like this is nothing to you. Jiaxu's face flushed with anger. You idiot, are you trying to scare me to death? Even if it didn't hurt, it still stings. Qin Yuan fell silent as she pressed the gun against his mouth. Dr. Lin Ho created a wonderful atmosphere, but now it is not the time to argue. We are on a mission to save the world. Jiaxu, filled with anger, was drawn in by this idea. She said, save the world? Are you saying it's just us? Qin Yuan wiped his mouth and replied, it's easy for you to say that. Have you found a way to eliminate the virus? She pointed at Qin Yuan and explained, the immediate method is to use your DNA. Not only are you immune to the virus, but you can also help reduce the virus's growth through close contact. With that, you can research a way to deal with the zombie threat. Still angry, Jiaxu grabbed Qin Yuan's hand and said, great idea, come with me. There are over 100 infected people at the organization, currently in the incubation period. You need to go save them first. Qin Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable. Over 100? Are you trying to push me into a corner? Besides, I'm not someone who just does that with anyone. Dr. Lin had a different perspective. This isn't the time for jokes. Just using close contact won't save many people. I suggest we use your DNA to research and develop a vaccine. That would be the best option. Jiaxu looked at Lin Lai with suspicion. She asked, do you have the ability to create an antidote? Lin Lai replied, don't underestimate me. I'm a top student from the medical school. Right now, I only have Qin Yuan's DNA. I need more materials from the zombie virus to start the analysis. Hearing this, Jiaxu felt it was a tough situation. She thought finding the virus material is incredibly rare. Even in the black market, it's hard to come by and it's extremely expensive. Where can we find it in this situation? Dr. Lin said, I know a place, room 308 in the city lab. There might still be virus materials there. You too could check it out. Jiaxu asked, how do you know about this? Lively explained, my twin sister was involved in this project. She shared this information with me, but after a while she disappeared. Qin Yuan, the true bad boy, took the opportunity to pat her shoulder comfortingly, saying, leave it to us. Who knows, we might find a clue about your sister. Dr. Lin, seemingly coming to terms with it, said, honestly, I had already given up hope, but if we can eliminate the zombie threat, then I wouldn't have any regrets about her. Jiaxu and Hu realized something. So you want to research an antidote to save her, right? That's not entirely true. Actually, if I can create an antidote, I will become the hero who saves the world. At that point, I'll definitely gain fame and profit. After that, I will just buy this hospital to get back at those higher-ups who constantly make me work overtime. Hearing his reason, Jiaxu was surprised. Whoa, a woman full of ambition dreaming of saving the world just to take revenge on her bosses. Hey, Qin Yuan, we should get going. After traveling for a while, Jiaxu and Qin Yuan were hiding in a nearby car in front of the laboratory in the city center. There are too many zombies around. Infiltrating inside isn't going to be easy. Qin Yuan volunteered confidently. Don't worry, I anticipated this situation. I'll lure those zombies away. You should take the chance to run inside. Wait, hold on. Then he took off his shirt. Hey, little zombies, do you want to try some fresh meat? The female zombies caught a whiff of the scent of a man, and like sisters, spotting a handsome guy, they screamed, a man, don't run away. Qin Yuan ran past Jiaxu and signaled, hey, wait for me. I'll lure the zombies away, then I'll come to the lab to find you. You handle the next steps. Seeing all of this, she just scolded him. Really? I get it. Qin Yuan seemed to understand the art of teasing, shouting, come on, ladies, catch me if you can. Bet you can't catch me. With all the zombies distracted by Qin Yuan, Jiaxu quickly ran to the lab. She couldn't help but admire Qin Yuan, thinking, he really is willing to take risks for this. I can't let him down. I absolutely have to find that information. At this point, Qin Yuan reached a bus. This was a good spot as the female zombies were still chasing him, constantly yelling, hey, you, don't run away. With a loud slam, he closed the bus door. He sat in the driver's seat while the female zombies struggled to stay upright. Racing boy is ready to play some GTA, he declared. As he started to drive, Jiangsu noticed and stopped in her tracks. Her body reacted, causing her to bounce a bit. Wait, does he really want to crash into the river and die with the zombies? But soon the bus shook violently and alluring sounds filled the air. A female zombie's head popped out, moaning incessantly. The system announced the experience points for unlimited charming technique have leveled up. Soon after, every window had a zombie's head sticking out like that. Qin Yuan, inside the vehicle, gently said, "Passengers, prepare to accelerate." After a brief moment of picking up speed, Qin Yuan reached his destination. The passengers arrived at the final stop, bidding farewell and hoping to see each other on another ride. The female passengers from Qin Yuan's trip were sprawled across the floor of the vehicle, exhausted and barely able to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan calmly exhaled and stepped out of the vehicle. Having witnessed the entire process, Jiangsu's fondness for Qin Yuan plummeted. Don't tell me he just devoured a zombie, she thought. Qin Yuan rushed over, surprised. Huh? Why are you still standing here? I just used my strength to help you get lost. Jiangsu raised a new issue, but I didn't expect this main door to have bulletproof features. Practically impossible to open. What? It's just a laboratory. That's a bit too much, Qin Yuan replied. It seems we're not in the wrong place after all. But he smiled and said, however, if that's the case, it looks like you're the only one who can get in. Jiangsu responded skeptically, give it to me, but guns won't help. How can I open it? Your robotic arm has lots of features. You just need to imagine an object in your mind and it will take shape. Continuing, Jiangsu said, is that really true? Can it actually do that? She lifted her 2 fingers and mourned, let me give it a try. If you're joking, you'll regret it. She closed her eyes and began to visualize. Her fingers slowly morphed according to her thoughts. Soon, they shot out a laser beam that carved a perfect circle in the bulletproof door. Once they got inside, Jiangsu couldn't help but praise. Wow, it actually works? That's incredible. Suddenly, Qin Yuan said seriously, this isn't the time to be amazed. It seems we have a little problem. In front of them stood a horde of zombies. Jiangsu's expression changed immediately. C-class zombies, scout zombies, how annoying. Why are there so many here? Qin Yuan curiously asked, I really want to know, how are zombies ranked? The zombie ranks are based on their levels, Jiangsu explained. D-class zombies are the least infected, like the ones you just dealt with. They are the weakest and the most numerous. C-class zombies and above have completed their transformation and are very powerful. They only know how to kill. Qin Yuan smiled in satisfaction. If that's the case, I feel relieved. She found his confidence amusing. Relieved? Do you have any idea how strong a C-level zombie is? We're in a really dangerous situation right now. He pulled out 2 guns with an incredibly cool demeanor. Then I don't need to worry. I'll show them mercy. The Holy Stone pistol, a 4-star weapon, had one special effect. It could blow heads off, causing 500% damage. The second effect, unlimited ammo. Description, uses spirit seeds as bullets. According to legend, a wandering hero once used it to combat nightmare creatures. As they caught the scent of a man, the zombies howled and rushed toward Qin Yuan. He immediately cosplayed as Lucian from League of Legends, saying one shot sends you back to where you came from. I'll keep a little sadness for myself. 2 bullets were fired, taking down 2 zombies who returned to the ground, and then a wave of other zombies fell down after them. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Bring more people over here. The system announced that he had gained 300 charm points. Jiangsu stood behind, caught in the wind's direction, thinking of, I can pretend not to see him, but why do I find him inexplicably attractive? Suddenly, she noticed a zombie had appeared behind her without her realizing it. It moved closer, and at the right distance, let out a loud scream to attack. Jiangsu felt as if she was blind to everything behind her and turned around suddenly, her hand transforming into a crescent moon blade. I already noticed you, she said, then swung her blade at the zombie. She cut it in half effortlessly, black blood spraying everywhere with some splattering onto her body. Gross, blood on me. That's disgusting. Qin Yuan offered a suggestion. Don't worry. The outfit you're wearing has a cleaning system. You should try it. She looked at the screen and on her arm, a clean governance model appeared. It really does have this, she said. 4 mechanical arms appeared behind Jiangsu, equipped with towels. Qin Yuan had a look of appreciation on his face. Don't worry. This system will clean everything perfectly, even the small crevices of your body. Jiangsu shyly thought to herself, no need for that. A few minutes later, Qin Yuan said proudly, so how do you feel? Don't you think you feel completely different now? She, with her perfectly smooth body, shyly responded, stop talking nonsense. I will never use this kind of system again. Suddenly, the entire building shook violently. What's happening? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Boom, boom, boom. A massive figure broke through the concrete floor. Jack Xu shouted in shock. This is a B-level zombie, John Sha. Qin Yuan, don't fight it. We need to split up and run. Let's meet later in lab 308. Got it. Be careful then. It was as if someone had taken control of him. Realizing the danger, he ran immediately. Jack Xu yelled, Why are you running so fast, you idiot? Men are its primary target. If I don't distract it, it will definitely go straight for you. Seeing the hunk of flesh chasing after him, Qin Yuan cursed. What the hell? Why didn't you say that earlier? The zombie locked on to Qin Yuan and kept shouting, Hey handsome, let's chat. Don't run away. Qin Yuan, terrified, replied, No chatting. Even if I wanted to, I can't agree to that. It suddenly jumped up in the terrified gaze of Qin Yuan, grabbing at him. With a loud crash, the floor shattered under the force of the zombie's impact, leaving Qin Yuan missing amid its confusion. Hey handsome, not here. In the nearby cultivation room, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to slip inside. Fear raced through his mind. The destructive power of that zombie is just outrageous, and it's incredibly fast. If I hadn't moved quickly, I would surely be crushed by now. A few children's cries rang out in the room. He wondered, why is there the sound of a child crying? Qin Yuan glanced into the nearby test tubes. The test tubes contained children. The babies inside were still attached to their umbilical cords. He looked closely and questioned, Why are there children here? The zombie outbreak has been going on for so long. How did they survive? His curiosity piqued. Qin Yuan moved closer to see, what is this place really for? Suddenly, one of the infants inside began to change. Its muscles bulged, its eyes opened wide and turned blood red, and it shattered the glass of the test tube. Leaping toward Qin Yuan, he could only raise his hand to block it, resulting in it biting into his wrist. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the room. The infants in the tubes continued to break free, crying out everywhere. Seeing the number, he felt terrified. Damn it, there's too many of them. Qin Yuan pulled out a card. Since it's come to this, we need to call someone with expertise. Soon after, Ye Lainel was summoned. She looked around confused. What's going on? Qin Yuan, why am I here? She turned to him and asked. I'll explain later. For now, we need to deal with them first. True to her reputation as the Holy Light Hammer, she sensed the evil presence right away. It was clear these weren't ordinary children. She began to cast her magic, channeling holy light to purify them. Pure like curtain. Wherever Yailai-na's divine light shone, the children were cleansed and vanquished, leaving only their cries of despair behind. Seeing the situation was under control, Qin Yuan felt relief. I knew summoning you was the right choice. Thank you, Yailai-na. But why are you dressed like that? Yailai-na questioned him with a hint of annoyance. I'm the one who should be asking. I was with Sister Yun and Sister Mo, picking out clothes to surprise you. I never expected to be summoned here so suddenly. Qin Yuan moved closer to her and whispered, This really suits you. It looks like I want to enjoy this moment first. Yelena blushed when Qin Yuan touched her in a sensitive spot. You summoned me here, right? Wasn't it to get rid of evil? Qin Yuan was a bit mesmerized, thinking that since she was already here, they hadn't finished their sweet talk. His arm suddenly had a problem. Oh no, this is bad, my hand. Yelena quickly asked, What happened? Are you hurt? I accidentally got bitten just now. I might have been poisoned, he said, his face showing concern. It's fine. I'll help you detoxify. Yelena replied, though Qin Yuan felt a bit suspicious. Is that okay? But you have so much holy light magic, so detoxifying should be no problem. She began to suck out the poison. I'll take it in. Qin Yuan was startled by her method. So you're using a primitive approach? Wait a minute. Help me absorb the toxin. Are you going to be okay? Yelena reassured him. Don't worry, I have a rare holy light body that is immune to most toxins. This level of poison won't harm me, whether I take in a lot or a little. Yelena's expression changed. She must have been affected by that type of poison. Her gaze was enchanting as she took Qin Yuan's hand. This wound is too small. Let me use a more effective method, she thought to herself. Qin Yuan felt distressed. She had definitely been influenced by seductive poison. Wait, could it be that the poison reacted with my constitution, causing Yelena to lose her sense of self? She pressed her chest against Qin Yuan's hand to charm him. I'm completely clear-headed. Now, I will let you experience the new techniques I've learned, she said. Unable to hold back, he asked, What did you all do while I was absent from the host domain space? Discussing martial arts, waiting for you to come back and be swept off your feet by everyone? In the host domain space, Moaning Shuang and Yun Suhan were having a conversation. Yelena had insisted that she'd been summoned by Qin Yuan, but after such a long time, she still hadn't returned. Strange, Moaning Shuang turned to Yun Suhan and asked, Weren't you also summoned before? Did you do anything with Qin Yuan then? Young Shu-Han looked a bit flustered and hesitated to answer. I just helped him out, she responded. The teasing senior sister laughed. Oh, what's going on? Sex education? Or she felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart, embarrassedly exclaiming, Really, Senior Mo, stop teasing me. It's so convenient for you all. I wish I could be summoned just once to see what it's like. Suddenly, Yelena appeared before the two of them. Yun, Shu-Han asked curiously, Yelena, you're back. What happened? Yelena shyly covered her mouth. Moaning Shuang patted her on the back from behind. What's up? Come on, tell us, you silly girl. Yelena seemed to be swallowing something down, and she shyly replied, Poison. I just finished absorbing it. Moaning Shuang leaned in to smell Yelena's mouth and said as she licked her lips, This is the taste of charm poison, no doubt about it. Let's invite the brothers back to the lab. There are already a lot of level C zombies approaching in the hallway because of the noise. Qin Yuan had just adjusted his clothes and stepped out of the grafting room, saying, Hey, really, I just cleared the poison from my body and you all come to bother me. Can't you give me a little peace? The group of zombies screamed as they charged at Qin Yuan. Just as they approached, his body suddenly emitted a bright light. In a flash, a corpse explosion obliterated several of the zombies. He clenched his fist, feeling the strength within him. The power may be sealed, but the sensation of it regaining momentum is unmistakable. Could this act really help restore my strength? I should have considered this sooner. Is this what they call a charm value system? A sparkling stone caught Qin Yuan's attention. What is that? A notification system appeared. C-grade crystal, worth 500 accumulated points. This stone formed from the body of a C-grade zombie. Excited, he picked up the crystal. So this is what I find? Looks like luck is on my side. A sleek smile spread across Qin Yuan's face. Since that's the case, I might as well take advantage of the situation and gather more profit. Meanwhile, Jiaxu was not as lucky as Qin Yuan. Behind her, a horde of zombies closed in. How many of these things are there? Unfortunately, she stumbled over a broken tile and fell to the ground. No, this can't be good. A voice shouted, Fire in the hole, accompanied by the sound of a grenade being tossed just like in a raid. Boom. The grenade exploded, creating a wall of flames right in front of Jiaxu. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the fog. Jiaxu looked over in surprise. It was Qin Yuan. He seemed to have transformed into a Rambo-like character, reminding her by leaning down slightly. He was going wild, firing his weapon and shouting, I'll take all of you down, you worthless brat. After a while, the gunfire stopped and the smoke gradually cleared. Zombies lay scattered in the hallway while the ceiling and walls were shattered from the barrage. Qin Yuan was laughing joyfully as he exchanged zombie crystals for points. His heart soared. The chance to get rich had come, and he wondered how many points he could get for a level B zombie crystal. Jake Su approached him and asked, Where did you get your weapon? He flinched and cleverly replied, I just found it in the incubation room. It seems to belong to the lab staff. It's strange. Why would that group have weapons ready like this? Qin Yuan followed the conversation, changing the subject slightly. Could it be that the lab staff knew all along that they were infected, and they might have created these dangerous monsters? Wait, the zombie virus isn't just from a failed experiment. Are you saying? He quickly advised her, Let's not think too much. Room 308 is just ahead. We might find our answers there. Inside room 308, Qin Yuan and Jiaxu were still waiting. There could be danger inside. I'll go in first. You stay back and cover me. Jiaxu, with her professionalism, held her gun at the ready and said, Don't worry, I'll be on guard. Just be careful. He gently pushed the door open, seemingly finding it unlocked. The warning wire attached to the door was easily snapped by Qin Yuan. It triggered a mechanism that sent countless knives flying toward him. He nimbly jumped, dodging 3 of the knives, and breathed a sigh of relief as he landed safely. At that moment, a gun was pointed at his head. Qin Yuan looked over in fear. No, please don't shoot. I'm just lost. I definitely didn't come here to steal anything. The person holding the gun resembled a mini version of Dr. Lin Lai. What was she saying? At first glance, she seemed to be fully aware, proving she wasn't a zombie. He looked at her with some surprise. Of course, I'm not a zombie. We're both human. Just put the gun down. Jiaxu also stepped in, pointing at the girl and said, Wait, why does this girl look like Dr. Lin Lai? The girl eased up a bit at that. Lin Lai, you too know my sister. Qin Yuan and Jiaxu were both shocked, exclaiming, Your sister? Qin Yuan couldn't hold back his surprise and stepped forward to confirm, Are you kidding me? You little doubting, you look just like Lin Li's sister. Hearing Qin Yuan insult her, she immediately got angry. Little doubting, she aimed her gun right at Qin Yuan's chin. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make your brain splatter. Seeing the tense situation, Qin Yuan quickly changed the subject. I was just joking. Dr. Lin sent us here saying there's a way to solve the zombie threat. She sighed in slight disappointment. So she really only wants the research, not to help. You two are the first ones to arrive. Then, as she led them, she introduced herself. I'm Lin Yi, Lin Lei's half-sister. Jag Su, a bit confused, asked, earlier you mentioned that Dr. Lin doesn't care about you, but she thinks you have. Mentioning that issue, Lin Yi immediately felt sad. She sighed and said, it's okay. Maybe she hopes I should just die. Qin Yuan also asked about the question that had been bothering him. But if you are the older sister, why are you younger than Lin Lai? Lin Yi explained, it's because I created an antidote. While it can suppress the virus, it also alters my genes, causing my body to shrink. Qin Yuan looked at a part of Lin Yi's body and thought it seemed somewhat inconsistent with her actual age. It seems like your body isn't completely shrunk. Lin Yi replied, that's right, this part is a bit smaller, probably about 1/3 of its original size. Qin Yuan swallowed hard and thought to himself, 1/3 makes me think of that scene. That's still Dr. Lin, but tripling it would be too exaggerated. Suddenly, Jiaxu Shu behind him patted Qin Yuan on the head, bringing him out of his thoughts. Do you always have those kinds of thoughts in your head? Lin Yi felt a bit smug. Since childhood, I've been excelling in every way compared to that girl, including this part. She leaned closer to Qin Yuan and whispered, if you help me return to normal, who knows, I might let you enjoy a little taste. Qin Yuan seriously declined, don't underestimate me. I'm not the kind of person who would sell my soul for desire. Hearing that, Jiaxu thought to herself, wow, this guy can be wise sometimes. Qin Yuan added, but I do like helping others. Refusing a request from a beautiful woman would be a real crime. So tell me, how can I help you? His words brought Jiaxu back to reality. I knew it, she thought. Lin Yi also connected the dots for the two of them. Actually, helping me means helping both of you. As long as we can create an antidote, I'll return to my normal self. That's also your goal, right? Jiaxu was surprised. What do you mean? You know how to create a vaccine for the disease. Of course, she replied. I failed to create the antidote because I lacked the sample from my mother's body. Qin Yuan wondered, sample from your mother? What is that? At first, there were 3 test subjects and the virus in their mutated bodies was what created the zombies we see today. As long as we collect samples of their blood, we can create the antidote. Qin Yuan asked an important question. So where are those 3 embryos right now? Lin Yi started searching for their location on the computer since all the data was stored there. She said, but there's one problem. I don't have the password to start the machine. If I enter it wrong even once, the system will self-destruct. Qin Yuan casually replied, well, then isn't that just a waste of time? Who's the idiot that set it up like that? How are we supposed to find the password? Lin Yi had an answer for that. No, the password for this machine is actually Lin Li's birthday. The problem is, I have no idea when her birthday is. Wait a minute. Why is the startup password related to your sister's birthday? Qin Yuan questioned. Because the person in charge of this experiment was my stepfather. Before he died, he told me that. Lin Yi began to recall that moment. Her stepfather, in his final moments, had said, the password, the birthday. He loved his daughter so much that it made sense he would use her birthday. Qin Yuan expressed a bit of reproach. No matter what, she's your sister. You can't even remember her birthday. Lin Yi snapped back, if on her birthday, she gets her favorite toy while you get a pile of homework, you definitely wouldn't remember it either. Qin Yuan refused to listen. I'm not interested in your stories. If that's the case, let's just leave here and go find out the birthday of your sister. If we could leave, I would have run away a long time ago. This research building is occupied by Zhan Sha, a level B zombie. If we rush out, we'll definitely end up as its food. Qin Yuan looked around and then asked, does this lab have any materials for explosives? Actually, there's a bit of TNT left, but it only works effectively when it's close to the target. Otherwise, we can't break through its defenses. Qin Yuan didn't pay much attention. As long as the creature was a female zombie, he could easily attract her attention. Half an hour later, Zhan Shou was walking down the hallway holding a girl when suddenly she heard a voice that caught her interest. Hey there, zombie big sister. Do you want to taste a handsome guy? It turned out that Qin Yuan was charming her. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Shou was at Qin Yuan's side, lunging to devour him. She immediately wrapped her arms around him tightly, ready to eat. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan found himself standing behind Zhan Shou, unsure of what to do. He hesitated, looking at the object he had just caught. Boom, boom. The explosion erupted, and Zhan Shou turned to ash, scattering in the smoke and flames. A crystal flew out from the remnants, ultimately landing in Qin Yuan's hand. Okay, the obstruction is cleared, and the gem is in hand. Time to get out of here, he thought. Jiaxu and Lin Yi hid behind a pillar, whispering to each other. He kept many secrets, but at least he felt a bit certain that he could trust him. What exactly is this guy up to? That night, the three of them returned to the hospital. Qin Yu announced as he pushed the door open, "Lin Li, we're back, and I've got some good news." Jack Su immediately shushed him, signaling for silence. "She seems to be asleep," she said. Dr. Lin Li looks so sweet when she sleeps. He marveled at how peacefully she rested. This girl really knows how to sleep well. I should wake her up and ask her when her birthday is. Levi stopped him. "Hold on. Let's wait on that. I'm tired too. We should rest a bit and talk in the morning." Jack Su said to Qin Yuan, "But the relationship between the sisters isn't that bad. Maybe." Qin Yuan suddenly clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Ouch, it hurts. I feel terrible." Jake Shu rushed over in concern and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He struggled to reply, "The virus, it's like it's flaring up." Jake Shu was surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be immune to the virus? Why is this happening?" "I'll go get supplies to stop the spread." Qin Yuan's face had turned pale and his eyes began to darken. "It's useless. Right now, in this situation, there's only one method. Fight poison with poison. I need you to find a female zombie to help me contain the virus." Jake Shu felt uneasy. In a situation like this, where am I supposed to find a female zombie? Wait, I think there's still some virus left in my system. Qin Yuan moved closer and asked, "So can I request you to help me?" She hesitated and replied, "You're being ridiculous asking me this now. Plus, this battle outfit isn't exactly convenient." Qin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. "What?" "Don't worry, I've added a release mechanism to the battle outfit, so you can easily remove your clothes, whether you're in a bathroom or wherever else. It's super convenient." Jake Su touched her neck, where there was a release button, and asked, "Is it this button you're talking about?" She gently pressed it, and her combat outfit suddenly disappeared, revealing a beautiful dress underneath. Jake Su was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wow, that's kind of embarrassing." A little while later, Qin Yuan and Jake Su were fighting next to Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin unexpectedly started sucking her finger and muttering, "Qin Yuan, why is it?" Qin Yuan reminded Jake Su, "Keep it down, or you'll wake up Dr. Lin." She was breathing heavily and scolded, "You idiot." The zombie virus in her flared up, causing the veins on her neck to bulge, her pupils to contract, and she opened her mouth to scream, "Ah! Hey!" Before lunging to bite Qin Yuan, he held back the pain and reassured her, "It's okay. If you want to bite, just go ahead. My body has strong resistance." Jake Shu came to her senses with guilt, saying, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I don't even know why that happened." Qin Yuan chuckled, "It's fine. If you want to apologize, show it through your actions. Even if you have to yell, it won't matter." Jake Shu looked a bit anxious toward Dr. Lin and said, "But what if we wake Dr. Lin?" Qin Yuan reassured her, "Don't worry, she's been sleeping really soundly, so it's fine." At that moment, Dr. Lin felt a bit uncomfortable and squeezed her legs together. The system notified her that the experience points for the unlimited charming technique had leveled up. The truth was, Dr. Lin had woken up a while ago. "These two are so annoying. I'm so embarrassed. I can only continue pretending to be asleep." As night fell, the hospital was brightly lit. After finishing her meal, Qin Yuan sat down to practice the unlimited charming technique. He felt frustrated, thinking, "It seems like the unlimited charming technique has hit a plateau. I have no idea how to make the next breakthrough. Well, first I should just go take a walk," he said as he opened the door and stepped into the hallway. There he saw a familiar figure. "Oh, that's Dr. Lin Li. I saw her asleep for quite a while, and now she's finally awake. Perfect timing to tease her a bit." Qin Yuan approached, playfully cradling his hands as if they were holding something. "Dr. Lin, it seems like the virus in me is acting up again. Please help me detox," he said in a teasing tone. Suddenly, Qin Yuan stood there, puzzled. "Wait a second, is it just me? Or does it seem like something about her seems bigger? So it turns out that's not Dr. Lin. What's going on? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Qin Yuan asked, confused. "You're not Lin Li, you're Lin Yi. But how did you change like this? Didn't your body shrink?" Levi explained his confusion. "Every now and then my body temporarily returns to normal. But let's not dwell on that right now. You said you were infected with the virus, but how come nothing happened to you? If you can explain that, I might reward you." He felt a bit awkward and replied, "It's a long story. My body isn't like everyone else's. I'm immune to toxins. So when you mentioned detoxifying, what did you mean? What's your connection to my sister?" Qin Yuan felt uncomfortable discussing it and answered, "It was Dr. Lin who helped me use that method." She gave him a mysterious smile. "What method? Please go on." Suddenly, Dr. Lin's voice rang out, "It's the kind you often fantasize about." "I can't believe it. You really are alive." Qin Yuan exclaimed. "Sister." Dr. Lin appeared, smelling strongly of medicine. Lin Yu was determined not to back down. "What's wrong?" Did you think I would give you a warm hug, or are you disappointed that I'm still alive? Qin Yuan stepped in to ease the tension. You two don't need to go at each other like this. After all, you are sisters. He soon received shouts of protest from both women. This isn't your business. Lin Yi didn't want to drag things out any longer. Let's get to the point. Now that you're awake, let's talk about it. Just tell me your birthday so we can unlock the computer. Dr. Lin then entered the password for the computer. She asked about the situation back then. So you're saying that before Dad passed away, he told you the password was my birthday. It's just your birthday. But that old man loved you the most. There's no doubt he used your birthday. Qin Yuan, standing by, felt uneasy. The relationship between these two really wasn't as bad as it seemed. It looked like it wouldn't be easy to get them to improve their bond. Dr. Lin said with a tone of accusation, compared to Dad's passing, are you really more shocked that you don't even remember your sister's birthday? So what? You say that like you actually remember your own sister's birthday. Dr. Lin walked up to the computer. Of course I remember your birthday. Lin Yi exclaimed, startled. Hey, don't be silly. Don't write down my birthday. This is a one-time chance. What do you really want to do? Dr. Lin replied calmly, can't you see? Why are you even asking? After getting the enter key, the computer confirmed the password was correct. The screen displayed a wallpaper of the two of them together with Lin Yi's biological father. Lin Yi was shocked. Why is it like this? The password is your birthday. With a sad look in her eyes, Dr. Lin explained, actually, I always remember how kind our dad was to me. He was afraid I'd lose confidence facing you because, in his eyes, you were a true genius. He once talked to Mom and said you were someone who would change the world. Hearing her sister speak of the love their father had for her made Lin Yi's eyes well up with tears. She turned away to wipe her eyes, interrupting, stop saying such meaningless things. Even if it's something you made up, nothing can change the fact that I've always been treated differently from you since we were little. Dr. Lin didn't mind and continued to work on the computer. No matter how you feel, right now, I just want to find our mother's body and end this tough battle. When they opened the document, she felt a bit confused. Is this information about my mother? Why is it locked? Lin Yi had guessed correctly. It was indeed the old man who had done this. Every piece of information about her mother's body required a 48-hour wait to unlock. During this time, they could only wait. Qin Yuan yawned and agreed, exactly. Let's take a good rest during this time. It's guaranteed there will be a fierce battle once we unlock it. Lin Yi began to charm him. By the way, I heard there's a relaxation spot at this hospital. Want me to help you refresh your spirit a bit? Sounds good. The admin wanted to go heal his spirit too. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, then I'll gladly follow your lead. Not sure if it was out of jealousy or what, Dr. Lin squeezed her hands in frustration. What do you want to do with my sister? Qin Yuan quickly put his sewing machine away. I was just joking. I can heal myself. He hurriedly slipped away, but didn't forget to smooth things over. I'm leaving now. You two sisters should calm down. Lin Yi sighed a little. I didn't think you'd be like those vulgar women, liking this handsome, pretty boy. Dr. Lin immediately objected. When did I say I liked that guy? But don't worry, it's not what you think. I need to rest and regain my strength too. Lin Yi licked her lips with mischief. Humph, from childhood, I've taken everything of yours. This time, I'll be the one to take from you. In the hospital's shared bathroom, Qin Yuan was alone trying to heal his soul. He thought to himself, I really am guilty. But such a big bathroom, all to myself, feels like a waste. Then he smirked mischievously and pulled out a few summoning cards. Since that's the case, I might as well summon someone to attend to me. Just then, one of the summoning cards slipped from his fingers and fell. Oh no, I messed up. It won't break if it lands in the water, right? Qin Yuan anxiously looked on as moaning Shuang emerged from the water in a bathrobe. She smiled brightly and said, oh, is it finally my turn? Wow, here came the top-tier summon folks. Qin Yuan's excitement was palpable, but he felt a bit uneasy. He had accidentally summoned a final boss. She made a small request. Junior Yanan and Yai Lei Na have already been summoned. I shouldn't be summoned for a shorter time than them. Qin Yuan gazed at her, captivated and momentarily forgetting everything else. Senior Mo, didn't you used to wear skin-tight clothes all the time? She replied, wearing a blue bikini that left little to the imagination. Just sometimes. I wanted to experience a bit of the different cultural atmosphere. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Even someone as thick-skinned as Qin Yuan can feel a little shy sometimes. You can't tell whether I like it or not. Moaning Shuang lowered her head, looked down, and blushed. It seems I was a bit careless. She then started cleaning the pillar for Qin Yuan. A moment later, Qin Yuan was humming in the bathtub when a foot stepped close by. Oh wow, someone got here early. Lin Yi had turned back into a child, but still had the body of a grown-up. Seeing her holding a float and about to jump into the bathtub, Qin Yuan stopped her. Lin Yi, What are you doing? You see I'm here, and yet you still want to come over. And why are you dressed like that? Lady gave a very convincing reason. It's fine. I'm not here to take a bath anyway. This big bathtub is such a waste if I don't get to swim in it. After a few minutes, noticing that Qin Yuan didn't respond, she casually asked, Really? Could it be? My outfit is making you? He scrunched his whole face as if trying to hold back something, saying, No way, of course. Sister Lin only has charm when she grows up. In his mind, he was groaning endlessly. Senior Mo. Lady pouted, looking a bit adorable. That sounds really unfun. Suddenly, I want to get a little closer to you. Lady always has charm. With Lin Yi getting closer, Qin Yuan just couldn't take it anymore. Boom! A holy light shot up from below Qin Yuan, sending Lin Yi flying away. 2 days later, the first file about the mother's body was successfully unlocked. The data appeared. Name, Ouyang Xuan. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Blood type, O. Occupation, teacher. Virus compatibility, 95.4%. So the mother's body is a female teacher named Ouyang Xuan? Qin Yuan asked to confirm. Lin Yi looked at the photo and said, I remember her a bit. She volunteered to help raise money for students with terminal illnesses. I never thought she would become the mother's body. Qin Yuan raised a concern about the situation, but even if we know who the mother's body is, where are we supposed to go to find her? No wonder Lin Yi is one of the leading researchers on viruses. He immediately provided the results. The host bodies will behave like normal zombies, completely losing their rationality. However, the host body will experience issues with energy and mental state. They will continue to maintain their previous lifestyle. In other words, she still believes she is teaching at the university. Jake Su exclaimed, Great! Now that we know the location of the host body, we can go. Qin Yuan, let's go! He seemed a bit different, and he asked, Huh? You seem really upbeat today. Jack Su suddenly trembled. She growled and was taken over by the zombie virus. Handsome. I want a handsome man. Qin Yuan tried to restrain her. Why are you acting out again? This situation is starting to get serious. He turned to the Lin sisters for help. What are you just standing there for? Come help me out. Dr. Lin offered a solution to Qin Yuan. There are still some lingering viruses in her system. If there's nothing urgent, you can help cleanse them from her body regularly. Qin Yuan was surprised as he realized the path that Dr. Lin had drawn for him. Really, is that true? After finishing the scene, he easily pushed Jidai Xu aside. Well, if that's the case, then there's no other choice. Qin Yuan began to shoo everyone out to get on with things. You all should go outside and relax a bit. The way you're looking at me is really weird. Lin Yi took out her notebook, eager to record the process. This is crucial in dealing with the virus. Get started. I want to document this. Dr. Lin had a perfectly reasonable explanation. This is my room. Why should I have to leave? Jack Xu, lying on the bed, kept whining. Pretty boy, bring me the pretty boy. He decided to go all in. Fine. Since you want to see the unfiltered full HD version, I'll show you. Lin Yi acted like an action movie director, guiding Qin Yuan. Hey, your movements shouldn't be so stiff, and don't hide the important details. From this angle, you look really bad. Hearing her, Qin Yuan got frustrated. Can you be quiet for a moment? Are you an action movie director or something? Plus, with her current state, it's really hard for me to manage alone. Dr. Lin expressed her willingness to help, saying, How do I support in something like this? Then her sister pushed her in, saying, Just go in. Didn't you say you wanted to help me? This is the time. Why do you have to hesitate? Now Qin Yuan felt empowered, sporting a smug grin. Since you're here, I'll make sure you stay safe. I'll help cleanse the poison. While the other three were fighting, Lin Yi blushed with satisfaction as she took notes, saying, This information is really valuable. 2 hours later, Jia Xu and Lin Lai were sleeping soundly in bed, exhausted from everything that had happened. Qin Yuan, channeling his inner bad boy, stood on the balcony with a cup of coffee, enjoying the view. Phew, I'm so tired. From behind, the mini version of Lin Yi sighed, I can't believe even my little sister got caught up in this. Qin Yuan hurriedly explained, It's a long story, but Jia Xu needs more time to stabilize. This time, when it comes to finding my mom's body, I might have to do it alone. Loli, with a proud expression, suggested, Humph, if you beg me, I could take her place and keep you company, you know. Without thinking, he quickly rejected the idea. That won't work. Jia Xu can still fight, just a little girl. Wouldn't you just get yourself killed? Out of nowhere, Lin Yi pulled out a Glock 17, loaded it, and looked at Qin Yuan with a serious expression, startling him. Hey, don't mess around. That's a real gun. What if you accidentally shoot it? Crash. The cup in Qin Yuan's hand shattered. Lin Yi offered several reasons why Qin Yuan should take her along. Don't underestimate me. I've received professional training. Otherwise, how could I have survived in the lab? Besides, you don't know anything about zombies, so you really need me. Still shaken, he stared at the broken cup. I guess I don't have much of a choice. I hope we can work together happily. The next day in a high school, a crowd of zombies gathered on the soccer field. All of them were female zombies standing in formation as if they were exercising. Lin Yi and Qin Yuan were hiding in the bushes near the school, watching closely. Qin Yuan noticed something unusual and asked, "Aren't zombies supposed to lack intelligence? Why are those zombies lined up so orderly? They look just like regular people." Lin Yi explained that's because the consciousness of the mother body can influence the surrounding zombies. In the mother body's subconscious, the desire to return to their previous lives is controlled by this mental wave. Qin Yuan then asked, "So what should we do now? Should we just walk in brazenly and take the mother body?" She dismissed his suggestion, saying, "No, we can't do that. Within the school grounds, anything abnormal will be seen as a threat by the mother body's subconscious and will be eliminated. Look over there at the school gate. A zombie is slowly advancing." A chain reaction occurred. The school zombies began to move toward the school gate and other important areas, places where entry was forbidden. Don't step onto the sacred grounds. Huge discount. Fries in the cafeteria are 50% off today. Seeing this change, Qin Yuan was just as shocked, much like those fries on sale. If we get spotted, it'll cause chaos. We definitely can't go in like this. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's right. So we need to use another method." In a different corner of the school, she wondered, what should we do so that no one else sees? It turned out that two female zombies were playing. One of them said, "It's fine. No one will come to this place." Qin Yuan, acting like a strict homeroom teacher, caught them in the act. "Hey there, this kind of relationship isn't exactly pure. It's something the teacher would call puppy love." His sudden appearance made one of the zombies blush. "Wow, he's so handsome." The other zombie was quicker to respond. "He's a man, my boyfriend." Qin Yuan sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so indiscriminate. Kids these days really are so casual about love. But sorry, I have real business to attend to. All right, you two pearls, time for a nap." With a couple of swift moves, he knocked the two zombies out. He took one of their uniform shirts. Getting a uniform was the first step to success. "Awesome. As long as I wear this shirt that smells like a zombie, I won't be easily detected." He looked at Lin Yi and added, "Do you think this will work? It looks a bit strange." She replied casually, "It doesn't matter. This level of disguise should be enough to fool those mindless creatures. It's really just a simple step. Next, we need to get closer to our target." In the classroom, Professor Yang Swan was teaching at the board. She turned around gently to remind the students, "Attention everyone. I'm about to explain something very important, so please don't get distracted." The zombies sitting at their desks could only groan. Qin Yuan felt a shift in his understanding. Is this what Mother's body is like? Forcing zombies to learn really is crazy. Lin Yi had a serious expression. "I told you before, these zombies are influenced by Mother's body through Yang Swan's eyes. In reality, they behave like normal students, listening attentively to the lecture." Hearing the commotion in the class, Yang Swan turned back. "Hey, you over there, do you dare to talk during my class?" She used her chalk skill, parting Qin Yuan. He was startled. What the hell? What power is this? Qin Yuan quickly leaned to the side to dodge the attack, but the person sitting behind him wasn't so lucky. He looked back in fear. "This strength is too much. Is this really the power of Mother's body?" Yang Swan reminded him. "That classmate isn't paying attention in lectures. You should come to my office later." After class, he felt this was a golden opportunity, just in time. In the blink of an eye, I'll have a job and win over the mother figure. As long as I can get the core fluid, the mission will be complete. Lin Yi issued a warning. "You can't use overly aggressive tactics. If the mother figure feels pressured, not only will I become uncontrollably aggressive, but her extreme mindset could spread throughout the entire environment. If that happens, getting the fluid won't ensure our safety. So what should I do now? I can't just love the mother figure and make her willingly give up the core fluid." Exactly, plan A. Use this face to make Yang Swan like me. If that works, she won't feel threatened and will obediently give up the core fluid. Qin Yuan, hearing this, thought of something else. "Are you ready? Have you undergone my special tutoring session yet?" Desire surged in his mind as Qin Yuan started scheming. "For something like this, you want me to be the bad boy who deceives the feelings of a single female professor? No way, I'm out of options. Professor Yang, to save the world, I guess I just have to sacrifice a little bit of myself." Lin Yi continued, "That's right, there's also a plan B." Qin Yuan, his mind filled with desire, replied, "I don't need that plan. I will definitely win her over. Just wait for my victorious news." In the teacher's office, Yang Swan was arranging lesson plans while muttering to herself. I must be getting harder to deal with. Could it be that I've been lonely for too long?" The sewing machine, a Qin Yuan brand, began to operate. Professor Yang, I'm here. She started lecturing Qin Yuan, no fooling around. Even though the school doesn't prohibit relationships, you still need to be careful and not display it during class. You should focus more on your studies rather than just chatting with your girlfriend. He quickly explained, she's not my girlfriend. To be honest, I have liked someone else all along. Who do you like? It doesn't concern you. I hope you can focus on class. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yuan took her hand. It does concern you, because the girl I like is you. Yang Xuan pulled her hand back, feeling a bit flustered. I'm your teacher. Besides, I really dislike students who don't work hard in their studies. Qin Yuan smiled sweetly, saying, Professor Yang, I'm really focused on my studies. Every word you say, I remember it deeply. Having been around, Yang Xuan didn't believe him. I've seen many smooth talkers like you. This is a test I created. If you want me to believe you, you'll need to prove it. Qin Yuan sat down at the desk and made a proposition. If I can complete this, I hope Professor Yang will reward me with a kiss. Let's do it first and talk later. Yang Xuan, feeling a bit flustered after a long time without a challenge, thought, how frustrating, I'm actually starting to waver. I can't let myself fall for him just because he looks good. Truly impressive, he muttered as he looked at the problem, breaking into a sweat. What the hell? What is this? Don't tell me I need to solve this. I don't even understand the question. Am I supposed to rely on sheer willpower? Fortunately, a system came to his rescue. Right, I remember there's intelligence boost in the marketplace that can temporarily enhance math skills. Before tackling his calculus exam, Qin Yuan prayed to the math gods like those who came before him. Archimedes, Gauss, Descartes, Lagrange, Pythagoras, Riemann, Isaac Newton, Lao, please lend me your wisdom. After receiving a boost of confidence, Qin Yuan felt self-assured again. With this topic, he truly is a genius. His speed in solving problems left Yang Xuan astonished. This pace is incredible. The questions I've given are all at such a high difficulty level. Qin Yuan finished and began to submit his work. Okay, I'm done. Take a look. To her surprise, Yang Xuan exclaimed, how is this possible? It's completely correct, and you solved it so fast it leaves me. Seizing a moment, Qin Yuan leaned in and kissed her. She found it hard to resist. Ha, a sudden kiss like that? Why can't I push you away? Eventually, she accepted it and went along. Darn it. Could it be that I can't resist smart guys like you? Qin Yuan quickly moved on to the main topic. Professor Yang, our genes would definitely create extremely intelligent children. The situation was escalating too quickly for Yang Xuan, who was still in a daze. Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. But the one making the decisions wasn't her. Qin Yuan pushed her down onto the desk. We're having an academic discussion. Next, let's explore simulation 1 and 2. Just as things were heating up, there was a knock at the door. Professor Yang, we have a few questions we need to ask. Seeing that it was her students, Yang Xuan panicked. It's the other students. You need to hide quickly. Qin Yuan cursed under his breath. Damn it, they're clearly just a bunch of zombies. How could they possibly be here to learn? Is this really interrupting me while I'm trying to save the world? 2 slow-moving zombies walked in. Professor. In Yang Xuan's eyes, it was a different scene. It was 2 female students coming to ask her about class. Professor Yang, I didn't understand a few things during class. Why is your face so red? She fumbled for an excuse. I just feel a bit warm. Do you have any questions? I can help you. Qin Yuan, hiding under the desk, kept lamenting. How deeply involved is Professor Yang that she can actually influence a bunch of zombies like this? He looked at what was between the white legs and smirked a little cheekily. Thinking again, he said, I haven't tried my new skill yet. Professor Yang, let me explore it a bit. On the table, she was lecturing 2 students. It was about a cylinder falling into a groove, creating surrounding friction. The pleasure surged from below, causing Professor Yang to moan in delight, unable to hold back. The 2 female students asked with concern, Professor, are you okay? Why is your face so red? It turned out that Qin Yuan under the table was using an old skill to massage her feet. Unexpectedly, even though she was a zombie, her body remained quite sensitive. Yang Xuan tried to endure it and continued, let's proceed with this topic as the friction increases. But the one below wasn't willing to accept it that way. He kept pushing forward, making her tremble with pleasure. Professor Yang was forced to wrap up the lecture, saying, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'll explain this question to you tomorrow. The 2 students left, saying, all right, we're heading out now, Professor. Take care of yourself. After they left, she bent down and scolded. What were you doing under the table just now? Qin Yuan turned on his charm and said, there's no other way. How could I resist someone as beautiful as Professor Yang? Besides, didn't you agree to be my girlfriend? Seeing that things were getting a bit tricky, Yang Xuan thought to herself, Being the girlfriend of my student is totally out of the question. I need to find a way to turn him down. I like men who are talented and knowledgeable. Being good at studying alone isn't enough. He also needs to be athletic. Qin Yuan quickly replied, "No problem. I'll wait for you in the gym after school tonight so you can see what it really means to be talented and knowledgeable." As he reached the door, he added, "Professor, you must come." "Well then, I'll take my leave." Professor Ouyang felt a bit helpless and said, Wait, I'm not going, so you should just give up." Just as she stepped out, Lin Yi was waiting right there. "So, what happened? How did it go?" Qin Yuan calmly responded, "Don't worry. I'll give it my all to save the world." Lin Yi scoffed and said, "You're trying to save the world, but we both know you're just chasing after something you want. I won't even call you out on it." Qin Yuan didn't hide his intentions and admitted right away, "That's true, but I really want to expose your plan." Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't linger on that topic. "Dream on, let's get to work. The situation can change at any moment, so we need to solve this as quickly as possible." Back in Professor Ouyang's office, she rubbed her temples, thinking, "I clearly decided not to go, but now I'm having doubts. Ouyang Xuan, you need to set a good example and control yourself." Then she glanced towards the gym. The lights were on, so it seemed he had arrived. No way. As long as I don't show up, he will definitely give up. At 10:40 p.m. in the office, Ouyang Xuan stretched tiredly. A few hours had passed. Surely, he must have left by now. What surprised her was, why were the lights still on? Ouyang Xuan quickly ran to the gym. "Hey, Qin Yuan, have you been waiting here all this time?" Something rolled over and caught her attention. Qin Yuan waved from the court and called out, "Professor Ouyang, you're finally here. I knew you would come, so what are we waiting for? Let's tackle the next topic. What do I need to do for you to accept me?" Professor Ouyang picked up the basketball and said, "It seems like no matter what, you just won't give up, huh? Why don't you try shooting 3-pointers 100 times in a row?" Qin Yuan responded confidently, "Making 100 3-pointers is really tough, but for you, Professor, I'll give it a shot." In his mind, he was almost certain he could manage it. He just needed to swap something out at the store, and the system wouldn't let him down. "If you can do it, I'll agree to any request you have." Ouyang Xuan added, "Don't just think it's you. Even Stephen Curry couldn't accomplish this." Qin Yuan seized the ball and said, "All right, I won't hold back anymore." Before anyone knew it, he had changed into a different outfit. "Actually, I've been secretly training for 2.5 years. Qin Yuan began. Just watch me shine." Music started playing, and this scene was hard for anyone, including the admin, to describe properly. Professor Ouyang stood nearby, bewildered. "Are you supposed to shoot? Why are you suddenly dancing? Can this even be considered dancing?" Since Qin Yuan started playing music, he has successfully tossed 13 balls in a row. For the 14th ball, he wore a new outfit. The 52nd ball was thrown while turning around, and the 88th ball was thrown using his shoulder to the rhythm of the music. Finally, the 100th ball was also successfully thrown. After a long session, Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Ouyang Xuan, standing beside him, was completely captivated. "Why is my heart beating so fast? It feels like I'm back in the summer when I was 18. She imagined her high school love and her first taste of forbidden romance. Was this indescribable excitement the essence of youth? Just then, at an important moment, Qin Yuan snapped her out of her thoughts. "Professor, what are you spacing out about?" Still lost in her daydream, she blurted out, "I was imagining what it would be like to go to school with you, watch movies together, stay at a hotel, shower together, and enjoy the thrill of a first date." Qin Yuan couldn't help but tease her. "Oh, Professor, you look so flustered, saying what's on your mind without realizing it. I didn't expect you to be so adorable." Ouyang Xuan was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to hide her face. "I'm not. I didn't mean that. Don't say such ridiculous things." Qin Yuan moved closer to her face and said, "I've made 100 baskets, Professor Ouyang. You should keep your promise, right?" She still felt a hint of hesitation inside. "I've seen your sincerity. If it weren't for the forbidden love between teacher and student, you could have gotten to know each other earlier. But does the difference in our status and age really not matter? You're still a student. By the time you grow up, I might be an old lady." He covered her mouth with his hand, silencing her. Then, in a sweet tone, he said, "Don't say such negative things. Age doesn't harm the professor. It just makes you more attractive. Besides, when you're with me, every day will feel like you're back at 18. At that moment, loud screams echoed throughout the school. "Help! There's a monster!" Just as things were getting intense between Qin Yuan and Ouyang, she heard the cries for help. Something was happening outside. Then, Ouyang Xuan quickly ran out. "No, I need to check this out. Wait, I'll go with you." He thought curiously. I clearly didn't hear any sound. The crowd of zombies outside was in a panic, running everywhere. A metal chain flew out from behind the swarm of zombies and wrapped around one of them. The system announced, "Principal Zombie, Class B description. In life, he enjoyed exploiting and oppressing students. After becoming a zombie, he continued doing the same. It picked up the chain that was binding the zombie and said, "Students tasty." When Aoyang Swan saw the Class B zombie, she couldn't believe her eyes. How can this be? The scene of students running and crying for help began to shift in her mind, and the image of the frantic crowd morphed into slow-moving zombies moaning, "Ugh." The world around her felt turned upside down. Yang Swan suddenly realized, "I remember now. I am no longer human. Everything is just an illusion I created to deceive myself." The Class B zombie instinctively turned towards her. "You're strong. I want to bite you." It launched the chain towards her, saying, "Come here." The metallic chain was just a few steps away from her when clang! A sword intercepted it. Qin Yuan held his sword up in front of her and said, Yang Swan, motivate me. This isn't the time to be spacey. Whether it's zombies or humans, don't you want to protect your students?" Taking advantage of their distraction, Qin Yuan was also pulled over. "You come here too." The zombie knocked Qin Yuan's sword away and he fell to the ground. "Your meat smells so good. Come merge with me." He didn't care and charged at the creature. "Who wants to eat a piece of rotten meat like you? Take this punch." His fist sank deep into the zombie. "What?" To Qin Yuan's surprise, the fat had absorbed all the impact. "Not good. I need to defend myself," but it was too late. He still took the blow. The zombie felt confident that victory was in its grasp and sneered, "Become a part of me." Just then, Professor Ouyang's voice rang out along with a powerful front kick. "Get away from me." Qin Yuan stared in awe at this cool scene. The zombie was sent flying a few meters back and had to brace itself with its hands. It yelled angrily, "You idiot, don't defy my orders." Then it swung its chain again to attack her, but this time it was caught off guard, unable to match the earlier attack. Qin Yuan looked back with joy and shouted, "Professor Ouyang." She took off her glasses, exuding a fierce determination. "Not humans, not zombies. I will absolutely not allow anyone to harm my students." With a swift motion, she swung her arm, and the chain shattered with a terrifying force. Yang Swan charged forward, landing a punch on the zombie's face. Weighing several hundred pounds, the zombie was sent flying over 10 meters with her strike. Furious, it yelled, "Damn it, you idiot! Look closely. Those students you talk about are just your foolish illusions." Yang Swan stared at it, remaining silent. It continued to shout, embedding its hands into the ground. "You're just fooling yourself." Countless chains shot up from the ground, binding the zombies nearby. Cries for help echoed throughout the area. "Help me, save me." The zombie, growing more frantic, absorbed strength from the other zombies, shouting, "So what if you are the mother body? In this school, all the students are my prey. I will absorb all their energy." Its body grew larger by another notch. "With this powerful force, you are no match for me." Yang Swan furrowed her brow tightly. "So all this time you've been looking at students this way. Unforgivable." She shouted loudly and jumped to attack immediately. Boom! The sound of her punch echoed like two cars crashing into each other. It was so powerful that the shockwave blasted through its back and sent the zombie flying. But it managed to endure. "That's pointless. Do you really think you alone can inflict a fatal blow on me? I've absorbed all the strength of the students." Yang Swan gave a knowing glance behind it. "Did I ever say I was alone?" Qin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap up, channeling his energy to unleash his ultimate attack. The Holy Light Hammer reappeared in this realm, and with all of his might, he slammed it down, causing the ground and rocks around to shatter and fly everywhere. Yang Swan had to cover her face and step back to avoid the shockwave. After a moment, the dust began to settle, and the Holy Light Hammer remained in place. Qin Yuan stood in the center of the wreckage, breathing heavily. "It really is tough to use this move in my current condition." He collapsed from exhaustion and fainted on the 2 hills of Yang Swan. A voice behind him rang out, "He's just unconscious from fatigue." Lady Yi, in her lowly form, appeared and said, "You're the only one who can save him now." Professor Ouyang, feeling uneasy, responded, "I'm not a doctor. How can I save him?" Lady Yi continued, "Don't forget, you are the mother body. You can provide energy to the zombies. As for this guy, he's only infected in one area, which means you can use your powers to heal him." Yang Swan, feeling rushed, asked, "So what do I need to do?" Lin Yi whispered into her ear, "Just listen for the instructions." Yang Swan's face turned red. "What? But I don't have any experience with this kind of thing." Lady Yi started to encourage her. "You've never eaten pork, but you've definitely seen pigs run, right? Don't worry, I'll guide you through it." In the teacher's dormitory, Yang Swan awkwardly asked Lin Yi, "What should I do now? He still hasn't woken up." Lin Yi, acting like a child with the voice of an old lady, said, "Can we be serious for a moment? Even though he's unconscious, he can still feel something." Yang Swan was determined. "If this could save him, I will give it a try." Lin Yi, like a romantic comedy director, urged, "Don't waste time. Let's get to work. Start with a kiss. A heartfelt kiss might awaken his subconscious. Yang Swan, blushing, retorted, I get it, but why do you act like a director? Your taste is really strange. Feeling a bit shy, she leaned closer to Qin Yuan's lips and kissed him deeply. A few seconds later, she noticed, wait, it's tongue. His tongue is moving. Yang Swan broke the kiss and anxiously called out, Hey, are you awake? Livy explained from the side, that's a conditioned reflex, like when you tap a tendon with a hammer and your knee jerks. This means your actions really stimulated his subconscious, and now we can move on to the next step. Yang Swan still hesitated. Wait, I'm not ready yet. 3 hours later, Lin Yi watched the entire process in amazement. You don't wonder the mother body can last so long. The energy is truly incredible. Lin Yi led Yang Swan to a private room to rest. You've worked hard. Please rest here for a bit. I'll go to see him now. I'm sure everything will be fine by the time you wake up. I'm counting on everyone. Then she fell asleep. Lin Yi went to the room where Qin Yuan was lying. The room was quiet. Unable to hold back, she kicked Qin Yuan's face. Stop pretending and get up. He sat up, smiling wryly. Thank you so much for covering for me. Without you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Have you received the serum yet? She held up a vial of blue serum, looking thrilled. Of course. It truly lives up to being the mother body's serum. The effect is very clear. She started to inject the serum into her arm just a tiny bit. Her body began to change, returning to its original state. My body is back to normal. She admired the dress, impressed that it could handle her F-cup figure without tearing. Qin Yuan referred to the pact between them. So he won't forget the agreement between us, right? If I manage to get the serum for you, you'll. Lin Yi turned back and replied, Why are you getting so worked up? I don't care, but you just dealt with Yang Swan. She slightly mocked him, saying, Right now, looking like you do you really think you can pull it off? Despite being exhausted, Qin Yuan replied confidently, Hey, you can't just say that men can't do things. With the system backing him up, he wasn't worried at all. At that moment, the system proved helpful, deciding that she would go. The system notification popped up. Man's treasure. Effects include rapid recovery of stamina. Note, you have used it. She has used it. All have used it. Qin Yuan opened the bottle and downed the entire contents in one go, making sure he drank every last drop. He coughed up blood, but then said, Great, I'm back on my feet. Come on. Lin Yi was teasing him, and it turned into something serious, which didn't make any scientific sense. Qin Yuan shot back at her. Your body as a doctor can change in size, so why do you still care about what's scientific? Lin Yi didn't hesitate anymore. She stepped forward. This is the first time I've conducted such a dangerous experiment. Then a series of notifications appeared, indicating that the experience points for the unlimited charming technique had leveled up. After the mission wrapped up, Qin Yuan asked with satisfaction, I didn't expect this to be Dr. Lin's first time conducting the seed experiment. Were the experimental results promising? Livy, looking a bit serious, asked him, Hold on a second. I want to ask you, who do you like more, me or my sister? Facing this critical question, Qin Yuan cleverly dodged, saying, That's a tough one to answer. How about we all hang out together sometime? That way, I can compare better. Haha, Qin Yuan really is quite sly, isn't he? Livy stood up, looking really nice in her outfit, and added, But I have to mention, is it because you were infected by zombies that your energy recovery ability is at least dozens of times better than a normal person's? Suddenly, something caught her attention outside. Wait a minute, how could this happen? You have to come look outside. All those zombie students have turned back into people. The students in the courtyard were astonished. Huh? What's going on? Lin Yi's face lit up with excitement. This clearly indicated that the authentic mother body serum had the ability to transform the zombie virus. If they could collect more samples, it could definitely research a way to eliminate the zombie virus. Qin Yuan jumped to his feet, saying, What are you waiting for? This place is safe now. Go get Ling Lai and Jai Xu over here and let's prepare a plan for our next steps as soon as possible. In Professor Ouyang's private lounge, she squinted her eyes, possibly about to wake up. Exhausted, she propped herself up like those guys who always have to get up for work. She wasn't sure when she had fallen asleep. Qin Yuan pushed the door open and said casually, Oh, you're awake. How do you feel? Startled, she immediately snapped, You, what are you doing? Hurry and put some clothes on. Don't act so shameless. Qin Yuan glanced away. Sure, I can get dressed, but don't you think you should put on more clothes yourself? Realizing she'd been caught off guard, Yang Swan shouted, You jerk, don't look. Turn around, turn around. A few minutes later, Yang Swan had finished putting on her familiar outfit. He shamelessly said to her, Don't worry, I see everything that I should and shouldn't see. The moment I saw you earlier, I wanted to have you a few more times. Professor Ouyang sighed. How could I even think about that right now? My students, they are all. He took advantage of her moment of confusion and smoothly suggested, all right then, let's make a bet. If I can help one of your students return to normal, you'll help me out once. How about that? Aoyang Suan couldn't believe her ears. You can save my student. If that's true, don't say just once. I'd do it 100 times, 1,000 times, whatever it takes. He got ready to open the door. You said it. Remember, you won't have time for anything else after this. Behind the door were the students who had returned to normal. They eagerly asked, "Oh, Professor, you're back. We were really worried about you. Are you feeling okay now?" Aoyang Suan couldn't hold back her excitement. Everyone, you're all back to normal. She opened her arms to welcome them. Come here so I can see all of you. The students, overwhelmed with joy, rushed to embrace Qin Yuan first. I'm so glad you're okay. We were so worried about you. I'm feeling a bit off. Can I ask the upperclassmen to check on me? Qin Yuan casually reassured everyone, don't worry, Professor Ouyang and I will protect you all. Seeing this, Ouyang Suan couldn't contain her anger. How dare you treat my lovely students like that? Let go of them. Then she chased after Qin Yuan from behind. I won't forgive you for this. Stop! You can't run in the hallway, Professor Ouyang. I was wrong. Dr. Lin had arrived at the scene and stood at a corner, feeling impressed. I can't believe that guy is really colluding with the mother body. Lady Yi somehow appeared behind him and chimed in. Wow, that's quite brazen. I just got here and already caught you getting all physical with someone else. You won't be jealous, will you? Dr. Lin maintained a straight face and replied, Are you kidding? Why would I like someone like him? Lady Yi probed further. So, if that's the case, even if I swooped in and stole them away, you wouldn't mind, right? Dr. Lin pulled Lin Yi closer. Don't do anything silly like that. Don't think I don't know. You're just using him. You're the type who doesn't really care for anyone. Lin Yi directly stated what he wanted to do. Whether I like him or not doesn't matter. I just want to take away the things you love. After all, I've always enjoyed competing with you since we were kids, right? Dr. Lin couldn't continue speaking to Lin Yi for that reason. Jack Shu ran out of the meeting room, shouting, Everyone, come here. Information about the second mother body is about to be unlocked. The system announced the unlocking of Lin Yi's character card. 4-star level. Accompanying skill. Advanced scientific knowledge. The character card for Ouyang Suan was also unlocked. Accompanying skill, virus control. In the teacher's shared office, Qin Yuan stood with Ouyang Suan. So that's pretty much the situation. Do you understand now? Ouyang Suan pinpointed the main issue. So among the participants in the experiment back then, there were 3 mother bodies, and I am one of them. He nodded. Exactly. That's why you have the ability to control and revive zombies. If we can find the other 2 mother bodies, we might save the world. Jiangsu next offered an invitation, saying, Come join us. This world needs brave heroes to move forward. Aoyang Suan quickly agreed, saying, I understand now. We need to get this world back on track so that students can return to normal. I'll lend you a hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was searching through data and added, That's great. The opportunity for you to help us has arrived. The information for the next mother body has been unlocked. The image of the second mother body appeared on the computer screen. She was as beautiful as an idol in the eyes of the admin. Aoyang Suan exclaimed, The second mother body? That's Xinya. Qin Yuan was curious. What? You know her? Aoyang Suan raised an eyebrow, questioning back. Don't you? She's a rising idol right now. A lot of my students are fans of hers. Qin Yuan was even more intrigued. Why would someone like that participate in the experiment? The zombie expert Lin Yi explained at that time she was suffering from throat cancer. To continue her career, she took a risk and joined the experiment. Those drugs had the potential to cure her. According to the data, when the zombie crisis hit, she was performing a concert in this city. That's right. Ouyang Suan added. Being a mother body herself and able to control zombies to some extent, she said, I'm assigning this mission to both of you. Aoyang Suan entrusted her 2 companions with the task. I want to go. However, I need to rely on you all for the school and the students. Let's head to the location where the mother body is. They arrived at a large stadium. In front of the entrance was a big poster displaying Xinya's image. Qin Yuan and Ouyang Suan were walking slowly towards it. Professor Ouyang, don't worry. When the zombies appear, I will protect you. The zombies outside caught the scent of Qin Yuan and began to get restless. Men, I smell a man. Ah, it's mine. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Yuan stepped forward and warned, Be careful. I really am a talker. Professor, stay behind me. But Ouyang Suan took immediate action herself. Stop! The chaotic zombies suddenly fell silent and halted in their tracks. Qin Yuan stammered as he turned around. You can really give orders to the zombies. Aoyang Suan was just as surprised. I don't know why I can use this ability, but I can feel that the farther I am from the school, the weaker my power becomes. So, if too many zombies show up, I won't be able to do anything. Qin Yuan and Yang Xuan rushed in as quickly as they could. It's fine. After all, the zombie crisis has been going on for a long time. If we're lucky, the zombies inside might have already come outside, and there shouldn't be too many left inside. But he had underestimated the fandom and the influence of Xinye. The sports field was packed with zombies. Xinye took the stage with a mic and began, "Are you all ready? Let's welcome the dawn together." The fans below shouted passionately, "Xinye, we love you. You're so beautiful. We adore you." Signs were raised everywhere. Xinye is the strongest in the universe. Qin Yuan sighed. It seemed like she, like everyone else, mistook herself and the audience below for normal human beings who didn't want to wake up. Yang Xuan asked about the next step. "So what are you going to do? If we confront them directly, we might have to fight all the zombies here." An idea struck him. In that case, let's get straight to the point and wake her up. In the backstage area in the dressing room of the stadium, Xinye was posing in front of the mirror. What should I wear for the next show? Which outfit should I pick? I need to decide quickly. I can't keep the audience waiting. A voice came from behind her. "Hello, Ms. Xinye." Qin Yuan had appeared on the bench without her noticing. Xinye jumped and turned around. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He stood up to reassure her. "Take it easy. I'm not a crazy fan. I'm just here to tell you something that you might not want to accept. Wake up. You and the audience are actually zombies." Xinye laughed lightly, her face showing disdain. "I already knew that." Qin Yuan was taken aback by her response. "What? You know that you're all zombies? Then why do you want to stay here?" Xinye proudly patted her chest. "Because now I can be an idol. I can hold a concert that never ends. That has always been my dream, and all the brute members who held me back have vanished. Now, everyone in the audience is a fan who belongs solely to me." Xinye said proudly, "Of course I'm different from those mindless zombies. You should just leave." "Oh, and if you want to become a fan of Xinye, I might consider it." Qin Yuan shot back, "They're not really your fans. Those zombies are just instinctively drawn to you because you're the mother body." She was so caught up in her own fame that she couldn't hear him. Xinye didn't believe him at all. "I'm the most dazzling and charming idol. You wicked one want me to lose fans? Just disappear." She grabbed a remote and pressed a button. A mechanism under Qin Yuan's feet activated. The floor suddenly opened up, and he fell through, cursing, "You little witch, just wait and see." At the bottom of the secret chamber was a locked room. Qin Yuan rubbed his backside and complained, "Ouch, that hurts. What kind of place is this?" In the dark corner, he spotted two eyes watching him. "Huh? Is there something over there?" Those were two former members of Xinye's music group, now transformed into zombies. "A man, the scent of a man, I want." The two girls pounced on him like two hungry wolves. Hey, wait a minute, don't do that." Qin Yuan gritted his teeth. "If you keep this up." With a boom, he unleashed his immortal golden body and sent the two zombies flying away. He confidently stood up. "Since you won't stop, I won't hold back anymore." His sewing machine activated its zombie-slaying wizard mode, launching a series of Buddhist spells. Buddha's light stick, single needle at the crown chakra. The two zombies slowly regained their awareness and bodies. "Oh, I feel like I'm back to normal." "What's going on?" The two girls, now back to being human, asked in confusion. Qin Yuan questioned them. "Now that you're back to normal, let me ask you, where are we? Who are you? And why are you both dressed like Xinye?" The girl with purple hair and a sharp expression replied, "So, you were also thrown down here by her, huh? I'm like Su, and she's Xingyan. We used to be an idol girl group with Xinye." Xingyan continued like Su's thoughts, "But I can understand why, right after the zombie outbreak, she could command other zombies and then lock us up here." Qin Yuan listened to the story and became more curious. They're all members of the same girl group, so why would she treat you like this? Lai Su immediately shared her thoughts. "It's probably because she's the least popular among the three of us. Maybe she's jealous of us." Xingyan interrupted her. "Like Su, don't say that." Qin Yuan nodded seriously. "No, like Su's theory might be true. Right now, Xinye has completely lost herself in trying to win over fans. That's why we need to work together to help her wake up. Like Su and Xingyan both look deflated, but we aren't a match for her. Besides singing and dancing, we don't know how to do anything else." Qin Yuan didn't share their doubts. "No, you two will be the most important pieces in my plan, so I need your help, will you?" Both girls immediately agreed. "I'm in. I agree too. But how do we get out of here now? Leave that to me." Qin Yuan picked up the phone and called, "Sister Xuan, I've sent you the coordinates." "No problem. I'll be there right away." A few minutes later, bam, something crashed through the wall, sending bricks flying everywhere. Yang Xuan shook her hand and stepped through the hole. It looked like this was the place. Like Xu and Xing Yan were amazed and shouted, "Wow, she just punched through the wall. She's so cool." Liang Xuan walked over, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the two girls before turning to Qin Yuan. "Why is it that wherever you go, new girls always seem to show up around you?" "Maybe it's because of my unique physique." He quickly shifted back to the main topic. "Sister Xuan, I've thought of a way to get Xinye out, but we all need to work together to make it happen." The next day, Xinye was performing amidst the cheers of her fans below. "Thank you all for always standing by my side. There will always be just one Xinye in everyone's eyes." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. "Wow, that's a bit selfish of you." Xinye turned surprised. "That voice is." Like Xu continued, "It's been a long time since we last met. Do you remember me?" Xinye looked confused and asked, "Why are you all here?" The two of them seemed to ignore her question and kept introducing themselves. "Today is the debut performance of our music group. Welcome to our new members." Liang Xuan calmly stepped out from backstage, though her mind was racing. So embarrassing. The last one was Qin Yuan, who confidently introduced himself, "And I'm Xiao Yuan. We are charming." Seeing the fans' attention shifting away from her, Xin Ya began to shoo them away. "Who are you?" "This stage belongs to Xin Ya." Qin Yuan issued a challenge, saying, "No, this is the stage for idols. Are you bold enough to accept our challenge?" Hearing this, Xin Ya scoffed. "Are you kidding? I trained for 2.5 years as a trainee idol. How could I possibly lose to someone who popped up out of nowhere like you?" Despite her confident words, she felt differently inside. She thought to herself how cute she still looked. Qin Yuan's charming demeanor and spark were hard to ignore. Her eyes then drifted downward as she realized that his physique was no less impressive than her own. Feeling her confidence shaken, Xin Ye gently patted her face to reassure herself. "It's okay, keep your spirits up. The audience down there are all fans of Xinye. I won't lose." Xinye began to warm up the atmosphere. Next, she invited everyone to enjoy her singing. The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting her name, "Xinye, Xinye." She smiled to herself, feeling a sense of pride. "See, this is my home turf." Suddenly, Qin Yuan's voice rang out. Xinye looked up in surprise. "Huh? Her?" His singing silenced the entire arena. After a moment, the crowd below broke the silence, gasping, "That sounds amazing." The voice was so beautiful. It seemed like a sound from nature itself. It was a sound that only those on the brink of death could truly appreciate. Qin Yuan noticed the audience's wild reaction and smirked to himself. The singing skills of the succubus I gained from Care's card, combined with my charm, really do have outstanding results. Meanwhile, Xinye began to panic, feeling the need to regain control of the situation. "Everyone look at me. You're all fans of Xinye, so you should focus on me." The stage lights come on, an announcement signals the start and the play begins. 4 performers, including Qin Yuan, sing and dance to the music. Apartment, 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 apartment. Ah, aha, aha. Kissy face sent to your phone, but I'm trying to kiss your lips for real. Aha, aha. The song ends with Qin Yuan solo voiced as he blows hearts to the audience below. At this moment, the crowd no longer chants Xinye's name. Instead, they cheer for Xiao Yuan and Charming. Xinye stands frozen on stage, looking towards her once loyal fans. "Why? Didn't you all promise to always be fans of Xinye? Why are you betraying me?" Her dreams have now been shattered by her fans. She covers her face on the verge of tears. "It can't be. Why are you betraying Xinye?" Seizing this moment, Qin Yuan gently pats her head like a bad boy, comforting her, taking advantage of the situation to mend these breaking hearts. In Xinye's eyes, Qin Yuan stood like an imposing mountain. He reassured her that they were just being swept away. If she wanted to be an idol again, she should join them and help save this world. Xinye felt like she had found a lifeline. "Coach, I want to be an idol." Like Xu and Xingyan praised him, saying, "Oh, this guy is interesting. He really has brought Xinye back to normal." In the backstage lounge, Qin Yuan struggled to take off his shirt, cursing silently in his head. "Tan, if I had known, I would have chosen the smaller sides. This is cramped and uncomfortable." Then he decided to just revert back, forget it, and transform straight into a man. Knock, knock. A soft knock sounded at the door. Xinye walked in, saying, "Sorry, I have something to ask you." Qin Yuan was slightly surprised and turned back. "Oh, what's up?" In his mind, he was fuming. Oh no, the transformation process got interrupted. Xinye entered as if she were at home. "Sister Xiao Yuan, can you teach me how to be as charming as you and win the fans' love?" Qin Yuan hesitated, wanting to push her away. Let's hold off on that until I finish changing, okay?" Xinye quickly moved closer. "All right, that'll help you change. Let me take this off." With that, she pulled her pants down right in front of him. What appeared before him was nothing short of astonishing. It left her speechless. Qin Yuan's fireproof sewing machine. Wow, this is truly the source of charm. You want to give it a try? Xinye was hooked but shyly replied, if Sister Xiao Yuan wants to teach me how to achieve that charm, I'm willing. Qin Yuan stood behind her, locking Xinye's hands. Are you ready? I'll show you my allure. Xinye answered nervously, I really like you, Sister Xiao Yuan. You're beautiful and capable, and you even resemble a boy. With a guest like that, it would be a waste if Xinye didn't play the lottery. Qin Yuan's voice whispered like an enchantment in her ear. You guessed it right. I'm definitely the boy. Surprised, old lady? Then came the sounds of Xinye's struggles echoing from the room. Wait a minute, don't make noise. Lai Xiu stood outside, her face flushed. She hadn't expected things to progress this quickly between them. Lai Xiu licked her lips in desire, almost drooling. Handsome and reliable Qin Yuan is much better than those pretty boys. Aoliang Xuan felt a bit taken aback and asked, is he really as great as you all say he is? Whether he is or not, Xinye is the best proof of it right now. She was so caught up in her excitement that she lost track of time. Qin Yuan began filling her head with skewed ideas to idolize him, saying, can't you handle a little hardship? I'm just helping you build your endurance. Two girls entered the room, their voices filled with playful complaints. It would be so unfair to give only Xinye special training like this. It was like Xiu who boldly spoke up for both of them. Let's all join in the special training together. Xinye quickly responded, what? Why are you guys here? How can we explain when we're in this position? The other two didn't seem to care and moved closer, playfully enticing Qin Yuan. We're a team, so of course we should share the struggles together. Right? Sharing the struggles. Qin Yuan was facing difficulties, and any teammate should step up to help him out. He reluctantly said, so this isn't some kind of unspoken rule, right? Like Xu, while playfully drawing on Qin Yuan's arm, replied, of course it's an unspoken rule, but it's really our secret rule for you. Then they switched to a different kind of charm, adding that this was a special reward. This is a treat for you since you saved our lives. Keep it a secret, though. If the fans find out, it would be a real bummer. The Qin Yuan sewing machine wondered why it would refuse these two pieces of meat. Well then, today I'll have you experience comprehensive physical training. This photo is really hot. 2 hours later at the school where Lin Yi and the others stayed, the students were buzzing with excitement. Did you see that? She's so cute. Wait a minute, isn't she a famous idol? I wonder if I can get her autograph. In the teacher's room, Xinye was introducing herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Xinye. I'm very honored to be part of this project. Dr. Lin reminded her, this isn't your stage. We are your fans, so you don't need to be overly polite. Lin Yi's older sister was even more on edge. I'm just saying you don't want to use this opportunity to gain more fans, do you? Xinye's eyes watered up, and she looked like she was about to cry. You two are really scary. The Qin Yuan sewing machine chimed in. When it comes to shark tums, they really are like sisters. Lin Yi shyly said, no, that's not it. Dr. Lin, with a frozen expression, sighed, I can't believe it, you can be shy sometimes. Seeing a conflict about to break out, Qin Yuan quickly intervened. All right, this isn't the time to argue. We finally unlocked the information about the mother body, right? As long as we find her, we complete our mission. Lin Yi calmly replied, there's no need to unlock it because the final mother body is actually me. Qin Yuan asked in confusion, then why didn't you tell us sooner? Her eyes grew sad, losing their spark. Honestly, I wanted to live a few more days. He was taken aback. Wanting to live a few more days? What do you mean? She continued to explain, to create a vaccine, we have to eliminate the mutated virus within the mother body. Then we could study it using reverse engineering. The level of the virus in those two was relatively mild, but the virus in my body has spread to my brain. That meant Lin Lai, who was nearby, responded in shock. If you forcefully eliminate the mutated virus, you'll die. Lin Yi grinned and winked, saying, you really are my sister. So smart. With you like this, I can relax. I'm handing the surgery over to you. From now on, you'll be the great doctor who saves this world. Dr. Lin's face darkened, and she shouted, what are you joking about? She turned and walked away, saying, I don't need your help. I'll find a better way myself. As soon as Dr. Lin left, Qin Yuan spoke up. Do you really think she'll perform the surgery herself? Lin Yi has everything arranged. I owe her too much. This is the only way I can repay her. Only she can perform this surgery now. Don't worry, she'll be on time for the operation tomorrow. The next day, in the hospital's operating room, Ouyang Xuan and Xinye urged her, Miss Lin, are you really ready? You don't have to rush into the surgery like this. Lin Yi was always like this. She presented her reasoning in a convincing way. If we keep delaying, who knows when the virus in both your bodies might invade the brain. At that point, all three of us might end up dead together. Qin Yuan asked, Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I'll do my best to help you achieve them. Lin Yi replied with a hint of joy. What I want most right now is for you to serve me well. Qin Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration, thinking he still had time for teasing me. At that moment, the surgery room door flew open. Dr. Lin burst in, out of breath, saying, I've figured it out, a different way to create a vaccine. Lin Yi, skeptical, responded, How can that be? The current plan is the most viable option I've researched so far. There can't be another method. Dr. Lin slammed a stack of documents against her chest, saying, I've analyzed all the information we gathered. The virus works by controlling the host body through sex hormones. As long as the mother body is continuously stimulated at a high intensity for an extended period, the vaccine can be produced through the hormones released. Sorry, but this time, I'd outsmarted you. Qin Yuan, feeling doubtful, asked, Is that scientifically sound? Dr. Lin replied, Well, there's nothing to lose. Still probing, Qin Yuan asked how they could possibly stimulate the mother body continuously and at a high intensity for so long. The gazes of the three girls were like cats eyeing fish as they looked at him. Wait, what kind of looks are you giving me? Qin Yuan sensed something was off and started preparing to run away. Can we go one at a time? I'm not Taputa. Please don't all come at me at once. Dr. Lin stepped in front of him with a slightly mischievous look. Just listen obediently. You're the one who made the suggestion, so you have to take responsibility for what you've done. Then Qin Yuan found himself tied up tightly on the operating table. Xin Ya and Yang Xuan were working together to restrain him. We'll hold him down. The situation with her is urgent, so you should go first, Xin Ya said. Lady Yi didn't hesitate to step up, motivated by the urge to save the world and them. Do your best. The system notified him that the unlimited charming technique had leveled up. Lady Yi sharpened his knife while cheering him on. Qin Yuan, humanity will remember your contributions. When it was Xin Ya's turn, she chimed in, Of course, that's quite heavy responsibility. 4 hours later, Xin Ya finished her task. Sister Chuan, it's your turn now. Disappointed, she replied, That's not necessary, let's take a break first. Qin Yuan lay weak and exhausted on the bed after 4 hours of intense fighting. I'm so tired, he groaned. Lin Yi, not believing it, told the other two, He's not that weak. Most of it is just an act. Lin Li, hand it to me, he said. Lin Lai took out a syringe and cautioned, This is a miracle drug. Don't use too much. I'm worried his body can't handle it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Lin Yi replied, feeling sweet inside. When she called him little brother, he found it surprisingly endearing. As Lin Yi injected the drug into Qin Yuan, he explained, This physical enhancement medicine is a miracle drug developed by a secret research institute. It helps the user quickly regain their strength. After getting the injection, Qin Yuan felt something shift. This feeling. His strength began to return, and with the boost to his resistance, he really felt like an idol. His sword was drawn, and he said, You two are very brave. I'm ready now. Xin Ya was terrified under his imposing presence. Sister Xuan, I'm scared. Are you scared too? Lady reassured them, No, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just that the reaction after the injection is a bit strong after the first time. Qin Yuan stepped forward. Oh, do you want to try? You three can come at me together. Lady quickly shouted, Wait, hold on a second. It was nighttime at Dr. Lin's hospital. She sighed, feeling exhausted, and pushed the door open to step outside. Jake Su approached with concern. Dr. Lin, how did it go? Dr. Lin replied softly, It's a preliminary success. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to develop a vaccine soon. Jack Su, wanting to check on the three people, said, That's great news. How are they doing now? Can I go see them? Thinking about their situation and for Jack Su's safety, Dr. Lin hesitated. I advise you not to go in there right now. Jack Su didn't understand. Huh? Why not? Inside the operating room, Lin Yu was pleading for forgiveness. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant. Please spare us this time. He responded, You didn't show me any mercy before. Don't worry, tonight is still long. He glanced at the three people, and then a half-month later, those infected with the zombie virus began to recover. We're really back to normal. What's happening? This is amazing. Everyone is back to normal. The first bulletin after the pandemic announced, recently, strange illnesses sweeping the world are gradually disappearing quickly. The cause is unknown. For safety's sake, we urge everyone to stay home and limit going outside. Qin Yuan was also watching the news. Finally, the situation was resolved satisfactorily. It was such a waste of energy for me. Dr. Lin next to him asked curiously, Qin Yuan, earlier you said you weren't from this world. What did that mean? Levi squinted his eyes and guessed, I bet you don't want to take responsibility for us, so you made up that silly excuse to find a way to escape, right? Yang Xuan, hearing this, felt dejected and chided, That's just too much. The system announced that it had detected the host had completed the mission and could return to the host domain space at any time. A swirling portal appeared behind Qin Yuan, linking the host domain space to this world. Xin Ye and Jiag Su were astounded. Qin Yuan, what's behind you? Is it some new virtual reality technology? If you use it on stage, the audience would love it. He explained to them, this is a portal transporting me to another world. I'm not lying to you. My mission in this world is complete. Now it's time for me to go. Dr. Lin wanted to leave home for a guy. Wait, I want to go with you, she said. Qin Yuan, confused about the situation, asked, but didn't you want to take this opportunity to successfully create a vaccine and become a leading medical researcher in the world? She scrambled to find a somewhat tangled reason. But if there's a parallel universe, I want to go to another world and study medicine more in depth. Livy poked through her makeshift excuse. Aren't you usually pretty direct? Why are you making excuses like this? Dr. Lin blushed deeply. No, it's not that. Just like sisters, Lin Yi came up with a similar excuse. If my little sister wants to go, then I'll go with her. After all, I promised Dad that I would take care of her. Xin Ye was excited to join too. Count me in. Xin Ye wants to become a super famous idol in another dimension. Jiag Xu and Yang Xuan chimed in as well. I want to go too. With my current abilities, I want to help even more people. And I don't have such grand ideas like that. But since everyone is going, I want to go along too. Qin Yuan agreed. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly pack our bags. Who knows, we might make it just in time for dinner. The system announced unlocking character card Xin Ye, 4-star level, skill included advanced acting proficiency. Back in the host domain space, Qin Yuan finally arrived. Phew, I'm finally back. The girls behind him couldn't stop marveling. Amazing, it's incredible here. Are we really going to live here from now on? The two Dr. Lin sisters were chatting. We really traveled through space. But compared to that, don't you think the competition here seems a bit intense? Lady noticed Mo Ning Shuang and Yun Su Han. Over there, Mo Ning Shuang was being smug. Junior Marshall's sister, looks like I won this time. As Qin Yuan approached, he asked, Won? What were you two betting on? Mo Ning Shuang replied, we bet on how many girls you bring back this time. I said you'd bring back more than 4, and haha, you didn't disappoint me. Yun Su Han was fuming, grabbing Qin Yuan by his collar. You really can't help yourself, can you? Always flirting with women. Qin Yuan didn't know what to say. This is beyond my control. Dr. Lin looked at the two of them with curiosity and asked, what's going on here? Why are you both dressed in such strange outfits? Are you doing some kind of cosplay? Mo Ning Shuang replied cryptically, we're dressed this way for a special reason, of course, to meet someone's unique needs. Qin Yuan felt teased and looked downcast. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'll explain everything to you slowly. That night, at a cabin by the lake, Qin Yuan sighed as he sipped his drink. Phew, I finally got everything arranged for them. I can finally relax. Fairy Multiverse appeared. Congratulations, I didn't expect you to breeze through such a tough instance. The system seemed very mature today, probably grown enough to handle some serious action. Qin Yuan saw the system change its interface, and when he spit out his drink in surprise, it splashed all over the system. The little wet spots on its clothing only made it more alluring. Why are you so surprised? Is this really the first time you're seeing me? Qin Yuan was taken aback. Your fairy multiverse? How have you grown so much after just one subversion? She spread her arms casually and replied, my powers begin to awaken as your strength increases. Now that you've advanced past 3 subversions, naturally, I won't be the same as before. Qin Yuan felt admiration. He couldn't believe that after going through 3 subversions, it all felt like a dream. Fairy Multiverse displayed a hint of mischief. That's right. To be honest, when I first met you, I wanted to tease you a bit, make you pick the wrong initial attribute. But now it seems like that was a blessing, helping you unlock the potential of the charm system beyond my expectations. This was probably the biggest shock for Qin Yuan. What? How can that be? That's not random. Why would you want to do that to me? Am I not your host? Fairy Multiverse began to explain because back then, you treated women like toys, using all sorts of tricks to make them like you, then just tossing them aside. You were really quite a scoundrel, so of course, I had to punish you. After hearing this, Qin Yuan sighed in resignation. No need to say more. At that time, I treated life like a game, so is it wrong to regret now? She looked at Qin Yuan with satisfaction and said, Ha, I've realized that you treat those girls very sincerely, so I hope you'll help me out a lot more in the future. He extended his hand as well. All right, from now on, let's join forces and move forward together. But Qin Yuan wasn't the type to easily give in. He squeezed her cheek. Interesting. Then he poured the entire bottle of alcohol into the mouth of Fairy Multiverse, his face showing a cheeky expression. You want to tease me and punish me? Let's see how I'll punish you. Fairy Multiverse wiped her mouth and coughed. Cough, cough, what did you just make me drink? Still wearing that mischievous grin, Qin Yuan replied, Ha ha, that's my special happy wine. At first, I was planning to pick a lucky girl to spend the night with, but I didn't expect you to just come to me willingly. Fairy Multiverse felt shy, caught between wanting and not wanting. That can't be. I'm just a system doll. How can I possibly be with you? Qin Yuan turned on his charming mode. I'm your host, the system, and you belong to me. I can do whatever I want with you, and it's totally reasonable, right? Seeing her still hesitating, Qin Yuan leaned in and surprised her with a kiss. He noticed his points skyrocketing. 120, 180, 210 accumulated points. As he saw the points increase dramatically, he wondered, why am I getting so many more points than usual? Fairy Multiverse answered him, it's because of the energy leaking from my body. That's an invalid action. Can't be. It can't be. Qin Yuan thought of something. Oh, so the game itself has a buff. Don't blame you for that. In her room, Qin Yuan had managed to push the system off the bed. She could only lament, how could you do this to the system, you jerk? Was this enough to satisfy everyone's wishes? The next morning, Qin Yuan was exhausted after training all night with the system. Where's Meyer? Didn't she sleep next to me last night? At that moment, she returned to her usual self, pouting as she replied, I'm right here, you dummy. Qin Yuan stared blankly for a moment. That's strange. Didn't you grow larger last night? Now you're tiny again, like a pea. She pouted, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Isn't it because of you? It's your fault. I had to use so much energy. And about the energy you stole from me, you better give it back. Qin Yuan wore a cheeky grin, both on his face and in his voice. I earned all that through hard work. If you could do it, then go ahead and drain my energy. The Fairy Multiverse isn't something to mess with. But if you want to play that game, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, I'll make sure you really understand just how terrifying women can be. Qin Yuan remained unfazed. I'm already familiar with the tricks of this game. As the god of strategy, nothing can outsmart me. The Fairy Multiverse snapped her fingers and a teleportation array appeared. Let's get started. This time, there will be many more challenges than before. This move surprised him greatly. Hey, wait a minute. Qin Yuan began to protest verbally. You can't just throw me into this without giving me time to prepare. You're using official business to settle personal scores. In another world, in a small village, this was the starting village of the new server for Qin Yuan. A group of villagers knelt before a band of female bandits led by a beautiful girl with strong, healthy skin. You better hurry up and offer us your tribute. An old man who looked like the village chief pleaded, Wang, you've taken almost everything from our village. We only have a little food left. You have to leave us a way to survive. Wang gave a ridiculous reason. How laughable. Everything in this world depends on women like us. You useless men are trying to set conditions with us. It's better for you to obediently hand over your tribute than to waste it on a bunch of good-for-nothings like you. Someone, unable to bear the injustice any longer, stood up and said, don't think just because you're a woman and physically stronger, you can bully others. She looked at him seriously and replied, oh, it seems like this kid has quite the temper. He charged at her with a clenched fist. Since we're all going to die anyway, I'll fight you. Her quick reflexes caught his punch with ease, and then she countered with a swift move. The young man stumbled, possibly dislocating his jaw, and fell weakly to the ground. The village chief called out urgently, Seo Kui, are you okay? Wang then offered them two choices. I'll give you one last chance. I'm a bit hungry right now. Either you hand over the tribute immediately, or I'll send you to meet the Grim Reaper. You decide. A few female bandits nearby began to murmur among themselves. See, men just aren't generous like that. It's true that no matter the situation, it's always up to women to resolve things. Besides giving birth, they're completely useless. Frustrated, the elder can only respond, threatening like this will backfire sooner or later, and one day, a daring hero will come to rescue all the men suffering in this world. Wang laughed dismissively. Stop talking about those ridiculous legends from your village. Since ancient times, women have always been superior to men. Do you really want to compete for power with women? What a joke. Qin Yuan felt like he had just fallen from the sky. He rushed over to Wang and with a crash, landed directly on him. As dust settled around them, Qin Yuan's voice emerged. Ouch, my face hurts. He rubbed his jaw, feeling the sting. Why do you always just drop me like this? Can't you at least let me put on my shirt first? It was only now that Qin Yuan noticed he was sitting on someone. Realizing he had fallen right onto Wang, he quickly checked, hey, are you okay? I did mean to do that. Wang's gang finally snapped out of their shock. Wang has been defeated. How is this possible? Could it really be true? Is there a dashing man who fell from the sky? Not good. We need to retreat and report back to the king. Qin Yuan quickly called out, "Wait, you all hear me out first. At least let me take him somewhere." The group only dared to leave a warning, "Just wait for us." The village chief exclaimed in astonishment, "You have defeated a woman. That's right, you must be the dashing man from the sky, the one destined to rescue men in this world." Qin Yuan, filled with questions, turned to the chief and said, "The dashing man from the sky. What are you talking about? I'm not from around here." The chief grew even more confident, saying, "Yes, you were sent here by the heavens. Even though the world has long been accustomed to women surpassing men, there has been a legend passed down in my village. In ancient times, there were two gods, Yang God and Yin God. They were a married couple who maintained the balance of yin and yang in the world. But later, a conflict arose between them. Out of jealousy and hatred, they fought each other. Ultimately, Yang God was defeated. The Yin God then sealed Yang God's power into the bodies of 4 female disciples. Since then, the balance of yin and yang in the world has been disrupted. Without the protection of Yang God, men have lost their strength compared to women and have been oppressed ever since. From the story, Qin Yuan understood, no wonder this village is full of men. But what do you mean by the dashing man from the sky? The village chief was more serious than ever. According to legend, when Yang God was sealed away, he left behind a prophecy that a man would fall from the sky to turn the tide and restore balance between yin and yang in the world. You are that man from above, and having defeated that fierce female pirate, you must surely be the dashing man from the heavens. We have always wished for a world where men and women are equal, without any extra burdens for men. The chief continued, as long as we can live in a place where gender equality exists, that will be paradise. And now that moment has finally arrived. Qin Yuan thumped his chest. Even though I don't fully understand what you're saying, seeing you all in such a pitiful state makes me want to do my part. My main mission is to gather the scattered power of Yang God, right? So, you know what to do next. The chief explained how to proceed. The power of Yang God is inherited from the descendants of the 4 disciples of Yin God. They are also the 4 strongest individuals in the world. If you can defeat them, you'll be able to restore the sealed power of Yang God. Qin Yuan cracked his knuckles. I may not like hitting women, but to restore the world to normal, I can break my principles just this once. The village chief asked, where are those 4 powerful figures now? They all rule different territories, and the most recent is the bandit king, Lu Chunyu. She has many followers and collects tributes from everywhere, causing the locals a lot of suffering. Suddenly, a villager rushed in, panicked. This is bad. The bandit king is bringing her troops here. They're already at the village gate. What? So soon? The village chief cried out. Qin Yuan, you need to run. We'll hold them off for you. You are the last hope for all the men in this world. Even if it means sacrificing this village, we must protect you. Qin Yuan reassured the chief. It's just a bandit king, not a pirate king. What's there to fear? Just take me outside to meet her. Inside the village, a beautiful woman was interrogating one of the villagers. I heard someone here defeated my second sister. If you're smart, bring him to me. The young man being questioned refused to speak. He's our hope. Go ahead and kill me, but I will tell you where our hero is. The king listened with increased interest and said, oh, you got some guts. If you want to die that badly, I'll help you out. After all, this village is filled with useless people, so I might as well grab a few more questions. Qin Yuan's voice echoed. Wait a minute, the person you're looking for is me. Lu Chunyu called out, turning around to compliment him. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Not bad at all. I'll take you back to the mountain camp so the sisters can enjoy you slowly. The gang of men behind her complimented her, saying, King, this is the first time you've shown interest in a man. Who made this guy look so good? It's a pity that in a few days, he'll just be another man. Qin Yuan's expression grew serious. It doesn't matter how you plan to deal with me, but the prerequisite is that you can beat me. Seeing Qin Yuan's confidence, Lu Chunyu found it amusing. Do you really think you're worthy of fighting me? Her followers threatened him, saying, is this guy stupid? How can a man fight a woman? He looks decent, but it's a shame his brain seems to be malfunctioning. They couldn't understand where Qin Yuan's confidence came from. If you don't try, how will you know? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Lu Chunyu faced him with a sneer and said, how ridiculous. Dealing with you only requires one hand. Let's see what you can do. Qin Yuan jumped up and used the skill he had from the beginning of the game, Young Lai's swordsmanship. He moved so quickly that he vanished into the sky, then reappeared in an instant, sliding past Lu Chunyu. The onlooking lackeys gaped in awe. He's so fast. This guy really has some skill. His sword sliced through Lu Chunyu's clothing, leaving a tear, but she remained unhurt. She turned to him, impressed, and said, interesting. It seems like you have a bit of talent. He warned her, don't be stubborn. Just now, I used my internal energy with that sword, and the icy energy has already entered your body. Lu Chunyu proudly held up the broken sword, asking, "Sword, are you talking about this?" Qin Yuan looked at the weapon in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Lu Chunyu explained a universal rule of this world. In this world, men cannot harm women. It's the will of heaven. No matter how fast your sword is, you won't be able to injure me at all. Next, it seemed like it was my turn. Uchiha Lu Chunyu unleashed her Chidori technique as her opening move. In the blink of an eye, she struck Qin Yuan, sending him flying like a bird, crashing into a tree behind him. Lu Chunyu pulled her hand back and said, "This is the distance between us. As I mentioned before, you belong to me now." Qin Yuan sat up, unwilling to accept his fate. I won't accept this. Give me 3 days. If I can't defeat you, then I will willingly follow your wishes. She wasn't someone to be easily fooled. What do you have that makes you think you can negotiate with me? In that critical moment, the village chief stepped in. Wait a minute. We are willing to be bargaining chips for young Master Qin. If he loses again in 3 days, everyone in our village will serve you for life without complaint. It's better than being bullied constantly. We believe in the heavenly descent dashing man. Yes, we believe in the heavenly descent dashing man. Lu Chunyu looked at the villagers, her expression serious as she thought deeply. Then she made her decision. I'll give you 3 days. 3 days from now, I'll be at the mountain camp waiting for you to challenge me. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will bury this entire village along with you. A moment later, Qin Yuan felt a bit conflicted. I'm sorry, I underestimated my opponent. I didn't think there'd be such a difference in strength between men and women. He realized something in his mind. Wait, maybe it's not just about the difference in strength, but a rule. No matter how strong someone is, they can't harm a woman. The village chief remained firm. No problem. Young Master Qin, could you share how you plan to defeat that powerful warrior in 3 days? He awkwardly smiled. I was just improvising earlier, and honestly, I haven't figured out how I'm going to do it. Despite that bold shout before, Qin Yuan felt uncertain. The villagers looked shocked. So we might all be in trouble together? This is terrible. Don't say things like that. I'm starting to feel scared. Is it too late for us to escape? Feeling helpless, Qin Yuan decided to seek information from the village chief. Please don't panic, everyone. There may still be a way out of this. Chief, could you tell me what makes that powerful warrior special? The village chief began to reminisce. What drawbacks? She seems nice on the outside. Last time she came to rob the village, she accidentally fell hard. She was so embarrassed that she just went straight home, leaving us unharmed. Qin Yuan was deep in thought. So this person actually has a different side. Wait, if she has a good side. His eyes lit up with a bright idea. Everyone, I think I've come up with a great plan, but I need your help to make it happen. 2 days later, in Lu Chunyu's mountain hideout, she was soaking in a wooden tub. Oh, what a shapely figure she had. In her mind, she was imagining Qin Yuan saying, "From now on, I'm yours." Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush. She wondered, how strange, why am I having these kinds of thoughts? But ever since I left, why does this image keep popping up in my mind? Suddenly, Wang burst in. Report, Master. The scout has returned with news. The Rudan village seems to be up to something. Lu Chunyu quickly got out of the bathtub and covered herself with a towel. Oh, that scoundrel still hasn't run away. Wang continued reporting. There's a signal from the sisters, so they definitely can't escape. But there are often strange cries from men in the village. It's really weird, and I'm scared. Lu Chunyu reassured her. Come on, why are you being so timid now? I told you last time you fainted because you accidentally hit your head on the ground, not because that man defeated you. Besides, I'm one of the 4 great powerhouses in the world. How could a weakling like him be a match for me? Unfortunately, as she moved, her towel slipped off. She shrieked, "Ah!" caught naked in front of her subordinate. Lu Chunyu quickly covered herself again. Don't look, get out now. Her subordinate obeyed and hurried to bring the brothers back to Ruman village. The cries of men echoed throughout the village. A group of strong men lay on the ground, exhausted and groaning. Wow, that was really incredible, so fast. Is this the power of the heavenly descent dashing man? Qin Yuan stood to the side, drenched in sweat. Thank you, everyone. I've successfully achieved a great milestone. The next morning, Lu Chunyu was sleeping when she was jolted awake by the sound of a gong. So noisy. She grumbled as she kicked the door open and rushed outside. Who is disturbing my sleep so early in the morning? It turned out to be Qin Yuan banging the gong. Don't sleep anymore, wake up everyone. Today is the day I, Qin Yuan, defeat your bandit king. People from the mountain camp started to appear. Isn't that the pretty boy from before? Wow, he's even more handsome than the dream guy I imagined. Lu Chunyu shot him a glare filled with menace. So early and someone's come knocking on my door. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Without wasting any time, Qin Yuan drew his sword. If that's the case, I'm sorry. She looked at him mockingly. Is that your weapon? It seems a bit short. Qin Yuan smirked, starting a war of words. The length of a weapon doesn't matter. What's more important is skill, speed, and hardness. His followers were left speechless. I really want to see how powerful this little knife is. It's fine. That's my skill. A short knife can become a long knife. You should probably call it a short sword instead. Lu Chunyu reminded him, you should know that in this world, a man cannot harm a woman, regardless of what weapon he holds. Qin Yuan stepped forward and said, just wait and see. He swiftly struck Lu Chunyu 7 times. She glanced at him with disdain and replied, I admit your speed is impressive, but it doesn't matter. You can't hurt me. Qin Yuan turned and said, who said I wanted to hurt you? Then he snapped his fingers and the outer layer of her clothing shattered, accompanied by a sound of surprise. Lu Chunyu looked at Qin Yuan, annoyed. What kind of technique was that? He replied with satisfaction. This is a technique I mastered through constant training. It's called Shanji Ren Yi knife technique. And this knife was traded from a merchant in town. It's called the exploding clothes knife. System notification. Exploding clothes knife, rank C, has no ability to inflict damage on living beings, but it can cause a lot of damage to any target with clothing attributes. The villagers were cheering him on. Go for it, we believe in you. Be careful, don't let us down. The village chief echoed their sentiments, saying, Qin Yuan, you must win. Right now, you carry the responsibility of representing the whole village. I understand. Now, I'm the last hope of the village. The chief continued passionately. The main reason is that you are holding the only clothes left to the village. To master this sword technique, the villagers have supported me a lot. Lu Chunyu remained confident, saying, even if you can blow my clothes away, what does that matter? You still can't defeat me. He then played his trump card. But all your subordinates are watching you in your bare state and must feel embarrassed. As the leader, don't you feel humiliated? She blushed with anger and swung a punch at him. Shut up, I'll kill you. But Qin Yuan was already at full speed. How could she possibly hit him? Instead, she ended up getting hit back on her behind. The little subordinates whispered among themselves. I didn't think the boss could pull off that look. Was the tough girl image just an act? Turns out she has such great skin, and she said she never takes care of herself. Lu Chunyu felt embarrassed and scolded her underlings. You aren't allowed to look. Qin Yuan threatened as he spoke up. Next hit, I'll make sure you're left without a stitch on. She was truly angry now. You've pushed me this far, just go die. The underlings gasped in amazement. This was the boss's ultimate technique. They never expected her to use it against him. A dragon formed in the air, charging directly at Qin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and sparks flew everywhere. Qin Yuan slowly emerged from the chaos, his voice cutting through. What a fierce flame. It's too bad my diamond invincible body has pretty good defense. He stood there unharmed. Lu Chunyu was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. How can there be a man who can withstand my crimson blazing dragon head? Qin Yuan wouldn't let her calm down. You've left an opening. Take this. Bai Rai Yi Shan. Her outer clothes ripped apart, fluttering to the ground along with her frantic scream. The other brothers watching turned red with excitement, saying, our leader can be such a mess. She's really in a tough spot. Because of their teasing remarks, Lu Chunyu felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Finally, she turned and ran away, leaving everyone stunned. She exclaimed, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Qin Yuan, recovering from the shock, quickly chased after her. Hey, accept defeat. Don't run away. With a loud crash, his face made intimate contact with the door. Annoyed, he rubbed his nose and thought to himself, if she can't win, she just cries. Is she really that childish? Erdo Wang's voice rang out behind him. Did you make our bandit king cry? A group of female bandits looked at him with wide eyes. We're done for. We defeated their leader. Are they going to kill us to keep us quiet? Suddenly, the whole group dropped to their knees, pleading our leader is very sensitive. Please go comfort her. Just get her to calm down, and we'll agree to anything you ask. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll go check on her. Indeed, no matter how strong she seemed, in the end, she was still a girl. Qin Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. Miss Lu, I'm coming in. Lu Chunyu, wrapped up tightly in her blankets, replied, get out, I don't want to see you. Qin Yuan stepped closer, teasing her. You're all grown up, why are you hiding under the blanket? Let's talk. She never budged from her spot. Qin Yuan smiled brightly and pulled the blanket away, saying, come out here. Lu Chunyu was stunning, perfectly shaped, lying in bed as if waiting for Qin Yuan. Like the admin, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Haven't you changed yet? Inside, he was practically drooling, realizing just how amazing her figure was. Don't look, she shouted, kicking him in the process. Qin Yuan was taken aback. She sat up, holding a pillow to cover herself, with tears in her eyes. Are you satisfied now? You've embarrassed me in front of so many of my subordinates. Qin Yuan began to comfort her, leading her into this trap. No, I don't see anything to be ashamed of. With a body like that, you should be proud of yourself. Lu Chunyu felt a bit shaken. Stop with those sweet words. He took the opportunity to get closer, saying, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. Qin Yuan always started his demonstrations this way, using a kiss to immobilize his opponent. Lu Chunyu was stunned and couldn't resist, but she took the chance to turn the tables. You better be honest with me. She looked down at Qin Yuan with pride. This time, I'll admit you won. I lost. Now tell me, what's your condition? He got straight to the point. I hope to unlock the sealed powers of men. Since you guard one of the 4 seals, you must know how to do it. Hearing about the seals made her blush a little. So you really are the legendary dashing man, but the method you used to win against me might not work for the other 3. He began to taunt her. How do you know I don't have another plan, or do you just not want to admit that you lost to me? Lu Chunyu replied confidently, those seals exist within us. To break the seal, you need to. Qin Yuan was curious, need to what? Her embarrassment grew as she spoke. Use masculinity to break the seal. As long as your masculinity can make me bleed, the seal will be released. Hearing her speak, he felt even more confused. But before breaking the seal, a man fundamentally cannot harm a woman. I'm sure there's no way I can make you bleed. Lu Chunyu explained to him. While a man couldn't harm a woman, the need to carry on the family line was still an exception. It involved more than just blood. Qin Yuan understood, but still had more questions. That may be the case, but she immediately interrupted him, saying she wanted to speak first. I have no intentions towards you. I promised you, and I'm just fulfilling that promise. Qin Yuan replied, okay, let's get started. I understand. Next, I'll teach you how to do it. Caught up in her pride, she refused his help. No need, don't get me wrong. Even now, I am the one in charge. Just then, the door unexpectedly creaked open and some curious little brothers peeked inside. What are they doing? Why does he suddenly have a long tail in front of him? You fools, that's not a tail. Half an hour later, the people standing outside discussing what they had seen said, what the heck are they doing? It seems like the boss is really anxious, like he's looking for something. Should we go in and help them? Qin Yuan was at his wit's end, so he decided to speak up first. Do you really know how to do this? I see you can't even find the entrance. Lu Chunyu felt hit where to hurt and stammered, don't talk nonsense, I'm almost there. This time, I absolutely will succeed. A sound erupted as the excess from Qin Yuan filled in what was lacking from her. A divine light shot upward from where the two stood, illuminating the entire room. The other followers looked up at the beam of light with curiosity and asked, what is that? Did that man make it? In the village of Runan, the light from Qin Yuan shot straight into the sky, clear as day. The village chief rejoiced, shouting, that light seems to mean he succeeded. The first seal has been broken. The villagers, dressed in traditional attire, hugged each other joyfully, saying, he's really a dashing man, just like someone falling from the sky. Our clothes won't go to waste. Meanwhile, in another location, a powerful dragon blade shivered. A woman wielding the blade looked up at the sky and scolded. That light, Lu Chunyu is so useless. Has her seal really been broken? She stood with a heroic posture, smirking, but it's all right. It's been a long time since I met someone so oblivious to the world, willing to offer up my sacred blade. The sky changed from dawn to dusk so quickly. The crowd that had been secretly watching had done so from morning until night. How could that man still use that thing like that? Was it really comfortable from morning till night? I want to see this hot scene. It must be exciting, haha. Lu Chunyu was now soaked in sweat and dozed off at some point. Qin Yuan whispered, doing this for the first time is a bit challenging. Let's take a break. He looked over at her with satisfaction. Indeed, the stronger the woman, the more power I can absorb. I shouldn't delay. I need to quickly practice the unlimited charming technique to absorb this power. Qin Yuan began to focus his energy. The powers surrounded him like flames. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. What is this strange place? Slowly, he noticed a woman. His eyes were immediately drawn to an incredibly sexy woman with stunning curves and flawless skin, bound by iron chains. A metal chain on a post suddenly broke apart, and then countless other chains followed suit. The woman began to fall. Qin Yuan quickly reached out and caught her, asking gently, are you okay? The girl opened her eyes and immediately spoke, it's you. I knew we would meet again someday. He was taken aback and replied, Miss, I think you're mistaken. We've never met before. I don't even know where this place is. The woman quickly stood up. I'm sorry. You just look a lot like an old friend of mine, but maybe this is a fated meeting. So what? Qin Yuan, confused, asked, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. She looked at the stone pillar and asked him, since you can enter the seal's domain, it means you've broken the first seal set by the Yin god, right? Qin Yuan was surprised and asked, how do you know? She began to tell a story. From ancient times, after the Yang god was sealed away, The balance of yin and yang in the world was disrupted. The yin god, feeling regretful and wanting to save everyone, left behind a fragment of his soul, waiting for a future man who could break the seal and help him. He realized, so you are the yin god. I'm just a piece of the yin god's soul, so I can't call myself the yin god. You can call me a you. With a crack, one of the chains on her leg broke in half. He asked A.U. with concern, why do you have these chains on your wrists and ankles? These 4 chains represent 4 seals. Now that one seal has been lifted, the chain has shattered. As long as all 4 seals are removed, I can break the power of the Yang God's seal and restore the balance of yin and yang in this world, helping it return to its original path. Qin Yuan, looking confused, asked, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I promise you, I will break all the seals. However, A.U. looked at him suspiciously and asked, why do you say that? Qin Yuan blushed and turned away. Could you put some clothes on? Oh wow, Qin Yuan is feeling shy this time. A.U., however, was not like him. It's fine. Anyway, there's no one else here. Besides, if I put on clothes, I won't be able to help you. Qin Yuan questioned her words. If you can't help me, what can you do for me? A.U. nudged Qin Yuan with her arm. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy flowed into his body. You seem to be cultivating a technique that balances yin and yang. However, the yin and yang energy in this world is unbalanced, so you can't absorb all the yin energy. Am I wrong? Recognizing her as a powerful being, he asked for a solution. That's true. What should I do? A.U. began to explain, as a part of the yin god's soul, I know of a secret dual cultivation technique passed down by great beings. I can absorb all the yin energy. Qin Yuan, a bit concerned for her, said, I see. But A.U., you're weak. Can you handle this? She gave him an unexpected joy. This place is a sealed area, a fantasy created by the yin god. Here, I can do many things that I can't do outside. For example, the art of the stars arching the moon, where you can triple the efficiency of dual cultivation. Feeling excited, he said, that sounds great, but 3 times isn't enough. You're underestimating yourself. Plus, 3 times is still too slow. What if we go faster? She immediately replied, of course I can do that. For this, I will listen to you. Look behind you. Turn around and look behind. Then, a long line of clones of A.U. extended endlessly. He turned his head and said, this time it's exhausting. Having to go this far is really tough. In reality, he kept mumbling, switch players, number 7, it's your turn now. Number 18, focus and don't forget about number 24. Your little hands are just too small to be reliable. The system announced unlimited charming technique has leveled up to level 6, granting an additional charm attribute of 180. Additional skill, dual cultivate technique. This allows you to practice with the opposite gender, enhancing the abilities of both. The room where Qin Yuan was located emitted a bright light. The bandits around him huddled together, saying, what's that light in that room? It seems like that guy is doing something. His hands glowed as he pushed the door open and declared, looks like there are plenty of people here. Qin Yuan stepped out wearing only a towel, his whole body glowing. All right, ladies, who wants to try? Suddenly, the towel fell, revealing his full body. He enchantingly continued, want to taste what it's like to be a woman. The group of female bandits froze for 5 seconds, thinking, what does it mean to have a taste of being a woman? I've never heard this before. Qin Yuan thought to himself, these women must not have had much contact with men and are a bit naive. He cheerfully called out, what I mean is, I can be like you, just like your bandit king. Erdo Wang stepped forward, eager to try, saying, I don't know what's going on, but I want to be first. Let me try first. Someone in the back was unhappy with this and shouted, wait, why should it be you first? Erdo Wang threatened, oh, I see you're not satisfied with me, huh? Do you want to compete? Just know I'm not afraid of you. Qin Yuan intervened to calm everyone down. Everyone, please relax, no fighting. There's enough for everyone. Erdo Wang, you take charge and let the rest form groups of 3. They can take turns coming into my room. Erdo Wang sneered, who do you think you are? We only take orders from the Bandit King. You're just a man, and you think you can boss us around? The group of subordinates behind her started laughing loudly. What? Why are you listening to him? The crowd began to feel annoyed with her. One of them spoke up, Erdo Wang, if you don't want to, let us go first. The Bandit King has been defeated by him, and he's the Bandit King now. What's wrong with listening to him? She pouted and turned away. At the door, she leaned in close to Qin Yuan and whispered, let me see what you can do. 1 against 3? Qin Yuan replied somewhat slyly, won't be long, you'll find out soon enough. After 90 minutes of official competition plus 5 minutes of extra time, Qin Yuan emerged victorious in all 3 matches on the black grass fields. He was drenched in sweat but wore a confident smile as he asked, so how about that? Feeling impressed now? Erdo Wang, exhausted, surrendered. I'm sorry, I really didn't understand before. An hour later, the first three people helped each other out of the room, continually marveling. That was amazing. I feel like I've really lived my life now. I just didn't have any experience before. The people waiting in line grew restless at the sight. Kim Yun, sitting by the window, began to recruit for dual cultivation, saying the night is still long. Is the next group ready yet? At that moment, the women looked at him like he was a sparkling treasure. You can't keep competing. Don't take my turn. It's my turn. Let me go. He was slightly taken aback. It seemed like it was going to be a sleepless night. The next morning, Lu Chun-yu stretched and woke up, causing her two peaches to shake continuously. As she stepped outside, she looked around and said, "Oh, it seems I've accidentally overslept until morning." Upon seeing the scene in the yard, she immediately woke up, exclaiming, "What? What happened here? What's going on?" Seeing her subordinate sprawled all over the ground, she lamented, and Qin Yuan approached to explain, "I'm sorry. I saw you sleeping so peacefully yesterday that I didn't want to wake you up." Then, thinking of something, she blushed and asked, "Could it be that you did this with all of them?" He began to perform his Oscar-winning act once more, saying, "I had no choice. They were too enthusiastic, and I couldn't refuse. Moreover, an enjoyable experience like this, you wouldn't want to miss out on it either, right? You." Seeing Qin Yuan teasing about yesterday's events, Lu Chun-yu felt stuck for words. She decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. "Let's not talk about that for now. What are your plans next?" He replied immediately, "Of course, I want to break the 3 remaining seals and restore the balance of yin and yang in this world." Chun-yu shyly said, "If that's the case, then I want to go with you." Qin Yuan was surprised and repeated, "Huh? Why do you want to come with me?" She, feeling flustered, answered, "I've lost to you, so I have no face to continue staying here. Besides, I want to witness you breaking the last 3 seals with my own eyes." Women really can be their own worst enemies, deceiving themselves even when they're already addicted. Erdo Wang, lying below, worriedly asked, "Bandit King, if you leave, what will we do?" The other little brothers around chimed in, "That's right, we don't want to continue being bandits anymore. Are we really going to be abandoned by our leader? But we don't know any other way to make a living." Qin Yuan suddenly had an idea. "Don't worry, everyone. I know a beautiful place where you can live peacefully." After a while, in the host domain space, the sewing machine, Qin Yuan didn't spare any of the girls. His harem just kept growing. Young Shu-han looked ahead with dissatisfaction. Why didn't that guy bring so many people along? Moding Shuang reassured her, "It's fine. The more people, the livelier it gets here." The group in the mountain camp officially became Qin Yuan's harem. They paired off and explored the surroundings. Is this really a paradise? It's so beautiful. Yes, it seems that guy wasn't lying to us after all. Moding Shuang began to gather the newcomers. "Everyone welcome. You could live comfortably here without worrying about food and clothing." These people were seasoned and skeptical. Is there really such a good deal in the world? It doesn't seem that simple to me. That's right, they probably have conditions to offer. Moding Shuang licked her fingers playfully as she looked at the group. "That's right. I will teach you how to please the master of this place." Young Su-han heard this and her face softened a bit. "Senior Marshal Sister, do you really want to do that?" "Absolutely. The next time Qin Yuan comes back, we need to surprise him." With this plan, Qin Yuan would surely be exhausted by the time he returned, surrounded by all these sexy girls. On a rainy and windy day, a crowd was waiting in line outside the gate of a city. Qin Yuan was among them. He asked Lu Chun-yu, who stood beside him, for news. "You mean the guardian of the second seal in Wu Yan City, right?" She replied coolly, "That's correct. Not only that, she's also the lord of Wu Yan City, known as Sai Yi Dao." Sai Yi Dao, that name sounds quite impressive. But since you're all guardians of the seal, why not introduce me right away? It would be better, right? It's not that simple. The 4 of us guardians have a pretty ordinary relationship. Besides, Xia Yi Dao has a fiery temper and is arrogant. We hardly have any contact. Lu Chun-yu recalled a scene from the past. "Ha! Did I make some mistake? Who do you little punks think you are to be on the same level as me? Ridiculous." Qin Yuan glanced at her teasingly. "A fiery temper, huh? Could it be that yours is even worse? I'll kill you." At that moment, a guard stopped an old man, saying, "Move along, don't waste time." The old man fell to the ground, pleading, "I don't have much money left. Stop babbling. I can't even pay a single coin to enter the city. Just hurry up and go away." Qin Yuan approached the old man and asked, "Are you okay, sir?" Then he scolded the guard, "What are you doing? Are you really going to bully an old man? Besides, how can there be a rule that requires citizens to pay a toll just to enter the city?" She pointed to a notice behind her. "Men have to pay 10 coins to enter, while women can enter for free. This has been the rule for a long time." The female guard then started paying attention to Qin Yuan. "However, you look pretty handsome. If you can make me a little happy, I might give you a discount. Okay, Qin Yuan immediately replied, sure, and then used his skill, eyes as mesmerizing as silk. Let me make you feel a bit happier. The female guard was instantly charmed, frozen for 5 seconds. Then she became Qin Yuan's obedient servant. Please give me an order, master. Apologize to that old man right now. She seemed to transform into a different person as she approached and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault. The old man, confused, replied, it's all right. Qin Yuan then issued a command to please the readers, saying, showing your sincerity. When you apologize, you must take off your armor, which is only natural. Follow the order. She immediately complied, removed her clothes, and sincerely bowed her head to apologize. The old man was so moved that he said, I'm over 70 this year. This is the first time I've witnessed something like this. Even for me, this lifetime has been worth it. Lu Chunyu urged, don't make it any bigger than it needs to be. Let's head into the city quickly. Qin Yuan responded, Got it. After all, she was bullying someone else, right? The group continued on, each person making their way into the city. The old man called out to Qin Yuan, young man, please stop for a moment. Thank you for your help. I would like to offer you a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. He politely declined, no need, no mead. Helping others brings joy. The old man's demeanor shifted, becoming more profound. He pulled out several ancient texts. These are the tomes I've collected for my travels. You can choose one. He reluctantly asked, what kind of secret texts are these? To be honest with you, when I was younger, I was a coward. These are just the tricks I used back then. Let me explain what coward means. Here, it refers to conning older women. In Japan, it describes the handsome guys who serve drinks and charm the ladies at bars and clubs. Qin Yuan randomly picked a book and said, well, I won't hold back any longer. Old man, we still have things to do, so goodbye for now. The old man smiled as he left, adding, good people will be rewarded. Goodbye, young man. Lu Chunyu watched the old man walk away and curiously asked, coward, what kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it before. He could only laugh bitterly and said, coward, of course, refers to raising livestock. Let's not talk about this anymore. We traveled a long way and are facing a heavy rain. We should find an inn to clean up and rest. She sighed and replied, that might not be easy. The two of them walked to a nearby inn. There was a sign on the door that read, no pets or men allowed in this hotel. The two of them sighed in frustration, lamenting, look at this, it's really true. It's just too much. Why is it that men aren't allowed to stay? The inn's door swung open and a beautiful woman stepped out. I'm sorry, but we don't allow men to stay here. After all, we can't rent a room if there's a man sleeping in it. The innkeeper noticed Qin Yuan and added, but this young man, looking the way he does, he can stay here tonight. I won't mind. Lu Chunyu grabbed Qin Yuan and pulled him away in shock. That's all right, we'll find somewhere else to stay. The innkeeper called after them. It's no use. There are no inns in Wuyan City that will accept men. If you change your mind, you're always welcome to come back and find me. An hour later, Lu Chunyu fumed, this is ridiculous. Why is the female superiority here so strong that no inns will accept men? One of the experts teased Qin Yuan, poking fun at her. You're really not embarrassed to criticize others, are you? She got even angrier, snapping, enough of the nonsense. He smiled and suggested another option, reminding her that inns aren't the only places to bathe and rest. Qin Yuan pointed ahead and said, look over there, that's the place. That area is Yu Chang. In the midst of the windy rain, a public bathhouse came into view for the two of them. As Lu Chunyu walked in with Qin Yuan, she exclaimed, that's right. Yu Chang is the perfect place to both bathe and get some sleep, isn't it? The female receptionist stepped out as usual, bowed to the two, and welcomed them. She looked surprised and asked, oh, you're bringing a man with you. Is that allowed? Men aren't usually accepted here. With a friendly smile, she continued to Lu Chunyu, explaining that there weren't any specific rules against it. However, she warned that the bathing area was mostly for strong women, and if a man entered, he could end up in trouble. If anything happened, Yu Chang wouldn't take responsibility. Qin Yuan shrugged it off. It's fine. No matter what happens, we'll take responsibility for it. He quietly celebrated in his mind, realizing that this place in the dungeon was indeed very dangerous for men, but it fit perfectly with his unique situation. Inside Yu Chang, there were many girls bathing. Among them, a woman with golden eyes and voluminous silver hair stood out the most. Qin Yuan walked in singing, pushing the door open. I like to shower, keep my body clean. Oh yeah. The group of women inside stirred with excitement. Is that a man? How dare a man come in here? Exactly, he looks pretty good too. He made an excuse and replied, the receptionist had mentioned this is a mixed bath for both men and women. I'm not bothering any of you, am I? The silver-haired woman sitting alone spoke up. How interesting. I never expected to see a man come in here on his own. I am the owner of Yu Chang Sujai. Who are you? Qin Yuan looked at her for a moment, and Su Jiang returned his gaze. Then Qin Yuan playfully said, "Guess." Su Jiang furrowed her brows angrily and shouted, "Kid, just guess." As he walked toward the hot tub, he bragged, "Since there's no sign saying men can't come in, I just want to take a bath, so who I am doesn't really matter." Seeing this, Su Jiang warned him, "I advise you to go back outside. This hot tub is specifically for me to practice my fire system skill. The water temperature will keep rising. With your weak little body, you won't be able to handle it." Seeing this, Qin Yuan suggested, "How about we make a bet? Let's see who can last the longest. The last person remaining in the bathtub wins." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow in disdain. "A bet? What makes you think you're worthy of betting against me? Can't you even give me what I want?" He used his usual tactic. "I'll wager my own self. If I lose, I'll sign a contract to sell myself to you and spend my life following your orders. What do you think?" Su Jiang accepted the challenge. "Oh, among men, you are quite special. Pass the word down to raise the water temperature. I need to show this boy just how big the gap is between men and women." "Yes, ma'am." The waitress acknowledged the order. The onlookers teased Qin Yuan. "You should just admit defeat early. We won't take responsibility for you passing out from the heat." He called for a higher temperature. "Hey, this water is way too cold. If we're bathing, hot water is definitely more comfortable. Even though I can't directly compete with women, hot water isn't a problem for me." 10 minutes later, the two people sat across from each other, not saying a word. Qin Yuan was drenched in sweat, silently cursing in his mind. "This is ridiculous, really unexpected. It's way too hot. Can any women in the world handle this level of heat? They must be some sort of monsters." The group of women nearby began to discuss among themselves. "We can feel the heat radiating from the hot tub just by standing here. This guy can really take it." Exactly. At this point, we're all just trying to hold on. It looks like he's got some skills. Su Jiang was also surprised, thinking to himself, "As a man, he's impressive already. Too bad. Compared to me, Su Jiang, he's nothing." Qin Yuan refused to back down. He gritted his teeth, thinking in his head, "Is that so? I'd like to say that the water here seems barely warm. No wonder no guy wants to come here. We don't like soaking in cold water like this." Su Jiang, of course, didn't believe him. "You're still holding up? All right, let's turn up the heat. If I don't roast you into well-done meat today, I, Su Jiang, will have wasted all my years in Wu Yan City." 20 minutes later, the people standing outside couldn't take it anymore. "It's hot, way too hot. Just standing next to the hot tub, it's unbearable." Su Jiang scolded the followers behind him. "Just so embarrassing. I've been in Wu Yan City for so many years, spent so much money, raised so many people, and it turns out they're all useless." The group behind him had collapsed, gasping for breath. They began to retreat. "I'm sorry, we really can't take it anymore." At this point, Su Jiang was starting to feel the pressure. "To be honest, even my Yan Gong struggles with such high temperatures. How can this man still endure it?" When she glanced at Qin Yuan, she realized something. "Wait a minute, this really is a powerful energy technique. This seems to be why Qin Yuan can hold on." On Qin Yuan's side, he mockingly said, "Looks like compared to my radiant snow technique, your skill doesn't stand a chance. This is the technique Yun Xuhan taught me to counter poison." Out of pride, Su Jiang didn't want to lose. He retorted, "In all of Wu Yan City, aside from the city lord, I'm the strongest. How could I lose to a lowly man like you? Today, I'll play with you to the end." The followers nearby urged her on. "Big sister, don't push yourself anymore. That's right, you've never tried such high temperatures before. Your pride won't allow it. Stop talking nonsense. I can't lose to a man." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed from the heat shock. Qin Yuan stood up to catch her. It would be such a shame if such a beautiful woman was cooked alive. Su Jiang's henchman quickly intervened. "You can't touch her. Put our big sister down. What did you do to her?" Qin Yuan scolded them harshly. "Shut up. You guys are so annoying, making me want to scream. Right now, your boss is in danger. Quickly find a cellar or a cold room. I can still help you save her." The system notification chimed in, awarding him 120 accumulated points. After being scolded, the two were taken aback and quickly responded, Okay. Why is he being so aggressive? And why do I feel like I should listen to him?" Qin Yuan quickly followed the directions. This path led to a frozen chamber. He was only thinking, "Please, save Madame Jiang." He reassured those who accompanied him. "Don't worry, you all stay outside and don't come in. In an hour, if I can't bring back your sister in one piece, you can do whatever you want with me." In the room filled with countless ice blocks, there was a bed made of ice, looking like something out of Frozen. Su Jiang lay on the bed, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down her face. She suddenly woke up, panic filling her as she covered her body. "What do you want to do?" Qin Yuan calmly explained, "Of course, I'm here to save you. I will use my internal energy to extinguish the evil fire in you. Su Jinang tiredly looked down, her voice weak. How do you plan to save me? Then she suddenly refused. No, I'd rather die. Qin Yuan quickly covered her mouth, his expression serious as he commanded. Your life doesn't belong to just you. The women outside are all worried about your safety. You can't just think about dying at the slightest provocation. Are you even a woman? Su Jinang didn't quite understand why, but she reluctantly agreed. In her heart, she vaguely thought, I get it now. It's strange. Why am I listening to a man? He suddenly noticed the jars nearby and asked, What's in those jars? She hesitated before answering, I like drinking cow's milk, so I stored some in the freezer. He chuckled lightly. Well, if you like it, just drink it freely. Why hide it? She flinched and quickly clarified. After all, my boss is Bai Jinhan. If he finds out I enjoyed cow's milk, it would be so embarrassing. Qin Yuan picked up a bottle. An idea crossed his mind that these chilled liquids might help expel the evil fire from her body. Without hesitation, he opened the cap and gulped down half the bottle. Su Jinang cried out in distress. My milk? My cow's milk. Suddenly, Qin Yuan surprised her by kissing her. Su Jinang's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to resist, but the more she struggled, the more she sank into it. A strange sensation overwhelmed her, leaving her flustered. When the kiss ended, she quickly stepped back, breathing heavily as she asked, What are you doing? Her eyes suddenly caught sight of Qin Yuan's sword drawn from its sheath. Qin Yuan started to play it cool, trying to reassure her, Don't worry, that's my magical weapon. Soon, all the evil energy and toxins in your body will be expelled by this magical weapon. He couldn't help but exclaim. The twin cultivation method was truly beneficial. This woman's skills had improved significantly. A surge of vital energy flowed into his body, and he absorbed it all without hesitation. I can feel it now. He closed his eyes to sense the vital energy. The system announced the comprehension of a technique, Yan Yan Gong. Qin Yuan opened his eyes and fiery vital energy expanded around him. A stats panel appeared, Yan Yan Gong, level 1, bonus attributes, spirit plus 20 bonus skills. Flame affinity, effect allows the user to infuse fire attributes into their body or weapons. Character card unlocked, Su Jiang 4 stars, reward. Fire attribute proficiency increased by 30%. Meanwhile, Su Jiang's female subordinates outside were filled with worry. I wonder how the big sister is. She won't be in trouble, right? I think I heard some strange sounds just now. Suddenly, the ice cave door swung open, releasing a wave of cold air. Hey, you all are here? Sorry to keep you waiting. The person who opened the door was Qin Yuan. As he stepped out, the group of women gathered around him. Where's our big sister? What did you do to her? Tell us now. Calm down. Su Jiang stepped out from the ice cave looking tired. He was the one who saved me. She sat down in her chair and announced the results of the recent match. The truth is, I lost this bet. I admit my defeat. The crowd started to buzz again. This is unbelievable. The boss lost. This isn't someone who would ever accept losing. Isn't she going to do whatever it takes to win? Feeling cornered by her subordinates' comments, she grew angry. If you keep talking nonsense, do you want me to lock you all in the basement for a little self-reflection? She called Qin Yuan over and returned to the main topic. I, Tu Jiang, have a decent reputation in Wu Yan City. You can ask me anything you need. Qin Yuan didn't hesitate to dive right in. I heard the city lord of Wu Yan City is Xie Yi Dao. What do I need to do to challenge her? The people around them looked down on him. Challenge Xie Yi Dao. Are you dreaming? You, a man, actually dare to challenge the city lord. Now that's just delusional. Su Jinai responded to him. Even though I don't know why you want to court disaster, if you're determined, I will provide you with an opportunity to challenge the city lord. She introduced the method briefly. Wu Yan City is a place where the strong are highly regarded. Every year, they hold a martial arts competition. The winner gets the chance to challenge the city lord. Xia Yi Dao is something of a legend. Ever since she successfully challenged the city lord at just 14 years old, she hasn't lost a single match in the past 10 years. Qin Yuan became interested. When is this competition held? Su Jiang continued, That's why I said it's perfect timing. The next competition will be held in 3 days. Plus, I will be participating. The group of younger members began to whisper, but the big sis has participated for 3 years now. That's right. Even though she always makes it to the finals, she gets easily defeated. Su Jiang looked embarrassed and said, You guys be quiet. I was just a bit careless and couldn't dodge in time. Qin Yuan asked in surprise, Su Jiang, you faced Xia Yi Dao. Do you know her strength? Is she really that tough? As she took off her shirt, she said, She's called Xia Yi Dao because she wins all of her battles with just one strike without needing to swing her blade a second time. Su Jinang revealed her bare back, showing 3 long scars. Each time, I was taken down by a single blow. She glanced at him, feeling sad. It's so ugly. These 3 scars are proof of my humiliation. Qin Yuan, the seamster, stepped forward to comfort her. Come on, having a few scars on your back is actually pretty cool. She felt a stir of emotion, but her pride wouldn't allow it. Who told you to touch my scars? Don't flatter me like that. Qin Yuan appreciated her honesty. Anyway, thanks for the information. I'm just sharing my thoughts, not trying to repay a debt. So, what do you want? He pondered for a moment. Well, I have a small request. I'm afraid you might not agree to it. Xu Jiang, with a trustworthy demeanor, replied, when out in the world, keeping your word is crucial. Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate to help. He pointed to her subordinates. I need a woman's body to train with. I wonder if your subordinates can assist me with this small matter. He cleared his throat and continued, of course, this kind of thing is completely consensual. If anyone is uncomfortable, I won't force them. One of the unfriendly groups stepped forward. What does he think we are? Is something wrong? Qin Yuan relented. I'm sorry I misspoke. If no one wants to help, then I... But the woman turned her back, took off her towel, and he looked on in confusion as he read her lips. The very woman turned back and said, that's right. The most important thing when going out is to keep your word. If the boss is lost to you, we will definitely help her fulfill her promise. Ladies, let's show them what Silver Cloud Sky is all about. Several tough women grabbed him and quickly pushed Qin Yuan along. Come on, follow us over here. Wait, can I at least take a break? Su Jinang watched with emotion. You ladies are great, helping me out like this. I'll always remember this loyalty in my heart. She turned to the group of subordinates standing behind her and was surprised to notice the surroundings. Huh? Where is everyone? Did they all go with him? One girl ran up and explained, Boss, I'm heading to the line too. If I don't go now, who knows how long I'll have to wait? She felt her heart was hurt. Did you really do this for me? Oh, how fake, forgetting everything when a handsome guy is around. Unable to contain her curiosity, she stepped closer. Voices arguing inside floated out. I'm waiting for you. This is your 4th time now. You brought this on yourself for being so self-righteous. Su Jinang outside also wanted to join them, but thought, no, a boss must maintain their status, yet his pride held him back. A few sounds echoed and the hatch opened. A female subordinate, covering her body, said, Boss, that guy is definitely not simple. After walking a bit, Su Jiang quickly pulled her back. Ha! Where did the tattoo on your back go? Those big letters? Her face lit up with sweetness. Qin Young Master believed those tattoos were bad for the body, so he used his internal energy to erase them. However, he drew a different mark for us. She lifted her veil. Here, look, this is proof of our efforts for the boss. Oh, seeing what Qin Yuan had inked on the subordinates, she blushed and burst through the door, shouting, Hey, what have you done to my lovely subordinates? The captivated followers lay on the ground, calling out, Big sis. Qin Yuan finished putting on her clothes and approached. There you are. I was just thanking them for their help. After absorbing this power, the chances of defeating Xia Yi Dao would increase a bit. As she walked past, a tailor whispered from behind her, Do you want me to mark you like them? Su Jinang replied coyly, I'm the boss. If I want that, it'll definitely be harder than for them. Don't worry, Qin Yuan said with a grin. Suddenly, the underground room's door burst open violently, breaking the spell surrounding Qin Yuan. Lu Chunyu stepped in, cracking her knuckles. Well, I've been waiting outside for half the day while you're here having fun. I won't let this slide. Then the sounds of their bickering echoed throughout Yuchang. Wait, let me explain. Cut the nonsense. Gokai. Please, no. Ah, big sis saved me. A notification popped up. Unlocking character card Lu Chunyu. Lu Chunyu. 5-star rank bonus for attacking the opposite sex. Effect increases by 30%. An hour later, in Su Jiang's living room, I can't believe that legend is actually true. The Heavenly Descent dashing man really exists. Qin Yuan, with a confident but battered face, said, That's right. The reason I want to defeat Xia Yi Dao is to break the seal that binds men. Interesting. In other words, Qin Yuan not only managed to break the first seal that she held. Furthermore, she's willingly helping. Isn't she betraying women by doing that? Lu Chunyu was resolute in his path. I just want to bring this world back to its original course. If you choose to become our enemy, I won't hold back. Su Jiang didn't see it that way. What benefit is there in being your enemy? I'm a businessman, so if you agree to my terms, I could even collaborate with both of you. Lu Chunyu asked further, Aren't you afraid of being labeled a traitor if you do that? Su Jinang replied, That's just hearsay. All I want are profits. Qin Yuan inquired about the cost. Since we've moved to business, let's be straightforward. What do you want from us? Su Jinan continued, I have worked hard all this time to defeat Xia Yi Dao and become the city lord. But no matter how hard I try, I can't land even a single blow on her. I'm willing to use all my resources to help you both through the tournament as a reward. I want the position of city lord. Qin Yuan immediately agreed, of course, no problem at all. After all, we don't have the ability to be the city lord. The position of city lord should be yours, and the rights should be yours as well. She continued, then I have another personal request. Although I don't like being abused, you should give it a try. Su Jinan then took off her shirt to reveal her back, saying, I want you to carve the emblem on my back to cover up these scars. 3 days later, a crowd of women gathered outside the city lord's manor waiting. The lord of the city has arrived. After the loud announcement, a woman holding a smoking pipe appeared at the city gates. Xia Yi Dao began the ceremony. Today is the contest for the position of city lord, held once a year. I look forward to selecting a strong individual among you to challenge me, though defeating me is likely impossible. She smiled confidently, but suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd, saying that isn't good. Your unbeaten record will end today. Qin Yuan dramatically threw off his coat and said, This matter will be handled by me. Qin Yuan will complete the task. The participants were astonished and started to talk among themselves. How can a man participate in the martial arts competition? Is there some kind of mistake? Moreover, he claims he wants to defeat the city lord. What a boastful talker. Xia Yi Dao glanced at Qin Yuan and snorted. Then she grabbed her king long knife and leaped down. With a thud, she landed right in front of Qin Yuan without saying a word, swinging her blade toward his neck. The great knife swung down, stopping just short of slicing him. Qin Yuan remained unfazed. Xia Yi Dao took note of his calm demeanor and murmured, Humph, I admire your courage. You actually didn't dodge or flinch. This kid has a bit of guts. He responded coolly, the city lord's strike wasn't intended to kill, so why should I dodge? But inside, he was panicking. What of the world? I couldn't even react. Xia Yi Dao, like a cosmic prophet, declared, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the man who defeated Lu Chunyu. What a pity, though. I'm not like that weakling. I won't show any. Lu Chunyu, with her fiery temper, jumped in and shouted, Xia Yi Dao, who do you call weak? If you've got the guts, come fight me. Xia Yi Dao scoffed and immediately refused, saying, I am the dignified city lord. Why would I fight a bandit leader like you? If you want to challenge me, go sign up for a competition. Qin Yuan stepped forward to advise, don't act rashly. If you want to participate, it could lead to an internal conflict among us. It will only make things harder. Please, boss, just hold on for a bit. Xia Yi Dao quickly used a provoking tactic, sneering, What a shame. Not only did you lose to a man, getting so mad that you lost your seal, but you also want to collaborate with him. It's truly embarrassing for a woman. Lu Chunyu wouldn't back down and shot back. No, I'm simply changing my previous misconception that men and women are unequal. The people behind them began to whisper, Did I hear that right? How can these weak men possibly be seen as equals to us? Xia Yi Dao laughed coldly and turned to leave, throwing out a challenge. If that's the case, let's see your determination. If you really can stand in front of me like a prize, I'll give you the best move I know. I implied, Ah! Echoed in the air, making the tension even thicker. The announcer explained the rules of the competition. Okay, everyone, please get ready. The match is about to begin. Due to the high number of contestants, 8 people will qualify for the finals after going through team rounds, with each team consisting of around 30 people. Qin Yuan looked ahead, feeling overwhelmed. Although it was supposed to be a team competition, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was the target. Countless eyes were fixed on him. Xia Yi Dao stood on the platform, observing with disdain. As expected, if he can't even handle these low-ranking soldiers, he has no right to challenge our city lord. Some individuals stepped forward, looking to take care of Qin Yuan. Weren't you just very arrogant? Come on, we'll make sure to take good care of you. The men weren't worthy of standing on the same platform as them. He wasn't intimidated, drawing his sword. Ladies, it would be better if you didn't get in my way. 2 went and charged forward. Stop talking. Let's go. First, we'll get rid of this annoying brat. The 2 hadn't even made it there yet when Qin Yuan swiftly sliced through both of them. He turned around dramatically, performing a move called undressing with a knife, showcasing the familiar scene of clothes disintegrating, including my own outfit. Oh no, but this scene was completely cut from the novel, so brothers, please understand. Lu Chunyu below felt a bit embarrassed. It was clear he was using this move, but why did it seem like he was getting more skilled at it each day? Even Xia Yi Dao above couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Despite the quick motions and extraordinary sword skills, this technique was just too strange. Mai and Chun Lai below were horrified. What kind of swordplay is that? It's terrifying. Could he really mean? Qin Yuan charged into the group of women like a wolf, undressing with a knife. Move number 3. With 2 swift strikes, 2 outfits are gone in an instant. We've already reached move 17, the 17th move, Kukun Sing. And now for the final move, the 36th move, Tianxia Wu Yi. Whoever came up with this sword technique, I need to learn from them. The women, now with their clothes torn, were covering their sensitive areas and shouting, "What kind of despicable sword technique is this? How awful! I'm so embarrassed. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to forfeit my match. Right, I want to forfeit too." The judge, caught off guard, proclaimed, Since all the contestants have given up, I declare Qin Yuan the winner of this match." He turned to the audience, creating a stir. As long as it's about clothing, even a god could show you what I can do." The judge felt embarrassed for him upon hearing that. Please don't disgrace yourself by saying such shameless words. 8 contestants had been selected, and the knockout round was about to begin. In the first round, 2 competitors were invited onto the stage. The host introduced the 2 participants, the only male in the competition, Qin Yuan, and Wanling a disciple of the soul cultivation sect. She spoke first. "I saw your last match where you used underhanded techniques to force your opponent to give up. Qin Yuan was not one to back down easily. If you know my tactics, why not just admit defeat now? Otherwise, your lovely outfit might get ruined." Wanling responded while gathering her energy. "Your tactics are completely useless against me." With that, a Linghu talisman appeared. Instantly, a tiger shot out from the talisman, charging toward Qin Yuan. He quickly jumped up to dodge. All of her techniques were quite interesting. Did she really think they could defeat him? Wanling pulled out another talisman. This is just an appetizer. Come out." Suddenly, a fierce wolf appeared behind him, lunging straight at Qin Yuan. At that moment, he realized it had been there the whole time. With a swift motion, the wolf clawed at Qin Yuan's shoulder, causing blood to spray out. With her spirit beast's protection, Wanling felt completely confident. "Your dirty tricks can strip others of their clothing, but they're useless against my spirit beast." He stood there confidently and replied, "What you say makes perfect sense, but I just need to finish this duel with you." Qin Yuan boldly charged forward and pulled out 2 talismans, commanding her 2 beasts. "Spirit Wolf, Spirit Tiger, block his moves and don't let him get close." The Spirit Wolf charged in and he bent down to dodge. The Spirit Tiger advanced toward him, but he sidestepped and slid away. Xie Yi Dao, observing from above, assessed, "He's very fast and has rich combat experience, but unfortunately, as Qin Yuan slipped past the 2 skills, she moved closer to Wanling. All right then. But Wanling just smiled mockingly, her eyes filled with disdain. "You're so naive." She summoned another spirit beast, the spiritual crane bodyguard. Qin Yuan tried to attack, but as soon as he made contact with the spiritual crane, he was instantly knocked back and sent flying. All the while, Xie Yi Dao had already realized the outcome. She turned away, no longer interested in watching. No need to watch anymore. The result of this match has already been decided. After all, a man is just a man. No matter how great the performance, it's just like a clown. In the arena, Wanling looked at Qin Yuan with a victorious expression, smirking as she said, "Though the only disciple of the soul cultivation sect, I can control 3 spirit beasts at once. You don't have a chance to win, so just surrender gracefully." Qin Yuan slowly wiped the blood from his face, his gaze steady as he stood up. He smiled faintly. "Oh, so you only have 3? It seems like you played all your cards, but I've thought of a way to counter it." In Qin Yuan's mind, the system chimed in with a notification. "Item Exchange Center. System displays. Sissy Pistol." Further details appeared. Effect. Can fire special bullets. Targets hit will not be harmed, but will transform into females. Note, the basic version can only feminize animals. Please recharge to use additional features. Qin Yuan picked up his gun, pulled the trigger, aimed carefully, and squeezed the trigger. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 3 bullets shot out, sparks flying from the muzzle. 3 spirit beasts next to Wanling fell to the ground. She quickly covered her face and coldly said, "Useless. They are all spiritual entities. Physical attacks can't hurt them." Qin Yuan calmly replied, "Oh, really? Do you want to turn around and check?" Wanling turned around and immediately gasped in surprise. "What? How can this be?" Ling Hu and Ling Lang had transformed into women. A few onlookers whispered, "Wow, they're gorgeous, a real treat for the eyes." Wanling gaze suddenly landed on the spiritual crane. She shouted in panic, "Spiritual crane, how could you 2? Indeed, this spiritual crane was even more beautiful than the other 2. Qin Yuan drew his blade, looking at Wanling with confidence. "As I said before, as long as it's a woman, no matter what, I can tear off your clothes to show you." Swish! Swish! Two flashes of the blade tore through, leaving Ling Lang and Ling Hu with tattered clothing crying out in distress. Finally, he turned his attention to the spiritual crane. The spiritual crane trembled slightly, while Wanlinger, filled with fear, hugged herself, trying to hide her unease. She rushed forward, desperately trying to salvage the situation, and shouted, "It's okay! Even so, this man is no match for you. My spirit beasts keep fighting." The spirit beasts couldn't withstand the embarrassment and began to disappear one by one. Wanlinger panicked and shouted, "Spirit beasts, listen to me. Please, please don't leave. Why aren't you obeying my orders?" Qin Yuan frowned and reprimanded her. "Spirit beasts have their dignity too. You ignore their feelings and expect them to keep obeying your commands and fight. With that attitude, do you really have the right to be their master?" Wanlinger looked confused, both shocked and scared, and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Yuan spoke plainly, without mincing words. "You no longer have any spirit beasts, so I won't hold back." She was terrified and quickly crossed her arms over her chest, stammering, Don't ruin my clothes. I don't want that." Qin Yuan smirked and replied calmly, "If you don't want to feel embarrassed in public, that's possible, but you have to agree to one small condition first." Wanlinger looked at him hesitantly and asked, "What? What's your condition?" Qin Yuan moved closer and whispered in her ear. "After today's competition ends," she gasped, her face turning red. After a moment's hesitation, Wanlinger reluctantly nodded. I understand. I agree, okay?" Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "That's settled then." He immediately turned and called out loudly, "Hey, referee, my opponent has surrendered, so why haven't you announced the results yet?" The referee, looking serious, declared, "I announced that the winner of this match is Qin Yuan." As Xie Yi Dao was about to leave, she paused, surprised by what she heard. She turned around, her eyes filled with astonishment. That guy actually won. The audience watching the match was even more shocked than she was. How was this possible? He really won. A man defeating a woman, it's unbelievable. This can't be real, right? As Qin Yuan walked down, Lu Chunyu couldn't help but ask, "What did you just say to the female cultivator from the soul cultivation sect?" He flashed a bright smile, one that looked like an ad for whitening toothpaste. It was just a fair deal. "Anyway, don't you want to celebrate my first victory?" She frowned. "The next opponent will be even stronger. Using such underhanded tactics, do you really think you can win in the end?" With that confident expression still on his face, Qin Yuan reassured her, "Don't worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. My undressing knife is unbeatable." An hour later, the next round of the tournament was about to begin. Qin Yuan sighed in frustration. "Damn it, they're targeting me now." In this duel, one side featured a powerful and relentless fighter, the steel-hearted woman Jin Gang. On the other side was Qin Yuan, who had won through sheer luck. Qin Yuan was furious and turned to shout at the referee. "Why is the victory for that side so praised while mine is just luck? And how can you even claim that the person in that armor is a woman? It's clearly not a female suit of armor." Jin Gang immediately shot back, "This is a female suit of armor." She pointed to the skirt armor and added, "Look at the skirt." Qin Yuan was outraged, feeling like he was encountering someone more shameless than himself. He could only sigh, lamenting, "Are you kidding me?" Jin Gang aimed her sword at him, teasing, "My armor is unmatched in strength. Your dirty tricks of tearing clothes to defeat your opponent won't work on me." Qin Yuan smirked and charged forward to seize the advantage. The one I just defeated said the same thing. Clang! Qin Yuan quickly attacked, but suddenly, the armor sparked. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The spot he had just struck blew up, leaving his face twisted as if he had eaten a fly. He staggered back, sweat pouring down his forehead, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "Humph, this doesn't seem like ordinary armor." Without giving him a moment to rest, Jin Gang swung her sword at him. Boom! A massive explosion like that of a grenade erupted, sending debris flying everywhere and shrouding the area in dust. Qin Yuan was jolted by the force, thrown into the air, and fell to the ground amid the smoke. He landed on the ground, fuming as he shouted, "This is terrible. This armor is so troublesome." Jin Gang stood proudly under the sunlight, declaring, "That's to be expected. My armor is impervious to weapons and immune to fire and water." Qin Yuan whispered to himself while thinking of a way to counter. Impervious to fire and water. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Smirking with satisfaction, he thought, "I've got it. Let's see how you handle this." Jin Gang swung his sword, confidently saying, "You won't be able to hit me." Qin Yuan cupped his hands together, trying out a new technique. 6-yang fire palm. But it seemed ineffective. He continued to dodge attacks while striking out with his palm, and Jin Gang laughed loudly. "All your efforts are futile." Qin Yuan didn't give up. He gathered all his energy into his hands, gritting his teeth as he said, "This isn't over yet." Qin Gang began to feel uneasy and took a step back, fear creeping into his voice as he shouted, "What? What are you doing?" Qin Yuan replied calmly, his gaze sharp. "Even though I can't directly harm a woman, I can heat up your armor. If you don't get out of it, you might end up as roasted fish." The temperature kept rising, transferring into the armor. Qin Gang finally exclaimed, "It's hot! Too hot!" Boom! The armor shattered, sending heat and pieces flying everywhere. The person inside the armor emerged. It was a beautiful girl, panting heavily as she murmured, "It's hot! Too hot!" A bucket of water was poured down to help cool her off. The one pouring the water was Qin Yuan. "Oh, I didn't expect such a beauty hidden inside that armor." He laughed mischievously. "But I think you should surrender quickly. Otherwise, I believe you're well aware of what might happen to that little outfit you're wearing, right?" She lowered her head, feeling defeated. "I know, I've lost, I surrender." The referee announced the results. Qin Yuan won. Next was the final elimination match. After a half-watch break, it would begin. Qin Yuan declined the break and made a different request. "I don't need a break. Let's proceed to the final match. I'm in a hurry to get back for dinner." "I agree," Tu Jiang said calmly as he walked forward. "For this duel, I don't want to wait any longer. Lord City Master, I hope you don't mind." She glanced at Xia Yi Dao, awaiting a response. Xia Yi Dao happily agreed right away. "Su Jiang, as expected, you are in the finals. Excellent. Let's see who among you can stand before me." With Xia Yi Dao's approval, Su Jiang turned to Qin Yuan. "I didn't think you could actually hold out until the finals. I truly didn't underestimate you." Qin Yuan expressed his guess. "So, are you planning to fight me again to see if I'm qualified to complete our deal?" But she was not what Qin Yuan expected. "No, I fought all the way to the finals just to clear the path for you. I believe in you. You are the one who can defeat the city lord." She raised her hand to forfeit her qualification, saying, "I, Su Jiang, give up." Xia Yi Dao replied with a playful smile, "Good, that's great. I'm more and more interested in you. Qin Yuan, tomorrow you will be my challenger. Until then, enjoy your last night as much as you can." That afternoon in Yuchang with Su Jiang, Qin Yuan sat in his room looking at the door. "If the city lord has decreed that I enjoy my final night, then I'll leave it to you two defeated subordinates." This gray mountain was too blurry, and this shadow wasn't hidden. Qin Gang was still dissatisfied with today's match. "Losing to you today was just bad luck. A man simply can't hurt me." He hinted with a smirk, "If you can't hurt me, then let's see what happens today. Turn around." She had no choice but to obediently comply and turn the shock absorber back. With a loud snap, a clear, crisp sound rang out as the shock absorber bounced playfully. Qin Gang was shocked and turned to look. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Qin Yuan explained with amusement, "First, let's loosen up your body, shall we?" "So, does that hurt?" She tried to maintain her tough demeanor. "Humph, it doesn't really hurt at all." Her mind was filled with questions. Although it wasn't exactly painful, there was a strange sensation when she got hit. Qin Yuan took out 2 slaps and changed his approach. "If it doesn't hurt, then let's add a bit of stimulation." After a while of this playful teasing, Qin Yuan asked, "How do you feel now?" She tightly clamped her legs around his hand and responded stubbornly, "A little toy like this is nothing." Seeing that she still wouldn't back down, he pulled out his talisman. "A little toy, huh? All right, let me show you something." When she saw the talisman Qin Yuan had taken out, her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly tried to back away. "We are young and unyielding. We'll settle this another time." He grabbed her leg and pulled her back. Running away isn't going to be that easy. After being stabbed multiple times, Qin Gang lay submerged in the water. Today I've lost to a man not once, but twice. The system announced the unlocking of the character card Qin Gang. Qin Gang, a 4-star character, received a bonus that enhances defense by 20%. At this moment, Qin Gang was no longer just Qin Gang. How could he accept defeat? "I admit defeat, just let me rest." Qin Yuan, however, didn't seem satisfied. "I still prefer the proud and untamed look you had earlier, but I'm not done having my fun. My next target is Wanlinger, so let's switch to you." She anxiously searched for a reason to escape. "My body isn't as flexible as hers." He revealed a cunning smile, gripping tightly without letting go. "Remember, you agreed to fulfill my request earlier. Are you really going to back out now?" While the two were in a tug of war, a thick mist of white smoke surrounded her. "What is this?" As Wanlinger's spirit beasts appeared, they stood in front of her as protection. The machine of the Qin family seemed exhausted. "What's this? You want to protect your master?" "But that's the very reason she agreed to this," he said. Ling Hu took the lead to explain, "No, we will not let our master go back on her word. We simply want to take her place and accept any punishment from you." He pressed further, "Even if your master forces you to fight, you still won't bear the consequences for her." Ling Lang couldn't contain his emotions and replied, "We are truly angry, but at the end of the day, she is still our master. We can't bear to see her suffer, so please spare our master. Treat us however you wish." Wan Linger covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to speak. Everyone could see how weak she was. She had to rely on her summoned beast to shield her once again. Spotting a favorable deal, he hesitated no longer. "I'm willing to trade 1 for 3, but you are spirit bodies. How am I supposed to handle that?" Lingyu acted as if he were her master, saying, "Master, use that. It should work." Wan Linger suddenly understood. "Ah, I know what to do now." She formed a seal and cast the spell, Spirit Separation Technique. Qin Yuan suddenly felt like he had broken through the barriers of the universe, his mind soaring through different worlds. He was amazed to see his body and himself separate. Instinctively, he wondered, what's happening? Wan Linger explained, "This is the Spirit Separation Technique from our sect. It allows the soul of a being to temporarily leave the body. You can say you're in a spirit body state." Excited to test it out, he joked, "Really? I can touch them now. This feels so different from being human." But Qin Yuan's hands were not very respectful, leaving Spiritual Crane feeling quite embarrassed. "Please don't touch those strange places." He then prepared to escort the ladies elsewhere. "If that's the case, I'll take them to another room to carefully study how to unite spirit and body. You wouldn't mind, would you?" At that point, Wan Linger seemed to lose everything. She fell to her knees, feeling like a husband who had sold his wife and helplessly watched her suffer. All she could do was sit there crying. "Oh, I'm truly sorry to you all, sob. She began to reminisce. "Later starting today, you will become a Beastmaster. Pick a spirit beast that you like." Lager's eyes were filled with affection as she said, "I want everything." From that moment, she grew up alongside her spirit beasts. They shared meals, slept, and lived together like family. They practiced together, battled side by side, and faced life and death together. "But now I can only stand by and watch as you are oppressed. How can I accept this?" "Owner," a voice called out from the room, snapping her back to reality. "They're calling for me. Wait, I'm coming to save you all." Wan Linger bravely pushed the door open and declared, "I am willing to accept your punishment. Let my spirit beasts go." At that moment, her spirit beasts were not in the suffering state she had imagined. They were happy and content, lying beside Qin Yuan. They joyfully called out, "Owner." "Yes, Owner Qin Yuan." Hearing this, Wan Linger was taken aback. "Why are you calling him your owner?" The spirit beasts began to speak evasively. "Even though we call them owner in our hearts, you are the only true owner." "That's right, it's just an act. Our hearts have always been with you. Please don't be jealous of him. He forced us to do this." Seeing their expressions, she obviously didn't believe them. "You're all spirit bodies. What could possibly happen to your physical forms? It's exhausting to worry about you all like this. Clearly, you're enjoying yourselves." She didn't realize that Ling Lang and Ling Hu had appeared behind her. "You are right. We share both blessings and troubles together. Master, you should use the Spirit Separation Technique." Lingo raised his hand and cast a spell, freeing Wan Linger's spirit. Finally, her spirit landed in Qin Yuan's embrace. "If her spirit beasts are really thinking about you, I don't mind having one more person call me master." Wan Linger pounded in his arms. "Don't get ahead of yourself. My spirit won't easily compromise. No matter what you do, I won't call you." Half an hour later, Wan Linger was a different person. Master, please give me a bit more of your spirit power." Qin Yuan gently advised her, "You already received a lot. Just wait until you fully digest these gifts. Your strength will definitely improve greatly. Plus, this isn't the end yet." Wan Linger looked downcast, fearing this might be the last time. The martial arts of Castel and Yi Dao were unmatched. Even the indestructible body technique was hardly able to withstand it. "Besides, you're just a frail young man." He reassured her, "Don't worry, I've come up with a way to deal with her. I just need you to give me that idea." She was anxious. "What idea can I give you?" Qin Yuan, with a mysterious smile, replied, "You'll find out tomorrow." The system announced the unlocking of the character card for Wan Linger. Wan Linger, rated 4 stars, comes with a special skill, Spirit Separation Technique. The next day, at the martial arts arena in front of the city gate, the announcer welcomed everyone to the Castellan Challenge. The Castellan Challenge is about to begin. The winner will earn the honorable title of Castellan. There are no rules today. Anything goes. Life or death, it doesn't matter. Sei Yi Dao stood opposite Qin Yuan, sneering, "I never thought you'd actually show up to fight. You must be ready to be buried here, right?" Qin Yuan held his ground confidently. "Sorry, but I have no intention of dying. There are still so many delicious foods to try, beautiful sights to see, and lovely ladies for me to meet in this world." Too bad. In this life, you'll never get the chance to make friends with a beauty." Sei Yi Dao shot back. Qin Yuan was as usual. "Who says I'm not currently flirting with the beautiful Castellan Yi Dao?" She picked up the king long knife and said, "Humph, let's see if your smooth talk can hold up when your head gets chopped off." Qin Yuan took a defensive stance. "Then I look forward to your guidance." The referee began to announce, not wanting to keep everyone waiting. "I now declare the match officially begins." Qin Yuan, taking advantage of his speed, made the first move. Using the same trick as before, he struck with the knife, tearing Sine Yi Dao's clothes in several places. Qin Yuan couldn't hide his glee. "It was so easy, I'm surprised. Castellan Yi Dao, get ready. Soon, you'll be all slick and shiny." Sine Yi Dao stood there calmly. "What are you so proud of? Did you notice? I intentionally didn't dodge your attack." Qin Yuan still didn't get it. "What are you talking about?" She took off her cloak. "I already ordered that during today's match, no men are allowed in. Everyone except you is female, so what does it matter if they see? As the Castellan, I have to be straightforward and carefree." The women in the audience roared with excitement. The Castellan has such an amazing figure. The best Castellan truly is worthy of being the Castellan. She seemed to have a firm grasp on victory. "Your techniques merely exploit the embarrassment of women. It's a pity. I don't possess such emotions. Even fighting shirtless is not a problem." Qin Yuan continued to ponder. "Even if they are all women, are you not afraid of being seen naked by a man like me?" She simply responded, "As long as I can take you to meet the Grim Reaper, that's enough." Her king long knife immediately shone. "Let me give you a taste of my ultimate skill." She leaped high and executed her move, producing a whipping sound. Countless blade lights slashed out, flying towards Qin Yuan, yet he remained unmoved. The judges below continued to comment enthusiastically. This technique is the ultimate skill of Castellan Yi Dao, and so far, no one has been able to withstand this move. Qin Yuan immediately activated his indestructible body skill. Crack, crack, his blade had broken. With a loud bang, the sound echoed everywhere, and Qin Yuan emerged, battered. This sword technique is too fast, truly worthy of its reputation. Cai Yi Dao felt a hint of meaning in his words. Being able to withstand this strike without dying, you are the first. Unfortunately, after this one slash, your life will be over. Qin Yuan began to fight back. "Then come here and try this move." "You fool, don't you understand? A weak man can never bridge the gap of physical strength between men and women." With a snap, she easily caught his hand, but Qin Yuan was a trickster. Lately fist, her spirit immediately flew out. In this spirit state, she was shocked. What's happening? This is Lingli Fist, a technique to separate one's soul from their body. Qin Yuan formed a seal. Spirit separation technique, and his soul also flew out. Sine Yi Dao still couldn't believe it. Absurd. How could this be? The audience above was chattering strangely. Why are they moving? What's going on here? Wan Linger in the stands sighed in relief. Thankfully, those who haven't specialized in cultivation can't see the spirit body. Qin Yuan, you must seize this opportunity. Sine Yi Dao was no longer calm. "What is your purpose in doing this?" He expressed his thoughts. "I was just thinking, if physical fighting doesn't lead to victory, what if everyone turned into spirit bodies instead?" She reacted angrily. "The weak will always be weak. No matter what, you could never surpass me." Continuing the fight, Sine Yi Dao unleashed a strike filled with all her fury. Qin Yuan raised his hand to defend. With a gentle push, he deflected her attack, causing the blade's light to shatter and scatter in the wind. She gasped in disbelief, astonished. "How can you break my technique with just your bare hands? This is impossible. How can an ordinary man have such strength?" Qin Yuan, not hesitating, leaped in to counterattack, saying, "Now it's my turn." She stood there, stunned, clearly still in shock. He gave her a gentle slap, filled with his deep affection for her. Sine Yi Dao remained still, silent, and unresponsive. After the slap, Qin Yuan felt a bit guilty and thought, "Oh no, putting such immense pressure on her, isn't that a bit too much for a girl?" At this moment, she was feeling wrong like a fragile little girl. "It hurts so much. You are too much. No one has ever hit me like this before." Seeing this, he helplessly asked, "Has this girl been wounded in her sense of self-esteem?" A Yu appeared to remind him, "Qin Yuan, hurry up and take action. Now is the opportunity to remove her seal." Qin Yuan became alert and agreed, understood. He approached to negotiate. "Castellan Yi Dao, you should know that in this state, you are not my opponent. Therefore, I will give you two choices. The first is to continue fighting. No matter how many times you strike me, I will return it tenfold." She didn't need to think and immediately reacted. "No, I choose the second option." Qin Yuan seized the opportunity and shamelessly continued. "The second option is that for every stab you give me, I will retaliate with 1,000 times the number of stabs." She was frightened, her eyes brimming with tears. "You, what do you intend to do? There are so many people watching here." He comforted her, "Don't worry, in our spirit body state, ordinary people cannot see us." He snapped his fingers and activated the spirit costume changes skill. Tsai Dao was immediately changed into a white rabbit outfit, and she was surprised, saying, This is embarrassing. You're scolding Qin Yuan for making me wear such a humiliating costume." Qin Yuan laughed slyly. "Humiliating, but there's still more to come." As she was spirit-bound, the sexy white rabbit girl found her hands tied by Qin Yuan, who slowly approached her. What followed was a scene of strict punishment for losing the match. In the audience, a little girl noticed her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, the lady with the rabbit ears is being bullied by that big brother over there." Naturally, the girl's mother didn't believe her, responding, "What are you talking about?" They're just standing still. Sitting nearby and overhearing the conversation, Wan Ling-er felt a bit uneasy, thinking, "This child's intuition is pretty strong. I hope she doesn't get the wrong idea." An hour later, both Qin Yuan and Xia Yi Dao remained motionless. As time passed, the audience began to feel bored. Some in the crowd grumbled, "What are they even doing? They've been standing there forever. This is so dull. I'm getting sleepy." Lu Chunyu, sitting next to Wan Ling-er, asked, "Have they really been standing still for an hour? Is this some kind of contest to see who can endure it longer?" The only person who could see the situation said, "No, right now, Qin Yuan has the upper hand. Castellan Yi Dao can only hold on, and she might soon lose consciousness. How can Lu Chunyu believe this? Ha! Is it really true? Are you just guessing? Why can't I see anything?" Wan Ling-er then used her magic on herself to open her spiritual eye. At that moment, a symbol in the shape of an eye appeared on Lu Chunyu's forehead. When she saw what was hidden, she felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, it's true. That haughty woman is really in such trouble." Xie Yi Dao, having lost her pride, asked seductively, "Are you still okay?" Qin Yuan replied seriously, "You and Chunyu are not the same. It seems your seal is hidden deeper. I can sense it." He took out a magical artifact and warned Xie Yi Dao, preparing himself. "This will be." Then he drove the spirit weapon into her. Castellan Yi Dao gasped, trembling uncontrollably. The light from their seals illuminated the entire arena, shooting straight up into the sky and forming a bright pillar. The strong light and its shockwaves surprised everyone around. "Ha! What's going on? What's this light?" Lu Chunyu immediately realized a second seal has also been broken. This man can do it. In another space where a Yu was, a sealing chain on her hand shattered. She opened her eyes, waking up satisfied. "Looks like it was successful, huh? You certainly didn't disappoint me." Qin Yuan also appeared in this space. "Hey, I have obtained the feminine charm of Xia Yi Dao. Next, I'll rely on you." She approached to encourage him. "You are Targ, you truly are the man that I resonate with." She leaned in closer. "The tidal power of the moon, you must feel it deeply." A Yu used her lips to draw in the yin energy for Qin Yuan, so he could cultivate smoothly. System notification. Character unlocked. Xia Yi Dao. Xia Yi Dao. 5-star rank. Skill. Whipping sound. After a while, Xia Yi Dao suddenly woke up. "This is back in my body." She looked around suspiciously. Qin Yuan stood opposite as if he had been waiting for a long time. This protection match was probably one that I had lost. She sighed, accepting the reality. "I have lost." The audience hearing this news felt as if there was a magnitude 12 earthquake. "What? Did you hear that? Castellan Yi Dao, she has admitted defeat. I can't be hearing this wrong, right? What on earth happened?" She turned to leave. "According to the rules, the position of Castellan will belong to you from now on. You will meet again later." Qin Yuan felt something was off in his mind. This girl actually admitted defeat. That's not like her at all. "Don't tell me." In a pond, several koi fish were swimming about happily. Xia Yi Dao was standing by the pond, thinking about something. She still found it hard to accept the truth. "I really lost, and moreover, I lost to a man." Qin Yuan suddenly hugged her from behind. Xia Yi Dao stopped, and she accidentally slipped and fell into the pond. She looked at Qin Yuan in surprise. "You, what are you doing?" He replied absently, I thought you were going to commit suicide." She felt it was a bit ridiculous. "Why would I want to commit suicide? Do you think I, Xia Yi Dao, am someone who is that weak? Besides, who would commit suicide in such a shallow pond? Fool!" Qin Yuan was scolded and had nothing to retort. She continued to tease, "And besides, you've won. Why aren't you sitting in your Castellan seat and coming to find me?" He babbled nonsense again. "The position of Castellan is nothing compared to worrying about you. I didn't defeat you just for that position." Qin Yuan was suddenly pushed down by her. "What are you trying to do?" Xia Yi Dao hovered above him. "You defeating me? Are you kidding? That was just a trick. In a real physical fight, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Qin Yuan, lying on the ground, proposed a rematch. "Humph, Then let's go one-on-one again and see who loses first. Seiya Yi Dao immediately agreed. Back at the arena, I just didn't have experience. Now I can face you with my full strength. You better be prepared. Qin Yuan offered a small piece of advice. Wait a second, are you going in directly? I think you should take it slow before we compare. Then their argument echoed around them. What do you mean? Didn't I just say you should slow down a bit? But you're too late now, you fool. I'm not tricking you. This time it's about physical strength. Shut up, shut up. After that, based on their previous agreement, Su Jianying successfully rose to the position of Castellan. We will rest and recover, then follow the original plan and embark on our journey to break the seal once again. Qin Yuan happily chatted with Lu Chunyu. I'm really being gracious here. You're stuffing us with so much travel money. It looks like the next leg of our journey will be a lot easier. Whether it'll actually be easier, I don't know. However, one thing is a bit different. She turned to Seiya Yi Dao behind her and scolded. Why are you coming along with us? I'm no longer the Castellan. Staying here doesn't make much sense. It might be better to go out and blow off some steam. Plus, having a weak guy like you around is just a burden for her. Having someone like me to help protect him would make things a little lighter. That made sense, and Lu Chunyu agreed with his viewpoint. Qin Yuan turned around and said, I mean, you two should keep it down when you're talking. Don't underestimate my hearing, okay? Seiya Yi Dao provided a more reasonable argument. As a Castellan, I have much more money than someone like you, who declares himself a king in the mountains. This gold card can be exchanged for money at any currency exchange, ensuring our next journey will be worry-free. Lu Chunyu seized the opportunity and replied, being an official really does pay better than being a thief. How much have you embezzled? Seiya Yi Dao shot back in anger. Don't compare me to those who rely on their tongues and tricks to become officials. Everything I've earned is from my own strength in the arena. Otherwise, how could the people in the city support me like this? Qin Yuan stepped in to mediate, saying, all right, both of you. The journey ahead is long. Instead of bickering, let's think about what to do next. Do we really need a plan with the around? Little did they know, someone was watching them from the shadows. A figure in a black cloak smiled as they observed. Half a day later, the three of them, Qin Yuan included, were resting by a campfire. Seiya Yi Dao picked up a piece of hard bread and complained, this is way too hard to eat. Lu Chunyu advised her, at least we have food. This isn't your Castellany, so just make do and eat. Qin Yuan figured they wouldn't be able to eat well, so he suggested, there's a stream nearby and plenty of wildlife around. How have you two go catch some fish to improve our meal? Lu Chunyu volunteered, I'll go first. I've lived in the mountains for many years, so hunting isn't a problem. But who among you can cook? The two responded proudly, I don't know. Of course I don't know. So what's the point of improving the meal? Besides, if you can't cook, what's there to be proud of? Qin Yuan stepped in to mediate, don't get upset. While I can't cook, I can find someone to help. She's an expert in the kitchen. He pulled out a special summoning token and said, Fangling King fight. Fangling King appeared in a puff of smoke and looked around surprised. Seiya Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu were even more shocked. What? How did a living person appear here all of a sudden? Who is this woman? Qin Yuan quickly replied, I'll explain the details later. In short, this Sister Feng is skilled in everything, so tonight's dinner is definitely in good hands with her. Fangling King shot him an annoyed look. You summoned me just to be your cook. Two people were gathering ingredients. One of them said, forget it. No matter what you say, if you really call someone for help, we'll just use fewer ingredients for cooking. I hope your cooking skills are as beautiful as your face. After the two left, Fangling King continued asking, let me ask you, why did you call for me in this situation? He replied with a clear expression, didn't I just say, because in the immortal realm, your cooking skills are the best. If that girl Suhan comes, we won't know what kind of dark dish she would prepare. At that moment in the host domain space, Yun Suhan sneezed. Oh, Yang Xuan asked her, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Maybe someone is talking bad about me. Compared to that, Yun Suhan presented a plate of food that looked quite terrifying. Professor Oh Yang, this is the dish I meticulously prepared. You should taste it and see how it is. Yang Xuan was shocked. Wow, that's so creative. Back to Fangling King, he said. That's not what I meant. What I mean is that when you are in danger, you summon others for help. When you summoned me, nothing happened. Clearly, I could help as well. Qin Yuan approached to comfort her, saying the battlefield doesn't always have to be a place of fighting. Sister Feng, you have a different kind of battlefield that's more fitting. As he spoke, he reached out to touch her belly. Qin Yuan, you, she stammered. He quickly denied it. You can't blame me. Why did Sister Feng have to dress like that, making it so hard for me to hold back? Feng Ling was breathing heavily as she replied, in this paradise, it's all women. I'm the most simply dressed one here. Qin Yuan began to charm her. Sister Feng, right now I'm very hungry. while we wait for the other two to come back, and you prepare a small meal for me." Fang Ling King innocently responded, "But I didn't bring any food with me." He munched on a peach while saying, "Who said I wanted regular food? What I want is a true delicacy, so I don't hold back." Then he started on his first dish. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thanks, Sister Fang, for the treat. Consider it an appetizer before the main meal." Fang Ling King, sitting by the tree while fixing her clothes. Grumble, "How rude, suddenly doing that. I'm so embarrassed." Suddenly, a knife was pressed against her throat. "Don't move," said a man in black, teasing them. "Looks like you two were having a lot of fun, huh?" Qin Yuan's face darkened. "Don't harm her. What do you want to do?" The guy laughed and said, "Don't worry. We only want to capture people, not to take lives. A good item like this, if taken to Chunxiang brothel, will surely sell for a good price." Qin Yuan was really angry. "Let her go. I absolutely will not allow you to harm her, even a single hair on her head." Fang Ling King was mesmerized by that statement. A Yuan. The guy used her to threaten Qin Yuan. "If you don't want her to get hurt, then obediently come with us quickly." He was so surprised he froze. "Huh." The guy looked at him like he was a fool. "Nonsense, why would I kidnap a woman? Chunxiang brothel specializes in taking in handsome men from all over the world for women to enjoy, and besides, the treatment is very good." Two women appeared behind Qin Yuan. "So I advise you to be sensible, lest you suffer." "That's right. I also don't want to harm this handsome guy." Qin Yuan delivered a classic line. In broad daylight, to forcefully take a man, is there still any law? The guy didn't care, then I truly apologized. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a weak man. All right, this is the final warning. Now obediently come with us, otherwise this little lady's pretty face will not be preserved. Fang Ling King started to speak seriously. "Don't worry about me." The kidnapper didn't understand what she was saying. She was truly angry and was about to take action. "A Yuan, this time it's my turn to protect you." Qin Yuan hurriedly stopped her. All right. Don't you want someone? That's easy to arrange. You all let my wife go and I'll come with you, okay?" He winked at Fang Ling King. Fang Ling King caught the signal at the same frequency. The two women behind stepped forward and tied him up. "Consider yourself fortunate. Don't worry, a handsome guy like you will be well taken care of by the clients." Qin Yuan was happy, thinking this was probably a branch mission. It couldn't be wasted, and it also spared Sister Fang from getting hurt. "Then let's go." And he was led away by the two. Fang Ling King remained resolute in her heart. "Hey, Yuan, do you have a plan?" "It's fine. No matter what, I will save you." The person behind suddenly covered her mouth with a cloth. He whispered, "Just sleep peacefully for a while. Here, these are sleeping pills." Seeing the person in a coma, he continued, "Wait until your husband is completely exploited. He might just be released to come back and find you." The grand and imposing building was Chunxiang brothel, as the trafficker had mentioned. Inside this brothel, delicate-looking men welcomed the women. In one of the rooms at Chunxiang brothel, a beautiful woman was sitting and chatting. "Isn't today the day for new arrivals? Why are you suddenly here? Is there some good merchandise?" The trafficker across from her smiled. "That's right. We've been watching for days to catch him. No need for more words. 100,000 taels. Hand over the money, and we'll hand over the person." Of course, the madam wasn't ready to agree. 100,000 taels? Are you here just to amuse me? The most expensive we have right now is only 5,000 taels. He pulled Qin Yuan closer and said, "Isn't he worth 10 times that? Why don't you check for yourself?" The madam began to inspect the goods. "I've seen countless handsome men. I want to see what kind of man could be worth 100,000 taels." She gasped when she saw Qin Yuan's face. Her heart raced, thinking to herself, "I've evaluated so many men and have long been indifferent. But why is it that when I look into his eyes, my heart starts beating so strangely?" The human trafficker began urging, "So, is this man worth 100,000 taels or not? If Chunxiang brothel does not accept him, I can sell them to another house." Shi Liu immediately took out a check. "Here is a check for 100,000 taels. Take it. I want this man." The trafficker immediately took off. "Thank you, Shi Liu. Then I will take my leave." She began to observe Qin Yuan more closely. He was indeed a handsome man. Just 100,000 taels, and within a year it could be made back. Qin Yuan calmly made a request. "If there's nothing else, could you please help me untie these ropes?" He cursed silently to himself. "You are kidding me? In a year, 100,000 taels? Do you think I am a dairy cow at a factory or something? Of course, untying me is not a problem, but don't think about running away. Being able to be with a beautiful woman like Shi Liu, I would be delighted. How could I think about running away? Moreover, I am just a man. How can I be a match for her?" Shi Liu was extremely satisfied. Consider yourself clever. Just free from his bindings, he immediately began to inquire about his situation, thanking Shi Liu. But where exactly was he? You bought me, so what you want me to do now? Shi Li replied softly, This is Chun Xiang Brothel, home to the most beautiful men in the world. This is a place for women to indulge in pleasure. With your handsome looks, I'm sure you understand what kind of work you'll be doing here, right? He pretended to be innocent. I'm just a young guy who doesn't know much about that kind of thing. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Shi Liu make any money. She brushed this off. Don't worry, I have instructors who specialize in training men. Mei Lan, Zhu Ju, come in. The four of them immediately entered. What does Shi Li need from us? She pushed Qin Yuan away. I'm giving you a day to teach him how to please women. Don't mess him up. It's all about the money. The other's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, we've seen many handsome men, but none have made us feel this way. They started to take action. I can't wait to teach you. Qin Yuan, still in character, said, Ladies, I have something to discuss. I'm afraid you might not be able to handle this. Two people behind him encouraged, Don't worry, we'll take it easy on you. At that moment, he revealed his true nature, saying, I'm not worried about myself. I'm afraid you all won't be able to handle it. When he pulled a weapon out from his pants, the women were taken aback. Wow, that's quite big. Then, cries for mercy began to fill the air. Madame sat there, lost in thought, waiting for the trembling to be properly taught a lesson. It was rare for her to. We returned to the forest. Hey, wake up, come on, wake up. Feng Ling Ting was gradually coming to. Lu Chun Yu quickly asked, What happened? Where's Qin Yuan? Feng Ling King replied hurriedly, He was taken away. We have to go rescue him. Xia Yi Dao reassured her. Don't panic. Just tell us what happened. I'm not very familiar with this place, but if it's someone I know, we should at least have a chance. Feng Ling King collected herself and said, I heard those people mention they were taking him to a place called the Chun Xiang Brothel. Tai Yi Dao furrowed his brow and said, Chun Xiang Brothel, if Qin Yuan gets sold there, it really could be a problem. Humph, I should have suspected it was those people. Lu Chun Yu asked curiously, I've heard that name before. What exactly is that place? It's a place where women seek pleasure, specializing in collecting handsome men from around the world. It's said that the men there have to serve clients endlessly. Once they're used up, their value is carelessly discarded. Lu Chun Yu imagined that scenario and replied, with Qin Yuan's looks, could it be? It's been a long time since they had goods like him to enjoy. Come on, I've already paid 10 times. Not a single one can go missing. Just picture Qin Yuan trembling on the bed. No, don't let that happen. Chun Yu quickly added, This is urgent. We need to go rescue him right away. If we wait too long, he might end up like one of those discarded objects. Xia Yi Dao disagreed. Chun Xiang Brothel must have some serious backing to stay strong. Besides, their clients are either rich or powerful. It's a classic case where a strong force won't easily be crushed by a weaker one. If we just rush in, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Lu Chun Yu sighed. So what should we do now? We can't just wait like this, right? Feng Ling Ting came up with an idea. Well, if that's the case, I have an idea. I don't know if it's feasible, but Feng's sister, feel free to speak frankly. I come from a different place than you all. Based on what I've just heard, it seems that here you have absolute female authority. If that's the case regarding places of entertainment like Chun Xiang Brothel, if we could disguise ourselves as customers, we should be able to meet Qin Yuan openly and honestly. We just need a little trickery. Xia Yi Dao raised another concern. This idea isn't bad. However, until now, we have never had experience going to such places. Won't it be very easy to be exposed? Feng Ling King patted her chest. Leave this to me. I can do it. The next day, at Chun Xiang Brothel, the three of them entered. She played the role of a seasoned customer. I mean, there isn't even a reception room. Is this how Chun Xiang Brothel welcomes guests? The madam, with a smiling face, came to greet them. I'm sorry. Business has been so busy that I've delayed welcoming the three beautiful ladies. So can I, the owner, treat you three? Madam led three people to the tea room. She said, I don't know what kind of men the three of you prefer, but at Chun Xiang Brothel, we have all kinds. Lu Chun Yu blurted out, We want to find Qin. Feng Ling King quickly interrupted, Of course we want the best. Don't worry. How many tails do you need? We can pay for as many as you have. Xia Yi Dao took out a gold bar in agreement. That's right, you've heard about the reputation of Chun Xiang Brothel. Show us your finest selection. Money is no object. Madam began to flatter them. Oh wow, just look at the appearance of these three beauties. With your grace and attire, I can tell you must come from an impressive background. I have quite the eye for these things. By the way, miss, you look a bit familiar. Have we that before? Xia Yi Dao thought to herself, Even with my face covered, I still not recognized. Ling King stepped forward with the confidence of a seasoned patron. Please don't joke about my friends. They're a bit shy and have never been to places like this before, so they don't want anyone seeing their true appearance. Madame continued to smile, though her demeanor seemed insincere. That makes sense. If they're friends of a stunning beauty like you, I'll surely remember them. Please wait a moment, and I will bring the finest people for you right away. Lu Chunyu asked curiously, Miss Fang, why didn't you directly name Qin Yuan just now? Ling King explained Qin Yuan was just tied up and brought here. If I'm correct, the boss probably doesn't know who he is. If we name him directly, it would make our intentions too obvious, and she could easily become suspicious. Plus, in a place like this, the best goods shouldn't be revealed right away. It's best for us to gradually pressure her until she calls Qin Yuan over herself. Seiya Yidao praised her. You're really sharp. Also, it's a good thing you had us cover our faces earlier. Otherwise, we might have been recognized after your performance, and even I, as a former Castellan, would feel embarrassed. She humbly replied, I've just become accustomed to this. You've both had much higher status than me, so it's normal that you aren't familiar with these little streetwise tricks like I am. The door opened, and they heard, Sorry, keep you waiting. I've brought the person you requested. Please take a look. This man is Dao Zhuang. Fangling King urged, Stop, stop, stop. This quality is way too poor. Chunxiang brothel shouldn't have this kind of thing. What about this person? He's Ma Jin, a beastman seller from the western regions, and yet you insult us with this dog-like item. Do you look down on us? Ling King turned around. Sorry, ladies, on my way to bring you here, I thought I could show you something new. But it seems this Chunxiang brothel is just a facade. Let's go. Wait, hold on. The madam spoke up. I won't deceive you. We just got in some new merchandise. You won't find anything like it anywhere else in the city. It's just that the energy is very potent. It takes 5 or 6 people to handle it each time. If you're interested, why not give it a try? If you got something like that, you should have mentioned it sooner. I already said we only want the best. Price isn't an issue. Just show us the goods right away. The madam led the 3 women along. Please follow me. It's in this room. Then she called for someone in the front room. Our guests have arrived. Please invite them in. Qin Yuan hurried out of the shower, asking, Do we have guests already? Don't worry, Shi Liu. I'll make sure to take great care of them and help them feel at home. Just as he finished speaking, he was caught off guard. It turned out that he was heading to greet guests when he came face to face with the wife of one of the visitors. Shi Liu reminded Qin Yuan, Little Yuan, these 3 are distinguished guests. Make sure you don't upset them. Qin Yuan quickly urged her away. Don't worry, you know how I handle guests, right? Just leave it to me. After getting Madame out the door, he hurriedly closed it behind her. Turning back, he forced a smile and said, Well, why don't you 3 have a seat? The 3 of them, Fangling King and the others, looked at him, clearly annoyed. Lu Chunyu, frustrated and always the first to act, pushed Qin Yuan against the door and exclaimed, You jerk, I worried so much about you, but it seems you're having a great time as a pretty boy here. Qin Yuan tried to explain, Hey, just listen to me for a second. Fangling King interjected, Let's hear what a Yuan has to say first. What's really going on? He said with frustration, It's not that I want to leave. It's just that there are female soldiers guarding the Chunxiang brothel all around. If it were just 2 or 3, I could handle it. But there are so many of them, it's like facing an army. Seiya Yidao scoffed. Why be afraid? If we all break through together, those ordinary soldiers won't stand a chance. Qin Yuan expressed his dilemma. With you all here, breaking through isn't that hard, but I can't just leave like that. Seiya Yidao didn't believe him. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you don't want to go. Qin Yuan didn't mean it that way. Of course not. I can't just leave. Because there are many men like me here, forced to become commodities. It's really tough being a man. Lu Chunyu pointed out the biggest problem. Those men aren't a match for the women. Leading them out is impossible. He added confidently, Don't worry, I have a plan. Tonight, we'll put it into action. But right now, let me attend to you all. Having undergone training from 4 mentors, Qin Yuan was now very skilled. He was eager, but tried to act nonchalant. What are you saying? We're here to rescue you, not to entertain ourselves. Lu Chunyu walked over and tapped her shoulder, saying, Miss Fang. She replied with a knowing look at Fangling King. After all, we still have some time before we need to act. Seiya Yidao chimed in. Since we're just sitting around, why not do something to pass the time? Fangling King blushed and looked at the 2 of them, saying, You too. Even Qin Yuan encouraged her, Ling King. That lady is very cautious. She might even be outside listening in right now. If we don't make any moves, she might get suspicious. He cleared his throat. Cough, puff. So, dear guests, who should go first? Seiya Yidao suggested, How about we play rock, paper, scissors to decide? That would be fun. Fangling King responded, But that game only works with 2 people. Seeing this, she and Lu Chunyu turned to Seiya Yidao. You have to join too. Are you just going to wait for us to go before you jump in? Seiya Yidao took the chance to play it slyly. You fools, you've been tricked. Both of them were shocked and scolded him. You rascal. Kasai He Dao continued to tease the two, saying, Tonight you're both mine. Fang Ling King was increasingly dissatisfied. Sister Xia, you're going too far. If you won't make sense, then we won't hold back. Qin Yuan, lying on the ground, trying to diffuse the tension. Let's not fight over this. There's enough for everyone. I promise I won't favor anyone. He formed a seal and cast his spell, unlimited charming technique, transforming one object into three. Oh, Qin Yuan really knows how to save time, they remarked. The group watched in astonishment as one magical item turned into three. Wow, you really live up to your reputation. Sei Yi Dao began to bounce with excitement. So we can't let you be lazy. Lu Chunyu groaned from her spot on the left. Madame outside was quite pleased, sensing that things were starting inside. It seemed these three were just regular guests. That young man Qin Yuan is going to help me strike gold tonight. After a while, Qin Yuan woke up to see the three of them. We can get started now, he urged. Lu Chunyu groggily replied, Are we starting again? Qin Yuan also had to admit, What I mean is, we can start our escape plan now. Tsai Yi Dao teasingly remarked, It seems like someone here is still not satisfied. Lu Chunyu quickly wrapped himself in a blanket, waking up. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Ling King, the calmest among them, asked, So, Yuan, what's your plan? Qin Yuan got up to put on his clothes. You'll find out soon enough. This will be a perfect prison break. He started to whistle, and the flock of birds around them began to gather, drawn by the sound. They perched all around the building. Madame sensed something was off. Why is that flock of birds outside chirping so loudly? But at the end, as long as they don't disrupt my business, I no care. In another guest room, a couple was lost in sleep. Hearing a bird's calls, a man woke up. Is it finally time? In yet another room, a woman was complaining. Go on, scream. I spent a lot of money just to hear what you men have to say. The man heard the signal too. The sound made the woman feel neglected, and she grew increasingly frustrated. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and scream for me. This person suddenly broke free from their restraints and grabbed a whip. They began to resist, saying, We won't let you push us around anymore. Why are you getting so worked up? This isn't the time for you to lose your mind. A shift occurred. The woman was thrown back against the wall. She felt weak and wobbly, saying, Why does my body suddenly have no strength? What have you done to me? The man wiped his mouth, saying, The fruit from that great person is indeed effective. I had already applied the poison to my lips. Didn't you enjoy it just a moment ago? The woman still didn't realize her situation. Where do you think you're going now? Stop. You can't go anywhere. I am your master. The man responded with disdain, Not anymore. We will soon be free. The door opened, letting in a beam of light, a glimpse of freedom after breaking away from the shackles of these men. Qin Yuan was now leading 3 people, including Sei Yi Dao, to this place. Sei Yi Dao still didn't understand. Why did you bring us here? With our abilities, it wouldn't be hard to escape quietly. Fang Ling King realized something and shouted, Wait, this is... A few people began paying attention to them. That's... Soon everyone was focused on them, buzzing with excitement. It's the commander, You finally made it. Commander? Since when did you become the commander of these people? Lu Chunyu snapped to attention. No wonder these guys were here. Could it be that you intend to? Qin Yuan admitted, That's right. I'm going to help these people escape from this haunted place. The women here have been drugged. There's a secret exit, and I'm determined to get them out of here. Everyone was quickly expressing their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Commander. We will always remember your great kindness. If you wish, I can repay you with my life. Hearing that, Qin Yuan dismissed it, saying, Well, that's not necessary, really. The 2 young women stepped in, saying, Sorry, this flower already has an owner. That's right. Besides, this guy only likes girls. Fang Ling King urged everyone to act quickly, saying, If Yuan has a plan, then we shouldn't waste any time. We need to proceed and avoid alerting the enemy. Early the next morning in some alley, a wooden manhole cover was lifted. Qin Yuan peeked out to check his surroundings. He began to lead everyone up. Everyone, hurry up and get out. As long as we can get out of the Chunxiang brothel area, we'll be safe, he urged. Thank you. I never expected to be able to come out and see the world. Sei Yi Dao exclaimed. It's truly a touching scene. No wonder you wanted to help these men. Seeing their freedom makes me feel a little emotional. Qin Yuan responded happily. It doesn't matter whether they are male or female. I'd help them all. True equality between men and women is what makes a real world. A voice interrupted. How ridiculous. A group of armed soldiers is blocking the way. Men are inherently lowly. If you want to run, don't even think about it. The men saw the soldiers and panicked. What should we do now? We are the guards of the Chunxiang brothel. We can't run and we'll have to go back. Sei Yi Dao frowned. Looks like we'll have to use force to resolve this after all. Lu Chunyu agreed, saying, Honestly, I prefer to handle it this way. But Qin Yuan turned the thinking of the two on its head. Well, I surrender. The two immediately started scolding him. Huh? Surrender? Are you kidding? We've said that we can handle this ourselves. Qin Yuan began to negotiate with the soldiers. I've thought it over, and escaping with these guys won't be easy. I want to negotiate a few conditions with you. You can take these people back, but please let these 3 women have a way out. The leader mocked him without restraint. You really know how to read the room. But if you think you can break the rules of Chunxian brothel and walk out of here, you're mistaken. Qin Yuan started to manipulate their feelings. You guards are truly dedicated, but despite your hard work, you can only watch as those rich women come to buy pleasure and enjoy themselves at Chunxian brothel. The more he spoke, the closer he got to the leader. Don't you want to taste the flavor of these men for yourselves? The group of men began to feel confused and fearful at Qin Yuan's words. Seeing that things were going awry, Lu Chunyu stepped forward. I may not want to deal with this trouble either, but if you want to back down now, he doesn't sound very honorable. Tai Yi Dao thought differently than she did. I actually think that wouldn't be too bad. It's just like me to be too lazy to deal with these unfamiliar men. The female leader remained calm. Don't think that using this sacrificial scheme on these guys can sway us. We are, but the subordinates behind her couldn't resist the temptation. Captain, I actually feel that his suggestion isn't bad at all. Besides, if we have a bit of fun with them for a while and then bring them back, it would be the same. The female leader began to waver. What are you talking about? The subordinate continued to persuade her. Captain, this is a golden opportunity. If we miss it, there won't be another chance. We've struggled here for months and our rewards aren't even enough for a single night of enjoyment. Plus, even if we bring them back to Madame, we still won't get anything in return. Why not treat ourselves first? Qin Yuan stepped up to persuade her as well. Captain, don't worry about that. He looked at her gently and said, I know everything. Earlier, when I was showering, you were peeking at me. That scene flashed in her mind. She was completely embarrassed when exposed. Shut up! Shut up! How annoying! I get it, but I'll only give you half an hour at most. You absolutely must not be discovered. The followers were beyond thrilled. The captain has agreed, so I won't hold back. I've already decided who would pick. The chosen men tried to win their favor. Don't rush. Guard sister, I'll serve you all really well. Seiya Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu couldn't believe it. This scene was almost too much to handle. These women were truly desperate. Fang Ling King cleared her throat. Cough, cough. Lu Chunyu asked curiously, Miss Fang, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. I was just reminded of a familiar scene from the past. Now that the roles of men and women have flipped, I find it amusing. Half an hour later, the female leader was out of breath, dancing to the rhythm. Once the job was done, Qin Yuan checked in with her. So, did the ladies think I did a good job serving them? She switched back to business. Even if you serve well, we won't let you off the hook. According to the agreement, you still have to be taken back. Ladies, get ready to head home. But surprisingly, her subordinates had collapsed. Huh, what just happened? She also began to feel unwell. What's going on? I feel so dizzy. Qin Yuan wiped his mouth with his hand. That's because both I and they used a sedative that only affects women when applied to the lips. These kisses are enough to make you feel lightheaded. The female leader unwillingly cursed. What a despicable man. Lu Chunyu asked, so this was part of your plan? He smiled and replied, women have their weapons, and men have theirs. All of this is for the sake of freedom. Fang Ling King inquired about the next steps. You say that, but what's next? Do you have a plan for where to take them after we get them out? Seiya Yi Dao agreed. That's right. Even if these beautiful men manage to escape now, they might get captured by someone else later. One man suggested, Commander, I've heard of a place called Lu Yi Mountain Villa. They say men and women are equal there, with no disputes. If possible, could you take us there? Qin Yuan wondered about Lu Yi Mountain Villa, asking, where is that? Is it on the way to where we are going? Lu Chunyu replied, it's not just on the way, it's essentially the same place. The guardian of the third seal that you're looking for is the owner of Lu Yi Mountain Villa, Yi Zi. She's the third person that Qin must court. He was caught off guard, saying, oh, you be the guardian of the seal, actually protect a man. At that moment, Fang Ling King gradually became transparent, perhaps because her summoning time was running out. The two of them asked worriedly, Ling King, what's happening? Your body seems to be fading in and out. Ling King calmly responded, it's nothing serious, just that the time has come for me to go back. I hope you can come visit me. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Chunyu looked regretfully as she vanished, saying, Miss Fang is gone. I just finally made a new friend. Seiya Yi Dao comforted her, saying, didn't she say that we could visit her later? Once we break all the seals, we can go find Fang Ling King and spend a few days with her. That's a plan. 3 days later, at the main gate of Lu Yi Mountain Villa, a crowd gradually gathered, led by Qin Yuan. As he approached the destination, he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, saying, "We finally made it, but I wonder what the third guardian is really like." Yi Dao added, "Even though the four guardians who seal us off usually don't interact, I know for sure that she is definitely not like us." Behind him, Madame's group had just arrived. "You better find them for me," she shouted angrily at Qin Yuan. "Qin Yuan, I've treated you well, and you tricked all the men away so I could make money. Break them back to me." Chun Yu felt irritated. "This is so annoying. How dare you chase us all the way here? I guess it's time for me to teach you a lesson about knowing when to back down." Then a voice called out from behind, "That's unnecessary." Qin Yuan turned around, slightly puzzled, and asked, "So this is the third guardian?" She held a delicate fan. "I also want to see who dares to cause trouble at the entrance of my Lu Yi Mountain Villa." Madame threatened Li Ziqiu, "Even if you were the owner of Lu Yi Mountain Villa, you still have to respect the law." Owner Yi countered, "When you were stealing in Minnan, did you ever think about the law?" Madame replied, "Of course. Men are naturally weak and need support. They must please women, so turning them into commodities is perfectly normal." Yi Xiaqiu tensed up upon hearing this. "At Lu Yi Mountain Villa, men and women are equal. Once men enter my territory, they are certainly not your commodities. Take your dogs and get lost." Madame persisted, "Yi Xiaqiu, don't underestimate others. The power of Chunxiang Brothel is just as strong as yours. If you don't hand the person over, we will come and take them. Ladies, once we grab someone, I'll let you all have some fun with them first." The female warriors behind her seemed invigorated, all excitedly shouting, "Yes, we have a huge advantage in numbers. Even the four great masters might not be able to take us on. Ladies, let's go." Yi Ziqiu looked at them with disdain. "Foolish. Years ago, I can crush you. Now it's time for you to experience the power of Lu Yi Mountain Villa." After saying that, she lightly waved her hand. Purple light shot out, sending the approaching soldiers flying, followed by the familiar explosion of clothing from the story. Madame stepped back in fear and asked, What are you doing?" Yi Xiaqiu confidently replied, "I'm not doing anything. No one in this world can harm me, not Yuna Lil. I suggest you all retreat quickly." Qin Yuan chimed in, "Ji Shi Lu, did you hear that? You better go back now. If you don't take my advice, I'll strip you of your clothes too." Seeing the situation escalating, Madame decided it was best to retreat first. "Damn it, sisters, let's pull back for now." The embarrassed female soldiers, their clothes in tatters, protested. "But Ji Shi Lu, how are we supposed to leave like this? It's so humiliating. You have to at least give us something to wear." Qin Yuan pulled out a bag and said, "Since Ji Shi Lu and I have a bit of a connection, consider this a reward for you. Put these on quickly." After wearing the bikinis from Qin Yuan, the female soldiers felt extremely awkward. What kind of clothes are these? They feel so strange to wear. Madame led a group of soldiers but still managed to throw out a threat. "Just wait, I will remember this enmity. Let's go." After Madame and her group left, Qin Yuan bowed to thank Yi Xiaqiu. "I am Qin Yuan, thank you, Miss Yi, for your assistance." Yi Xiaqiu responded coolly, "I know you. You are the man who defeated the two guardians of the seal." Lu Chunyu quickly interjected, "I didn't lose to him. It was just a small incident that made me want to help him." Yi Da didn't deny it either. However, while he did use a few tricks, he truly did win. Owner Yi continued the conversation. "So, what brings you to Lu Yi Mountain Villa? Surely you don't plan to defeat me and break the seal of my body?" Qin Yuan turned to the men behind him. "I came to find a shelter for these men. I wonder if Owner Yi would agree to take them in." She nodded. "It seems you've come to the right place. For now, let's sit down and discuss the details." As Qin Yuan entered the mountain villa, couples laughed and chatted, moving about as if they were in a new world. He exclaimed, "I've been in this world for so long, and this is the first time I've encountered a place where men and women are equal and live together in harmony." Owner Yi sighed, "You're right. I'm tired of the conflicts between men and women in this world, which is why I built Lu Yi Mountain Villa. Here, everyone is equal, and there are no disputes. It can be considered an ideal retreat. Given that, our goals might be the same. If you're willing to let me break the seal, I can ensure that all men and women in this world can live together in harmony, not just in this place." Owner Yi immediately agreed, "Of course, I'm more than willing to help you." Qin Yuan, who was behind, was delighted. Really? He thought to himself, surprised that everything was going so smoothly this time. However, Owner Yi sighed again, "But unfortunately, I can't do that." Qin Yuan jumped in surprise. "What do you mean by that? You've seen it for yourself, right? I blew those bad guys away, so you must have seen it." He couldn't help but wonder what kind of mysterious technique Owner Yi was practicing that allowed her to be so extraordinary. Yi Xiaqiu calmly replied, "I've never trained in any technique. However, I've been born with a reactive body. As long as someone is nearby, it creates a recoil force. Even when I stand still, others can't touch me, especially not a man. Xia Yi Dao immediately didn't believe it. Is that true or just a lie? If you're that strong, do you have the courage to take a knife from me? Go ahead, feel free to make your move. But before she could finish, Xia Yi Dao charged ahead. Then I won't hold back any longer. However, as soon as her knife made contact, an unknown force blocked it. She was shocked, beads of sweat running down her face. How can this be? Then Xia Yi Dao was thrown back, her clothes torn into shreds, leaving everyone in awe. She staggered back, full of questions. The recoil was so strong, but why did my clothes get shredded like that? Yi Zai Q explained, the recoil I generate becomes more powerful when faced with a strong opponent. The harder we collide, the greater the recoil. If your clothes are torn apart, it could be worse. Your internal organs might get damaged too. Lu Chunyu added, so basically, you can't be defeated? But if that's the case, how can we break the seal? Qin, with a sneer, said, Humph, what's so scary about tearing clothes? Then this guy took off all his clothes and boldly said, if I'm out wearing clothes, then they won't get torn apart, right? On one side, Xia Yi Dao chuckled softly. Ha ha, this really fits your style. Lu Chunyu was worried and said, hurry up and put your clothes back on. Don't make me look bad here, will you? Yi Zai Q didn't stop him. Instead, he was curious. It's fine. I want to see what this guy is like. Qin Mike Su, looking concerned, sighed. How strange, this woman sees a man's body and doesn't even blush. I've been practicing pure heart martial arts since I was young, so I've long distanced myself from those indecent matters. Your body is nothing more than a piece of wood in front of me. Qin Mike Su struck a sultry pose. Oh, how about this? The system displayed a message. You have received 130 charm points. The nearby girls blushed all over, saying, what a stunning body, it's so stimulating. Yi Zai Q also felt a surge of emotions, and his face turned slightly red. Are you going to take action or not? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu immediately acted. There's an opening, gotcha. With a boom, Qin Yuan swung his fist at Ye's shield, creating rippling waves. She remained calm as usual. No one could touch me. This wasn't just talk. Besides, you're just a weak man. Qin struggled, saying, I don't think it's as absolute as you claim. His punch is breaking through my defensive barrier. Yi Castellan stared in shock. That part of her has almost been cleaned out after all this time. Xia Yi Dao watched Qin Yuan in amazement. But life isn't always a dream, is it? Qin Yuan was blasted into the air. No way. In some temple, someone prayed, oh, divine beings, I want to be like everyone else. I wish I could have someone who wants to be my friend. Please grant me a person like that. With a loud thud, Qin descended from the sky just as the girl had wished. He truly lived up to the title of Heavenly Descent Dashing Man. After the rough landing, Qin Yuan tried to get back up, exclaiming, ouch, that hurt. I was so close to success. The female devotee couldn't believe it. She turned around, saying, this is. Like a starving wolf pouncing on prey, she sees Qin Yuan. My wish has come true. Hey, what are you doing? Without a hint of shame, the girl showed her true colors. If this is a gift from the heavens, then I won't be polite. Inside her mountain villa, Yi Zai Q sighed, no one can defeat me because not even touching me is possible, so you should just leave. Lu Chunyu urged her, no, this kid is different. So far, he's accomplished many impossible things. Xia Yi Dao nodded in agreement. That's right. I also felt invincible, but he has changed my mind. Yi Zai Q sighed with frustration. At this point, I truly envy you both. At least you can be defeated, while I can't even find someone to lose to if I wanted to. Xia Yi Dao looked dejected. How frustrating. Losing to her. Lu Chunyu remained determined. In any case, we won't leave until Qin Yuan defeats you. I believe in him. Yi Zai Q turned to leave. Fine, I won't chase you away. Stay as long as you like. However, here everyone is equal. No one will be at your service, so feel free to wander. That evening, Lu Chunyu paced around the room anxiously. It's already dark. Why hasn't he returned yet? Xia Yi Dao teased her from the side. What's wrong? Did you already start missing him after just a little while? Not even close. I'm just worried. Lu Chunyu replied. Qin Yuan's voice echoed from outside. I'm back. He pretended to be exhausted. Phew, I'm dead tired. Spent the whole day gathering quite a bit of information about Yi Zai Q. Lu Chunyu's eyes glinted with danger. Hey, did you really go gather information? Want to explain what's going on with your face? Qin smiled awkwardly. Oh, you mean this? It's just the price I have to pay for gathering intel. He took off his shirt to prove his point. Don't believe me? Now you see how much I've suffered, right? Xia Yi Dao asked skeptically. So, what exactly did you find out? Qin Yuan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Let me recall. First, as I mentioned to me, you mean Owner Yin? It's too bad she's so cold. I heard no one has ever seen her smile. Then Shuang told me Owner Yi is actually quite pitiable. Given her situation, it's no wonder she's always lonely. She doesn't even have anyone close to her. Lan and Mai also shared some helpful information with me. They said even though Owner Yi has taken in a few unfortunate men, it seems she has no feelings for them. I find it strange why she even wants to take in men at all. But at least here we've met quite a few good men. Qin continued to reflect, and there's Fan. She told me that recently there's been a strange smell in the dining hall. Lu Chunyu squinted her eyes and asked, all right, just how many women are you really after? Qin Yuan stammered, I can't even count them. Yi Dao, filled with romance, wrapped her arms around him and said, it seems wildflowers really do smell better than garden flowers. Lu Chunyu was still held back by her bashfulness. What time is it that you can still be in the mood for this? Qin Yuan pressed Yi Dao against the wall and replied, that's a good point, but I can't just abandon my people, right? Chunyu, do you want to? She was already addicted, but still hesitant. I'm nowhere near being addicted to those kinds of things. It's just you guys. Qin Yuan wrapped his arms around her, teasing, stop pretending. You clearly want this. She replied ambiguously, what are you talking about? I would never enjoy that. Let go of me. Qin Yuan suddenly turned his head and said, wait a minute. You need to tell me. You don't feel anything at all. Lu Chunyu was still lost in her sweet dream and didn't really pick up on anything. His words made her feel a bit embarrassed. No, that's not it. I mean, I didn't feel that kind of sensation. I'm talking about the feeling of Yi Q being nearby. Can't you sense anything? She has to be around here somewhere. Lu Chunyu then realized Yi Q's presence really does have a unique scent. Right outside the room, Yi Q was indeed standing not far away, quietly observing the room where the three of them were. Yi Dao couldn't help but tease Lu Chunyu. Looks like your skills are nowhere near mine. I sensed this smell a long time ago. Lu Chunyu stammered in response, I just got distracted by another scent and didn't notice it. Not wanting to joke around anymore, Yi Dao asked seriously, but why is she eavesdropping on us? After all, we are uninvited guests and rivals trying to defeat her. It's only natural she would be curious. But what should we do now? We can't just chase her away. Yi Dao suddenly pulled her close in a suggestive manner, saying, isn't this easy? If she wants to see, let her see it all. Let's find out if she can't stand it or if we can't stand it. Yi Dao's eyes were incredibly captivating. Hurry up before someone can't wait any longer. A little while later, Lu Chunyu advised the two, there are people outside. If someone sees us, it'll be a problem. Yi Dao, bouncing with energy, replied, well, in that case, Qin Yuan, lying underneath as well, said, aren't we already in that position now? She didn't care much anymore, dropped her stuff, and joined in. Damn it, just ignore her. Yi Q stood outside, anxious, biting her nails. They really have no shame. Finally, she turned to leave, saying, whatever, let them be. No matter what they do, they'll never defeat me. Suddenly, the sound of Lu Chunyu's excited cries startled her. Doing it like this feels weird. Unable to resist her curiosity, she turned her head. No, I don't want to watch. I'm just keeping an eye on them in case they do something sneaky. So, Yi Q used that excuse to sneak back into the room, turning to watch the chaos unfold like a third world war. Suddenly, the sky opened up and rain started pouring down. The raindrops fell on her without any obstruction. Owner Yi was amazed and thought, is this really rain? How can this be? How can the rain penetrate my clothes like this? Qin Yuan, lying inside, looked at her with a meaningful expression. She felt shy and couldn't help but turn away, thinking, can he see me? Has he found me out? This isn't good. I need to leave quickly. Yi Dao, engrossed in what she was doing, noticed that he was distracted and warned. Why are you so unfocused? Be careful, or I might give you a poke. Qin Yuan whispered, it seems my plan is starting to take a positive turn. The next day, the rain continued to pour at Lu Yi Mountain Villa. Owner Yi walked alone in the rain with a sad expression on her face. Suddenly, Qin Yuan appeared, holding an umbrella over her. The rain isn't too heavy, but if you get wet, you could easily catch a cold. She remained indifferent, replying, it's fine, my body will shield me from these raindrops. Qin Yuan brought up the conversation from the night before. By the way, did you sneak a peek at us last night? Yi Q felt hit to the core, startled, and took a step back. I didn't, don't say nonsense, she blurted. Suddenly, Qin Yuan seized the moment and touched the raindrop on her face. He smiled slightly. It's rain, just as I expected. Yi Q turned red with embarrassment, looking away as she stammered, Qin Yuan, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Qin Yuan quickly analyzed the situation for her. He asked, Why is it that your unbeatable aura armor was penetrated by rain? I think it's probably because in that moment, your heart was shaken, wasn't it? Am I wrong? Miss Yi Q, although flustered, still denied it and stuttered. I wasn't shaken at all. My aura armor has no weaknesses. Qin Yuan unexpectedly raised his hand and gently touched her cheek, saying, then why can I touch your body right now? Yi Q didn't resist. Her heart raced beneath her clothing and her face was bright red with shyness. Her expression seemed to invite Qin Yuan closer, as if she was saying, I can't take it anymore. She hesitated and finally said, It's because. Before Yi Q could finish her sentence, Qin Yuan leaned in close and gently interrupted, saying, because if your heart normally weighs as heavy as water, that nothing can break through your aura armor. But if your heart stirs with emotions, your aura armor will reveal vulnerabilities. The greater the weight of your emotions, the larger the gap. Am I not right, Miss Yi? You have stirred my heart. That is why the waves in your heart create openings. Yi Q stubbornly replied, don't be ridiculous. I won't have feelings for anyone. Get away from me. In an instant, her aura armor burst open, sending Qin Yuan flying away. He landed with a splash in the lake below. Surfacing from the water, Qin Yuan shouted out to Yi Q with determination, I absolutely will make you have feelings for me. Yi Q turned her back on him and coldly said, suit yourself. You'll give up soon enough anyway. The scene shifted to the bathroom at Mountain Villa, where Qin Yuan was soaking with several other girls. When the girls saw him, their eyes lit up with admiration. They eagerly whispered, he really is a gift from the heavens. Just look at him. He's so handsome. I can't let this opportunity slip by. The younger girl immediately approached to strike up a conversation. Hey, handsome, I've noticed you seem pretty lonely. Do you need some company? The girl beside her, feeling a bit jealous, quickly snapped, you sly thing, I was here first. However, Qin Yuan, who was wrapped in a towel, didn't have the interest to engage with these girls today. He stood up and said by the lake, sorry, beautiful ladies, but I'll have to pass this time. I have an important task to complete. Once I'm done, I'll come back and make it up to you. The system chimed in with notifications. Gain 170 charm points, gain 160 charm points, gain 170 charm points, gain 200 charm points. As Qin Yuan walked away, he left the two girls feeling quite disappointed. How can someone even refuse like that and still look so good, plus manage to control their desires? It's seriously something people want to have. As he was walking, he suddenly paused and asked, oh, right, I just remembered something. The two girls' expressions changed immediately, and they eagerly asked, what is it? Are you changing your mind? We are totally open to it. Qin Yuan, trying to hold back his excitement, replied, sisters, don't rush me. I just want to ask you something. Do you know what time older Yi usually takes a bath? A few hours later, older Yi arrived to take her bath. She opened the door and stepped into the tub, completely naked. As she stretched and moved her body in the warm water, she thought, today is so strange. The rainwater has touched my body, even though I don't want any contact. Moreover, I can't touch people. Could it be caused by that man? No, that's impossible. Such things just can't happen. Suddenly, beneath the water, dense bubbles began to rise. A dark figure slowly surfaced before Yi Q. It turned out to be Qin Yuan, who had been hiding underwater, waiting for Yi Q to arrive before surfacing. Yi Q blushed in panic and quickly covered her chest with her hands. You, what are you doing here? You shameless person, I can't believe you snuck into my bath. With no shame, Qin Yuan replied, older Yi, don't accuse me. I've always been right here. If anyone's sneaking in, it's you. Yi Q shouted angrily, stop making excuses. You clearly hid at the bottom of the sea. Qin Yuan responded shamelessly, what's wrong with me liking to dive? He then added, I didn't expect older Yi to not only have a clear mind, but also to be quite fair and beautiful. Teased like that, Yi Q immediately exploded, cursing Qin Yuan, shut your mouth. You're such a thick-skinned scoundrel. Get out of here. Suddenly, Qin Yuan stood up, deliberately revealing his sword to Yi Q. Why do you want me to go outside? Are you afraid that seeing my body will make you feel something? Yi Q glanced at Qin Yuan's sword and awkwardly looked down. What kind of joke is this? To me, your body is just like a dry tree, hard as a rock. Really? If that's the case, what's the problem with me staying here? Unless you're the one who's scared, he teased. Yi Q shyly closed her eyes, trying to act composed. I'm not scared of anything. You can stay or go. It doesn't matter to me. Qin Yuan continued to provoke her. If older Yi won't be moved, then why aren't you looking at me? Yi Q blushed and replied shyly, you're not even that attractive. Why should I look at you? Qin, the sewing machine, moved closer to Yi Q, his sword raised and playfully swaying in front of her face. Confidently, Qin, the sewing machine, asked, "Oh, really? But everyone says I'm very handsome." Yi Xiaoku's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Qin Yun. Alarmed, she quickly used a shield to push Qin, the sewing machine, away, saying, "No, don't come in closer." Qin Yun was thrown back, but unexpectedly caught by two hands that stopped his fall. Yi Xiaoku gasped, "You guys, why are you also here?" It turned out to be Lu Chunyu and Xia Yi Dao. Both of them replied in unison, "Of course, we're here to help." Yi Xiaoku looked at Xia Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu and coldly warned, "You should know, even if the two of you work together, you won't be able to break my Uro armor." Xia Yi Dao confidently responded, "Yeah, I know that." But Lu Chunyu continued, "Our target isn't you." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them quickly pulled off the cloth wrapped around them. With a teasing and daring expression, Lu Chunyu and Xia Yi Dao leaned in close to Qin, the sewing machine, and said, "Our target is actually him." Qin, though he liked the sewing machine very much, pretended to be clueless and asked, "Why are you two here?" Xia Yi Dao put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, interrupting Qin Yuan and said, "Of course we're here to help you. If you want to break down the walls in that girl's heart, you need to be a little ruthless." Lu Chunyu wasn't as forceful as Xia Yi Dao. She blushed and shyly added, "I just came to finish my task. Don't overthink it." Yi Xiaoku, who had been watching the three of them tease each other, decided he'd seen enough of their antics and coldly asked, "What on earth are you all doing?" Xia Yi Dao replied casually, "We're just having some fun." Lu Chunyu playfully questioned, "Older Yi, I'm sure you have no objections, right?" Yi Xiaoku replied stiffly, "If you want to do that, go somewhere else. Don't defile my eyes." At that moment, Xia Yi Dao threw off her wrap, exposing her ample figure for Qin Yuan to see. She teased Yi Xiaoku, "After all, to you, we're just dead branches." Lu Chunyu added, "Or to put it another way, you can't accept that, can you?" Yi Xiaoku felt helpless, unable to respond to these two. She closed her eyes, resigned, and said, "Your childish games won't work on me. Do whatever you want." At that moment, Xia Yi Dao, completely bare, turned to remind Yi Xiaoku, "Just remember to keep your eyes wide open to see this." Lu Chunyu, with a playful expression, turned to Xia Yi Dao and asked, "Should I go first or you?" Qin Yuan, with a greedy look, pulled both beauties into his arms and said, "Of course, you should both do it at the same time." Yi Xiaoku blushed with embarrassment. She wanted to join in but didn't dare to speak up. Instead, she pretended to be high and mighty and said, "What kind of situation is this?" With confidence, Qin Yuan glanced at Yi Xiaoku and said, "Older Yi, don't underestimate human capabilities." As soon as Qin Yuan finished speaking, the three of them jumped in to sing and dance together like a band. "Wait a minute, Qin Yuan, you're really in a hurry," someone said. The seductive sound slipped right into Yi Xiaoku's ears. Standing there, her mind told her not to look, yet occasionally her eyes would sneak a glance. At that moment, her head filled with improper thoughts. The provocative sounds echoed, "Ah, I told you to take it slow." Qin Yuan was having an absolute blast. I'm sure you all can guess that Qin was being serenaded by these two girls with a saxophone. Yi Xiaoku could no longer hold back. She turned her gaze to see what the three were doing, but embarrassment hit her, making her flush, and she quickly shut her eyes and looked down. Heh, already addicted but still shy, she should just jump in and let Qin take the lead. Yi Xiaoku wanted to sink beneath the water so she wouldn't see or hear anything, but she just couldn't. Her body was feeling so heated and uncomfortable. As she watched Qin take down two people with a single strike, she thought, "Why is my body feeling so strange? If I keep watching, who knows what might happen? All right, if I don't see or hear anything, I'll feel much more comfortable." Yi Xiaoku suddenly shut her eyes tightly, then opened them to look at Qin Yuan. Lu Chunyu and Xia Yi Dao were entangled with each other, but this time their expressions were strikingly different. It was as if there was no soul in their eyes, completely indifferent to the world around them. Qin Yuan turned and was taken aback by Yi Xiaoku's blank stare. He wondered to himself, could it be that she has no reaction at all? Is her mind completely blank? Xia Yi Dao, with a provocative gaze, was sucking her finger as she looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Don't be so hasty like that. Yuan, let's finish what we need to do first." Lu Chunyu, equally captivated, glanced at Xia Yi Dao and reminded her, "Do you forget why we came here in the first place?" Xia Yi Dao retorted with a teasing tone, "Someone was having even more fun than I was just a moment ago." Caught off guard by the truthful jab, Lu Chunyu blushed and defended herself. "Oh, I just wanted to tease Yi Xiaoku a little." That excuse was only believable to a child. If you overindulge, just admit it without any shame. Qin Yuan observed Yi Xiaoku's still body sitting quietly and spoke up, "It's pointless. She's entered a state of tranquility. She can block both sound and sight from the outside world, so no matter how much we try to dramatize things, she won't respond. We've wasted our effort. If she truly can't hear or see anything, along with her aura armor, it seems we can't affect her at all, right? Qinyuan, full of confidence, replied, no, this actually works to my advantage. While her body is in a defensive state that can't be broken, her mind is another story. The sewing machine immediately raised 2 fingers to its lips and closed its eyes, presiding illusionary body magic. At that moment, the scene shifted deep into Yi Zheku's mental world. She was meditating peacefully there, thinking to herself, as expected, the temptations from the outside have no effect on me. Just when she was feeling content and secure, Qin Yuan's voice unexpectedly cut through, just as I thought, you're here meditating alone. If that's the case, everything we presented to you earlier was in vain. What a shame. Yi Zhaiqiu was taken aback, confused about how Qin Yuan could enter her mind. How? How did you get inside my mental world? Qin Yuan replied smugly, what's so hard about that? You think being here means we can't do anything to you? Yi Zhaiqiu felt a flicker of uncertainty within her. She no longer had the same confidence as before. At that moment, she couldn't bring herself to look directly at Qin Yuan. Instead, she lowered her gaze to the ground and said, well, it's not simple for you to get in here, but don't get too arrogant. This is my spiritual world, and here, no one is my match. Qin Yuan replied, an air of confidence on his face. Oh, really? Yi Zhaiqiu then activated her protective shield, stating, Qin Yuan, in this place, my defense is much stronger than in reality. What can you possibly do to me? Qin Yuan smiled and said, your confidence suggests that whatever I do to you is acceptable, right? Although Yi Zhaiqiu spoke boldly, her inner mind was wavering. She thought he must be trying to trick me, to throw my mindset into chaos. I won't fall for his scheme. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhaiqiu turned to Qin Yuan and said, if you really have the ability to come close to me, then you can be arrogant later. With that, Yi Zhaiqiu closed her eyes, brought her fingertips close to her mouth, and chanted the spell, Aura Armor, begin. Immediately, the energy shield surrounding Yi Zhaiqiu burst forth with an overwhelming force. The protective energy was incredibly intense and solid. Yi Zhaiqiu looked coldly at Qin Yuan and warned him, I advise you to leave quickly. If my aura armor hits you, your soul will suffer serious harm. At that point, don't say I didn't give you a heads up. Qin Yuan didn't pay much attention to her words. He said nothing at all. Suddenly, he extended 2 fingers, mimicking the gesture of holding a handgun. Qin Yuan shouted, break. As soon as he said that, Yi Zhaiqiu's aura armor was cut in half by Qin Yuan. She screamed in pain, and the protective armor over her chest was shattered, ripping open from top to bottom, revealing the curves beneath. Yi Zhaiqiu quickly covered her chest, her face a mix of shock and disbelief as she stared at Qin Yuan. You? How could you enter my subconscious? How is this possible? Qin Yuan calmly approached Yi Zhaiqiu. He said nonchalantly, just a moment ago, you agreed that if I had the ability to get close to you, I could do anything I wanted, right? Yi Zhaiqiu had completely given up her resistance at this point. She looked shy, not daring to meet Qin Yuan's gaze, and asked, what do you want to do with me? What he wanted was all too clear. Qin Yuan suddenly placed a hand on Yi Zhaiqiu's shoulder, causing her to flinch and let out a soft gasp, even with her eyes shut tight. Qin Yuan teasingly said, I want to. This made Yi Zhaiqiu think of all sorts of inappropriate things. She felt embarrassed and her face turned red as she tightly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, so, what exactly does he want to do? Should I pucker my lips? She figured Qin Yuan was going to do something inappropriate with her, at the very least, to squeeze her in a more intimate way. To her surprise, however, Qin Yuan instead wrapped both arms around her in a warm embrace, leaving her both astonished and disappointed. With wide eyes, Yi Zhaiqiu looked at Qin Yuan and asked, what are you doing? Why not do something else? Why are you hugging me all of a sudden? Qin Yuan replied gently, I'm giving you a hug. I know you have this kind of ability, and it must have been a long time since you felt the warmth of another person's embrace, right? Qin Yuan immediately revealed a shameless look. He said, does my warmth make you feel more comfortable? Yi Zhaiqiu blushed, feeling shy as she replied, for me, this feeling is truly wonderful. It's been a long time since I've received a warm hug from anyone. I really do appreciate this hug from you. But what is your other hand doing? Qin Yuan, unabashed, came up with an excuse, saying, This is to break your aura armor. Yi Zhaiqiu, naively believing Qin Yuan's words, quickly asked, you mean you have a way to break my aura armor? Qin Yuan held Yi Zhaiqiu tightly with one arm. With the other hand, he was exploring, touching her in a way that everyone can guess. He said, Miss Yi, the colder your inner self is, the stronger your aura armor becomes. So if I can melt the ice in your heart, then your aura armor will fade away. As he spoke, Qin Yuan slowly turned around, positioning himself behind Yi Ziqiu, with one hand above and one hand below, perfectly synchronized in his actions. Yi Ziqiu admired Qin Yuan with enchanted eyes and pretended to be clueless, asking, "What will you use to melt the ice in my heart? What else could it be but that big round sword of yours?" Qin Yuan unexpectedly flicked his hand. The scenery around Yi Ziqiu instantly changed, transforming into a bed with soft pillows ready for the two of them to get to work. He took off his outer coat, revealing a solid six-pack body. With confidence, he said, "I'll use this body to help you." Indeed, Qin Yuan's words were enchanting. Yi Ziqiu didn't resist. She hesitated and asked, "How can you do this in my subconscious space?" Qin Yuan quickly climbed onto the bed and pushed Yi Ziqiu down. He replied, "Because your subconscious accepted the transformation I created, I can do whatever I want in your mental space." Yi Ziqiu lay beneath him like a little rabbit and asked, "Is this really okay for us?" Of all people, asking Qin Yuan that was pointless. He quickly answered, "This isn't reality. Just think of it as a beautiful dream." Yi Ziqiu tried to comfort herself, saying, "That's right. This is just a dream. Since it's like that, I trust you. Just a little experiment should be fine." Ha ha. Classic. Addicted, but still hesitant. Qin Yuan laughed. "Well then, I won't hold back." With that, Qin Yuan stabbed his sword with the precision of a sewing machine stitching fabric, leaving Yi Ziqiu no choice but to moan in response. She gripped the mallet tightly, her body twisting with pleasure. Why did it feel so real, even though it wasn't happening in reality? As they were caught up in the moment, a Yu suddenly appeared, calling out to Qin Yuan, "The timing is right. You should absorb this energy for yourself now." While maneuvering, Qin Yuan spoke to Yi Ziqiu, "The aura armor that you've always disliked, let me take it." Without further ado, Qin Yuan raised a hand to Yi Ziqiu's chest, pulling her aura armor into his body. It was a win-win situation for him. Yi Ziqiu, coming back to her senses in a delightful daze, didn't immediately understand what Qin Yuan meant. What? At that moment, a notification from the system popped up, indicating that he had acquired the aura armor skill. Qin Yuan lifted his arm, and Yi Ziqiu's aura armor swirled around him. With a joyful look, he told Yi Ziqiu, "The curse on you is gone now." They continued to tumble playfully on the bed until the following morning. It was already past noon, and the birds were chirping merrily on the branches. However, the nightingale of Qin Yuan had fallen silent. Yi Ziqiu woke up in a daze, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She looked out the window, wondering, is it already bright outside? Was that just a dream? As she sat up, her gaze accidentally fell on Qin Yuan beside her. She gasped. "Ah, it seems it wasn't a dream after all." Curiously, Yi Ziqiu reached out to gently touch Qin Yuan's face to confirm. Her hand brushed against his skin, and the sensation felt undeniably real. She whispered softly, "Indeed, it's real." Qin Yuan, still caught between sleep and wakefulness, groggily muttered, "Don't play around, let me sleep a little longer." Yi Ziqiu was taken aback and looked down at her own hand. This reality left her confused as she pondered, could it be that my aura armor has really vanished, or is it just ineffective against him? She stood up, out of bed, and walked over to the window. She gently opened the window, letting the midday sun flood into the room. Suddenly, in the distance, a little bird flew over and landed softly on Yi Ziqiu's finger. At that moment, she was astonished. Her eyes fixed on the bird perched on her hand. Her heart seemed to stop. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I can touch it. Ah, I can really touch other things now." Yi Ziqiu exclaimed in joy, her voice bursting with emotion and surprise. Yi Ziqiu had a joyful and happy face as she lovingly held the lucky little bird. Suddenly, Lu Chunyu pushed the door open and walked in. When Yi Ziqiu saw her, she rushed over to Lu Chunyu's side. Lu Chunyu was confused about why Yi Ziqiu was charging toward her. She asked, "Owner Yi." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ziqiu jumped in and hugged Lu Chunyu tightly, saying, "Good morning." This caught Lu Chunyu completely off guard. Even though she didn't understand what was happening, she stammered, Good morning." After that, Yi Ziqiu ran outside and hugged everyone she saw, enthusiastically greeting them with a cheerful good morning. Lu Chunyu watched this scene, frowning and thinking, what's wrong with her? Has she lost her mind? At that moment, Qin Yuan, now dressed neatly, appeared behind Lu Chunyu and said, "That's because she hasn't received a warm hug in over 10 years. She probably just wants to make up for it now." Suddenly, Yi Ziqiu bumped into a maid carrying a basin of water to her room, causing water to spill all over her. The young girl was frightened and quickly apologized, saying, "Yi, Owner Yi, I'm so sorry. Yi Q was soaked, her 2 full palmos visible through a thin, clingy shirt. She stared at her wet hands and said, "The water has soaked me. The aura armor has completely lost its effectiveness." Qin Yuan unexpectedly appeared behind her, playfully teasing her by placing one hand above and one below. He said, "Looks like you need to adjust a bit more." Yi Q blushed and shyly said, "Let me go," but her body remained frozen, allowing Qin Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Qin Yuan teased, "But you said the opposite last night." The maid, witnessing the scene, quickly picked up a basin of water and turned to leave, saying, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything. You two carry on. I'll take my leave now." And so, what happened between Qin Yuan and Yi Q is well known among friends. A little bird that Yi Q had petted earlier watched everything from outside the window, not missing a single detail. After that, it flew away to another place. Surprisingly, it landed where Madame Shi Liu was. Thus, everything that happened with Yi Q was also known to Madame Shi Liu. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Q, if you no longer have your aura armor, don't blame me for being impolite. At that moment, inside Yi Q's room, her cries of pleasure echoed continuously without pause. Yi Q, with a blissful expression, turned to encourage Qin Yuan. "Speed up and make it a little stronger." Qin Yuan, covered in sweat and exhausted from working hard since yesterday, still had plenty of energy left. He replied, "Jia Q, you're really something. After just one round, you can't get enough and have been clinging to me all day without letting go." Yi Q, feeling a little sulky, snapped back at Qin Yuan, enjoying the benefits and boasting about it. "If you don't like it, then get off my bed." Ignoring Yi Q's sulkiness, Qin Yuan became even bolder. He held Yi Q tightly and leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "It's hard to get it right, but I want to help make up for the 10 years you've missed." Just as they were reaching a climax, Xia Yi Dao unexpectedly appeared and said, "Sorry to interrupt your fun, you two." Yi Q was startled and, feeling embarrassed, quickly scolded Xia Yi Dao. "Why did you suddenly come in here? This is so awkward." Xia Yi Dao shot Yi Q a glare and snapped, "What's holding you back? I can still hear you screaming from half a mountain villa away, as if you're worried about something." Yi Q's face went blank. She felt utterly embarrassed and didn't know where to hide her shame. As the owner, she was supposed to be high and mighty, cold and unapproachable, but now she had lost all her dignity. Qin Yuan turned to Xia Yi Dao and asked, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" "Yeah, that annoying group from before is back to cause trouble," Xia Yi Dao explained. "I could handle it, but it seems they specifically asked to see you under Yi." Yi Q erupted in anger. "What? They dare to come to my mountain villa and cause a scene? This time, I won't go easy on them." Xia Yi Dao rolled her eyes at Yi Q and reminded her, "While your words are quite impressive, can we please get dressed first before you threaten them?" Once again, Yi Q felt embarrassment wash over her. She hurriedly covered herself with her hands and slipped into her clothes. Outside the mountain villa gate, a group of women led by Madame Shi Liu was causing commotion. Shi Liu, the loudest of them all, called out, "Yi Q, get out here now." Yi Q stepped out slowly, wearing pink 5-centimeter high heels. "I remember last time I let you go easily. If you're back again, then you must be mentally prepared to leave your lives here, right?" Madame Shi Liu, seeing Yi Q still so defiant, couldn't help but call her out. "Older Yi, stop pretending. We know your aura armor has lost its effectiveness." Hearing this, Yi Q's face remained calm, but inside, she was secretly shocked. How did she find out about this? It seems there's a spy. I need to investigate later. Despite this revelation, Yi Q showed no signs of fear. Keeping her cool demeanor, she replied, "Sure, go ahead and try, but I warn you, this time I won't go easy on you." The followers of Shi Liu, who had come to stir trouble, suddenly felt uncertain upon seeing Yi Q's firm attitude. Whispers started rising among them. Could it be she still has her aura armor? Is Shi Liu's intel wrong? Should we pull back? Madame Shi Liu proved to be very clever. She immediately spoke up to reassure her followers. "Everyone, don't worry. She's just trying to scare us. If she still had her aura armor, why wouldn't she strike first? Don't be afraid, let's all charge at her. If we beat her, I'll prioritize distributing the men from Mountain Villa to you. Did you hear that, everyone? We men are just goods for the ladies to play with." When they heard that the prize was getting to be with the handsome men, the women behind Shi Liu immediately charged forward to attack Yi Q. It was clear that when it came to attractive guys, they lost all self-control. Yi Q's face changed, sweat beading on his forehead. He thought, these people aren't even scared. What am I going to do now? Just when he felt trapped, Qin Yuan suddenly appeared like a hero, standing right in front of Yi Ziqiu. Hold on, he said. You don't need the Lord Owner to deal with these nobodies. Let me handle it. Madame Shi Lu frowned when she saw Qin Yuan show up. You again? Have you forgotten that men can't hurt women? Are you looking to get yourself killed? Qin Yuan smirked and replied, Who said I wanted to attack you? With that, Qin Yuan raised his hand and shouted, Aura Armor. The group of women charged forward fiercely, crashing into Qin Yuan's aura armor, causing their clothes to rip apart. Qin Yuan pushed his hand forward and said, I'm pushing. The aura armor immediately sent the women flying backward. Suddenly, Lu Chun Yu and Xia Yi Dao appeared, bringing down a large net from above, intending to capture these women all at once. As the net fell over them, they struggled, confused. What's going on? I can't move. Everyone stay calm, don't crowd each other. One woman, with a fierce look, glared at Qin Yuan and said, This torn net, watch me tear it apart. However, just as she tried to rip the net, it unexpectedly tightened. It squeezed her ample curves, causing her to scream in panic, what's happening? The sudden tightening of the net forced the other women to huddle close together. Getting squished, huh? Any brave souls who want to join these ladies in the net? Qin Yuan smirked and reminded them, the more you struggle, the tighter this net gets. If you don't want to be crushed, just admit defeat already. Qin Yuan thought to himself, can't deny it. This system gear works wonders. It turned out that the net Lu Chun Yu and Xia Yi Dao used to trap the group of women was one that Qin Yuan had exchanged from the system. It's called the Unescapable Net, and it works very effectively. The more they struggle, the tighter it gets. The system assures that this product is non-lethal, so there's no need to worry about using it. At that moment, when the group of women heard Qin Yuan's threat, they all froze, no longer daring to move, fearing that Qin Yuan's net would kill him. Shi Lu noticed that the situation seemed off, so she shouted, You all better not give up. I'm paying you to be here, and your lives belong to me. It's just a worn-out net. Break it for me. Hearing Shi Lu's thoughtless words, the women inside the net were filled with rage, but since they had accepted her payment, they felt they had to comply with her demands. Just as they were about to try to break the net, Qin Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers and said, Huh? Instantly, the net surrounding the women opened up, causing them all to tumble to the ground in a heap. Qin Yuan pretended to be a gentleman and said, I don't really want to take your lives because I believe your lives are precious and beautiful. I hope you don't force my hand. Indeed, that was Qin Yuan, his words sweeter than honey. It's no wonder that out of 100 girls, 1,000 would willingly do anything for him. The girls, captivated by Qin Yuan's noble demeanor, good looks, and charming demeanor, felt a mix of admiration and anger after Shi Lu's earlier coercion, which led them to break free from the net and act recklessly. Now they found themselves in a dilemma, unsure of what to do next. Seeing the group sitting dazed on the ground, Shi Lu angrily shouted, What are you all doing? If you've escaped the net, then keep attacking him. They only rely on cheap tricks to fool you. A man can't hurt a woman. Suddenly, a girl with short hair stood up and said to the others, But a woman can hurt another woman. Shi Lu was taken aback and quickly stepped back, asking, What do you mean? The short-haired girl then advanced towards Shi Lu. With a swift motion, she grabbed Shi Lu by the neck and pulled her down to the ground. Shi Lu panicked and screamed, What are you doing? Are you planning to rebel? At that moment, Shi Lu found herself surrounded by the group of women. It seemed they had chosen to side with Qin Yuan. The girl with short hair looked at Shi Lu with disdain and said, We were hired to protect Chunxiang Brothel, not to be your servants. You've always treated us like dirt, ordering us around as if our lives didn't matter. I had enough of you. From now on, it won't be working for you anymore. Shi Lu, though appearing fearful on the outside, threatened, What, are you crazy? If you touch your employer like me, your team won't get hired again in the future. Qin Yuan, who had been watching the drama unfold from outside, finally spoke up. Looks like the moment is coming soon. He addressed the group of women from the mercenary team. Ladies, take your time. If it's come to this, do you still want to make things difficult for Lu Yi Mountain Villa? The short-haired girl replied, I've severed ties with our employer, so naturally, this mission is over. Qin Yuan then asked, So what are your plans going forward? The short-haired girl answered sadly, We violated our contract with the employer. I'm afraid no one will want to hire us again. It seems we might not be able to continue as mercenaries anymore. We may have to disband this mercenary team for good. Qin Yuan immediately made a proposal. How about we make a deal? I'll hire you to protect Mountain Villa. Yi Ziqiu, standing nearby, was taken aback by Qin Yuan's words. She thought to herself, Is he doing this on purpose? My aura armor has disappeared, and I can't continue to protect Mountain Villa. If I could really hire a team for protection, I wouldn't have to worry about the safety of Mountain Villa anymore. The short-haired girl looked at Qin Yuan with greedy eyes and asked, You want to hire us, but our hiring cost is very high. Qin Yuan replied confidently. Well, regardless of how much that woman offers you, I will pay you 10 times more. What do you think? The short-haired girl said, the reward she promised us is that after capturing Mountain Villa, each of us can claim a man for ourselves and enjoy a night of fun. Xie Yi Dao, listening to this, felt a bit worried for Qin Yuan. She looked at him and reminded him, if you pay 10 times that reward, does that mean you're offering for all of them to enjoy 10 nights? Lu Chunyu looked at Qin Yuan with a very worried expression. He thought that Qin Yuan would be scared, but surprisingly, he closed his eyes and calmly said, if I don't go to hell, who will? For the safety of Mountain Villa, I can only sacrifice myself. Qin Yuan truly lived up to his reputation. With such a statement, no one could argue against him. That was truly a noble act of sacrifice, right, guys? Ha ha, how moving. So I also want to help Qin Yuan in any way I can. At that moment, a group of men from Lu Yi Mountain Villa spoke up, eager to share the burden with Qin Yuan. Mr. Qin, we're here for you. We won't let you face this dangerous situation alone. That's right. Mr. Qin, let us help you. Qin Yuan continued to act magnanimous. He raised a hand to signal everyone to stop talking. Thank you for your kindness, but these mercenaries are like wolves and tigers. They're not something you can handle. I'll take care of it myself. That's classic Qin Yuan, clearly wanting to take all the glory for himself. Xie Yi Dao shot a disdainful look at Qin Yuan and sneered. I see this guy clearly wants to enjoy it all by himself. Yu Zaiku blushed and gave Qin Yuan a sideways glance with that same look. Can he really handle it by himself? Lu Chunyu also shot a glare at Qin Yuan and replied, don't worry, in this regard, he will definitely not lose to a woman. A moment later, the scene shifted to Qin Yuan's room. At this moment, Qin Yuan was sitting alone on the large bed. He looked at the group of women in the military team below and said, the content of the transaction is very simple. From now on, within 10 days, you can come in and out of my room anytime to conduct the transaction. If I haven't fallen within these 10 days, then the transaction is considered complete. What do you think? This short-haired girl still looked at Qin Yuan with a somewhat skeptical gaze. She bluntly said that she looked down on him, thinking Qin Yuan was bragging and liked to lie. She sarcastically said, don't say 10 days, I'm afraid you'll be drained of all your energy in just 3 days. Or maybe you want to pay installments. Qin Yuan was quite surprised. Had this be paid in installments? How would that work? Of course, it should be divided to serve our sisters, each person for 10 days. What do you think? Would that be better for you? Qin Yuan still responded with great confidence. Actually, I really want to do that, but unfortunately, I have a mission to fulfill, so I can't afford to waste that much time. You should all go together. The short-haired girl replied confidently, all right then. Don't say we didn't warn you. She rallied her sisters, saying, let's all go for it. We're going to have some fun today. So the sisters eagerly started taking off their clothes, and each one of them was fair-skinned and stunning. Right now, all the girls were completely nude, lined up waiting for their turn to roast their sweet potatoes. I was really curious about just how strong he really was. With so many of us here, will he log out? I want to see what he's made of first. The short-haired girl, however, still maintained her composure because she was still wearing her clothes, unlike several other girls who seemed more eager. She stepped forward to remind everyone, what's the rush? We have 10 days. Each of us has 10 days. That's plenty of time, so I'll go first. With that, the cunning short-haired girl jumped onto the bed, pinning Qin Yuan down. The admin retracted his earlier statement, thinking she's too clever. She didn't seem interested, but clearly she planned to go first all along. They probably won't do anything more than cuddle, trust me. At that moment, waiting outside Qin Yuan's room were Yi Ziqiu, Lu Chunyu, and Xie Yi Dao. Inside, the cheerful chatter of the female soldiers rang out, mixed with some teasing remarks. Hey, that's so sneaky. Why do you get to go first? This is so unfair. Yi Ziqiu stood outside, looking a bit worried as she asked, do you really think he can handle this? Xie Yi Dao smiled and replied, don't worry, it's a small matter. If he can handle us, he can definitely manage those girls. Lu Chunyu felt a bit frustrated that she couldn't join in. For now, the best we can do is just quietly watch. Let's wait a bit and check back later. Time passed until 3 days later. Lu Chunyu was pressing her ear to the door, trying to listen to what was happening inside. But today was different. The room was completely quiet without any of the usual chatter. This is strange. Why is it so quiet in there today? Could it be that Qin Yuan has given up? Suddenly, a hand landed on Lu Chunyu's shoulder and a voice shouted, hey, causing her to jump, her heart merely leaping out of her chest. It turns out Xie Yi Dao called. Yi Ziqiu also followed Xie Yi Dao to find this place. Xie Yi Dao looked at Lu Chunyu and said, if you are so worried, why not go inside and take a look? Lu Chunyu blushed, feeling shy, and replied, but that wouldn't be very good. Yi Zai-Q hesitated and said, actually, I still have a little concern in my heart. Although I didn't say it directly, this idea clearly agrees with Xia Yi Dao's opinion. So Lu Chunyu pushed the door open and went in, but her gaze was immediately frozen when she saw the scene around the room. Inside the room, the female soldiers of the brigade were lying comfortably on the floor without a stitch of clothing. Each of their faces wore a satisfied and joyous smile. No wonder Qin Yuan is the king of health. This level of impact is no longer within the range of a human anymore. At this moment, Qin Yuan was hidden behind a thin curtain, and in a voice full of disappointment, he said, "It seems you are all just like this. Only this much, and you want me to spend 10 days. Lu Chunyu, Xia Yi Dao, and Yi Zai-Q all heard these words, but the three of them remained silent, especially Lu Chunyu. She was utterly surprised by Qin Yuan's gigantic sword. Yi Zai-Q and Lu Chunyu stood in front of the curtain. Both were unsure how to face Qin Yuan when Xia Yi Dao pushed them both in with her hand, saying, "Don't be shy anymore. Let's go in now." With Xia Yi Dao pushing from behind, the two girls lost their balance and stumbled forward, pulling back the curtain. Qin Yuan was quite surprised to see the three girls show up. "Oh, what are you all doing here? Is something wrong?" Lu Chunyu blushed and shyly replied, "Just came to check if you were dead or not. If you're fine, then we'll be on our way." Qin Yuan smiled confidently and said, "Well, since you're here, don't rush off. I still haven't gotten to enjoy myself. Then we won't be polite any longer." Xia Yi Dao said as she stood behind Yi Zai-Q and unexpectedly pulled down the edges of her shirt. Yi Zai-Q was startled and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Though she sounded shy, the three girls proceeded to strip down to just their sheer pajamas, which barely covered the necessary areas. Each girl had impressive curves, with skin as soft and fair as a baby's. Their long legs were flawless, and their faces were flushed with embarrassment. It was clear that the main character was soaking up all the attention, leaving the rest of us feeling envious and unable to do anything about it. After another 7 days, a maid, as usual, brought a tray of food to Qin Yuan's room. For the past few days, every time she delivered his meals, she heard groans and faint sounds from within. Just listening to it was enough to make her feel a bit flustered. The maid timidly called out, "I brought today's meal." Immediately from inside Qin Yuan's room, a bony hand, dry and almost skeletal, pushed the door open. The maid's face turned pale as she realized the horrifying sight before her. "I guess that's Qin Yuan's hand. It looks like those three girls really drained him dry. Hey, the admin was right. That dry hand truly belonged to Qin Yuan." At that moment, Qin Yuan's whole body was withered and shriveled, resembling an ancient Egyptian mummy. He had mustered all his strength to drag his frail body to the door, desperately reaching out. In a strained voice, he said, "I want to eat." Wow, talk about going all out and ending up in a state. Seeing Qin Yuan's emaciated form left the maid in shock. Her face lost color, sweat poured down her forehead, and her wide eyes stared at Qin Yuan in fear. She pleaded, "Please don't eat me." But Qin Yuan, barely having the energy to engage with her, was only focused on the food on the tray she was carrying. Qin Yuan stretched out his hand to grab the food tray, saying, "Give me your food, I want to eat." He devoured the food eagerly, finishing off several trays of it, which made the young maid run back and forth multiple times to bring him more. An hour later, Qin Yuan looked bright and refreshed, his skin rosy again. He rubbed his belly and happily said, "That was great. I'm back to life. I used too much energy this time, so I need to replenish a bit more." Yi Zai-Q also stepped out from behind and with a graceful demeanor spoke to the maid. "If you want to replenish him, it's simple. Go fetch ginseng, velvet ailer, and Falopia multiflora. Cook them into a soup to nourish Qin Young Master properly." Lu Chunyu and Xia Yi Dao chimed in. "Looks like someone is about to face some trouble again." Suddenly, a maid rushed over, clearly flustered. "Already, it's not good." Yi Zai-Q remained calm and asked, "What's wrong? Take your time and tell me." "Yes, someone has come from afar to see you." "What's the big deal about that? Just say I'm busy and can't beat anyone right now. But the person isn't here to see me. They want to find Qin Young Master." Lu Chunyu puzzledly asked, "Is there really someone who desires Qin Yuan's appearance?" Xia Yi Dao angrily replied, "Let me go chase them away. It's been a while since I held a knife and I'm itching for some action. Let's go warm up a bit." Qin Yuan couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke up to stop them. "Everyone, hold on a second. No need to rush. I'm actually quite curious. I want to see who's looking for me." A little while later, in the guest room, both Qin Yuan and Yi Zai-Q went to find out who was interested in Qin Yuan. Yishi coldly addressed the visitor. "Go ahead, tell us who you are. Why are you here? What do you want with Qin Yuan?" The person looking for Qin Yuan was a girl of flawless body and face. She stood there, coolly watching Yi Zai Q and replied, Owner Yi, I apologize for disturbing your mountain villa. My name is Jupe Xiao, and I came today to convey a message to Qin Yo Master. My master wishes to meet with him at least once. Yi Zai Q coldly asked, Who is your master? Jupe Xiao calmly replied, Surely you know your master's name. They are Aksai Men Song Song. Qin Yuan, sitting nearby, couldn't help but covered his mouth while chuckling. Tai Men Song Song, that name sounds so cute. Yi Zai Q sighed, closing his eyes, and said to Qin Yuan, Tai Men Song Song is the one who holds the final seal. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? Is that true? Jupe Xiao looked sharply at Qin Yuan and added, That's right. Your actions are always under your master's control. They are very interested in you and would like to talk with you. Yi Zai Q, with a serious expression, glanced at Jupe Xiao and then told Qin Yuan, I'm afraid this will be an ambush. Qin Yuan, it would be best if you don't go. Just for some context, the Feast of Ambush was a historical event that took place in 206 BC at Hongmen, outside Xianyang, the capital of the Qin dynasty. The main participants in this gathering were Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, two prominent leaders of the rebel forces against the Qin dynasty. Jupe Xiao heard Yi Zai Ku's words and felt he was overreacting, so he spoke up to explain, Older Yi, don't worry. With your strength, dealing with this guy would be as easy as pie. There's really no need to send me to invite him, so you don't have to feel scared. My master is simply curious and wants to have a chat with him. Sitting nearby, Qin Yuan confidently replied, Who says I'm scared? If she wants to meet me, then tell her to come here. Who does she think she is to make me go and see her? Never before had Jupe Xiao encountered someone so arrogant and dismissive of his master. Anger, he shot a glare at Qin Yuan and gritted his teeth, saying, What did you just say? How dare you be disrespectful to my master? Don't blame me for taking you away. As soon as he finished speaking, Jupe Xiao swiftly lunged at Qin Yuan. However, Qin Yuan remained relaxed, sitting there with a confident smile, showing no signs of fear. Suddenly, Xie Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu jumped into action. Both rushed forward to stand in front of Qin Yuan, blocking Jupe Xiao's attack. Jupe Xiao was taken aback to see Xie Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu intervening. Xie Yi Dao's gaze was icy as he pointed his sword directly at Jupe Xiao and coldly said, Do you want a Hergen right in front of us? Jupe Xiao smirked and retorted, Are you dreaming? Lu Chunyu stepped forward, eyes filled with killer intent as she looked at Jupe Xiao, her voice brimming with challenge. If you touch my husband, I will fight you to the death. Jupe Xiao, furious, shot back. All three of you are supposed to keep the seal, and yet you've all submitted to this man. It's truly a disgrace for women. Xie Yi Dao leaned in close to Jupe Xiao, provocatively responding, Who knows? Maybe after tasting a man's pleasure, you'll understand. You might even get hooked and find it hard to let go. At that moment, Qin Yuan, standing behind, interjected, All right, you two let her go. Tell your master that if she wants to meet me, she can come here herself. I'll be waiting for her arrival. Jupe Xiao shot a cold glance at Qin Yuan and warned, This is your choice. If you don't come with me, you'll bear the consequences when my master arrives. After saying that, Jupe Xiao took out a transmission talisman, holding it tightly in her hand as she declared, Transmission talisman. The talisman instantly ignited and vanished into thin air. Jupe Xiao looked at Qin Yuan coldly, saying, Qin Yuan, just wait. I sent word to my master. She'll be here within 3 hours. She smiled mockingly, her eyes gleaming with a threatening chill. Today, you will definitely regret this foolish action. Yi Zai Q was confused and spoke up. Jupe Xiao, what are you joking about? Shaimen Song's place is over 10,000 kilometers away from here, and she'd really arrive in 3 hours. Even I can't manage that. Jupe Xiao sighed and closed her eyes, saying, With your abilities, it's of course impossible. But my master has reached the transformation stage, which puts him on a completely different level than you. You all should just clean up and wait here for my master to come take you away. Qin Yuan also closed his eyes and sighed. So we're waiting 3 hours, huh? In that case, you all go ahead and rest. I can handle waiting by myself. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. As time passed, the moment finally arrived. After a fierce battle lasting 10 days and nights, Qin Yuan was still exhausted. He sat in a chair, resting his chin on his hand, and took a short nap to regain his strength. Jupe Xiao had been standing quietly, watching Qin Yuan sleep. She thought to herself, I don't know why, but I feel like he really has an unusual charm about him. But I wonder if his strength is anything special. How did he manage to subdue 3 people who hold the seals? I'm really curious to see what skills he has to pull that off. Jupe Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and decided to attack Qin Yuan to test his strength. But before she could land a punch, Qin Yuan's aura armor blocked her, sending her flying backward. Her clothes were torn apart, and she cried out in shock. Miss Jupe Xiao, it's not fair to ambush me like that, Qin Yuan said. Quickly, Jupe Xiao sat down and used her hands to cover herself, feeling embarrassed. Don't look at me, stay away, she said. Qin Yuan took off his outer jacket and handed it to her. Put my coat on for now. If your master arrives and sees this, we could be in serious trouble. Just as he finished speaking, a loud thunderclap sounded from the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the roof of the house where Qin Yuan and Jupe Xiao were. The lightning crashed through the ceiling, and a voice rang out, No need to wait any longer, didn't I already come? The beautiful woman was Xi Men Song Song, the one who held the fourth seal. Jupe Xiao was currently wearing Qin Yuan's coat. Master, you've arrived. I Men Song Song noticed Jupe Xiao was dressed rather revealingly, draped in a man's coat, and her expression changed immediately. Jupe Xiao, what's with this indecent outfit? Seems like I came at the wrong time. Jupe Xiao hurriedly tried to explain herself. Master, it's not what you think. She quickly stood up, but unexpectedly, the floor was a bit slippery, causing her to fall backward. Unfortunately, Jupe Xiao's head bumped into Qin Yuan's massive sword. Yelping in pain, Jupe Xiao immediately cried out. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan grimaced, fearing his precious jewels had just been crushed. Jupe Xiao clutched her head in agony. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. What did I hit that so hard? Did I hit a cannon? Thankfully, my head is indented. Hey, Qin Yuan frowned, not wanting to complain. Hey, this isn't my fault. Maybe you should put on some clothes first. At that moment, Jupe Xiao rushed in front of Xi Men Song Song. I'm sorry, Master, I've embarrassed you. It's fine. This man must have some ability to break 3 seals, so I'm really curious how he managed to defeat those 3 in this world dominated by women. Qin Yuan, looking confident, responded, Of course, I have my ways, but to be honest, I don't like to act rudely toward women. How about you be a little more sensible and cooperate so I can lift the seal? Oh, you certainly have a big mouth, don't you? So what if I refuse to cooperate? After saying this, he swiftly pulled out a small dagger and charged at Xi Men Song Song, shouting, undressing with a knife. But it was ineffective. Xi Men Song Song calmly dodged all of Qin Yuan's attacks. It was the first time he encountered someone who could avoid such a shameless move. Qin Yuan looked astonished at her and exclaimed, You're really fast. How did you manage to evade all my strikes? At this moment, Xi Men Song Song looked at Qin Yuan with an unbothered expression and said, So that's how it is. Because you can't hurt a woman, you want to strip me down to make me embarrassed. Was this the tactic you used to defeat Lu Chunyu? If Qin Yuan Master enjoys looking at women's bodies so much, you could just say it outright instead of making this so complicated. As soon as the words ended, Xi Men Song Song had already stripped off all of her clothes, standing there for Qin Yuan to see. I say women should be bold like this. Admin really likes it, she teased. Caught off guard by Xi Men Song Song's outrageous behavior, Qin Yuan was taken aback and panicked. But he couldn't take his eyes off her round, pale pink breasts. His face was blank with shock, and saliva began to drip from his mouth. With something this tempting, who could resist? Qin Yuan was spellbound, staring at Xi Men Song Song without blinking, stammering, You really are something. Xi Men Song Song provocatively responded, What do you mean I'm something? Do you think I'm beautiful? If so, all you have to do is tame me, and I can give you pleasures beyond your wildest dreams. Instinctively, Qin Yuan raised his hands, wishing he could dive in and touch those tempting breasts. Tamed you, huh? Meanwhile, outside Qin Yuan's room, Xia Yi Dao and Lu Chunyu were peeking in, whispering to each other, What do we do? It looks like A Yuan is enchanted by her. This is frustrating. If we don't step in, A Yuan will be taken away from us. Xi Men Song Song was standing there completely exposed. She approached Qin Yuan, and seeing his lecherous expression, she felt a bit disappointed and said, I thought you were really impressive. Turns out you're easily captivated too, huh? Just when everyone thought Qin Yuan was done for, he unexpectedly snapped back to consciousness and replied, Who are you talking about? Then he swiftly swung his hand to strike Xi Men Song Song's chest with the spirit separation technique. Caught off guard, Xi Men Song Song couldn't react in time. All she could manage was, Ha! In the end, Qin Yuan's strike sent her soul separating from her physical body. He used this technique to deal with Xia Yi Dao. Outside the door, Xia Yi Dao watched as Qin Yuan unleashed this move, and her facial expression immediately turned excited as she exclaimed, So it's this technique. Yuan, you're being so naughty, but I like it. In her spirit form, Hasai Men Song Song looked at Qin Yuan in surprise and said, "You really weren't affected by my charm at all." At that moment, Qin Yuan also detached his soul from his physical body. He replied with a serious expression, "That's laughable. I've grown tired of that move of yours. Besides, in this situation, do you really have the energy to worry about it? You couldn't harm a woman's body, so you switched to fighting with your soul." That being said, it's not surprising that the reckless woman Xia Yi Dao was defeated by you. You better start taking care of yourself. After finishing his words, Qin Yuan's soul form immediately charged to attack Hasai Men Song Song. He threw a powerful punch, but Hasai Men Song Song blocked it with one hand. She calmly said, "Is that all you've got?" Qin Yuan looked at her in astonishment, as if he were staring at a monster, and exclaimed, "What? You're still this strong even in a soul state. Unlike those idiots who only know how to train their bodies, men could never hope to compete with me in terms of soul power, so you'd better return to your frail body." With that, Hasai Men Song Song threw Qin Yuan's soul back towards his physical body standing on the floor. He was instantly pulled back and returned to his own body. Hasai Men Song Song's spirit had returned to her body, and she had put on her clothes again. I said to this body, "I am willing to devote myself for a lifetime. Qin Yuan, I've seen your tricks already. Now it's my turn." As soon as she finished speaking, Hasai Men Song Song immediately launched a palm strike at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan quickly activated his aura armor to defend himself, but Hasai Men Song Song's strike collided with it. Inside the protective barrier, Qin Yuan proudly looked at Hasai Men Song Song and scoffed, "Did you not expect I would have this defensive move? So this is all the trick you have, is it?" Suddenly, the aura armor of Qin Yuan shattered into countless pieces. She grabbed Qin Yuan by the collar and lifted him into the air, saying, "All right, the game stopped here. Admit your defeat. The fact that she could break my aura armor was shocking. I told you, a weak man like you shouldn't think you can win against a woman. You are lucky to defeat those 3 old seals, causing quite a bit of trouble for our status. I should take your life." But before she could finish her sentence, Xia Yi Dao burst through the door. Both Lu Chun Yu and Xia Yi Dao shouted in unison, "Hasai Men Song Song, let him go, or don't blame us for taking action against you." Seeing Lu Chun Yu and Xia Yi Dao appear, Hasai Men Song Song held Qin Yuan by the collar with one hand. She glanced at Chun Yu and Yi Dao, then coolly said, "The seals on you have all been broken by him, and your strength is probably weakened. Do you really think you can fight me? Don't overestimate yourselves, just step aside." With that, Hasai Men Song Song tossed Qin Yuan back behind her with one hand. She swept her other hand across, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards Xia Yi Dao and Lu Chun Yu, who could only raise their arms to shield their chests. Before they could react, they were sent flying. Yi Zai-Q couldn't hold back any longer and pushed the door open, coldly reminding Hasai Men Song Song, "Miss Hasai Men, to casually use force in my mountain villa, don't you think you're being a bit disrespectful to me?" Hasai Men Song Song looked at Yi Zai-Q, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you all going against me? Why help this man? Don't you think a world where women hold the power is better?" Of course, this was because Hasai Men Song Song had never experienced the thrill of spending 10 days and nights with Qin Yuan. If she did, she would be completely captivated. At that moment, Qin Yuan was thrown away by Yi Zai-Q. He struggled to get back up. Speaking with difficulty, men and women should stand together. Balance between yin and yang is what's truly right. I'm not doing this for men or women, but for fairness. Wow, what a slippery talker. He claims it's not for men or women, but just for the sake of show. Yi Zai-Q closed his eyes and sighed, responding, "Qin Yuan, it sounds nice, but those little tricks of yours won't work on her. Stuck, since that's the case, I won't waste my breath. Hasai Men Song Song, let's make a pact. Whoever loses this battle must submit. What do you think?" "All right, if you want to be my subordinate, just say it outright. You showed all your skills earlier. How do you think you can beat me now? I still have one final move I haven't used yet." With that, Qin Yuan raised 2 fingers, muttering something under his breath. Its whole body gradually transformed, wrapped in a misty haze surrounding him. The smoke billowed out, causing Hasai Men Song Song's clothes and hair to flutter. She remained standing there, watching to see what Qin Yuan's ultimate move was. With a tone of disdain, Hasai Men Song Song looked at Qin Yuan and said, "I've said it many times, these tricks." However, before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a palm strike from Qin Yuan hit Hasai Men Song Song's face, leaving her stunned and unable to react. Hasai Men Song Song was immediately struck by Qin Yuan's attack, causing her to lean backward, her body pushed back several meters. Hasai Men Song Song raised her hand to lightly wipe the wound on her face, her eyes filled with astonishment as she asked, "How is this possible? Didn't they say that a man cannot harm a woman? How could you hit me and injure me?" Over here, the mist gradually dissipated. Qin Yuan's voice rang out. I suddenly thought of a principle. If I, as a man, cannot injure you, then why not just transform into a woman? Oh wow, I didn't expect it. I must admit, Qin Yuan changing form really is impressive. Lu Chunyu and Xia Yi Dao were taken aback by the scene, exclaiming, can it really be like this? What kind of trick is this? Isn't this a bit too surreal? How is this possible? Who exactly is he? Taimen Song Song was also surprised by Qin Yuan's final move. She sneered and replied, well now, so you can actually do this? Looks like you really can bring me some entertainment. I'm going to take this seriously and have some fun with you. Qin Yuan and Ximen Song Song locked eyes, waiting for the right moment to strike. Yi Qiu remarked, the strongest fighting against the strongest. This is bound to be an incredible and intense battle. As soon as Yi Qiu finished speaking, Qin Yuan and Ximen Song Song charged at each other, their elbows colliding. The impact sent a shockwave through the room. Is this your real strength? Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, I will definitely make you beg for mercy, Qin Yuan said, his eyes sparkling like silk. He attacked rapidly with a flurry of punches aimed at Ximen Song Song, but she effortlessly dodged all of them. Ximen Song Song laughed dismissively and said, you think flashy moves that look good but don't work will be effective against me. Qin Yuan sneered and replied, a real attack doesn't necessarily require using all your strength. Phantom Travel Palm, first move, sweeps across the Jade Petal. I wasn't sure where Qin Yuan had swept, but Ximen Song Song suddenly felt alarmed. What are you doing? She was confused and thought to herself, what kind of strange technique is this? Why do I feel a sudden warmth where I was hit? My body feels a bit odd. At that moment, Qin Yuan had circled around behind Ximen Song Song. He leaned in close to her ear and mockingly said, look at that. Your movements have stopped, but my technique isn't finished yet. Before Ximen Song Song could say anything more, Qin Yuan unexpectedly reached down with his feigned arm and lifted her skirt, then plunged it into the flowing water to catch some crabs. Ximen Song Song's whole body went numb, and she twitched, letting out little cries of excitement. Qin Yuan, delighted, rubbed his two wet fingers that had just been fishing around and said to Ximen Song Song, ha ha, looks like I found your weak spot. Before either of them could strike again, Ximen Song Song suddenly grabbed Qin Yuan by the hair and yanked him down, causing him to scream in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Let go, stop pulling my hair. Pulling hair is so cheap. Furious, Ximen Song Song shot back. Stop with the nonsense. You use dirty tricks first. No matter what, I won't back down from you. With that, Qin Yuan seized Ximen Song Song's hair in return, declaring, fine, no one's getting an advantage here. They both tugged at each other's hair, neither willing to give in. Go to hell. I'll fight you to the death. They wrestled around, flailing at each other, resembling a chaotic scene of a couple of jealous women going at it over a Qi husband. Watching this embarrassing fight unfold, Lu Chunyu grimaced and asked Yi Qiu, is this really the ultimate fight you were talking about? Yi Qiu, who had been so cool and confident earlier, now looked dumbfounded and speechless, unable to offer any commentary. Xia Yi Dao frowned and remarked, I don't know why, but as a woman, watching two other women fight like this somehow feels oddly fitting. At that moment, Qin Yuan was on top of Ximen Song Song, and they were still locked in a fierce hair-pulling struggle. Qin Yuan was sweating profusely as he looked at Ximen Song Song and exclaimed, Humph, she really is a beauty. Even if I turned into a woman, her body would still make me shake with desire. Ha ha, how true. It reminds me of a painter who once said, gender doesn't matter as long as there's pleasure involved. Ha ha. Ximen Song Song, lying beneath him, looked confused and asked Qin Yuan, what are you talking about? Before she could say anything else, Qin Yuan suddenly kissed her right on the lips, leaving her speechless. Juk Xiao saw this in panic, quickly asking Qin Yuan, what are you doing to my master? Let her go, or I won't hesitate to fight you. Xia Yi Dao immediately stepped in front of Juk Xiao, warning, this is a battle between them. If you try to get involved, I won't let it go easily. Yi Qiu watched as Qin Yuan, in his female form, kissed Ximen Song Song, his face going blank. Weren't they just fighting? And suddenly it's like this. I really don't understand what's going on. There's nothing to do about it. This might just be his way of fighting. After finishing the kiss, Qin Yuan nudged Ximen Song Song with his foot and asked, why aren't you fighting back? Seems like you're enjoying this, huh? Ximen Song Song insisted, trying to argue, no way, it's just that I can't use my strength right now. If that's the case, you should just admit defeat, right? Do you still want to continue fighting with me? Ximen Song Song shyly turned her face away and said, you've won. But this battle is completely meaningless. Qin Yuan, a bit surprised, asked, "Why is that? Did you lose?" Then Xi-Men Song Song sat up, looking embarrassed, and continued, "Now that you've turned into a woman, how can you possibly break the seal inside me?" Qin Yuan, looking calm, replied, "Who said that turning into a woman means I can't break your seal?" Hearing Qin Yuan's confidence, Xi-Men Song Song was taken aback and scolded, "Are you out of your mind? To break my seal, we definitely need to." At this point, Xi-Men Song Song couldn't continue. She implied that they had to do something intimate, but now that Qin Yuan had transformed into a girl, where would he get the means to do that? Right then, Qin Yuan, full of confidence, looked at Xi-Men Song Song and said, "Let me show you my secret weapon." With that, Qin Yuan lifted up his skirt, exclaiming, "Wow, that spot isn't a bottomless pit. How is it that he still has that massive cannon hanging down?" When Xi-Men Song Song saw this scene, she stared, mouth agape in shock, exclaiming, "Oh, that's so big. Wait, how can this be? Are you a man or a woman?" Qin Yuan replied calmly, "Does gender really matter that much? Whether I'm a man or a woman, I can break the seals inside your body. A painter once said, it doesn't matter whether you're male or female, as long as you're enjoying yourself. So, are you ready? I'll start breaking the seals now." Meanwhile, Zhu Xiao, standing outside, was already drenched. She hurriedly spoke up, "Please spare my master. Let me take on whatever you want to do to her. Wasn't that just a form of suffering? This sounded more like a way to enjoy things rather than being a burden. But how could Xi-Men Song Song let this delicious opportunity slip away? Blushing with embarrassment, she insisted, "Zhu Xiao, you don't need to do that. I'm in a bet with him, and if I lose, it's only right that I face the consequences. Let me take the punishment. No, my master, this is the moment for me to repay your kindness. Please let me handle the pain instead of you." Wasn't this more about stepping up or seizing the chance? Cai Dao stood aside, watching the brazen struggle for attention unfold, and couldn't help but tease, "This pair sure has a deep bond." Lu Chunyu frowned and replied, "I can't shake the feeling that those two are competing for this opportunity." Qin Yuan interrupted, saying, "Stop arguing. Both of you will get your chance. The choice is mine, and I'm not just paying one. Since I'm an adult, I'll take both. You both come on up to the bed." His words left Zhu Xiao and Xi-Men Song Song in shock. They both widened their eyes at Qin Yuan, but still followed his command, climbing onto the bed together. Xi-Men Song Song, feeling bold, spoke to Zhu Xiao, "I'm the master here, so let me take on this hardship first." Zhu Xiao refused to back down and responded, "But I'm the servant. Let me test his capabilities first." Qin Yuan chimed in again, "All right, enough bickering. Isn't it better that you both are up here together?" His words left Xi-Men Song Song and Zhu Xiao confused, prompting them to ask, "Together? How is that possible?" Qin Yuan, full of confidence, replied, "If I transform, then of course I have a way to make it happen. Let me show you something new." Then Qin Yuan conjured another cannon beside his original one. This immediately startled the two girls, and they both exclaimed, "Is this even possible? This is too strange." Qin Yuan reminded them, "All right, you two turn your backs to me, and let's get to the main task. I'm here to help." As Qin Yuan's divine cannon made contact, Xi-Men Song Song let out a soft groan, thinking to herself, "Wow, is this what breaking a seal feels like?" Half an hour later, Xi-Men Song Song could no longer maintain her cold, dominant demeanor from when she first arrived. She was now screaming, her cries echoing throughout the mountain villa. At that same moment, the final seal on Xi-Men Song Song's body was broken. A beam of light shot straight up from the room where Qin Yuan was. Lu Chunyu stood outside, stunned by the glowing column of light, and exclaimed, "This light means that all 4 seals have been undone. I wonder what will happen next. It's really exciting, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling about it." At that moment, in the sealing area, the last chain binding a U finally broke. "At last, the seal has been destroyed," she said. An hour later, Qin Yuan had returned to his original form. He had just finished his business with Xi-Men Song Song and Zhu Xiao. "It's strange, all the seals have clearly been broken, but why haven't I received the notification that my mission is complete?" he wondered. Suddenly, Lu Chunyu burst through the door, looking panicked. "This is not good, something major has happened." Seeing Lu Chunyu's frantic expression, Qin Yuan quickly got to his feet and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Chunyu replied urgently, "You need to go outside and see for yourself. All the women out there have gone wild." Qin Yuan hurriedly got dressed and rushed outside. When he saw the scene before him, he froze in shock and exclaimed, "What is going on? How did this happen? What on earth is going on?" At that moment, outside in the courtyard, all the women in Yi Jiaku's mountain villa were going crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were running around like crazed zombies. They repeatedly shouted, "Men, men." Suddenly, an unlucky young man found himself lost amid the frenzy of the hysterical women. He was immediately shoved to the ground by one girl, who then lunged at him, biting and tearing at him. She screamed, "Men, die already, help." Just as this woman was about to do something terrible, a strong hand struck her hard on the back of her neck. She let out a horrifying scream and fainted. It turned out to be Xia Yi Dao who had intervened. Xia Yi Dao looked around perplexed at the panicked women running amok everywhere. What's going on? Why have they suddenly turned like this? Except for a few of us, the other women had completely lost it. When they saw a man, they immediately charged to attack. At that moment, Lu Chunyu unexpectedly glanced up at the sky and shouted, "Everyone, look up at the sky over there." Above, in the distant sky, a massive thick cloud was swirling ominously. In the center, there was a large, round hole forming. Not long after, a beam of golden energy burst forth from a hole above. It pierced through the clouds and struck the ground. The one emerging was a Yu. At that moment, her seal had been lifted. All the chains binding her were gone. Clearly, she was the final boss of this stage. Seeing a familiar face, Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a Yu?" A Yu coldly looked at Qin Yuan, a sneer curling her lips as she replied, "That's right. I have to thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for removing all the seals on me. Yu, why have those women become like this? Didn't you say that once the seals were lifted, the relationship between men and women would return to a balanced state? Now, all the seals are broken, and yet they have turned out this way. Did I do something wrong?" Qin Yuan, you really are knave. With things having come to this point, don't you see what's happening? Think about it. If I haven't said that, how could you have been so dedicated to helping me break all the seals? In the great war of the past, your previous life used all its life force to seal me away, while I am the one who cursed all the men in this world. I am the one who has condemned them to be trampled underfoot by women. A Yu coldly glanced at Qin Yuan, her voice dripping with arrogance. Today, you've released my seal. So the day when the relationship between men and women returns to a balanced state will never come. For men, this kind of punishment is still too light. Now that I've removed all my seals, of course, I want to deal with all the men in this world. Hearing this, Qin Yuan suddenly realized. He frowned, his eyes filled with anger as he shot a glare at A Yu and said, "You've been using me all this time, haven't you?" A Yu didn't even acknowledge him, lightly chuckling with a teasing tone. "Oh, Qin Yuan, don't get so worked up. To make it up to you, I could spare your life and make you the only man in the world. Not only could you be by my side for eternity, but you could also enjoy women from all over the world." Xie Yi Dao, standing nearby, immediately burst into laughter, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, for Qin Yuan, that actually sounds pretty good." Lu Chunyu heard Xie Yi Dao still joking at a time like this and got angry, turning to scold her. "What are you talking about? How can you joke at a time like this?" Xie Yi Dao chuckled softly, her tone light as she replied, "I'm just joking a little. No need to be so angry." At this moment, Qin Yuan spoke up, his voice laced with a mocking laughter. "Ha! Is there really such a great opportunity? To interact closely with all the women in the world. Now, that's quite a deal." A Yu chuckled softly, her tone tempting. "Of course, it's wonderful, Qin Yuan. So you should just accept my terms. I promise to treat you well." Thinking that Qin Yuan would agree to this great, easy, and beneficial offer, he took an entirely different direction. Qin Yuan bluntly refused, replying, "I decline. My goal is to connect with women across all worlds, so how could I agree to be your personal plaything? I suggest you accept defeat gracefully. In my space, I can at least leave a room for you." Upon hearing this, A Yu's expression darkened. She coldly stated, "Qin Yuan, you truly don't know what's good for you. Since things are this way, I'll have to defeat you and teach you a lesson slowly." As soon as she finished speaking, A Yu quickly formed hand seals. She unleashed her move, Hellish Chains. From beneath the ground, 4 massive chains unexpectedly shot up, darting straight for Qin Yuan, binding his limbs tightly. Seeing that Qin Yuan had been restrained, Xia Yi Dao quickly drew his sword, ready to rush in, shouting, "Hey Yuan, I'm coming to help you." Qin Yuan immediately turned around, his expression serious, and stopped. "Ta Yi Dao, don't come any closer. This is a fight between me and her. With your current strength, you are her match at all. Let me handle this." Lu Chunyu shouted in anger. "Yuan, don't joke around. I can't just stand by and watch you get beaten." At that moment, Yi Qiu suddenly appeared. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Lu Chunyu to stop her, speaking gently. "Chunyu, you have to trust him. Moreover, he's right. We've already given him our strength. Only he can defeat this formidable enemy." Hearing Yi Qiu's words, Lu Chunyu looked at her and then at Qin Yuan, hesitating to speak. But she wanted to say more, but held back. Qin Yuan then unexpectedly closed his eyes, murmuring a chant. Secret technique, phantom body replenishing Yang Ju. A Yu immediately sprang into action. One hand gathered energy into a powerful strike, while her body rushed toward Qin Yuan, her voice ice cold. Don't even think about trickery. As soon as she finished speaking, a Yu unleashed a powerful blow straight to Qin Yuan's chest. The impact was so strong that it sent him flying backward. The iron chains binding him were shattered into pieces. Seeing Qin Yuan being attacked, Lu Chunyu gasped and hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a human and a Yu stood off to the side, sneering. With a look of disdain at Qin Yuan, a Yu said, with the difference in our strength that one strike should be enough to take away your ability to fight back, I'll give you one last chance. Give up resisting and obediently listen to me. I will make you the only man in my life, always by my side. Yize Q, looking panicked, suddenly spoke up. Wait a second, look at A Yuan. Over here, Qin Yuan wasn't seriously hurt. Just as A Yu had said, he was not strong. He only had a scratch. Qin Yuan stood up and slowly walked toward A Yu. As he walked, he brushed the dust off his chest, looking confident and a bit cheeky. He smirked at A Yu and said, I have to say, A Yu, haven't you eaten? That hit was so light, I didn't even feel a thing. A Yu was taken aback to see Qin Yuan so calm, completely unharmed, still looking energetic. She exclaimed in surprise, how can this be? I clearly hit you with my strike, so why are you hurt? At that moment, Qin Yuan unexpectedly revealed a short dagger in his hand. He rushed straight towards A Yu, who was standing there. With a move called undressing with a knife, he sliced through A Yu's clothes, leaving them torn and tattered. A Yu was furious at this point. She grimaced and turned to Qin Yuan, warning him, don't push your luck. Don't think you can keep taking more and more from me. I don't have much patience for you, so just go die already. As soon as she finished speaking, A Yu struck Qin Yuan with a powerful palm strike, hitting him squarely on his left shoulder. Once again, A Yu's attack landed, but Qin Yuan didn't let out a single sound of pain. Instead, he sat up again, casting a cold, sharp glare at A Yu. He used his left hand to channel his energy to heal the injury. In just a moment, the wound on his right arm began to recover rapidly. A Yu quickly sensed that something was off. Is that your injury healing? Qin Yuan looked at her with confidence and replied, Humph, I can play with you all day. Qin Yuan didn't get hurt at all when A Yu attacked him because he had just secretly split off and returned to the system space, where he happened to find the two sisters sunbathing on the beach. At that moment, Qin Yuan was using the phantom body replenishing technique. When Yang Xiuhan saw him suddenly reappear, she was surprised and asked, Qin Yuan, why did you come back so suddenly? Did something happen? Qin Yuan was in a hurry and ignored her questions. He rushed over and grabbed her, which startled her. What are you doing? She asked in shock. With a serious expression, Qin Yuan replied, There's no time to explain, we need to move quickly. Just follow me. Modi Shuang, noticing Qin Yuan's urgency, teased, Wow, why are you in such a rush? At least take a moment to see if anyone is watching. Just as she finished her sentence, Qin Yuan grabbed her by the arm. Right, you can't just sit around either. We all need to go together. Whether we win this battle against the boss depends on all of us. Qin Yuan's words surprised Mo Ning Shuang. She had no idea what was happening, but now that it had been brought up, she couldn't let it go. Immediately, Qin Yuan and Mo Ning Shuang rushed toward each other and shared a passionate kiss. Well, as for what happened next, you can use your imagination. Yang Xiuhan had just finished her task with Qin Yuan. Looking a bit tired and sleepy, she felt confused and asked Qin Yuan, Weird, why do I feel so much more exhausted this time than before? Qin Yuan explained, the body you see in front of everyone is just a clone created from my main body. Right now, my main self is fighting a strong enemy, so I had to use this method to constantly replenish energy for the main body. Moni Shuang, with a pleased expression, looked at Qin Yuan and teased, Your main self is fighting on the front lines while the clone fights in the rear. You really know how to make use of that cloning technique. Hearing this, Yang Xiuhan blushed and playfully protested, What do you mean? Do you think of us as resources? Hey, my stamina is almost back, so let me take over. Honestly, it's funny how she talks one way but wants to act another. Qin Yuan's expression was serious as he replied, My opponent this time is the strongest enemy I've ever faced. You should quickly call everyone you can. The more reinforcements we have coming, the better. I need to ensure that support will flow in continuously. At that moment, a Yu had drawn her sword. She looked at Qin Yuan and said firmly, Even if you can recover or come back to life, it will just prolong your torment. Let's see how long you can hold out. As soon as she finished speaking, a Yu lunged forward, stabbing directly into Qin Yuan's chest. But he remained steadfast, not making a sound. He maintained a confident smile as he looked at a Yu and said, Ha ha, I'm not fighting alone. With them by my side, I will never lose to you. After saying this, Qin Yuan yanked the sword from his chest and threw it aside. So, you're splitting your spirit and relying on women to balance the yin and yang, constantly replenishing your strength. Haha, no wonder you're impressive. You figured out my tricks so quickly. Huff, how much can those women really do? As long as I can kill you often enough, sooner or later, you won't be able to keep up with your replenishment. Until then, let's enjoy ourselves. With that, two small throwing knives appeared in Yu's hands. Hearing Yu say that, Qin Yuan confidently replied, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled. The scene then shifted to Qin Yuan's space. Two girls, Kara and Ye Lai Na, were sunbathing when they suddenly heard someone calling out to them. They turned to see young Xu Han, who looked a bit rushed. Qin Yuan is in trouble. He needs your help, so you two should come over right away. Ye Lai never responded seriously. I thought it was something serious. All right, we'll come as soon as we get dressed. Upon hearing Ye Laina's answer, young Xu Han felt a bit embarrassed. Blushing, she quickly interrupted, oh, you don't need to get dressed. You'll just take it off again anyway. Ha! Ye Laina immediately understood what Qin Yuan had in mind for them. The scene changed again to another part of Qin Yuan's space. Four other girls, Jiaxu, Ouyang Xuan, Lin Lai, and Lin Yi, were sitting together playing a card game. Jiaxu had found a great card and her face lit up with satisfaction as she thought to herself, finally, my luck is changing. I'm definitely going to win big this time. She was about to play her card when suddenly an arm appeared to stop her. It was Moaning Xuan. With a serious expression, she reminded everyone, stop playing cards. Qin Yuan is in trouble. Everyone follow me. Upon hearing that Qin Yuan was in trouble, the twin doctors Lin Lai and Lin Yi immediately looked worried. Lin Lai quickly asked, Moaning Xuan, are you talking about Qin Yuan? What happened to him? Ouyang Xuan was just as anxious and rushed to say, if that's the case, let's go now. His safety is more important. Jiaxu, who had been eagerly anticipating her win, felt disappointed and pouted, oh, I worked so hard to almost win. I haven't won a single round yet. This is so frustrating. Before she could finish her thought, the scene shifted outside. At that moment, Qin Yuan was severely injured. Blood dripped from his arm, each drop hitting the ground and staining the earth beneath him. Qin Yuan was drenched in sweat. His expression was serious as he looked at Yu, thinking to himself, her attacks are getting sharper. No matter how many girls I have behind me, it's not enough. In the end, I still can't recover in time. Seeing that Qin Yuan had reached his limit, Yu sneered and mocked him, saying, so, little killer, have you reached your peak? You can't recover anymore, huh? You seemed pretty confident a moment ago. Qin Yuan stayed silent. He frowned, thinking, I'm out of options. I can only use that method now. At the same time, the scene shifted to Qin Yuan's space, where he was working on healing himself for the real world. At that moment, Qin Yuan had set up a tent. Inside the tent were Moaning Xuan, Young Xu Han, and Yen Li Na, who were waiting in line outside. They were joined by Ouyang Xuan, Jiaxu, twin sisters Lin Lai and Lin Yi, and Care. Care, growing impatient, spoke up, is it my turn yet? Lin Yi expressed her concern, saying, I don't know how many times this is for him. Do you think he's going to be okay with us? Qin Yuan didn't keep them waiting long. After a moment, he created 5 more clones to assist them. Everyone, we are all clones of Qin Yuan. To speed up the recovery process, please come up. How interesting. Isn't this like trying to become a supreme champion of chaos? Don't kid. Hurry up and help me. Each clone will synchronize their feelings with me. Experiencing this kind of power launch just once is something most people would struggle to handle. Luckily, I have everyone here, so I won't fall behind anyone. Qin Yuan recovered from his injuries once more, his entire being radiating with positive energy as he confidently looked at Yu. Yu, however, didn't regard Qin Yuan highly. She coldly stared at him and said, don't dream. I am the god of this world. Even if I can't deal with you, you won't be able to defeat me. Thanks to you, I've suddenly thought of a way to beat you. Don't pretend to be tough. Do you really think I'll easily believe you now? What could you possibly have in mind? Just wait and see our armor. Confused by Qin Yuan's unexpected action, Lu Chunyu couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. She asked, Qin Yuan, what are you up to? As soon as Lu Chunyu finished asking her question, Qin Yuan pulled her close and gave her a passionate kiss, leaving her momentarily stunned. After finishing with Chunyu, Qin Yuan turned to Yi Jiaqiu and Sei Yi Dao and said, don't just stand there doing nothing. Everyone, let's get moving. Watching this scene, Yu, with a mocking attitude, commented, what's going on? Realizing you don't have much time left, are you trying to enjoy the last moments of your life? Just as Yu finished her taunt, a stream of blue energy suddenly appeared around her feet, followed by a chain that locked tightly around her ankle. Yu was startled. She looked down at her ankle in panic and exclaimed, "Sealed? What? How is this possible? Yu, did you not expect this? If I have a way to remove the seal, then of course I also know how to repair it. As long as I return the essence to the one who maintains the seal, you will be sealed again. Qin Yuan, you scoundrel, stop this right now." With that, Yu charged at Qin Yuan, attacking him fiercely. Under Yu's intense assault, Qin Yuan quickly turned to the three girls and said, "My barrier won't hold her off for long. We are running out of time, so hurry up." Yi Xiaqiu and Xia Yi Dao quickly ran to Qin Yuan and hugged him tightly. "Xia Yi Dao, tease, you actually dare to challenge all of us at once. You must not know how to write the word death." Qin Yuan smiled and replied, "What's death anyway? Here, the three of us weigh less than the 10 over there. Truly tyrannical." At that moment, Qin Yuan turned and gave Xia Yi Dao a kiss. Then he faced Yi Xiaqiu and gave her a passionate Spanish kiss. Outside the barrier, Yu was furiously attacking Qin Yuan's shield, shouting, "You all, stop it right now. Don't do that." Qin Yuan smirked from behind the barrier and said, "What are you talking about? We haven't even touched you, so why are you telling us to stop?" Then he turned and gave Tahmen Song Song a French kiss. At that moment, on Yu's arm, a black iron seal began to form. The same was happening on her ankle, where another black iron seal was becoming visible. As expected, the method Qin Yuan had in mind was working. Yu was being sealed away again. Damn, all the seals were about to return. Suddenly from the sky, a golden beam of light shot down, landing right behind Yu. She saw this and cried out in fear, "No, please, I don't want to be sealed again. I beg you, I will listen to you. I don't want to be sealed anymore. Ha ha, if you behave, I might just let you off the hook this time. So come into my space and accept my supervision. Then I'll consider your sealing situation." Yu immediately agreed without hesitation. "All right, as long as I can leave here, I'll do whatever you want." Very good. You should have said that sooner so we wouldn't have to drag this out until now. Then I will teleport you to my space right now." As soon as Qin Yuan finished speaking, a glowing circle appeared beneath Yu's feet. Yu gasped, "This is a teleportation array." In an instant, they switched to the system space. After Qin Yuan brought Yu to his mansion, he placed her in a room. It was only then that she began to regain consciousness. "Where am I?" As she pondered and looked around, Qin Yuan suddenly appeared. He even created a clone to meet her. "God Yin, are you ready to accept my supervision?" A little while later, strange sounds echoed through Yu's room. No, don't. Time passed, and the next morning, the system reported, because the player has removed the god of the underworld from this dimension, the balance of yin and yang has been restored. Congratulations on completing the side quest. This time, your rewards have been sent to the system space. After reading the system's announcement, Qin Yuan stroked his chin deep in thought, "What is this?" The cute system assistant appeared and replied, "I can't believe you conquered such a difficult dungeon. I'm really impressed with you. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon." Qin Yuan frowned and pinched the assistant's cheek. "Did you deliberately choose this tough dungeon for me? Ouch, that hurts. I'm bringing you good news, aren't I?" "Oh, what good news?" "Hey, since you've completed an S-level dungeon and achieved a perfect ending, you now have the chance to unlock the entire map at once. Just press this button and you'll effectively clear the game, becoming the first person to conquer it. Isn't that great? This means I can finally return to the real world if I just press this button. Yes, this is the special door I secretly opened for you. Go ahead, press the button. You'll leave this space and return to the real world instantly." Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan directly crushed the button of the system with his bare hands. He decisively rejected the shortcut the system had opened up for him. Fairy Multiverse was extremely surprised, her voice filled with dread. "What are you doing? Why did you break it? Don't you want to return to your real world?" Qin Yuan maintained an indifferent expression and replied lightly, "Isn't this cheating? For me, I value the process of playing more than the outcome. If I unlock the entire map right away, what fun is there in the game?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Why should I care about women who aren't won over by me? There are countless beautiful women in different realms waiting for me to conquer them. How could I just run away?" Then he continued, his tone growing more serious, with a hint of solemnity. "Besides, if I suddenly leave, what will happen to them? Who will take care of them? Who will be there for them when they're sad? And when they miss me, how will they find me?" Qin Yuan gently closed his eyes as if reassuring himself. "I have to be responsible for my win, and so I can't leave." Fairy Multiverse unexpectedly pulled out a square box and said, "All right, stop talking. I'm not unfamiliar with you. I didn't know whether to say he was enchanted by beauty, had lofty ideals, or was a responsible person. Well, staying put was his choice, but rewards through side quests still had to be given. Here, take this. Oh, what's this? It's so shiny. Is it the legendary gold? The system displayed a notification. Hypnoise Eye. Once more, and you can command anyone for 24 hours. Oh, is it really that powerful? I need to find someone to test it on. The scene shifted to a beach hut somewhere on the shore of Qinyuan. Yuan, so this is where you are. You're the main body, right? Oh, is that you, Jack Shu? Ha. Timing is everything, isn't it? Now, in the name of Lord Multiverse, I command you. Show your belly while you talk. Yuan, you're so strange. I obviously know how to show my belly, but if you don't gather all your avatars back, this place is going to get really messy. Unexpectedly, she felt completely unfazed and thought it was quite normal. She followed his orders without any awareness or doubt about them. This charm really is powerful. Yuan, what are you thinking about? Are you even listening to me? Yeah, let me pull all my clones back. Phantom body tonifying Yang close. Immediately, the clones surrounding Qin Yuan gathered back to him. The system displayed a message. Seduction successful. 500 points gained. 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 Oh, my body feels so heavy. Yuan, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Oh, I'm fine. It might be the burden of having all the clones return, which is making me feel a bit weighed down. Jack Shu, could you help me go rest for a bit? Qin Yuan was then led by Jack Shu to his room to rest. Did I just doze off? My body feels so heavy. It seems I can't use this trick too often. The energy is really overloading. A warm voice rang out. Yuan, you're awake? You seem to be asleep, but you still have such spirit. It looks like my holy light therapy really worked. Haha, you two are here too. I just got back and haven't even had time to arrange the accommodations for the new girls. What should we do about that? Haha, not so fast. Even so, you have to pass our test before you can go. That's right. Let's see if you are truly the real deal or just a copy. Haha, okay then. If you want to play, I'll join. Just because the tiger isn't roaring doesn't mean it's a Hello Kitty. And so, Qin Yuan began to face the trials set by the two girls. An hour later, he said, my consciousness is getting fuzzy. Franca, come help me. Huh? She's somehow fallen asleep like a rock. How did that happen? Jiangsu, I've already split my spirit and entered her inner world to battle it out with her there. Right now, you'll just have to rely on yourself to find a way out. How can this be? And Qin Yuan then planted an Italian-style kiss on Jiangsu. The two continued their epic battle, fighting for 500 rounds. A while later, Qin Yuan passed the checkpoint. He stood up and pulled aside the curtains to let the sunlight stream into the room. Qin Yuan thought to himself, it feels like after coming back, my basic attributes have increased quite a bit. I can easily take on 2 opponents at once now. I'm getting stronger every day. I should try going one-on-one against 20 next time. Jiangsu, I'm heading to the hot springs for a soak. If you want to challenge me again, come fight me there. I'm always open to that. Afterward, Qin Yuan relaxed alone at the hot springs when suddenly he heard, Yuan, you're here. Do you have time to just hang out and sing today? If you're in such a good mood, why didn't you call us to join you? I was really looking forward to you giving me some special attention. Or did you want to avoid us since you come back? How could that be? I've got plenty of space on both sides just waiting for you too. Aren't you going to shower before getting in? I can smell you from here. I'm sorry, I showered early to go set up accommodations for the newcomers. No worries, we can help Yuan with that. This time, Yuan brought back 4 young ladies, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I made sure to place them in the best rooms of the workshop. It's no wonder Feng Ling is so thoughtful and attentive. Even when I'm not around, it's a hassle for her to take care of everyone. Huff, with 2 beauties by my side, I still have to think of another woman. Look at me, though. All right, but there's a chance more people will come here to soak. You two need to keep your voices down. Otherwise, they might notice us. Meanwhile, at a nearby hot spring, oh wow, soaking in a bath at home isn't bad, but being outside in a hot spring like this feels so much better. Yuan must have built this place based on the hot springs from our sect. The scenery is stunning, the warmth is perfect, and it's just right for relaxing and soaking. Hey, check this out. Yelena, stop messing around. Suddenly there was a sound. What's that noise? Wow, those water bubbles are huge. That's impressive. Right? Is someone taking a bath in the nearby pond? Oh, Shuhan, Yelena, you two are here too. What a coincidence. Yuan, what are you doing over there with all that noise? Haha, sorry for breaking the peaceful moment you two had. I'm in a battle with Feng Ling and Xinya, but I've just wrapped things up here. I'm coming over now. Please don't come here. 2 days later in the space within the system, everything was being expanded, upgrading skills, trading items, and finally organizing all the cards. I can't wait to see what kind of beauties I'll meet in the next dungeon. I'm getting better and better at preparing. Let's head to the next stage right away. Multiverse of Love, activate.